Chapter 1. I plan to dig a hole and bury you. Splash. Splash, splash. On an unknown island, a man lay on the sandy beach, his body floating with the waves, looking like a corpse. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the man began to cough violently, seawater being expelled from his mouth, as if he were a drowning victim being rescued. After coughing out the seawater that had entered his body, the man struggled to turn over, gazing at the vast sky, a smile of survival appearing on his face. I've finally survived. The man's name was Zhao Qian, a freelancer, but he was also a wilderness survival enthusiast. Originally, he had planned to take a plane to another city to participate in an offline wilderness survival event. But unexpectedly, the plane entered an unknown sea area midway. And after encountering storms and thunderclouds, it predictably crashed. Due to the storm and thunder, the plane broke apart before it even hit the ocean, and he was thrown out, landing in the waters near this unknown island. Using the physical fitness he had developed through regular exercise, he swam with all his might towards the island. But just as he was about to reach the shore, his strength gave out, and he sank into the sea. Fortunately, the waves washed him onto the beach instead of pulling him back into the ocean. The first rule of wilderness survival is safety, food, and water. Zhao Qian stood up from the beach, scanning his surroundings, and said, "The plants on this island are quite lush, so food isn't a concern. The biggest issues are safety and water." At this moment, Zhao Qian's knowledge as a wilderness survival enthusiast came into play. Despite his nervousness, he felt a strange sense of excitement, as if all the wilderness survival knowledge he had learned was finally going to be useful. After assessing the situation, Zhao Qian decided to collect items that had fallen from the plane and return to the beach before dark to build a bonfire, defending against potential unknown dangers that might arise at night. "Let's see if I can find some containers to collect water in the coming days," Zhao Qian said as he began to take action. Since the plane had crashed not far from the island, many items from the aircraft had been washed ashore, and Zhao Qian did not overlook any debris, collecting everything he could find. These items might seem useless in everyday life, but on a deserted island, they would surely have their uses. However, what puzzled Zhao Qian was that all the items washed up on the shore were from the plane, and there was no ocean trash. To be clear, given the current level of ocean pollution on Earth, almost every island would have some marine debris. Bear Grylls could find plenty of plastic containers on every wilderness survival show, but now he hadn't found even a speck of ocean trash. Nevertheless, he managed to collect quite a few items. Several airplane seatbelts, more than a dozen partially drunk bottles of mineral water, and some passenger suitcases. When he opened the suitcases, most contained clothes, with very few usable items. With the collected mineral water, I don't need to worry about water, but I should collect some more items. The sea rises twice a day, and it was about to be evening. With the tide rising, he needed to gather the items from the plane before they could be washed back out to sea during the tide. At the same time, he wanted to find his own suitcase. For this wilderness survival event, he had packed many useful items, and finding a suitcase would greatly increase his chances of survival. Just then, Zhao Qian's pupils suddenly constricted as he saw a woman washed ashore on the beach not far away. He quickly ran over to check if the woman was alive or dead. The most terrifying part of wilderness survival is loneliness. If he could save the woman, at least he would have someone to talk to. Zhao Qian approached the woman, but did not immediately turn her over. Instead, he knelt beside her, clearing any foreign object from her mouth and nose to ensure her airways were clear. After doing this, he turned her over, intending to perform artificial respiration and chest compressions to see if he could revive her. Wang Qianqian. But as soon as he turned the woman over, Zhao Qian's eyes widened in shock. He realized he actually knew the woman in front of him. Of course, she wasn't his friend. He recognized her because she was a huge star in Huagua. To put it simply, Wang Qianqian was a big celebrity. Unlike other young and glamorous internet stars, Wang Qianqian was not only beautiful, but also a talented actress. It was said she had recently won a significant award. She's even more beautiful than on TV. Zhao Qian evaluated as he looked her up and down. Wang Qianqian's beauty was vastly different from the plastic faces of internet celebrities. She gave off a neighborly vibe, with exquisite and pure features, radiating natural beauty. "That I hope you don't have a short life," Zhao Qian said, pinching Wang Qianqian's nose and covering her lips with his own to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Then he placed his hands on her chest and pressed down hard 30 times. 30 chest compressions, 2 breaths. Zhao Qian continued to repeat the process. However, Despite his efforts, Wang Qianqian's body showed no signs of responding. Alas, such a beauty, what a pity. Zhao Qian sighed as he looked at the alluring Wang Qianqian. But as he looked, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Although he didn't keep a diary, he considered himself not a serious person. When he was bored at night, he would draw the curtains, take some tissues, and secretly watch some movies alone. Now, with such a beautiful celebrity right next to him and no one else around, he couldn't help but have some improper thoughts. Should I take advantage while it's still warm? Slap. As soon as Zhao Qian had this thought, he quickly slapped himself and muttered, "What am I thinking? Even if I'm not a serious person, I can't do something so immoral, it's too shameless." Clearly, in the end, Zhao Qian managed to uphold his moral bottom line. "I can't just let you become a corpse in the wilderness, I might as well bury you." Zhao Qian took another glance at Wang Qianqian's side and picked her up, planning to find a place to dig a hole and bury her. Cough, cough, cough. But just as he took a few steps, Wang Qianqian and his arms suddenly began to cough violently, expelling seawater. The woman who had seemingly lost her breath had come back to life. "Who are you? What do you want? You pervert, let me go." Wang Qianqian, waking up, was frightened to find a man holding her, and she struggled to break free, frantically asking, Zhao Qian, not wanting Wang Qianqian to suspect he was a pervert, could only explain, "I was planning to dig a hole and bury you." Chapter 2. Your chest isn't big, but you think too highly of yourself. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian immediately took Zhao Qian for a bad guy who would assault and then kill her, screaming in terror and repeatedly hitting Zhao Qian in an attempt to break free. Hey, don't move, I can't stand still. To hell with it. I'm not holding you anymore." Although Wang Qianqian was petite and light, her hitting and scratching still angered Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian thought to himself, "I saved you with good intentions and even planned to bury you. Not only are you not grateful, but you also think I'm a pervert. Truly ungrateful. You're unhappy? Then I'm not serving you anymore." In a fit of anger, he released his hands and let go of Wang Qianqian. Fortunately, they were on the beach by the coast, so Wang Qianqian fell onto the sand and wasn't hurt too badly. "You bastard, you're not a man, you bully women." Wang Qianqian, a big star, had never experienced such humiliation before and pointed at Zhao Qian, cursing loudly. "Shut up," Zhao Qian coldly shouted, saying, "First of all, the reason I was going to dig a hole to bury you is that our plane crashed, and we ended up on this island. I thought you were dead, which is why I planned to bury you. Secondly, my name is Zhao Qian, not a rogue, and I never thought of raping you. Thirdly, given the current situation, even if I were to rape and then kill you, do you think anyone would find out? So think carefully, and it's best not to provoke me." After saying this, Zhao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and continued searching for supplies before it got dark. As for Wang Qianqian, after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she stood there in a daze, the scene of the plane crash flashing in her mind. After a moment, she realized she had misunderstood Zhao Qian. If he really wanted to rape and then kill her, he definitely wouldn't have left after scaring her a bit. After all, fresh is better than dead, right? Even if I misunderstood him, just because he yelled at me, he's not a man. Wang Qianqian wanted to stand up and move to the shade of a tree to avoid direct sunlight. But as she tried to get up, she felt a sharp pain in one of her feet and looked down too. See, she had sprained it. This must have happened during the plane crash. She hadn't felt it before when Zhao Qian was carrying her, but now she realized it as she tried to walk. Just then, Zhao Qian found 2 suitcases and was carrying them towards his makeshift shelter. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian could only plead, "Hey, I sprained my foot, can you help me?" Facing her plea, Zhao Qian merely glanced at her and ignored her, walking past as if he didn't see her at all. "Hey, don't go. I'll pay you." Seeing Zhao Qian not responding, Wang Qianqian immediately decided to offer him money to help her. Given our situation, is having 100 million useful? Zhao Qian stopped and looked at Wang Qianqian expressionlessly. This celebrity is quite clever on TV. How can she be so brainless in reality? Her chest isn't even that big. Wang Qianqian froze for a moment, glancing at the desolate island, suddenly realizing that Zhao Qian was right. And no matter how glamorous a person is outside, once they reach a deserted island, they are nothing. The money that everyone rushes to get outside is worth less than a bottle of water here. What do I have to do for you to help me? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with pleading eyes, her big eyes misty, on the verge of tears. She was not acting, she genuinely felt isolated and helpless. Seeing Wang Qianqian about to cry, Zhao Qian's heart softened a bit. After all, he wasn't a steel man, and he couldn't just disregard Wang Qianqian. I'll say it again. My name is not He, it's Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian squatted down in front of Wang Qianqian and gestured for her to climb on his back. Come on. You better not have any ulterior motives. Wang Qianqian warned suspiciously. Huh, your chest isn't that big, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Zhao Qian said bluntly. If you don't get on, I might just leave. Zhao Qian was not willing to waste time talking to Wang Qianqian. He wanted to use the remaining energy. He had to build a safe shelter for himself. Otherwise, if he exhausted too much energy and didn't solve the issues of food, water, and shelter, it would be hard for him to survive in the wilderness. Fine, I'll get on. If it were anyone else, Wang Qianqian might still be able to be willful. But she had seen Zhao Qian's steelman personality. If he said he would leave her, he would definitely do it, and she couldn't afford to be willful. Wang Qianqian struggled to climb onto Zhao Qian's back. Since Zhao Qian still had 2 suitcases to carry, she had to wrap her delicate arms around his neck. At that moment, Zhao Qian's well-trained body came into play. He exerted force with his legs and stood up from the beach, holding 2 suitcases and walking towards his shelter. In fact, Zhao Qian's so-called shelter was just 2 trees a bit farther from the beach. These 2 trees were about 3 meters apart and had trunks as thick as thighs. Zhao Qian took out some clothes from the suitcases, fashioned them into a hammock, and planned to sleep on it at night. Zhao Qian set Wang Qianqian down and noticed that it was almost completely dark, so he stood up to look for some dry firewood to start a fire. However, as soon as he stood up, Wang Qianqian quickly grabbed him, asking, What are you going to do? This was a deserted island, surrounded by darkness with no light. If Zhao Qian left, she would be very scared alone in the dark. I'm going to find firewood to start a fire. Just don't go too far, I'm afraid. Okay, Zhao Qian responded coldly and walked into the woods. He first found some dry branches and then located a palm tree, gathering some soft kindling from the trunk before heading back. While Wang Qianqian was left behind, she suddenly felt an itch on her face after Zhao Qian left. She touched her face and discovered small particles on it. When she pinched one and put it in her mouth, she found it was salty. It's seawater. I must have been submerged in seawater while I was unconscious. Wang Qianqian said in a bit of a panic, I've heard that seawater is very harmful to the skin. I need to wash my face right away, or else. Nowadays, male stars are often overly concerned about their appearance, let alone female stars, some of whom would not hesitate to go under the knife to look beautiful. So for others, being soaked in seawater might be a small issue, but for Wang Qianqian, it felt like a matter of life and death. Fortunately, she quickly found more than 10 half-empty bottles of mineral water and a few unopened bottles. Without hesitation, she opened an unopened bottle and began to wash her face. Splash! As the clean water washed away the salt from her face, Wang Qianqian felt a wave of relief. However, just then, a figure hurried over and snatched the mineral water bottle from Wang Qianqian's hand. Chapter 3. The Steel Straight Man. The person approaching was none other than Zhao Qian, who had just gone out to look for firewood and kindling. He had just begun to walk back when he heard the sound of flowing water, taking advantage of the remaining light before darkness fell. He saw Wang Qianqian actually washing her face with the precious fresh water he had painstakingly collected, using up an entire bottle. Immediately, a surge of anger rose in his heart. What a brainless superstar. Even stranded on a deserted island, she still wasted pure water. Didn't she realize that fresh water was the most important thing on a deserted island? Thus, he strode back to the campsite, snatched the mineral water bottle from Wang Qianqian's hands, drank the remaining water that was almost gone, and then glared at her, saying, You are not welcome here. Please leave. What did I do? Wang Qianqian looked confused, thinking she was just washing her face. Do you realize we are stranded on a deserted island? Zhao Qian asked. I know. Wang Qianqian nodded. Then do you know what is the most important thing on a deserted island? Zhao Qian asked again. I don't know. Wang Qianqian shook her head. In fact, she had a rough idea, but felt embarrassed to admit it given her recent actions. It's fresh water, Zhao Qian said without holding back. You just wasted a whole bottle of water while we still don't know the situation on this island. If we can't find fresh water, that bottle would have been enough for the 2 of us for 2 days. Zhao Qian's words were not an exaggeration. Freshwater resources on deserted islands are scarce, and some islands may not have any fresh water at all. If there is no fresh water, they would have to rely on distilling seawater. But with the containers they currently had, the amount of fresh water they could distill each day would not be enough to sustain 2 people. Of course, if they were lucky enough to encounter rain, they could collect a fair amount of fresh water. However, Zhao Qian did not want to pin their hopes of survival on luck. Okay, why are you being so fierce? I'm a girl. Can't you be a little more lenient with me? Wang Qianqian knew she was wrong, but she refused to back down verbally. Zhao Qian glanced at her and scoffed. Don't you women always talk about feminism? Shouting every day that what men can do, women can do too. If that's the case, why should I be lenient with you? You'll have no water to drink tomorrow. Zhao Qian was too lazy to argue with Wang Qianqian. After saying that, he moved the firewood and kindling he had found back to the campsite. He didn't start the fire immediately. Instead, he first gathered some stones to make a circle before starting to drill wood for fire. When watching survival shows on deserted islands, it seemed easy to start a fire by drilling wood, but the reality was that even Bear Grylls and other survival experts sometimes found it difficult. Zhao Qian had only a few experiences of drilling wood for fire, and those were completed under well-prepared conditions with everything at hand. Given the current situation, he was far from prepared, making the task much more difficult. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhao Qian began to turn the stick quickly, using friction to create sparks at the bottom. However, starting a fire manually was too difficult. There was a burnt smell coming from the stick, and smoke was rising, but there were no sparks. After half an hour of effort, Zhao Qian felt his hands were sore before finally seeing a tiny spark. He quickly transferred the spark to the kindling, carefully cupping it in his hands and gently blowing on it. A large amount of thick smoke began to rise from the kindling, and as the smoke reached a certain point, a flicker of flame emerged. Zhao Qian had no time to feel happy. He hurriedly placed the kindling on the gathered firewood, and only when the firewood began to burn did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, you're amazing. You really managed to start a fire by drilling wood. Wang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly as she looked at the flames. The darkness was frightening, but the flames could drive it away. A campfire could provide a sense of security. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, thinking that this celebrity was really oblivious. He had already told her that they would have no water to drink tomorrow. Yet she seemed completely unconcerned. You should think about what you'll drink tomorrow. Zhao Qian decided to remind her kindly. You aren't really planning to not give me water, are you? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with a pitiful expression and said, I heard there are coconut trees on deserted islands. We could just pick some coconuts. Do you know how tall coconut trees are? Zhao Qian asked while searching through the luggage. I don't know. Wang Qianqian shook her head. Coconut trees are generally about 7 to 8 meters tall, equivalent to 3 stories high. Can you climb that high by yourself? Zhao Qian asked. No. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian. But you're so capable. Can't you climb? I can indeed climb that high, but it's also very dangerous. What if I accidentally fall and get injured? If we both get hurt, we won't be able to survive, Zhao Qian replied honestly. The premise of survival on a deserted island is first to secure fresh water and food to meet the basic needs of survival. If they couldn't solve the issues of fresh water and food while in peak physical condition, it would be even more impossible to do so when weak. However, there was a prerequisite: not putting oneself in danger. There might be coconut trees on the island, but not everyone could climb a 7 or 8 meter tall coconut tree. Unless coconuts fell naturally, it was best to avoid taking risks. If someone got hurt, surviving alone on a deserted island would be even more challenging. Okay, Wang Qianqian pouted, her eyes turning red, feeling wronged and wanting to cry. However, before her tears could fall, she saw Zhao Qian throw some clothes at her, saying, The temperature on the deserted island is very low at night. Cover yourself a bit so you don't catch a cold. Thank you. Wang Qianqian suddenly felt that Zhao Qian wasn't such a steel straight man after all. However, Zhao Qian's thought was that since her ankle was injured, she was already a burden. If she caught a cold, she would be an even bigger burden. He didn't want to have to care for a sick person while trying to survive on a deserted island. No need to thank me. Just keep an eye on the fire. Don't let it go out, Zhao Qian said, putting some clothes over himself and adding, if the fire goes out, you'll be the one to drill wood for fire tomorrow. You want me to stand guard? Wang Qianqian asked incredulously. She was a big star, a woman, and an injured person. It seemed impossible for her to be the one standing guard. Zhao Qian nodded naturally and said, "There are many things to do tomorrow. I need to conserve my energy, and watching the fire is the only thing you can do right now." After saying that, Zhao Qian ignored Wang Qianqian and closed his eyes to rest. Although they were stranded on a deserted island, he quickly fell asleep, knowing that the most important thing for him at that moment was to get good rest. However, just as he fell into a deep sleep, he suddenly heard Wang Qianqian's voice calling for help by his ear. "Zhao Qian, help." Chapter 4. I won't waste my energy on you. Zhao Qian, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and quickly crawled up from the ground, running towards the sound. In the darkness, he saw Wang Qianqian sitting on the ground in terror, her handsome face filled with fear. Zhao Qian asked, "What's going on?" "Body, body," Wang Qianqian stammered, pointing at the grass. "Body?" Zhao Qian was taken aback and looked in the direction Wang Qianqian was pointing. Sure enough, he saw a person crawling in the grass, motionless. However, Zhao Qian wasn't afraid. On the contrary, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. In a situation where they were stranded on a deserted island, the more people there were, the greater the chance of survival. When he reached the so-called body, Zhao Qian began to check it out and found that the body was not dead. There was a faint breath. To his surprise, it was a woman. Zhao Qian carefully turned the woman over, first checking her mouth and nose, and found no signs of drowning. She must have fainted for another reason. How? How is it? Wang Qianqian, a few meters behind Zhao Qian, asked with a tense expression. "She's not dead, still alive, but very weak," Zhao Qian replied briefly and then said, "Let's take her back. Whether she can survive depends on fate. What if she suddenly dies? That would be scary." Otherwise, Wang Qianqian was somewhat reluctant to take the woman back, fearing the psychological burden if she suddenly died. However, Zhao Qian did not wait for Wang Qianqian to finish her sentence and said, "In survival on a deserted island, having one more person means more strength, making it easier to survive." Oh, Wang Qianqian could only step forward to lend a hand. But as she approached and saw the woman's appearance, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyan, it's Xiaoyan." "Who is Xiaoyan?" Zhao Qian frowned and asked, listening to Wang Qianqian's loud exclamation. "Her name is Lu Yun. She's my personal assistant," Wang Qianqian explained. "Let's lift her back." Upon hearing the woman's identity, Zhao Qian was not very interested. The two of them exerted a lot of effort to carry Lu Yun back to the camp, arranging her near the campfire. Perhaps feeling the warmth of the flames, Lu Yun's breathing gradually became stronger, but she remained unconscious. "I didn't know to eat a little less. I'm exhausted," Wang Qianqian complained, stretching her arms. Hearing this, Zhao Qian frowned slightly, feeling displeased with Wang Qianqian's words. In fact, Lu Yun was not very heavy. She was about 1.6 meters tall and weighed around 90 pounds, which was quite slim. It was clear that Wang Qianqian felt the disparity of her celebrity status and the need to take care of her assistant. "Bringing Xiaoyan back has worn me out. Can I rest for a bit?" Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian with a pitiful expression. "Are you asking me to keep watch for you?" Zhao Qian asked. "Well, you're a man," Wang Qianqian nodded. "No." Just as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, Zhao Qian decisively refused her, saying, "We've gone a whole day without food, and our stamina is already declining. If I keep watch, will you go find food tomorrow?" "Aye." Wang Qianqian looked down at her sprained ankle and couldn't say anything. "Don't let the fire go out. Otherwise, even if we find food tomorrow, we'll have to eat it raw," Zhao Qian said, lying down to continue resting. "Steel straight man deserves to be single for a lifetime," Wang Qianqian pouted in anger. In fact, Zhao Qian was not as much of a steel straight man as Wang Qianqian imagined. He appeared so heartless because he understood what was most important for survival on the deserted island. Take their current situation. Although there were 3 of them, Wang Qianqian had sprained her ankle, and Lu Yun was unconscious, leaving only him with full mobility. However, even he, after going a day without food, began to feel his stamina decline. If he didn't rest well, how would he search for food tomorrow? Without food to replenish his strength, his stamina would only get worse, and he would probably lack the energy to find food later. Therefore, he could not afford to be compassionate. This was the only way to survive on the deserted island. The next day, Zhao Qian had a good rest that night. Although his stomach was still very hungry, he had about 80 of his stamina in peak condition. Taking advantage of his current energy level, he had to find food today. Otherwise, even if he rested well tomorrow, his stamina would only be at 50 to 60 of its peak. After getting up, the first thing Zhao Qian did was check the campfire. He didn't want to waste his energy trying to start a fire by friction. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian had taken good care of the fire, and it had not gone out during the night. Next to the fire, Wang Qianqian leaned against a tree, one hand propping up her head, drowsy. "I've rested well. You should rest now." Zhao Qian walked up to Wang Qianqian and spoke in a much gentler tone. "Oh," Wang Qianqian responded, but just as she was about to lie down, she suddenly looked at Zhao Qian warily and asked, "You won't take advantage of me while I'm asleep, will you?" At this moment, Zhao Qian was tearing some clothes into strips, planning to weave a rope to catch prey. Hearing Wang Qianqian's question, Zhao Qian was slightly taken aback, paused his actions for a moment, and then continued working. "You're overthinking it. I won't waste my energy and strength on you." "That's good." Wang Qianqian let out a sigh of relief, but after saying that, she felt something was wrong. If Zhao Qian's words were true, didn't that mean she was unattractive? "What do you mean by that? Am I not pretty? Am I not attractive?" "You are pretty and very attractive to men," Zhao Qian replied honestly. "Then why would you say something like that?" Wang Qianqian asked. "What do you think I should say? That wanting to sleep with you is a form of respect?" Zhao Qian retorted and continued, "Of course, if you insist that I do something for you, that's not impossible, but you have to do it yourself. I need to conserve my strength." "You." Wang Qianqian was so angry that she couldn't find the words to respond and simply said, "Shameless, I'm going to sleep." Faced with the angry Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian did not try to appease her. With the energy he could use to comfort her, he would rather go hunt to ensure his own survival. After some time, Zhao Qian finished weaving the rope from the strips of cloth, stood up, and said, "Take care of your assistant. I'm going to find something to eat." Chapter 5. When being a star means not needing a brain. Zhao Qian, holding the rope he had woven, entered the forest of the deserted island. Generally speaking, there are no large animals on deserted islands, and there are even fewer large carnivores. The simplest reason is that the ecosystem of an island cannot support the survival of large animals. Take the living space of a tiger, for example. If food is abundant, about 30 square kilometers is sufficient. But if food is scarce, as in the case of the Siberian tiger, its living space can even reach 1,000 square kilometers. And how big is an island? Even if the space of the island is enough for a tiger to survive, one must not forget that tigers need to reproduce. If the living space on the deserted island cannot support the reproduction of the population, they will also become extinct. Of course, just because there are no large animals on the deserted island does not mean there are no dangers. Poisonous snakes, poisonous spiders, and some toxic animals are still very dangerous. Rustle, rustle. Zhao Qian struggled to weave through the forest, which was much more difficult than he had imagined. Almost with every step he took, he had to cut through thorns and make a path. Although he was very careful during this process, his hands were still scratched with many small cuts. However, considering that food was more important right now, and he was not a top-tier star, there was no need to care about the small wounds on his hands. Zhao Qian searched in the forest for a long time. What he wanted most was a water source. Fresh water on a deserted island is particularly precious, and a water source can attract many small animals to come and drink. Then he could just set traps near the water source. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to find a water source on the deserted island. After searching for a long time without success, he had to abandon his initial idea and change his approach. He found some paths that might have been crossed by small animals and set up simple traps along the paths. As long as small animals passed by, the traps would be triggered. However, Zhao Qian understood that relying solely on these traps meant a low probability of capturing prey. To prevent himself from going hungry, he had to think of other ways to find food. He could go to the beach to take a look, but before that, he needed to find some branches to weave tools for fishing. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and said, "Indeed, there's a lot of food in the ocean, but that food cannot be caught barehanded. Some tools are necessary." However, in the current situation, he didn't even have a dagger, so making a harpoon was out of the question. He could only rely on branches and cloth strips to make a few simple nets. Just as Zhao Qian was searching for branches, he saw a type of plant that brightened his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Palm trees. One of the plants that are easy to find on deserted islands. have edible hearts that can supplement carbohydrates. Zhao Qian muttered to himself as he walked toward a few palm trees. In the camp, while Wang Qianqian was sound asleep, a faint calling sound suddenly rang in her ears. Water! I want water! Wang Qianqian suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, only to see her assistant Lu Yun calling weakly. Water is here. Wang Qianqian quickly found the water that Zhao Qian had stored, took out half a bottle, and brought it to Lu Yun. She opened the cap and carefully brought the bottle to Lu Yun's mouth, gently feeding her the water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lu Yun, who was originally weak, felt the flow of water like someone who had been thirsty for a long time, grasping the mineral water bottle and drinking eagerly. The half bottle of water decreased visibly, and before long, it was completely finished. After drinking the water, Lu Yun fell back into a coma. Oh no, take it slow. Leave me some. Wang Qianqian looked at the empty mineral water bottle, tilted it upside down, and stuck out her pink tongue to lick the droplets that dripped out, saying with resentment, because she wasted water yesterday, she was forbidden to drink water today as a punishment. She had originally wanted to secretly drink a bit, but when she saw Zhao Qian leave and count the water as if it were treasure, she had to give up the idea of stealing water. Dying of thirst, starving to death. I don't know what Zhao Qian can bring back to eat. Wang Qianqian rubbed her belly, which had started to grumble after a whole day without food. It was only at this moment that she could fully realize that she was now surviving in the wilderness, no longer living in a big city. In the big city, she needed to resist the temptation of food, but on the deserted island, being able to eat even a bite of food was already good enough. Just as Wang Qianqian felt both thirsty and hungry, she saw Zhao Qian emerge from the forest, holding a lot of things in his hands. She originally wanted to rush over, but unfortunately, her sprained ankle still hurt, so she could only wait in the camp for Zhao Qian to return. Did you find anything to eat? Wang Qianqian eagerly asked when Zhao Qian returned. Just these. Zhao Qian handed the palm tree hearts to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian looked at the snow-white palm tree hearts. She had never seen this kind of food before and couldn't help but ask, what is this? It's the heart of a plant, which can provide carbohydrates and can fill your stomach in a critical moment. Zhao Qian said as he took a piece of palm tree heart and bit into it, chewing hard. In fact, the taste of the palm tree heart is not good. It is very bland, and if he weren't so hungry, he definitely wouldn't eat this. Seeing Zhao Qian eating it with relish, Wang Qianqian thought it tasted good too, so she grabbed a piece and took a big bite. However, after chewing a few times, she spat it out with a face full of disgust. What is this taste? It's too terrible. The taste of the palm tree heart is just like that. Zhao Qian said, I don't want to eat this. Is there anything else? Wang Qianqian asked. You need to understand the situation. We are on a deserted island now. Having something to eat is already good enough, and you still want to be picky? Zhao Qian said somewhat speechlessly. If he weren't thinking that Wang Qianqian could still help in the future and that the hope of a group surviving on the deserted island would be greater, he really wouldn't want to deal with this spoiled star. What's wrong with the deserted island? Wang Qianqian said, when I was scrolling through short videos before, I saw some survival videos on deserted islands where people casually caught lobsters, grouper, and king crabs by the sea. We're on the ocean. Catching a fish shouldn't be difficult, right? Hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly remembered those so-called survival videos on deserted islands and thought back to when he scoffed at those videos, wondering how anyone could believe such fake videos. But he never expected that such a person would appear right in front of him, and she was a star. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, being a star, does that mean you don't need a brain? Chapter 6, you were so smart at first. Wang Qianqian didn't understand Zhao Qian's words. Once she comprehended, she angrily asked, what do you mean by that? Who are you saying is brainless? Zhao Qian looked around and asked Wang Qianqian, besides you, the unconscious assistant, do you feel there are any other people around? In other words, who else is there besides you? Wang Qianqian understood this and retorted angrily, you say I'm brainless. Do you have any evidence? If not, are you planning to send me a lawyer's letter for defamation? Zhao Qian interrupted Wang Qianqian, continuing, but before sending a lawyer's letter, you'd better find a lawyer first. Just a second ago, Wang Qianqian was full of bravado, but upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, she deflated immediately. On this deserted island, let alone sending a lawyer's letter. It would be difficult to even find a fourth person, so how could one send a lawyer's letter? Moreover, perhaps due to the frequent issuance of lawyers' letters by celebrities, netizens have become indifferent to them, especially recently when a male celebrity committed a crime. He also claimed he would send a lawyer's letter at the beginning of the incident and vowed that if he made a mistake, he would go to jail himself. The result, he ended up going to jail. Although he was a bit scummy, his commitment was quite admirable. I'm not brainless, Wang Qianqian protested weakly. Why don't you try go to the beach and see if you can catch some lobsters and king crabs? Zhao Qian teased. Don't be smug. If it weren't for my injured foot, I could definitely catch lobsters and king crabs, Wang Qianqian said, clenching her fists. Zhao Qian was speechless when he heard Wang Qianqian was still thinking about catching lobsters and king crabs. After saying so much, this brainless celebrity still didn't understand that the short videos she watched were fake. Sigh. Zhao Qian sighed and said, king crabs belong to deep-sea crabs, usually found at depths of about 850 meters. Even during high tide, they wouldn't be washed ashore. Besides, if king crabs were that easy to find, would you still think one would be so expensive? 850 meters deep. Wang Qianqian was somewhat lacking in knowledge, but was not stupid. She still had some common sense. Therefore, when she heard that king crabs lived at a depth of 850 meters, she realized those short videos were fake. Wang Qianqian stammered for a moment, feeling embarrassed, and said, thank you. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. No need for thanks. I have my own selfish reasons for helping you. Zhao Qian waved his hand lightly and said, in survival on a deserted island, having one more person means one more chance. I'm worried that if you watch those stupid short videos, you might end up getting yourself killed, and then there would be one less person. We're in this together. Can't you say it in a nicer way? Wang Qianqian pouted and said, somewhat aggrieved. Do you want me to tell the truth or lie? If your truth only brings me down, I'd rather you lie. Lies? Zhao Qian was taken aback and said seriously, you're really smart. Wang Qianqian was so angry that she couldn't speak and bit down hard on a palm heart. Although the taste of the palm heart was quite bland, it was enough to fill her stomach. After eating 2 palm hearts, Wang Qianqian felt less hungry. Just then, Lu Yun, who had been in a coma, suddenly started coughing violently and then slowly opened her eyes. Xiaoyan, great. You're finally awake. Wang Qianqian rushed over to help Lu Yun sit up. Lu Yun was still in a daze. Her head was a mess, and she covered her head, asking, Qianqian, where is this place? Our plane had an accident, and we ended up on a deserted island. Wang Qianqian's expression dimmed a bit as she continued, but fortunately, both of us are fine. Plane crash, deserted island. After hearing Wang Qianqian's words, Lu Yun was stunned, taking a long time to respond. What surprised Zhao Qian was that he originally thought Lu Yun, who looked timid, would panic, but instead, she just stared blankly for a moment and then accepted the reality. It seemed that this seemingly weak girl was very strong inside. Xiaoyan, do you think someone will come to rescue us? Wang Qianqian asked. Under normal circumstances, if a plane goes missing for a few hours, the airline will arrange for rescue. Lu Yun had a much better grasp of basic knowledge than Wang Qianqian. Today is already the 2nd day since the plane crash, which means the rescue team should be able to find us soon. Wang Qianqian counted on her fingers, her face filled with joy. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun were left speechless. Lu Yun was merely stating the airline's operational procedures, but that didn't necessarily mean the airline would find them within a week. Many crashed planes were located years later, and even those that didn't take so long often took dozens of days. Yet Wang Qianqian was fantasizing about the rescue team finding them quickly. Zhao Qian didn't bother explaining and looked at Lu Yun, saying, since you're awake, you need to start working. How can you be so inhumane? Xiaoyan just woke up, and you're making her work. Wang Qianqian interjected before Lu Yun could speak. We have this much fresh water left, and now it needs to be shared by 3 people. How long do you think we can last? Zhao Qian replied calmly. The rescue team will come soon. We won't have to hold on for too long before we are rescued, Wang Qianqian said. Are you so sure the rescue team will find us before we die of thirst? Zhao Qian asked again. Wang Qianqian suddenly lost her confidence because she wasn't sure when the rescue team would find them. Sir, Qianqian doesn't mean that. Whatever work you have, just assign it to us, Lu Yun quickly said when she saw Wang Qianqian rendered speechless. Zhao Qian was straightforward, saying, before the rescue team arrives. We need to think about how to survive on this deserted island. Your tasks are twofold. One is to find fresh water, and the other is to look for materials to build shelters. If time permits, you can also form an SOS signal in an open area on the beach. We have so much work to do. Wang Qianqian started complaining again. What are you going to do? My job is just one, to ensure we don't starve to death. Zhao Qian said, glancing at Wang Qianqian with a playful expression. Of course, if you can catch lobsters and king crabs, I can do your work. Damn it. I'm so annoyed. Wang Qianqian realized that Zhao Qian was mocking her, and she impatiently shouted. Chapter 7, A Bountiful Dinner. Zhao Qian briefly replenished his energy, avoiding the hottest midday sun. When the afternoon sun was less scorching, he began to continue searching for food. Although the heart of the palm tree could alleviate hunger, it was only a temporary solution. Humans would lack protein if they did not eat meat for a long time, leading to fatigue and bodily swelling. Once this situation arose, it would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Therefore, his task for the afternoon was to find something to supplement their protein intake. Don't forget the task I assigned you. Zhao Qian reminded Wang Qianqian as he left, worried that she might not take it seriously. Got it. Wang Qianqian pouted, her face full of grievances, muttering softly. He's really not a man. There are two of us women, one injured and the other just waking up from the gates of hell. How can he bear to make us work? Zhao Qian naturally heard Wang Qianqian's complaints, but he ignored the spoiled star. The priority now was survival, and whether his actions were appropriate was no longer important. After all, if they did not survive, they would only be found later as 3 skeletons, and no one would care whether they were male or female in life. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian re-entered the forest. He first checked the traps he had set, only to find that, after inspecting all of them, there was not even a single trigger, let alone any prey. With no other choice, he had to resort to his backup plan of finding branches and vines to weave fishing tools. Compared to other wilderness environments, one of the advantages of a deserted island was that obtaining food was somewhat easier. Soon, Zhao Qian found some branches and vines, the basic materials for making fishing tools. With these items, he just needed to weave them together. Weaving fishing tools was not a simple task. He first had to conceive the structure of the tool in his mind, and also needed some weaving skills. Fortunately, as a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian possessed both. Let's weave a tool based on the structure of a fish trap. Zhao Qian drew a simple structural diagram on the ground and began to weave step by step. The fish trap structure was very suitable for fishing. It consisted of a funnel-like passage and a tightly sealed cage. The entrance to the passage was large, while the exit was narrow. Once fish, shrimp, or crabs entered, it was nearly impossible for them to escape. The entire weaving process was quite troublesome. Even though Zhao Qian had this knowledge, it took several hours to complete the fishing tool. Gurgle. Just after finishing the fishing tool, Zhao Qian's stomach growled. It had been 2 days, and apart from the heart of the palm tree, he had hardly eaten anything. He was starving. Rubbing his belly, Zhao Qian said with a wry smile, I understand that if I don't eat something soon, my strength will drop significantly and survival will become even more difficult. He continued, although the fishing tool is ready, it will be dark soon, so I can only fish tomorrow. Right now, the most important thing is to replenish my energy. I'll check the traps to see if there is any prey. If not, I'll have to rely on the palm tree heart again. With that thought, he tossed the woven fishing tool on the ground and went to check his traps. The first trap had no prey. The second trap had no prey. The third trap still had no prey. He had set 4 traps in total, and after checking the first 3, he found nothing. Just when he had lost all hope and arrived at the 4th trap, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound. There was prey. Zhao Qian's frustration vanished, and he quickly walked over to check. He saw a gray figure caught in the trap he had set. It was a mouse about 10 centimeters long, and perhaps Zhao Qian's arrival made it feel threatened, as it kept squeaking and struggling madly. However, its strength was too small to escape. Hey, don't be afraid. I'll eat you tonight, Zhao Qian chuckled, and then he stepped down, stunning the mouse. The reason he didn't grab it directly was that he was worried it might bite him in resistance. He couldn't guarantee whether the mouse carried any viruses, so the safest method was to use his foot. Zhao Qian picked up the mouse, weighed it in his hand, and sighed, this is too small. Even if there are 3 of us, it wouldn't be enough. let alone just me. After removing the internal organs and fur, the edible part was less than a chicken leg, making it impossible to fill his stomach with just this mouse. While it was still not completely dark, he decided to gather more palm tree hearts. Zhao Qian said, and headed towards the area where the palm trees were located. However, halfway there, he saw a fallen dead tree and froze for a few seconds, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For others, this dead tree was just a dead tree, but for him, it was a rich source of protein. Realizing this, he picked up a stone from the ground, quickly walked to the dead tree, and struck it hard. With a loud thud, the decayed bark of the dead tree was smashed away. Zhao Qian quickly reached out to feel, and soon a smile appeared on his face, as he found a burst worm in his hand. The burst worm is not its scientific name. It became famous because Bear Grylls ate one raw on a show. The iconic moment was when Bear Grylls bit into the worm, and its insides burst out. In fact, the burst worm is the larva of a longhorn beetle, and it is perfectly edible with a rich protein content, making it a great wilderness food. Back then, he had even bought these worms to train his wilderness survival skills. Of course, he didn't eat them raw but cleaned them and fried them. They were crispy and tasted quite good. Gurgle. Just thinking about it made his stomach growl again. Looking at the plump, wriggling burst worm in his hand, he suddenly had an urge to eat it. However, just as the burst worm was about to enter his mouth, he stopped, feeling guilty. How can I be so selfish? Good things should be shared with everyone. I can't eat it all myself. Saying this, he put the burst worm away and continued searching the dead tree for more burst worms. Perhaps due to the lack of human interference, there were many burst worms on the dead tree. In a short while, he dug out dozens of burst worms. Looking at the dozens of burst worms, Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile. He felt that tonight, there would be a bountiful dinner. Chapter 8 Crunchy, what's taking so long? I'm starving. In the camp, Wang Qianqian was by the fire, her stomach grumbling uncontrollably, feeling weak all over. She was both thirsty and hungry now, not wanting to move at all. She finally understood why Zhao Qian always emphasized conserving energy. Finding food on a deserted island was incredibly difficult. When she searched for a water source and building materials in the afternoon, she specifically looked for anything edible but found nothing. Qianqian, drink some water. Lu Yin twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian stared at the mineral water, swallowing hard, and hesitated before shaking her head. Forget it. That guy has sealed these bottles tightly. He would notice if I drank even a little. Lu Yin said, it's okay. I figured out how to get fresh water, so we can ensure there's enough for the three of us. Xiaoyan, you're amazing. Wang Qianqian said excitedly as she took the mineral water and gulped it down. Perhaps due to being thirsty all day, she finished the whole bottle in one go, not leaving a drop behind. After drinking, she said, this water is really good. That's because you were thirsty. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice came from the darkness. Wang Qianqian was startled and instinctively hid the empty mineral water bottle behind her, fearing Zhao Qian would find out. Don't hide it, I saw it just now. Zhao Qian walked out of the darkness, glanced at Wang Qianqian, and said, I'm punishing you by not allowing you to drink water for a day. The purpose is to make you cherish fresh water. It seems it's worked, so you're allowed to drink. Humph. Wang Qianqian snorted, unconvinced. Zhao Qian smiled and said nothing, throwing a bundle made of clothes on the ground. You're all hungry, right? There's food inside that we found today. Get it ready, and you can eat. Food. Wang Qianqian was already so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back. Upon hearing there was food, she rushed forward to open the bundle. At this moment, she would eat anything, even the heart of a palm tree, without hesitation. What is this? It was soft and wriggling, due to the dim firelight. Wang Qianqian couldn't see what was in the bundle clearly, and reached in to grab it. The next second, when she saw that it was a plump, white worm wriggling in her hand, her excited expression turned into visible horror. Wang Qianqian screamed in terror, throwing the exploding worm away and backing off far. Zhao Qian, you bastard, is this the food you found? What else? Zhao Qian walked over, picked up the exploding worm, and said, it's a longhorn beetle larva, rich in protein, several times more than beef. Wang Qianqian interrupted Zhao Qian's science lesson, saying firmly, even if I starve to death, I will absolutely not eat worms. Hearing this, Zhao Qian took out the mouse he had caught and said, If you want to eat worms, you'll have to eat this. Its nutritional value isn't bad either. Wang Qianqian looked at the mouse. Her eyes filled not only with fear, but also disgust. She shouted at Zhao Qian, "Can't you find something normal to eat? It's either worms or mice. How can I eat this? If you don't eat, then starve." Zhao Qian frowned in dissatisfaction. He had thought about sharing good food with Wang Qianqian, but he didn't expect her to be so ungrateful, saying that the food he found was abnormal. Since that's the case, then just starve. I want to pamper you. Saying this, he began to process the mouse and the exploding worm. In fact, only the mouse needed processing. The exploding worms fed on wood were very clean inside and didn't need washing. They could be skewered directly with branches and roasted over the fire. "I'll help you." At this moment, Lu Yun stepped forward, voluntarily taking on the task of skewering the exploding worms. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "I am." Lu Yun's hands trembled as she held the exploding worms, trying to steady her emotions. "But given our situation, having these food items is already good. If we don't eat, we'll just be hungry. You're much better than some people." She still doesn't recognize the situation. Zhao Qian said this while intentionally looking at Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian glared back fiercely, wanting to retort, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Under normal circumstances, most people wouldn't be able to eat these things, so it was normal for Qianqian not to eat. Lu Yun spoke a word for Wang Qianqian, then curiously looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "On the contrary, it's surprising that you know so many wilderness survival skills and knowledge." "I'm a wilderness survival enthusiast," Zhao Qian explained with a smile. Compared to Wang Qianqian's brainlessness, he preferred chatting with Lu Yun. Thus, the two of them processed the ingredients while chatting. During this process, the first roasted exploding worm was ready, emitting an enticing aroma, which was a deadly temptation for the three starving individuals. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, and for once showed gentlemanly manners, picking up the roasted exploding worm and handing it to Lu Yun. "This one is ready. You can have it first." "Thank you." Lu Yun hesitated, thanked Zhao Qian, and took the roasted exploding worm. However, she didn't eat it herself but walked over to Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you eat first. I want to eat." Wang Qianqian shook her head. Although she was very hungry and somewhat attracted by the aroma of the exploding worm, when she looked at the roasted exploding worm, she couldn't overcome her mental barrier. Just thinking about eating a worm gave her goosebumps all over. Gurgle, just as she refused, her stomach betrayed her and growled loudly. No matter how much she rejected it in her mind, she couldn't control her body's instincts. Seeing this, Lu Yun wanted to persuade her again, but after thinking about it, she swallowed her words. Based on her understanding of Wang Qianqian, her persuasion would likely have no effect and might even provoke a rebellious reaction. After hesitating for a moment, she stuck the roasted exploding worm into the ground in front of Wang Qianqian and returned to the fire. "I'll give you another one." Zhao Qian initially wanted to say, "Why do you care about her? Let her starve a few meals." And she wouldn't be so picky. But considering it was someone else's business, he didn't express his opinion, but instead handed another exploding worm over. "Thank you." Lu Yun thanked him again, took the exploding worm, but didn't eat it directly. Zhao Qian understood that even if the other party acted nonchalant, she still couldn't immediately adapt to eating worms. So he took a roasted exploding worm and unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The exploding worm made a crunchy sound as it was chewed. The sound of the skin being charred. "Crunchy and tastes pretty good. You guys hurry up and eat," Zhao Qian said, showing a delicious expression to the two. Chapter 9. My education is higher than yours in fact. Zhao Qian lied. The bursting worms are not delicious. It's easy to understand that without any seasoning, not even salt, bursting worms cannot possibly taste good. However, to avoid making Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun feel repulsed, he had to say so. Crack. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yun overcame her psychological fear and stuffed a bursting worm into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she said to Wang Qianqian, "Qianqian, it actually tastes pretty good. You should try some." Seeing the two of them enjoying their food, Wang Qianqian felt increasingly hungry, as if a voice in her head kept telling her to eat the bursting worm in front of her. Eventually, after a long hesitation, She mustered the courage to take the bursting worm in her hand. She wanted to remain stubborn, but after 2 days of only eating the inedible palm heart, she was just too hungry. Crack! Wang Qianqian closed her eyes and stuffed the bursting worm into her mouth, biting down hard. Due to it being cooked, there was no bursting effect, only the crispy outer skin and the soft, glutinous insides of the bursting worm. How should I put it? It wasn't as delicious as Zhao Qian and Lu Yun made it out to be, but it wasn't as bad as she had imagined either, just barely acceptable. Seeing this, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both smiled, and after Wang Qianqian finished one bursting worm, they handed her another. This time, Wang Qianqian didn't refuse and grabbed the bursting worm to eat, looking quite starved. Seeing that Wang Qianqian had succumbed to the irresistible taste, Zhao Qian didn't mock her, but instead asked, "How did your search for water sources and building materials go today?" Upon hearing the question, Wang Qianqian pretended not to hear and just kept her head down, eating. They hadn't completed any of the tasks Zhao Qian assigned. They hadn't found water sources or materials for building a house. We didn't find a water source, but I have a way to obtain fresh water from seawater. Enough for the 3 of us to drink, Lu Yun replied. Not only that, but I can also extract sea salt. Although it can't compare to the salt we used to eat, it's still fine for long-term use. How do you extract fresh water from seawater? By relying on distillation? Zhao Qian asked. Well, just relying on distillation won't yield enough fresh water for the 3 of us, Lu Yun explained. As a wilderness survival enthusiast, Zhao Qian knew that evaporating seawater to obtain fresh water was a method, but it was too inefficient. It would be great to get a cup of fresh water a day, which wouldn't be enough for their needs. Using traditional distillation methods won't yield enough fresh water, but what I mean is to obtain water vapor by boiling water. Lu Yun shared her idea. After listening, Zhao Qian roughly understood Lu Yun's method. The traditional method of obtaining fresh water from seawater involves using sunlight to evaporate the seawater and then collecting the water vapor to obtain fresh water. Lu Yun's method, however, speeds up the evaporation process through artificial intervention, which greatly increases the rate of obtaining fresh water. This is a good method. It can indeed solve our drinking water problem. Zhao Qian agreed with Lu Yun's approach. Lu Yun continued, after the seawater evaporates, what's left is sea salt. Zhao Qian reminded her, boiling seawater directly will yield coarse salt. It's fine for short-term consumption, but not healthy for long-term use. Although seawater is rich in salt, it also contains many harmful elements for the human body. This is why almost no one directly consumes coarse salt made from boiled seawater. Edible sea salt is all refined through industrial processes that remove harmful elements. Moreover, ever since a certain country began dumping nuclear waste into the ocean, whether sea salt is safe to eat is another issue. Don't worry about that. I have a way to purify sea salt, Lu Yun confidently stated. You can purify sea salt? Zhao Qian was quite surprised, as even he couldn't do that. After all, a deserted island is just one of many wilderness environments. He mainly wanted to survive in snow-capped mountains, deserts, and forests, and didn't study island survival much. Lu Yun, on the other hand, graduated from Peking University, and purifying coarse salt is a piece of cake for her. Seeing Zhao Qian surprised by her assistant, Wang Qianqian immediately boasted, Peking University. Zhao Qian couldn't help but take another look at Lu Yun. Anyone who could get into Peking University was definitely a top student. Impressive, right? Wang Qianqian asked with pride. Impressive. Zhao Qian nodded and looked at the boastful Wang Qianqian, asking, your assistant is a Peking University graduate, so your education level must be quite high too. Go ahead, tell me. Let me admire you. Me? Wang Qianqian, who had been boasting just a second ago, suddenly wilted, stammering and unable to speak. It was Lu Yun who explained, Qianqian has dreamed of being a star since she was young, and she has worked hard for it. So her academic performance hasn't been as outstanding. After hearing such an official explanation, Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood, playfully asking, undergraduate? Wang Qianqian didn't say anything. Associate degree? Wang Qianqian still didn't respond. High school? Wang Qianqian remained silent. You're not like Zhao Ye, are you? Zhao Qian suddenly thought of a possibility. Wang Qianqian finally nodded. Sure enough, being a star doesn't require brains. Zhao Qian sighed. In fact, He had always looked down on today as traffic stars, feeling that most of them were just packaged products with no real talent or knowledge. This is precisely why many traffic stars face scandals, whether it's tax evasion, surrogacy, drug use. There's nothing their fans can't imagine that they haven't done. Even Wang Qianqian, who had previously left a good impression on him, turned out to be just a pretty face, lacking basic common sense. Wang Qianqian wanted to retort, but considering her educational background, she could only ask back. From your tone, your education level must be quite high. Go ahead, let me admire you. Zhao Qian glanced disdainfully at Wang Qianqian and said, compared to me, you're just humiliating yourself. I have received higher education. Wang Qianqian's heart sank as she asked, you're not from a 985 or 211 school, are you? Zhao Qian shook his head, saying, I graduated from the 3rd high school of Jinghai City. 3rd high school? Wang Qianqian was confused and didn't understand at first. Seeing this, Lu Yun reminded her, the 3rd high school is a high school. Wang Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. You're just a high school student. How dare you look down on me? Zhao Qian replied, I'm a high school student. You're a middle school student. My education is higher than yours. Wang Qianqian wanted to refute, but found no excuse. She never imagined that as a big star, she would one day be looked down upon by a high school student. Chapter 10: The Evil of Human Nature. When Zhao Qian noticed that Wang Qianqian had fallen silent, he didn't press the advantage, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Yun and asked, the issue of drinking water has been resolved, but do you have any leads on materials for building shelters? Lu Yun shook her head and said, no. We've searched a large area and haven't found suitable materials for constructing shelters. Xiaoyan, are you mistaken? Wang Qianqian, who had just been sulking, spoke up after hearing Lu Yun's words. When we were searching this afternoon, didn't we see a lot of trees? Those trees can be used to build shelters. Those trees can't be used as materials. Lu Yun shook her head. Why not? Wang Qianqian was initially confused, then suddenly realized, are you worried about harming the environment? That is indeed a problem. Last time a film crew shot here, they forgot to clean up the trash and were criticized online for half a month. If I harm the environment, I'd be scolded to death. Wang Qianqian felt more and more confident that she had guessed correctly. That's right, exactly. Your brain is a good thing, but unfortunately, you don't have one. Zhao Qian threw a bursting insect into his mouth and said while eating, we've been stranded on a desert island. Whether we can survive is one thing. Do you really think anyone will care if we harm the environment? Wang Qianqian angrily asked. If it's not an environmental issue, then what is the reason? Zhao Qian replied, the fundamental reason is that we don't have the tools to cut down trees. If we were in a city, it would be easy to chop down trees. Just go to the store and buy an axe or a chainsaw. There are too many tools to choose from. But now we're on a desert island. We don't even have a fruit knife, let alone an axe or a chainsaw. It's almost impossible to chop down trees in this situation. That's why he had asked Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to look for materials to build shelters instead of directly chopping down trees. Is there really no way? After understanding the reason, Wang Qianqian looked at Lu Yun. I don't know much about wilderness survival. I can't help in this situation. Lu Yun slightly shook her head. What about you? Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian again. I can think of 3 methods. Zhao Qian's frown slowly relaxed as he detailed. The first method is that we can use fire to burn those trees, turning them into sections. This method we can do right now. But the only problem is if we can't control the flames, it could lead to a forest fire. The second method is to find suitable stones to grind into stone tools to chop down trees. However, stone tools are easily damaged, so we need to grind a lot of them. Thus, it will take a longer time to build a shelter. The third method is to look for the wreckage of the plane. There must be metal in the wreckage. As long as we find this metal, we can grind it into logging tools. The problem is that we don't know where the wreckage is, and we might end up going in circles for a long time without success. Of the 3 methods he thought of, the first was the most dangerous. Any slight misstep could lead to an irretrievable disaster. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't consider it at all. As for the other 2 methods, he leaned toward finding stones and grinding stone tools. Although stone tools were far inferior to metal in every aspect, the materials were easier to obtain. As long as they found a suitable stone, there would be a whole area full of such stones that could continuously provide them. Searching for plane wreckage depended on luck. If the wreckage was on the desert island, they still had a chance to find it. If it was in the ocean, they would never find it in their lifetime. Which of these three methods do you want to choose? Lu Yin asked. The second method, grinding stone tools. Zhao Qian explained. The first method is too dangerous. And the third method relies on luck. Well, I also agree with the second method. Lu Yin nodded. Ha ha. At this moment, Wang Qianqian suddenly burst into laughter and said, I think we shouldn't complicate things. Didn't you say that rescue would come in a couple of days? We could just wait quietly for rescue. Even though they had already been on the desert island for 2 days, Wang Qianqian still believed that rescue would come soon. Looking at the naive Wang Qianqian, Zhao Qian did not reveal the truth because he knew that if he spoke the reality, Wang Qianqian might collapse. In dire situations, it was best for people to maintain an optimistic mindset. This would help them live longer. I'm full. Zhao Qian felt a bit tired, stood up from the fire, picked some clothes to use as bedding for the night, and found a quiet place to sleep. After Zhao Qian left, Wang Qianqian made a face of disdain and then looked at Lu Yun with a resentful expression, asking Xiaoyan, why didn't you help me when Zhao Qian looked down on my education? Lu Yun replied softly, Qianqian, it's not that I didn't help you. It's that I couldn't help you. Why? Wang Qianqian asked, confused. Lu Yun didn't answer immediately. She glanced in Zhao Qian's direction and said, we're lost on this desert island. We can't survive relying just on the two of us. We can only survive by staying close to Zhao Qian. Wang Qianqian asked defiantly, he's just a straight man. Why can't we live without him? Lu Yun asked, let's not mention anything else. Without him, could we find food? Well, Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment and slowly shook her head, although she was unwilling in her heart. She had to admit that she and Lu Yun didn't know how to find food on the desert island. There are also other dangers on the desert island. With him here, he will protect us in dangerous situations, Lu Yun said. But I don't like him. He always confronts me. I've never suffered such grievances. Wang Qianqian clenched her pink fist and pouted. He's actually quite good. How is he good? We're in the wilderness, with no order at all. The evil in human nature will be magnified here, and even small evil thoughts will be amplified. What do you mean? You're so pretty and a big star. Do you think men won't have thoughts about you? As soon as these words came out, Wang Qianqian's face changed drastically as she understood the implication of Lu Yun's words. To be clear, even in human society, some lowly people use various excuses to approach you, and some even mark a price for you to spend the night with them. Fortunately, there are laws to restrain them. Those people don't dare to be forceful, so I can escape danger each time. But on the desert island, there are no restraints. If Zhao Qian has even a slight evil thought, it will be magnified infinitely and could eventually lead to action. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian was terrified and asked Xiaoyan, am I in great danger because I'm so pretty? You're overthinking it. Lu Yun comforted her. Based on my observations, Zhao Qian is not interested in women with dull brains. Then I can relax. Wang Qianqian first breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized, wait, Xiaoyan, are you saying I'm not smart? Look at my dragon claw hand. Accept my punishment. Chapter 11, No Self-Awareness in the Early Morning. The sun slowly rose from the surface of the sea, its dazzling rays shining down on the earth, illuminating Zhao Qian's face. Feeling the piercing sunlight, Zhao Qian instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, which were still heavy with sleep, and after sitting up, he stretched lazily. After a night of rest, he had fully recovered to his best state, marking the first step towards surviving on the deserted island. Surviving on a deserted island is most challenging in the first few days. As long as they can get through the initial days, they should be able to survive for a long time on the island, as long as no unexpected events occur. Wow! At that moment, Zhao Qian heard Wang Qianqian's surprised voice, Xiaoyan, you are amazing. You actually managed to get fresh water from seawater. Fresh water. Zhao Qian, who had still been somewhat sleepy, instantly woke up and crawled out of his bed, running towards the direction of the voice. Fresh water is the most crucial element for survival on a deserted island. Being able to solve the fresh water issue is equivalent to resolving the biggest problem of surviving on the island. When Zhao Qian arrived behind the two, he saw Lu Yun using a straw to connect 2 empty mineral water bottles, creating a simple distiller. The principle of the distiller is quite simple. One empty bottle is responsible for evaporating seawater into water vapor, which then travels through the straw into the other empty bottle. After condensation, the water vapor turns into droplets, which continuously gather at the bottom of the bottle, providing drinkable, fresh water. This is just a very basic principle. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Lu Yun paused for a moment and continued. Moreover, this distiller is only a temporary solution. We can't rely on it for fresh water indefinitely. Why? Wang Qianqian tilted her head and asked. Zhao Qian explained, plastic releases toxic substances when heated above 90 degrees. A couple of times may not harm a body, but long-term use would be a problem. Wang Qianqian was startled by his sudden voice and rolled her eyes at him when she turned around, but she didn't respond. However, Zhao Qian's attention was not on Wang Qianqian. His gaze was fixed on the distiller, increasingly feeling that rescuing Lu Yun was a wise decision. Although he had extensive wilderness survival knowledge, he lacked knowledge in other areas. If it were him, he might not have thought of this method to obtain fresh water. Knowledge is power. This saying is often true. How much fresh water can we get in a day? Zhao Qian asked, voicing his most concerned question. Unclear. Lu Yun shook her head and explained, this is my first time making something like this, so I don't know how much fresh water we can get daily, but it should be enough for us to drink. That's enough. Zhao Qian's requirements were not high. As long as they could ensure fresh drinking water for the three of them, he would be satisfied. Moreover, they still needed to search for fresh water sources. Obtaining fresh water from seawater was merely a transitional solution. After appreciating the distiller, Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun and said, a new day has begun. Let me assign some tasks. Lu Yun, you'll be in charge of fresh water and salt. Okay. Lu Yun nodded gently. Zhao Qian turned to Wang Qianqian and said, your task is the same as yesterday, to find a water source and materials to build a shelter. Wang Qianqian protested. This kind of task doesn't suit me. My leg isn't fully healed yet. She was unwilling to continue yesterday's task. There were no paths on the island. She needed to push through thorns and branches to move around, and her body was scratched in multiple places by twigs. Furthermore, without sunscreen, being directly exposed to the sun would damage her skin, making it harder for her to continue in the entertainment industry. What else can you do besides finding a water source and building materials? Zhao Qian asked. Wang Qianqian pointed at the distiller and smiled. I think this suits me. I can do this. Zhao Qian bluntly replied, you might as well give up. Fresh water and salt are essential for our survival on the island. Do you really think I would entrust such an important task to you? To be honest, you would rather believe that the national football team could become #1 in the world than trust Wang Qianqian to do this job well. This task was extremely important. If something went wrong, they would lose fresh water and salt, directly affecting their survival. Wang Qianqian had no self-awareness at all. Instead, she complained to Zhao Qian. You have a bias against me, and I'm more reliable than you. Yesterday, you were in charge of finding food, and what you brought back was either bugs or rats. Is that considered food? It's a miracle I didn't starve to death. Zhao Qian muttered in his heart. If I remember correctly, you also ate quite a bit of those bugs and rats yesterday. You swallow them down, and you say it's not food? Wang Qianqian's face turned red, and she stammered, I was just hungry. Anyway, what you brought back wasn't food. Seeing that Wang Qianqian was being unreasonable, Zhao Qian didn't want to argue with her, but couldn't let her be idle either. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? You do your tasks well today, and I'll bring you back some fish. Wang Qianqian looked skeptical and asked, you can catch fish? Zhao Qian nodded. I made a fishing tool yesterday. I should be able to catch some fish. Wang Qianqian said, do you think I'm stupid? When you came back yesterday, you didn't have any fishing tools on you. Zhao Qian replied, the fishing tools are too heavy. Of course, I left them behind. Bringing them back would be too tiring. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's eyes rolled around a few times, and then, as if energized, she said, you keep telling Xiaoyun and me to be careful, but the one being most careless is you. How can you leave such an important tool outside? What if it gets stolen? Earlier, I wasted fresh water washing my face, and you punished me. You said fresh water is vital for our survival. So now, because of your carelessness, our fishing tools might get stolen, which also relates to our survival. Don't you think you should also be punished? Zhao Qian understood what Wang Qianqian meant, and he was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, not stopping for a long time. What are you laughing at? Wang Qianqian was very displeased. She felt Zhao Qian was trying to weasel out of responsibility. I used to suspect that being a star doesn't require brains. And now your words have completely confirmed it. Being a star really doesn't require brains. Zhao Qian laughed until tears came out. You say I have no brains. Did I say anything wrong? Wang Qianqian clenched her fists, wishing she could beat Zhao Qian up. Qianqian. Lu Yun, who had been silent, gently pulled Wang Qianqian and whispered, "We are on a deserted island now. There are only the three of us. Even if the fishing tools are left outside, they can't possibly be stolen." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's expression instantly froze, and she felt like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Chapter 12. Fishing, slow down, wait for me. In the woods of the deserted island, Wang Qianqian shouted in dissatisfaction as she looked at Zhao Qian, who was already more than 10 meters ahead of her. Zhao Qian, walking in front, observed the movements around the woods while saying, "We have a heavy task ahead of us. We need to look for food, water sources, and materials to build shelter. We can't slow down." Since he disagreed with Wang Qianqian staying at the campsite, she insisted on him accompanying her, using the excuse that it was too dangerous for a girl to be alone on the deserted island. Thus, Zhao Qian, who was originally only responsible for finding food, had additional tasks of searching for water and building materials. "I got it," Wang Qianqian said with a hint of resentment, quickening her pace to catch up with Zhao Qian. "What are we going to do next?" Zhao Qian replied, "First, let's check if the traps I set caught anything. Then we'll go catch some explosive maggots." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Didn't you say we wouldn't eat explosive maggots at night?" Last night, she was so hungry that she couldn't help but eat some explosive maggots. But after eating her fill, she felt nauseous and regretted it all night. "This time, we won't be eating the explosive maggots," Zhao Qian explained. "We'll use them as bait when we go fishing later." "That sounds better," Wang Qianqian sighed in relief. Zhao Qian then led her to check the traps he had set. All 4 traps had been triggered, but unfortunately, they hadn't caught any prey. After resetting the traps, the two found a fallen dead tree in the forest, smashed open its hard outer shell, and began searching for explosive maggots. Because there was no human interference, the number of explosive maggots, which were pests, was quite high. In no time, Zhao Qian found more than 10 explosive maggots in the dead tree. Seeing the plump, wriggling explosive maggots made Wang Qianqian's stomach churn, and she regretted eating them again. Zhao Qian noticed her discomfort, but chose not to console her. They were on a deserted island, and survival was the most important thing. If she couldn't even overcome eating bugs, she wouldn't be able to survive. He needed to make her face the reality quickly. Besides, compared to Bear Grylls' show, their current situation was already quite good. He remembered an episode where Bear Grylls extracted water from elephant dung, and another where he performed an enema on himself. Not making her drink urine or eat maggots was already quite generous. After collecting enough explosive maggots, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to the location where they had made fishing tools yesterday. "Can this thing really catch fish?" Wang Qianqian looked at the oddly shaped fishing tool, not believing it could catch anything. "I don't know if it can catch fish, but it's more reliable than picking up king crabs by the seaside. Don't you think?" Zhao Qian replied. "I think you'll drown while fishing," Wang Qianqian said, displeased that Zhao Qian was mocking her again. "With you saying that, I don't even want to go fishing anymore. Forget it. Let's just dig for explosive maggots to eat." Zhao Qian threw down the fishing tool and turned to leave. This made Wang Qianqian anxious. Zhao Qian might not care what they ate, but she did. Just the thought of eating explosive maggots made her stomach uneasy. If she had to continue eating them, she would rather starve. Thinking this, she grabbed Zhao Qian and said, "I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Let's go catch fish." Zhao Qian deliberately said, "Have you heard of Murphy's Law? It's that good things don't work out while bad things do. Just to be safe, I won't take the risk." Wang Qianqian asked, "What would make you willing to go fishing?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "You have to swear an oath." "Fine." Wang Qianqian gritted her teeth, raised 3 fingers, and said, "I swear, Zhao Qian won't drown while fishing. Otherwise, I will die with him." "Don't say that." Zhao Qian quickly stopped Wang Qianqian, saying, "It's already annoying enough to have you alive. Do you really want to die with me? That would mean I can't even rest in peace when I die, and I wouldn't want someone like you torturing me." "Zhao Qian, you jerk!" Wang Qianqian shouted angrily. She was a top-tier celebrity in the country, always the one to look down on others, and had never been looked down upon herself. "Let's go, time to catch fish." Zhao Qian firmly held onto Wang Qianqian, and just that one sentence made her quiet down for the moment. Soon after, Zhao Qian cheerfully carried the fishing tools and headed towards the seaside. However, he didn't immediately toss the fishing tools into the water. Instead, he searched along the coastline for half an hour until he found a rocky area. The rocks here formed an oval shape with an opening facing the sea, allowing fish to enter the oval. Over time, many fish had gathered inside the oval. After confirming the location, Zhao Qian found a rock the size of a head and took out the explosive maggots he had caught, squeezing them one by one. Instantly, the dark green innards of the explosive maggots splattered out, which looked somewhat disgusting, and Wang Qianqian quickly moved far away. Zhao Qian, however, didn't mind at all. He smeared the innards of the crushed explosive maggots onto the rock, placed the rock into the fishing tool, and then slowly lowered it into the seawater. The moment the fishing tool entered the water, the innards spread out, immediately attracting a number of fish. These fish swam around the fishing tool, opening and closing their mouths, consuming the innards of the explosive maggots. However, since the innards were just a small portion, many more explosive maggots remained in the fishing tool, and the fish instinctively began to search for a way in, wanting to enter the fishing tool. "Look, a fish went in," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, excitedly flailing her arms. "Quick, pull it up. We're going to have fish to eat today." Zhao Qian remained calm and said, "Don't get too excited. Let's leave the fishing tool here for now and come back to collect it when we return to the campsite. We still have other things to do." Wang Qianqian asked, "What if the fish get full and leave by the time we come back?" Zhao Qian replied, "You can rest assured about that. Once a fish enters the fishing tool I made, it can't get out unless someone steals it, but that's unlikely, don't you think?" Wang Qianqian shot Zhao Qian a glare, clearly aware that he was mocking her again. Zhao Qian noticed her sulking and suddenly thought that this big star had a pretty good attitude. Despite him teasing her repeatedly, she hadn't exploded in anger. Moreover, she didn't hold grudges. She would get angry for a while and then be fine again, even taking the initiative to talk to him. Chapter 13, Don't Act Cute. It's disgusting. How do you manage to survive in the entertainment industry with a temper like yours? Zhao Qian summarized Wang Qianqian's temperament in 3 words: silly, innocent, and sweet. Such a personality is simply an anomaly in the entertainment industry. Of course, it's also possible that all of this is just an act by Wang Qianqian, but Zhao Qian thinks that's unlikely. Others pretend to be silly. Wang Qianqian is genuinely silly. What temper do I have? Why can't I survive in the entertainment industry? Wang Qianqian looked completely confused. Well, this left Zhao Qian at a loss for words. He couldn't just say, "You're so silly. Without any cunning, you don't hold grudges, and you have no temper. You can't possibly survive in the entertainment industry." That would be an insult. Zhao Qian could only rephrase his question and asked, "I've heard that there are many unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Have you ever encountered such a situation?" Wang Qianqian didn't shy away and was very willing to share, nodding vigorously. "Of course, I've encountered such situations. Some people would find my agent and explicitly offer to pay me to accompany them." Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with gossip, quickly asking, "And then?" Wang Qianqian shook her head. "I don't know." Zhao Qian felt as if he had been tickled, exclaiming, "You're the one involved. How could you not know?" Wang Qianqian explained, "Every time I encounter such situations, I leave it to Xiaoyan to handle. She is very capable with these matters." Zhao Qian curiously asked, "How does she handle it?" Wang Qianqian said, "She never tells me what she does. She just tells me to focus on acting well. But one thing is certain, those people have never harassed me again." Hearing this, Zhao Qian could hardly wait to return to the camp and ask Lu Yun how she handled it. It should be noted that Lu Yun is just Wang Qianqian's assistant, not even her agent, so theoretically, she shouldn't have much power. Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, "Do you completely trust her?" Wang Qianqian retorted, "Why wouldn't I trust her?" "Ah!" Zhao Qian was directly speechless, giving a wry smile, realizing he shouldn't have asked that question. With Wang Qianqian as personality, even if a stranger smiled at her, she would find them trustworthy, let alone an assistant she sees every day. "Zhao Qian, how about this? You pull up the fishing gear, take out the fish inside, and I'll tell you more entertainment gossip." Wang Qianqian was still thinking about the fish. A single fish would make you betray the entertainment industry? Zhao Qian shook his head. It's impossible to pull up the fishing gear right now, but don't worry. I'll make sure you eat your fill of fish today. After saying that, he suppressed his curiosity about gossip, turned around, and said, "Let us go. Continue with the next task." Wang Qianqian pouted and asked, "Are we still looking for water sources?" Zhao Qian replied, "Finding water sources is just one of the tasks. We also need to make tools and quickly build a shelter. The four essentials of survival in the wilderness are water, fire, food, and shelter. Currently, they have 3 of the 4 essentials, which are water, fire, and food. The only thing they're still lacking is shelter. The role of a shelter may seem small, but in reality, it can protect them from rain, snow, strong winds, wild animals, and insects, alleviating the fear of the wilderness. The reason the Haven-T felt the importance of shelter yet is that the Haven-T encountered bad weather. And to build a good shelter, tools are essential, which is why those who survive in the wilderness carry knives and flint with them. These tasks can't be completed in just a day, right? Wang Qianqian asked with a troubled expression. Yes. Zhao Qian nodded, not hiding anything from Wang Qianqian, and said, even if everything goes smoothly, it will take several days. Wang Qianqian panicked upon hearing it would take several days. I'm a star. If I'm exposed to the sun every day, my skin will get worse. Zhao Qian, can you help me? After her panic, Wang Qianqian's voice turned sweet, her big eyes filled with admiration and pleading, looking at Zhao Qian. If it were any other man, facing Wang Qianqian's delicate demeanor, he would certainly act like a lovesick fool, taking on all the work. However, after 2 days of interaction, Zhao Qian had gained some understanding of Wang Qianqian and developed a certain level of resistance. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Qianqian in his eyes not only failed to evoke his pity, but instead made his skin crawl, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This feeling was similar to how Ma Li would act cute with him. He would rather she pat his shoulder and say loudly, "Brother, help me out. I'll leave all the work to you." Zhao Qian made a face of disdain, grinning as he said, "Don't act cute. It's disgusting." You. Wang Qianqian wanted to get angry, but thinking of her need for Zhao Qian, she could only suppress her anger and say, "Brother Zhao Qian, saying that will hurt my feelings. Can you please help me?" "Damn, go away." Zhao Qian held back the urge to curse and said sternly, "We've already been stranded on this deserted island. Survival is the problem now. So don't worry about your skin." After saying that, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to respond and quickly walked away. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian flee, standing still for a moment, then reached up to touch her face, starting to doubt her appearance for the first time. Why does he look so disgusted with me? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? No, how could I not be pretty? If it's not my problem, then it must be his. Does he not like women? That's right, he likes men. Wang Qianqian was very confident in her looks, and after a series of careful deductions, she concluded that Zhao Qian likes men. Upon reaching this conclusion, a peculiar expression appeared on Wang Qianqian's face, and she chased after him. "Sister." "No. Zhao Qian, wait for me. Let us have a good chat. I suddenly want to know more about you." However, as a weak girl, she couldn't catch up to Zhao Qian, and the distance between them remained more than 10 meters. This wasn't because Zhao Qian wanted to keep his distance. He was mainly worried that Wang Qianqian would get lost, so if Wang Qianqian sped up, he would speed up, and if she slowed down, he would slow down. But their chase didn't last long before Zhao Qian suddenly stopped. "Finally caught up to you. Couldn't you slow down a bit?" Wang Qianqian panted as she caught up, seeing Zhao Qian standing still, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhao Qian turned around, his face filled with excitement, pointing ahead and said, "Coconut trees, we found coconut trees." Chapter 14, There are monsters coconut trees. Wang Qianqian followed the direction Zhao Qian was pointing and saw a few tall coconut trees scattered around, with coconuts hanging from them. For someone stranded on a deserted island, coconuts are perfect. Coconut water can quench thirst, and the coconut meat is rich in protein and fatty acids, offering high nutritional value that can fill the stomach. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as you can find a few coconut trees on a deserted island, you basically don't have to worry about dying of thirst or hunger before the coconuts are gone. However, Wang Qianqian wasn't very happy and said in a resentful tone, "So what if there are coconut trees? You said before that you wouldn't take the risk to climb the trees and pick coconuts. Zhao Qian was taken aback by her words and felt somewhat embarrassed. Previously, when Wang Qianqian wasted water and he punished her by not allowing her to drink for a day, she suggested picking some coconuts to quench her thirst. But he rejected her because it was too high and dangerous. In fact, that reason wasn't the main one. He was unwilling to pick coconuts mainly because he hadn't seen any coconut trees. He didn't want to waste energy looking for coconut trees, especially since they had just arrived on the deserted island and had many other things to do. He never expected that they would stumble upon coconut trees now, which made him feel quite awkward. I did say I wouldn't take the risk to pick coconuts, but ripe coconuts will fall from the trees on their own. We can just pick up the ones that have fallen. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and found an excuse for himself. Upon hearing that there might be fallen coconuts, Wang Qianqian couldn't wait and said, "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and pick up the coconuts." Without waiting for Zhao Qian, she ran towards the coconut trees. Seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly chased after her. Before they reached the coconut trees, they saw coconuts lying on the ground. There weren't many coconuts under each tree, only 2 or 3, but altogether there were more than 10 coconuts under all the trees. "This one is mine, and this one is mine too." Wang Qianqian picked up a coconut, not bothering to check it, and went to grab another one. However, the coconuts were not light, and after picking up 3 in a row, she found she couldn't hold any more and stomped her feet anxiously. In comparison, Zhao Qian was much more relaxed. He found a good-looking coconut, walked to a nearby rock, and smashed it down with force. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the coconut hit the rock, instantly cracking open with juice flowing out uncontrollably. Zhao Qian quickly picked up the coconut, aimed at the crack, and sucked it hard. The fragrant coconut water flowed into his mouth, and he drank an entire coconut's worth of juice in one go. At this moment, Wang Qianqian noticed Zhao Qian's actions and discontentedly said, "Zhao Qian, is this the time to eat? Hurry up and pick up the coconuts." Zhao Qian smiled and asked, "What? Are you worried that others will take them?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's anxious expression froze, her fair face flushed, and she felt so embarrassed she could scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes on the ground. Immediately, she picked a coconut and tried to imitate Zhao Qian, smashing it hard against the rock. However, she lacked the strength of Zhao Qian, and after trying 6 or 7 times, she barely managed to crack it open and quickly started sucking from it. So delicious! Wang Qianqian took several big gulps, her face showing satisfaction. "Don't throw away the coconut after drinking. The meat inside is still useful," Zhao Qian said as he took the emptied coconut and smashed it down on the rock again. Since he needed to break it completely, he smashed it 3 times this time before it split into 2 halves, revealing the white coconut meat inside. However, he didn't eat the coconut meat. Instead, he rubbed it on his face and exposed arms. "What are you doing?" Wang Qianqian asked in confusion while drinking coconut water. Zhao Qian explained, "Coconut oil is a great natural sunscreen. As long as you apply coconut oil on your skin, you don't have to worry about getting sunburned." Wang Qianqian expressed doubt and asked, "Is that true? I've never heard of it before." Hearing this, Zhao Qian stopped his actions and asked back, "What have you heard of?" Wang Qianqian fell silent. She used to think she knew quite a bit, but after arriving on the deserted island, she realized her knowledge was severely lacking. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I believe you." Saying this, she tried to crack open the coconut in her hand using Zhao Qian's method. Unfortunately, she was too weak, and after more than 10 attempts, her arm started to ache. But the coconut remained intact. "Let me do it." Zhao Qian couldn't bear to see the coconut suffer such torture. He took the coconut from Wang Qianqian's hand and smashed it hard against the rock. Bang! The moment the coconut made contact with the rock, it cracked open wide. Zhao Qian forcefully pried it apart, and the coconut split in half. "You're so strong," Wang Qianqian exclaimed in disbelief with wide eyes. Men are generally stronger than women. Zhao Qian didn't pay much attention to it. He handed the coconut back to Wang Qianqian and said, "You women have more areas to apply it, so I'm not convenient here. I'll go gather the coconuts together." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the coconut trees. Watching Zhao Qian walk away, a smile appeared on Wang Qianqian's face, and she murmured, "Don't think just because you act like a gentleman that I don't know you like men. You're so obvious. I see right through you. Driven by the curiosity of whether homosexuality affects women, she felt an urge to call Zhao Qian back. But after careful consideration, she suppressed that impulse. If there was no reaction, that would be fine, but if there was, it would be a big problem. Picking up a coconut, she went behind some bushes and began to apply coconut oil on herself. Zhao Qian was unaware that Wang Qianqian thought he was gay. He walked away mainly to avoid suspicion. After all, he was also a man full of vigor, and he feared that if Wang Qianqian exposed something in front of him, he might lose control and do something inappropriate. Even if he was stranded on a deserted island, he couldn't let himself lose his humanity. However, just as Zhao Qian was gathering the coconuts together, a terrified scream suddenly came from Wang Qianqian in the distance. Zhao Qian, come save me quickly. There is a monster here. A monster? Zhao Qian's mind was filled with countless question marks, thinking how could there be monsters on a deserted island? Nevertheless, he didn't dare to hesitate and picked up a stone from the ground, running towards Wang Qianqian's direction. Chapter 15. Coconut Crab. Zhao Qian's speed was quick. In just a few seconds, he found the panicked Wang Qianqian behind the bushes. However, he didn't see any monster, only Wang Qianqian alone. Where's the monster? Zhao Qian's heart raced as he paid attention to the surroundings and asked. Wang Qianqian pointed at the bushes and said, the monster went into the bushes and stole my coconut. The monster stole your coconut? Zhao Qian was taken aback, almost thinking he heard wrong. He had only heard of monsters eating people. This was the first time he heard of a monster stealing coconuts. Could it be that monsters have turned vegetarian now? What does the monster look like? Zhao Qian asked. I didn't see its full form, just one very large claw. It was terrifying, Wang Qianqian said, still shaken. A claw? Upon hearing Wang Qianqian's description, a creature suddenly appeared in Zhao Qian's mind. Without having time to tell Wang Qianqian, he ran in the direction where the monster had fled. What are you doing? Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's actions and shouted, don't provoke the monster. Let's hurry back to the camp. After all, the normal reaction upon encountering a monster should be to flee. Why was he chasing after it? It was simply asking for death. Just as Wang Qianqian was at a loss, Zhao Qian's figure returned, but unlike when he left, he was now holding a half-meter-long creature in his hand. This creature had a pair of large claws, with one claw pinching half a coconut. Is this what you saw? Zhao Qian asked. Yes, that's it. Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously upon seeing the familiar claw. This isn't a monster. It's an animal called a coconut crab, Zhao Qian explained. Coconut crabs are a type of hermit crab that can grow up to a meter long. They're not only the largest terrestrial crabs, but also the largest terrestrial arthropods, with terrifyingly powerful claws that can easily crack open the hard shell of a coconut. Coconut crab. Wang Qianqian was momentarily stunned and then said, I've heard of them before, but never seen one. I didn't expect it to look like this. It's quite scary. By the way, why did you catch it? Zhao Qian replied, of course, to eat. Wang Qianqian looked at the oddly shaped coconut crab in disbelief and said, can this thing be eaten? Zhao Qian answered, not only can it be eaten, but it's also delicious. Coconut crab meat is very tasty, and because they've been overhunted, they are protected in many countries. Then, Wang Qianqian had something to say. Don't say anything disheartening. Zhao Qian seemed to know what Wang Qianqian was about to say and interrupted. Right now, we are stranded on a deserted island, and the most important thing is to survive. So regardless of whether coconut crabs are protected or not, to me, they are just food. Wang Qianqian fell silent for a moment, nodded, and said nothing further. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really afraid that Wang Qianqian would suddenly become all moralistic and stop him from eating the coconut crab. That would be a huge loss. Next, Zhao Qian tore the clothes he brought into strips and learned to tie up the crab securely like a crab trap. After finishing all this, he smiled at Wang Qianqian and said, all right, However, as soon as he spoke, Zhao Qian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on Wang Qianqian. Initially, Wang Qianqian didn't understand what was happening, but when she looked down, she suddenly realized that she had taken off her t-shirt to apply coconut oil more conveniently. And now she was only wearing her underwear, exposing large areas of her snowy white skin. Ah! Wang Qianqian screamed, covering herself with her hands, and yelled at Zhao Qian, pervert. Turn around quickly. TCH, so small, Who wants to look anyway? Zhao Qian pretended to be indifferent, but his gaze lingered on the peaks for a few more seconds before reluctantly turning away. Hiss! Who? After turning around, Zhao Qian took deep breaths to suppress the fire within him. He had to admit that Wang Qianqian had a pretty good figure, and coupled with her delicate features, he almost crossed the line. However, Wang Qianqian was unaware of this. When she heard Zhao Qian say that she was not big enough, she intentionally looked down, feeling quite dissatisfied. Although not very big, it was definitely not small. Wang Qianqian thought to herself, besides, many women nowadays have implants. Their big size is artificial, while mine is all natural. Oh dear, I almost forgot. He doesn't tea like women. I should care about homosexuals' opinion. That's just wrong. As she thought of this, her mood improved a lot, but the only thing that still bothered her was Zhao Qian questioning her size. Even if mine isn't big, it's still bigger than what other men have, right? How could he say such insincere words? I'm dressed, Wang Qianqian said as she adjusted her clothes. Oh, Zhao Qian turned around, tried to remain calm. Let us go. We'll retrieve the fishing gear and then head back to camp. Wang Qianqian asked, Are we going back now? Aren't we continuing the mission? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, It's almost noon. The temperature on the island will rise significantly, making it easy to get heat stroke. The temperature on the deserted island is somewhat similar to that in the desert. At night, the temperature on the deserted island is very low, dropping below zero. If he hadn't collected a lot of suitcases and found many clothes inside, they would have frozen at night. But during the day, the temperature rises high again, and even he wouldn't dare to exercise vigorously at noon, as it could lead to heat stroke. After saying this, he continued, Also, we have expended a lot of energy and need to eat something to recover our strength to ensure we are in the best condition. Since arriving on the deserted island, the only decent meal was last night, but it still wasn't enough. They didn't eat anything this morning and walked so far in the morning. So Zhao Qian was already starving and needed to eat something to replenish his energy. All right, let's go back then. Wang Qianqian wanted to interrupt Zhao Qian as he explained. She didn't care about any reasons. She and T wanted to come out in the first place. And now that they could return to camp, she couldn't have asked for more. Next, Zhao Qian took Wang Qianqian to the coast to retrieve the fishing gear. They were lucky and caught 5 fish in total. Although none were very big, each was palm-sized, enough for a hearty meal. After collecting the fish, Zhao Qian replenished the bait and put the fishing gear back into the sea before they returned to the camp together. During the time they were gone, Lu Yun had been busy obtaining 3 bottles of fresh water and seemed to be making salt now. Seeing the scene, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian hurried over to see how salt was made. Chapter 16. Purifying raw salt. In fact, Lu Yun had already obtained a considerable amount of raw salt by distilling seawater. This raw salt was not granular, but in chunks, which Lu Yun collected in an empty bottle. Xiao Yun, this salt is so strange, Wang Qianqian said, looking at the salt that was completely different from what she usually saw. As she asked, she impulsively pinched a bit and put in her mouth. Phew, phew, phew. As soon as Wang Qianqian put in her mouth, before she could even taste it properly, she spat it out forcefully, her face contorting. What does this taste? Wang Qianqian continued, It's salty, but why does it taste bitter? It's so unappetizing. That's how raw salt is, Zhao Qian said, also pinching a bit to taste. The flavor was indeed not great. Seawater contains not only salt, but also many other impurities. Distilling seawater only removes the moisture, leaving the impurities behind. Lu Yun took Zhao Qian's words and said, Long-term consumption of such raw salt is not good for health. It needs to be purified first. Wang Qianqian asked, How do you purify it? Although it's a good learning quality to ask questions without understanding, you're just a middle school student. Even if I tell you the method, would you understand it? Zhao Qian, seeing Wang Qianqian's incessant questioning, felt it was delaying Lu Yun's work and expressed his dissatisfaction. Aren't you just a high school student? What's there to be arrogant about? Wang Qianqian retorted. My education level is higher than yours. Zhao Qian puffed out his chest, exuding the unique aura of a high school student, then immediately bent down to look at Lu Yun. Let's not bother with middle schoolers. Please demonstrate how to purify seawater salt properly. A certain Peking University student watched the quarreling high school and middle school students, slowly nodding. Lu Yun took a bottle of fresh water she had purified, crushed the raw salt into granules and began to continuously add it to the fresh water until the added raw salt granules no longer dissolved, and only then did she stop. Seeing this, both the high school student and the middle school student had puzzled expressions. They did not understand why the Peking University student was adding salt to the hard-earned fresh water. Isn't this turning the fresh water back into seawater? Just as they were puzzled, Lu Yun found some clothes to act as a filter, layering them over the bottle's opening. After covering it with 3 layers, she added some black powder to the 4th layer. The middle school student didn't know what the black powder was, but the high school student did. It was charcoal powder. In wilderness survival, charcoal powder has many uses, one of which is to absorb harmful substances in water or air. This was likely to absorb the impurities in the seawater. Of course, this method could only remove impurities that were insoluble in water. It would have no effect on impurities that had dissolved in the water. Lu Yun added 3 more layers of clothing and then inverted the bottle. Soon, water began to drip through the layers of clothing and charcoal. The entire process was very lengthy and took quite a bit of time to filter the entire bottle of salt water. When she uncovered the clothing on the bottle's opening, she found that there were many impurities left on the clothing, the innermost layer having the most, decreasing layer by layer until the last layer had almost no impurities. This step was to remove the insoluble impurities from the salt water. If conditions allowed, it could be done several more times. Seeing the middle school student's expression of wanting to ask but not daring to, Lu Yun took the initiative to explain. After explaining, Lu Yun took another empty bottle and poured out half of the recently filtered salt water. Then, she placed this half of the salt water over the fire for distillation heating. As the moisture in the salt water evaporated, crystals began to appear at the bottom of the bottle. This time, both the high school and middle school students clearly recognized that these were salt. Compared to the initial raw salt, this salt was much finer and whiter. Zhao Yun, is this salt the kind that can be eaten directly after purification? Wang Qianqian asked. This is just the first purification, although it's better than before. It's still best not to eat it directly. Lu Yun shook her head. Still can't eat it? How troublesome, Wang Qianqian said. Don't worry, it's going quickly, Lu Yun said. With that, Lu Yun crushed the salt from this purification and brought over the remaining half bottle of salt water. Under the astonished gazes of the high school and middle school students, the Peking University student poured all the once purified raw salt into the half bottle of salt water and began stirring continuously. However, a miraculous scene occurred. This time, the raw salt did not dissolve in water at all, remaining entirely in crystalline form at the bottom of the bottle. After stirring for a sufficient amount of time, Lu Yun poured out the salt water and began to heat the crystals left at the bottom of the bottle. Since there was not much moisture this time, the distillation step was completed quickly, resulting in more salt. However, whether it was an issue with their eyes or if this purification was indeed effective, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were shocked to find that this salt was even whiter. Give it a try. Lu Yun placed the salt that had been purified twice in front of Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. I'll go first. Wang Qianqian pinched a small amount and hesitated before putting it in her mouth. After savoring it, she exclaimed in disbelief, "This is amazing. This salt has hardly any bitter taste left." Zhao Yun, how did you do it? Zhao Qian also looked over with a puzzled expression, not understanding how this happened. Lu Yun did not hold back, smiling as she explained, the first step of purification is to remove the insoluble impurities. The second step is to remove the soluble impurities. However, since our current conditions are limited, I use the saturation purification method. Do you understand what saturation is? Wang Qianqian shook her head, indicating she did not know. Zhao Qian furrowed his brows in thought and said, "Isn't it the maximum limit to which a substance can dissolve in water? If you continue to add that substance, it won't dissolve anymore. That's pretty much it." Lu Yun said, "At first, I kept adding raw salt to the fresh water to reach saturation. At this point, if I continue to add salt, what will happen? It becomes saturated and naturally won't dissolve," Zhao Qian answered. After finishing his answer, he suddenly realized each substance has a different saturation point. The previous salt water only reached the saturation point for salt, but the other soluble substances in the raw salt had not reached their saturation points. Therefore, when more raw salt is added, the salt does not dissolve in water, while the other impurities dissolve in water, making the obtained salt more refined. After hearing Zhao Qian's explanation, Lu Yun smiled and said, That's right. You're quite impressive. Zhao Qian felt a sense of superiority from Lu Yun's praise. Glancing sideways at the middle school student with his head held high, his demeanor seemed to say, "Middle school student, do you feel the pressure of being outclassed by education?" Immature. Wang Qianqian snorted coldly, turning her head away with an expression that said she wouldn't stoop to the level of a fool. But her tightly clenched fists indicated that she was quite displeased at the moment. Chapter 17. Your hands move faster than your brain. When Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian returned to the campsite, it was still not noon, but after finishing the salt making, it was already afternoon. It must be said that making salt is a very tedious process, and just filtering and evaporating the brine took a lot of time. Moreover, the amount of salt extracted was very small, only enough to fill 2 bottle caps. However, even so, Zhao Qian still had Lu Yun make salt. Because once a person goes without salt for more than 10 days, the sodium content in their body will decrease, leading to symptoms such as loss of appetite, weakness in limbs, and dizziness. If it gets worse, it could also result in increased heart rate, muscle cramps, blurred vision, and weakened reflexes. Imagine having these symptoms on a deserted island. It would basically be a dead end. This was the first time making salt, and they weren't very skilled at it. The speed of salt making would improve in the future. Lu Yun handed the extracted salt to Zhao Qian. "Zhao Yun, you've done a great job. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to make even this little salt," Zhao Qian said. Wang Qianqian didn't give Zhao Qian a chance to speak, licking her pink tongue across her lips, and said, "With this salt, we won't have to eat food without any flavor anymore." Lu Yun smiled and asked, "What did you catch to eat?" Wang Qianqian immediately replied, "We caught 5 fish and found more than 10 coconuts, but they were too heavy, so we only brought back 3 and a coconut crab. With these things, we won't have to eat rats and exploding worms anymore." Then, Wang Qianqian animatedly recounted the events of the morning, embellishing the story. At first, Zhao Qian didn't think much of it, but after listening for a while, he suddenly realized that it seemed like he hadn't done anything during the whole process. Whether it was fishing or catching the coconut crab, it was all credited to Wang Qianqian. He was merely a bystander. If this had happened when he first met Wang Qianqian, he would have definitely retorted without hesitation. However, after 2 days of interaction, he understood that Wang Qianqian meant no harm. She was simply showing off, so he ignored her and went to clean the fish instead. Soon, the 5 fish were gutted and cleaned. Then, Zhao Qian found 5 branches, skewered the fish, and placed them over the fire to roast. After a short while, the grilled fish began to emit a fragrant aroma, which wafted toward Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Wang Qianqian, who had been talking animatedly, suddenly stopped, sniffed the air, realized it was Zhao Qian roasting fish, and pulled Lu Yun over to take a look at the delicious-smelling fish, unable to resist reaching out to grab one. Smack! However, just as Wang Qianqian's hand was about to touch the roasted fish, Zhao Qian slapped her hand, hitting the back of her fair hand. "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" Wang Qianqian pulled her hand back in pain and asked angrily. "The fish has just been put on the fire. It's not done yet." Zhao Qian explained. "Even if the fish isn't done, you can't hit me. Can't you just talk to me nicely?" Wang Qianqian asked. "No." Zhao Qian shook his head, and before Wang Qianqian could ask why, he proactively explained, "Your hands move faster than your brain. Even if I try to tell you, your brain wouldn't process my words before your hands had already taken a roasted fish." Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and happily asked, "Are you complimenting my quick hands? Why would you have that misconception?" Zhao Qian shook his head again, looking at Wang Qianqian and saying slowly, "I'm scolding you for being foolish and doing things without thinking." "You actually call me foolish? I'm going to fight you," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, baring her teeth. "If you want to eat delicious roasted fish, go play over there. I'll call you when it's done." Zhao Qian completely ignored Wang Qianqian's display of aggression and tempted her with a roasted fish. "Humph, what do you take me for? Am I someone who would bow down for food?" Wang Qianqian thought Zhao Qian was ridiculous. She was a top-tier celebrity in the country. How could she be bought off by a piece of roasted fish? However, just as Zhao Qian said, her mouth moved faster than her brain. "Fine. Call me when it's done." As soon as she said that, Wang Qianqian froze in place, wishing she could give herself a big slap. So embarrassing. Luckily, Lu Yun spoke up to change the subject, asking, "Are we eating the coconut crab today?" Zhao Qian looked at the coconut crab, thought for a moment, and shook his head, saying, right now, these 5 roasted fish are enough for us to have a meal, so there is no need to eat the coconut crab. Besides, the coconut crab is still alive. We can keep it for now as a reserve food source. Food on a deserted island is not guaranteed. They might be eating roasted fish now, but for the next meal, they might not catch anything at all and could end up hungry. To prevent hunger, they needed to prepare some reserve food, and this live coconut crab was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, this coconut crab was quite large, weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds, which could last them a day or 2 if eaten sparingly. I think so too, Li Yan continued. Let me help you roast the fish. Sure, let us roast together. It'll cook faster, Zhao Qian said, handing 2 fish to Lu Yun to help him roast. Wang Qianqian saw that Lu Yun had diverted Zhao Qian's attention and stealthily walked aside, pouting in a huff, unsure if she was angry with herself or with Zhao Qian. Pop, pop, pop. Just as Wang Qianqian was sulking, she suddenly heard the sound of bubbles popping nearby. Following the sound, she saw the coconut crab that had been tied up. In an instant, Wang Qianqian felt a sense of sympathy and patted the coconut crab on its head, saying, "We are both unfortunate. Crab, I'm bullied by that jerk all day, and you were caught by that jerk too. He wants to eat you. How cruel." Pop, pop, pop. The coconut crab, whether it understood her or just acted on instinct, kept bubbling. "You agree with me, right?" Wang Qianqian said with a happy smile, "Since we are like-minded, we'll be friends from now on. Don't worry, I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person and will never abandon a friend." Pop, pop, pop. The coconut crab seemed to be responding to Wang Qianqian's words. Roasting fish is a skillful task. If one doesn't have experience, they could easily burn the fish. However, under Zhao Qian's careful guidance, coupled with Lu Yun's strong learning ability, the 5 roasted fish were successfully cooked without incident. The roasted fish had a golden brown skin, emitting an enticing aroma, and the 3 of them instinctively swallowed their saliva at the smell. "There's one last step," Zhao Qian said, taking out the salt they had made earlier, carefully sprinkling it over the roasted fish. Once this step was completed, Zhao Qian shouted loudly to Wang Qianqian, "Okay, you can come over to eat now." Coming. Just a moment ago, Wang Qianqian was full of grievances, but upon hearing she could eat roasted fish, she immediately ran over, leaving the coconut crab behind. If the coconut crab could speak, it would surely ask Wang Qianqian, "Aren't you the one who said you wouldn't abandon friends?" Chapter 18. Lakes. Although the only seasoning for the grilled fish was salt, when Wang Qianqian put the fish meat into her mouth, she felt it was the most delicious food in the world, better than anything she had eaten before. In no time at all, the 3 of them finished all 5 grilled fish, their faces showing satisfied expressions. Since they were stranded on the deserted island, this meal was the most enjoyable they had had, and they even got to drink refreshing coconut water afterward. "Xiaoyan, it should be the 3rd day since the plane crash, right?" Wang Qianqian suddenly asked while sipping her coconut. As soon as she said this, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, who had been smiling, felt their smiles freeze on their faces, and their expressions turn silent. Both of them knew what Wang Qianqian would ask next. Sure enough, the next question from Wang Qianqian was, "When do you think we will be rescued? I don't want to stay on this island forever." Lu Yun smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, it should be soon." "Soon?" Zhao Qian gave a bitter laugh, knowing Lu Yun was lying to Wang Qianqian. Generally, when a plane crashes, rescue teams will search continuously for 3 to 7 days. Once this time passes, the intensity of the rescue efforts greatly decreases, and the chances of being rescued become almost zero. After 2 years of a plane crash, national laws can declare the person dead, and by that time, there's almost no chance of rescue, although they had only been in trouble for 3 days. The difficulty of finding them in the vast ocean was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He had never hoped for it. The only thing he could rely on was Wang Qianqian's fame back home. If the incident gained traction, it might prolong the rescue efforts. "That would be great," Wang Qianqian exclaimed. "When I get back, I will find some screenwriters to turn my story into a script and then make it into a movie. It will definitely sell well. Do you want to come and act? I can give you the leading male role. Or maybe not. You haven't acted before, so you'd probably mess it up and get scolded by the director. But we could do a survival reality show instead. and I can invite you as a guest. You can make a lot of money from that." Zhao Qian replied, "Thank you." Wang Qianqian waved her hand. "Even though you always argue with me, you did save me after all, and I'm not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal, and I would never abandon my friends." After saying this, she suddenly thought of Lu Yun and continued, "Zhao Yun, you are so capable. After we go back, don't be my assistant anymore. I plan to start a film and television company, and I want you to be in charge." Lu Yun smiled and said, "Thank you. Now that I'm full, I'm going to take a beauty nap. Call me when the sun isn't so harsh," Wang Qianqian said. After finishing her coconut, she stood up, stretched, and found a shady spot to sleep. Sigh. Zhao Qian and Lu Yun sighed. In the end, they couldn't bring themselves to tell Wang Qianqian the real situation. In the afternoon, as the sun began to lower, the temperature dropped a bit. Zhao Qian stood up and said to Lu Yun, "I'm going out." Lu Yun hesitated and asked, "Should we wake Qianqian?" Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian, who was still sleeping, and shook his head. "No need. She'll just get in my way. It's easier for me to go alone. Normally, 2 people working together is more efficient than 1, but Wang Qianqian was an exception. Throughout the morning, she not only didn't help at all, but also caused him a lot of trouble, delaying his efficiency. She was not a helper. She was a burden. Fortunately, this burden had a conscience and didn't have the bad temper of a big star. As long as it was within her means, he was willing to support one more person. Of course, aside from Wang Qianqian's reasons, Lu Yun also played a part. Lu Yun was Wang Qianqian's assistant and protected her fiercely. If he dared to chase Wang Qianqian away, Lu Yun would definitely leave with her. Although he could survive alone on the deserted island, it would not be as comfortable. After all, whether it was fresh water or salt, he wouldn't need to worry. Lu Yun could handle that. Therefore, even to keep Lu Yun, he couldn't drive Wang Qianqian away. "Thank you." Lu Yun thanked Zhao Qian. "Can I ask something?" Zhao Qian voiced his curiosity. "With your education, you could find a better job. Why are you willing to be her assistant? Isn't that selling yourself short?" Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian and said, "My mother is suffering from a terminal illness, and we have no money for treatment, and Qianqian supports a patient every year. My mother is the one being supported." Zhao Qian was a bit surprised and asked, "Does she know about this?" Lu Yun shook her head. No need for her to know. After hearing this reason, Zhao Qian hesitated but chose to believe it. First, he didn't believe Lu Yun would lie to him. And second, given Wang Qianqian's intelligence, it was indeed possible for her to support a patient. Without saying anything more, Zhao Qian left the camp. After leaving, he first checked the traps he had set up, but unfortunately, there was nothing. If he weren't worried about food shortages, he would really want to give up this inefficient way of hunting. Fortunately, when he arrived at the seaside to check his fishing gear, he found he had caught 3 more fish. Seeing he had dinner, Zhao Qian then focused all his energy on his tasks. Unlike Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian, who were aimlessly searching for water sources, he climbed to a higher point on the deserted island after thinking for a while. From that high point, his view opened up significantly, and he could see far into the distance. The purpose of doing this was actually to find lower areas on the island. As the saying goes, water flows to lower places, so low-lying areas are likely to have water sources. After observing for a long time, Zhao Qian had a simple understanding of the terrain of the deserted island and chose a direction to move toward. As he continued to descend, he felt the air was not as dry. It seemed a bit moist, and at that moment, he realized he was on the right track. However, the path ahead was fraught with difficulties, not to mention the distance. Just moving through the forest was very challenging. It wasn't until evening that he finally emerged from the forest, and the space before him opened up. He had arrived at a lake. The lake was not small. At a glance, it seemed to stretch endlessly, and the water was very clear. Now the only thing to do was to confirm whether the lake water was fresh. Zhao Qian hurried to the edge of the lake, cupped his hands to collect some water, and stuck out his tongue to taste it. There was no saltiness. It was fresh water. "This is fresh water," Zhao Qian exclaimed excitedly. But just as Zhao Qian looked up to check elsewhere, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he didn't dare to breathe, because he saw not far from him several wild boars were drinking water. Chapter 19. Deadly Escape. Although the resources on an island are insufficient to support large carnivores, omnivorous animals like wild boars can survive perfectly well. something Zhao Qian had never considered he would encounter. Zhao Qian's eyes were fixed on the few wild boars, and he dared not move a muscle, fully aware that if he provoked them, he would undoubtedly die. Wild boars should not be compared to domesticated pigs. The two are entirely incomparable. Previous hunters have described the ferocity of wild boars with the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Even those hunters, armed with weapons, were wary of wild boars, let alone someone like him who was unarmed. As Zhao Qian fixed his gaze on the wild boars, he began to slowly retreat, moving at an extremely cautious pace. In this situation, turning to run would be a terrible mistake. If he turned his back before the wild boars attacked, they would instantly charge at him. Instead, if he faced the wild boars and showed no signs of fear, he might intimidate them into hesitance. The wild boars were startled by Zhao Qian's sudden appearance. They stopped drinking water and looked at him warily. These wild boars had never seen a human before, and unsure of how much of a threat he posed, they did not dare to attack. For a moment, both sides were at a standoff. However, Zhao Qian understood that this standoff would not last long. Wild boars have a strong territorial instinct, and any creature that intrudes into their territory would be attacked. Rustle. Zhao Qian slowly moved backward, the soles of his feet making slight noises against the ground. However, he had only managed to retreat about 2 meters when one of the wild boars suddenly grunted twice. At first, Zhao Qian did not understand what that meant, but the next second, as he heard the surrounding woods echoing with similar grunts, he realized the wild boar was calling for its companions. Zhao Qian understood that he had to make a decision immediately, otherwise, he would be surrounded by the wild boars with no chance of survival. He took a deep breath, suddenly opened his arms, and let out a piercing roar at the wild boars. The approaching wild boars were startled by Zhao Qian's roar. They stopped in their tracks, and one timid wild boar even turned to flee. Seizing the moment while the wild boars were stunned, Zhao Qian turned and ran. He knew that his roar could only temporarily intimidate the wild boars. Once the others surrounded him, he would still have no chance of survival. The method of scaring off wild boars with a loud noise might seem risky, but it was based on some evidence. In China, wild boars are protected animals and cannot be hunted indiscriminately, yet they often destroy crops, leading to the idea of creating loud noises to drive them away, which has proven quite effective. Huff. The leading wild boar, seeing Zhao Qian flee, paused for a moment before letting out an angry grunt and charging after him. Huff, huff. The other wild boars followed behind. If there were an aerial view at this moment, one would see a dozen enraged wild boars chasing after a human. What to do? As Zhao Qian fled for his life, his mind raced with strategies. Although he had gained an early lead of several dozen meters, he knew he could not escape. Human speed was no match for wild boars. Wild boars can reach an average speed of 40 to 70 kilometers per hour, while a human's top speed, like Usain Bolt's in the 100-meter dash, is not even 45 kilometers per hour. At that moment, Zhao Qian dared not look back, fearing that if he did, he would find a wild boar right behind him. Nevertheless, he could hear the sounds of the wild boars chasing him. He felt that if he stopped, he would be caught in the next second. Never had he felt so close to death. In this situation, his brain was working quickly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Thoughts of being killed by the wild boars, of being rescued, and of escaping from them. He dismissed the useless thoughts and finally came up with a feasible plan: climbing a tree. Although wild boars are strong fighters, they are not felines and cannot climb trees at all. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian spotted a tree, did not bother to slow down, and leaped high to grab onto it. The impact from his high-speed jump made him feel as if all his bones would shatter, but he gritted his teeth and clung to the tree, not daring to let go. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he quickly began to climb up the tree. Just over a meter up, the entire tree began to shake violently. Zhao Qian did not need to look down to know this was caused by the wild boars crashing into the tree. They were moving so fast they could not stop in time. Huff! Zhao Qian climbed to a branch, and perhaps sensing his safety, finally relaxed and took deep breaths. Just moments ago, the will to survive had kept him from feeling fatigued, but now that he was safe, exhaustion washed over him. At that moment, he felt incredibly uncomfortable, as if he were burning up inside and wanted to vomit. After a long while, this discomfort slowly faded, and he gathered enough strength to check the situation below him. But when he looked down, he was startled. There were over a dozen wild boars surrounding the tree, ready to charge at it. Bang! Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw one wild boar accelerate and slam into the tree, the tremendous impact causing it to shake uncontrollably. Fortunately, the tree he had chosen was not small. The wild boar's impact, while causing the tree to sway, did not break it. However, the wild boars were relentless. One would crash into the tree, then another would take its place, continuing the assault. Slowly, Zhao Qian realized the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him. With each collision, the shaking of the tree grew more severe. It was clear that the tree could not withstand the wild boar's relentless attacks, and damage was occurring to the trunk. Once the damage reached a critical point, the tree would snap, and he would have no chance to escape. If he had known, he would have chosen a larger tree. This one was a bit too small. Zhao Qian frowned, thinking the wild boars had enough force to break a tree the thickness of a wrist, while the tree he had chosen was thicker than that. It was still not enough to ignore the wild boar's impact. The reason he did not choose a thicker tree was primarily that he could not climb one that was too thick. He had not anticipated that the wild boars would be so persistent. Even after he had escaped to the tree, they were determined not to let him go. I can't just sit here and wait to die. I need to think of another plan. As Zhao Qian spoke, a crazy idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 20, To Survive. Someone once said that the biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to use fire. Zhao Qian thought of using fire. Almost all wild animals, except for humans, fear flames. It is their instinct, just as humans instinctively fear the dark. However, the thought of using fire made Zhao Qian hesitate. As a wilderness survival enthusiast, he knew how dangerous it was to use fire in the forest. A moment's carelessness could lead to a forest fire. But this hesitation lasted only a few seconds before Zhao Qian made up his mind. He didn't care whether his decision would cause a forest fire. He just wanted to survive. For that, he would burn the entire forest if necessary. After all, given time, the forest would grow back, but his life was only one. Once he made up his mind, Zhao Qian began to prepare for friction fire. Fortunately, he had brought fire starters and tools with him. The only thing he lacked was how to maintain the flame once the fire starter ignited. After thinking for a few seconds, he took off his clothes. He then found a suitable position, secured the tools for friction fire, and began. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The wooden stick spun quickly against the wood, and the contact point rapidly turned black due to friction, emitting a burnt smell. However, when he placed the spark onto the fire starter, he might have been too nervous, and his hand trembled, extinguishing the spark. Calm down, stay calm. If you panic, you'll die. Zhao Qian slapped his trembling hand hard, took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zhao Qian attempted friction fire again, and soon another spark appeared. At that moment, he didn't dare to breathe, as the current situation didn't allow for a third attempt. This time, it was either success or death. Zhao Qian carefully placed the fire starter on the spark, gently flipped the wooden board over, and the spark entered the fire starter, beginning to emit smoke. Whoosh! Zhao Qian cupped the fire starter with both hands, continuously blowing air into it. A large amount of thick smoke began to rise from the fire starter, and when the smoke reached a certain level, the fire starter ignited completely. Zhao Qian had no time to cheer. He immediately used the fire starter to ignite his clothes. Only when he saw his clothes burning did he let out a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. Below, wild boars continued to crash into the trees. Most of the tree trunks were already battered and could only withstand a few more hits before breaking. Zhao Qian stood on the swaying tree, looking at his burning clothes. His expression grim. I really don't want to do this. You all forced me. After saying this, he unhesitatingly threw the clothes down. The burning clothes fell to the ground, immediately scaring the wild boars back. Their eyes showed fear and terror towards the flames. Crack, crack, crack. However, fire is merciless. The flames would not extinguish just because the wild boars were afraid. Instead, upon touching the dry leaves and twigs on the ground, it spread rapidly. The small fire turned into a big fire, then transformed into a wall of flames. At this point, the wild boars were truly frightened. They had long forgotten about Zhao Qian and turned to flee in a panic. Zhao Qian, seeing the wild boars escape, quickly descended from the other side of the tree and turned back to look at the burning wall of fire. He didn't think about extinguishing it. Of course, the current fire was beyond his ability to extinguish. To survive, I have no regrets, Zhao Qian said, casting aside the last trace of guilt in his heart, and fled in another direction. When he had escaped far away and looked back at the forest, the flames had evolved into a forest fire, with a large area engulfed in fire. In the camp at midnight, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun huddled by the campfire. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was already this late, and Zhao Qian still hadn't returned. A bad thought had emerged in their minds. Xiaoyan, Wang Qianqian called out, asking, "Do you think something happened to Zhao Qian? He would have returned by now." "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head. In fact, she believed there was a high chance something had happened to Zhao Qian, but she couldn't voice it, fearing it would scare Wang Qianqian. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't overslept and stayed with him, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble." Wang Qianqian, though lacking in some common sense, was not foolish and could see Lu Yun's thoughts, immediately feeling guilty. "Qianqian, don't blame yourself. He is so capable. He might not be in trouble." Lu Yun quickly comforted her. "Xiaoyan, don't lie to me. If he wasn't in trouble, he would have returned by now." Wang Qianqian said sadly, There's a possibility he ran into trouble, or maybe he went too far and couldn't come back in time," Lu Yun said. "Even so, he should have returned by now. Something must have happened to him." Wang Qianqian was convinced Zhao Qian was in trouble, so Lu Yun's reassurances were useless. "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got hurt," Wang Qianqian said with guilt. "Once Xiaoyan and I are rescued, you should come to me in a dream and tell me what you lack down there. I will definitely burn it for you." Just then, a voice came from the darkness, curiously asking, "Why send a dream to Lu Yun?" "I'm afraid of ghosts," Wang Qianqian instinctively replied, then suddenly froze, quickly hiding behind Lu Yun, shouting, "Ghost! Xiaoyan, there's a ghost." "What ghost?" "It's me, Zhao Qian," Zhao Qian said unhappily. "Zhao Qian," Wang Qianqian peeked out, looking at the figure in the darkness, asking, "You're not dead?" "Of course I'm not dead," Zhao Qian replied matter-of-factly, "but I almost was. I ran into a group of wild boars while looking for a water source and barely survived." "Great. You're not dead. You scared me to death just now." Wang Qianqian immediately switched to a happy expression, stepping out from behind Lu Yun and running towards Zhao Qian's figure. She didn't have feelings for Zhao Qian. She was simply glad he was alive. "Don't come over." Seeing Wang Qianqian running towards him, Zhao Qian shouted to stop her. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Wang Qianqian had already reached his side, her eyes examining him. The next second, Wang Qianqian let out a piercing scream, followed by an angry roar. "Pervert! Go die!" Slap! The sound of a slap echoed. Afterwards, Wang Qianqian covered her face and fled like the wind. Meanwhile, Lu Yun by the campfire was completely confused by the scene before her, not understanding what had just happened. In the darkness, Zhao Qian covered his face and let out a bitter laugh, mumbling, "I told you not to come over, but you didn't listen. Not only did you see me naked, but you also hit me. I really suffered a great loss." It turned out that Zhao Qian had used his clothes to start the fire. He had no extra clothing on him except for his underwear. Chapter 21 doubts at this moment. Wang Qianqian was like a frightened ostrich, burying her head in a pile of clothes, her mind uncontrollably replaying the scene she had just witnessed. What a scoundrel, so shameless, coming back without clothes on. Wang Qianqian cursed Zhao Qian under her breath, touching her burning face, confused as to why she was blushing. Although she had seen Zhao Qian in a revealing state, such scenes were not uncommon in today's society. Divers at the Olympic Games, swimming pools, beach resorts. However, she wouldn't blush like this when she saw similar scenes involving others. Just then, Lu Yun's voice called out, "Qianqian, the grilled fish is ready. Come over and eat." "I don't." Wang Qianqian initially wanted to say she was not going to eat anymore, but the words stopped at her lips as she questioned herself internally. Zhao Qian is the pervert. Why should I not eat? Moreover, if she didn't go eat, Zhao Qian would definitely think she was embarrassed, and in the future, he would use that against her. "I must eat." After coming to this realization, Wang Qianqian removed the clothes covering her head and shouted back, "Coming." As she walked towards the fire, she wore an expression of "I did nothing wrong." Zhao Qian is the pervert, but when she saw Zhao Qian, her heart raced. And the earlier scene flashed in her mind again. In contrast, Zhao Qian was much more composed. After casually glancing at Wang Qianqian, he continued to eat the grilled fish, showing no signs of embarrassment. Firstly, he reminded Wang Qianqian that it was her own fault for not thinking before acting and rushing over without hearing him clearly. Secondly, it was Wang Qianqian who had seen him, not the other way around, and she even slapped him first. From these 2 points, it was clear that he was the one at a disadvantage, and he had nothing to be embarrassed about. "Qianqian, this biggest fish is yours." Lu Yun, knowing Wang Qianqian was starving, handed her the largest grilled fish. "Thank you." Wang Qianqian was not polite, thanked her, and started eating. She had only eaten during lunch that day, and now it was almost the early hours of the next day. She was already starving. If Zhao Qian hadn't come back soon, she might have been tempted to dig up some explosive worms to eat. "Zhao Qian, you said you encountered a wild boar pack today. What happened?" Lu Yun asked while picking up a grilled fish and eating. Although Zhao Qian had briefly explained why he returned late, she still wanted to understand what exactly he had encountered. Hearing the question, Zhao Qian, who was eating the grilled fish, paused. Even now, he still felt uneasy thinking about what had happened during the day. However, he recounted everything he had experienced in detail. During this process, both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun felt their hearts rise to their throats, seemingly forgetting about eating the grilled fish and fully concentrating on listening to Zhao Qian's story. At that moment, "I could only start a fire to scare those wild boars away, and that is how I made it back alive." Zhao Qian paused before continuing. "However, when I came out of the forest, that fire had already turned into a forest fire." Wang Qianqian said, "So what if it caused a forest fire? In that situation, I would have done the same. The most important thing is that we are safe. Besides, there is a saying, wildfires cannot be burned out. Spring winds will blow and life will grow again. Next year, when the wind blows, the forest will recover." Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised to hear this. He did not expect Wang Qianqian to be the first to support him. He had thought Lu Yun would say these words instead. But as a public figure, aren't you afraid of being criticized by animal protectionists and environmentalists? The implication was that human life was the most important. Lu Yun quickly explained for Wang Qianqian, fearing that such words would affect her star career. Hearing this, Zhao Qian understood that Lu Yun had always been wary of him and had not truly regarded him as one of her own. But on second thought, this was quite normal. Their relationship was one of cooperation, and it was natural to have some wariness, especially since they were both women. "I understand." Zhao Qian nodded and continued, "If there is no external interference, this forest fire should continue to burn for a long time. However, fortunately, our camp is far from the forest, so even if it burns, it won't spread to us." Lu Yun frowned and said, "Compared to the forest fire, I'm more concerned about the size of this island. With such a large freshwater lake and a pack of wild boars, this island must not be small." Wang Qianqian asked, "Zhao Yun, did you discover something?" Lu Yun nodded slowly, raising 2 fingers, and said 2 doubts. "First, I've checked the flight we took, and there weren't any large islands on the way. Second, such a large island cannot be undeveloped. Keep in mind that even some very small islands have been developed." Wang Qianqian scratched her head, feeling awkward. "Zhao Yun, I didn't quite follow." Zhao Qian explained for Lu Yun. "What she means is that our current location may have deviated from the original flight path." If it weren't for Lu Yun's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed these 2 doubts. After all, he wouldn't have idly checked where the flight routes passed. If they really had deviated from the original flight path, then the already slim chances of rescue would be even slimmer. What would be the outcome of this? Wang Qianqian seemed to realize that something was wrong and nervously asked, "The rescue team?" Zhao Qian wanted to tell Wang Qianqian that there was no rescue team. But as soon as he spoke, Lu Yun interjected, "The rescue team will first search along the flight path, then they will gradually expand their search area. Since we've deviated from the path, it will take more time for them to find us." After saying this, she kept signaling Zhao Qian with her eyes. Zhao Qian, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement that Lu Yun was right. "You scared me." Wang Qianqian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Just now, Looking at your expressions, I thought the rescue team wouldn't come. Turns out they just might be a little late. I'll just think of it as taking a long vacation. After all, I haven't had a break since becoming a star. After saying this, Wang Qianqian stretched lazily, said goodnight to Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, and went back to sleep. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun and said, "The issue of rescue can't be concealed forever. You must inform her in advance so she can be mentally prepared." Lu Yun replied, "I know. I will take care of this matter. Don't interfere." Zhao Qian shrugged and continued, "Actually, besides the 2 doubts you mentioned, I also discovered another doubt." Chapter 22. The strange half-cooked fish. What suspicious findings did you discover? Lu Yun originally wanted to go to sleep, but after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she frowned and asked, "There is no garbage on this island." Zhao Qian expressed his doubts, and, seeing that Lu Yun didn't understand, explained, "Every year, humans dump a large amount of household waste into the sea, so even uninhabited islands would have human waste. However, this island is different. I searched along the coastline for a long time, and aside from the items from the plane, there was no household waste. Theoretically, such an island shouldn't exist. In fact, Zhao Qian discovered this doubt 2 days ago, but didn't pay much attention to it until Lu Yun brought up 2 other doubts that reminded him. The reason he mentioned this doubt was mainly to provide Lu Yun with more information to see if she could deduce their approximate location from it. Of course, he couldn't figure out himself, but Lu Yun is a top student and might be able to calculate it based on conditions like ocean currents. No household waste. Lu Yun frowned even tighter and after a while said, "This doubt is very important. I need to think about it. You must be tired today. Go rest first." Zhao Qian stood up and suddenly thought of something, asking, "Are you keeping watch for Wang Qianqian again?" Lu Yun didn't speak, just nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Qian wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. The next day, perhaps because he was too tired yesterday, Zhao Qian only woke up after the sun had risen high. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Wang Qianqian's voice, "You're finally awake. I thought you wouldn't get up. It's not early anymore. Let's hurry and set off. Why are you so eager today?" Zhao Qian, still groggy, thought he had misheard since Wang Qianqian didn't want to go out with him yesterday. "Isn't that because I'm worried you might die?" Wang Qianqian added, feeling that her words might imply concern for Zhao Qian, and explained, "Lu Yun and I still need you to find food for us. If you die, we'll have to find food on our own." Zhao Qian didn't dwell on the truth of that statement and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but starting today, you can't follow me." Wang Qianqian asked, "Why can't I follow you?" Zhao Qian replied, "It's too dangerous to follow me. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. It's safer for you to stay in the camp." Just thinking about what happened yesterday evening made him grateful he hadn't brought Wang Qianqian. Otherwise, when they encountered the wild boar herd, it would have been the end for her. Because whether it was running away or climbing a tree, Wang Qianqian wasn't good at either. "Then I should definitely go. 2 people can look out for each other." Wang Qianqian insisted. "There's no mutual support between us. You're just a burden to me." If it were before, Zhao Qian would have said this outright. But now Wang Qianqian was concerned about him, and he didn't want to say something harsh. So he smiled and said, "Actually, I also want you to come along, but right now, I have a very arduous task for you, and you really can't come with me." Wang Qianqian asked, "What task?" Zhao Qian said, "I want you to weave a few more fishing tools so we can catch more fish. In case something happens, we'll have food reserves." Wang Qianqian replied, "Your idea is good, but I can't weave fishing tools." Zhao Qian continued, "Weaving fishing tools is very simple. I'll teach you when I come back at noon. You can collect materials in the morning." After saying this, he didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to speak and quickly left. Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian leave, stomp her foot in annoyance, and then went to gather materials for weaving fishing tools. After leaving the camp, Zhao Qian didn't check the traps he set, didn't dig for the explosive larvae, and didn't check the fishing tools, but walked towards the lake. He wanted to see how far the forest fire had spread and how much of the forest had been burned. At the same time, he harbored a bit of hope to find any dead animals in the burned forest to improve their diet. It would be best if that group of wild boars had all been burned to death. They could make smoked meat out of them, which would be enough for the 3 of them for a long time. However, after spending quite a bit of time, Zhao Qian was shocked to find that the catastrophic forest fire he had imagined had actually extinguished. Not only that, But he also discovered that the area burned was roughly the same as when he left. This meant that the forest fire had extinguished just after he left. How is that possible? Zhao Qian's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how the forest fire had gone out. To be clear, once a forest fire forms, it is impossible to extinguish it so easily. Take the 2019 Australian bushfires, for example. They burned for 4 months, causing nearly 200 deaths and the death of up to 3 billion animals. That was even with human intervention, and the fire burned for 4 months. Yet now, in a forest fire without any human intervention, it had only burned a very small area before extinguishing, which was too abnormal. Of course, he didn't wish for the forest to catch fire, but everything was too strange. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian gathered his courage and cautiously approached the burned area. The trees here had just been burned before they were extinguished. Zhao Qian reached the edge of the forest fire and found that these trees had only been scorched on the surface, with no issues inside. He broke open the bark of these trees, touched the insides, and muttered to himself, "These are all normal trees. So the extinguishing of the forest fire has nothing to do with them." Zhao Qian continued to walk deeper. As he went further in, the state of the trees being burned became more severe, and the tree he had climbed yesterday to avoid the wild boars had completely burned away. After inspecting the surroundings for a while, he still couldn't find a reason for the extinguishing of the forest fire. Forget it, I should go back. I don't want to encounter those wild boars again. Zhao Qian didn't dare to continue investigating, fearing he would run into those wild boars again. Just as he walked a few dozen meters, something suddenly caught his eye, and he quickly walked over, crouched down, and picked it up, wiping off the dust. The full appearance of the object revealed itself. It was a dead fish, half-cooked, with the other half untouched. How could there be fish on the shore? Zhao Qian frowned and said, "From the condition of this fish, it must have suffered from high temperatures, otherwise it wouldn't be half-cooked. The other half being uncooked indicates that while it suffered high temperatures, the forest fire was extinguished. Could it have rained? But how could that be? The camp isn't too far from here. It's impossible for it to rain here without us feeling it." Chapter 23. Iron smelting. Although Zhao Qian had many doubts in his heart, he did not delve deeply into them, mainly because he was worried about encountering that group of wild boars again. After pausing for a moment, he left the forest. As for the water source from the lake, he could come here to replenish it when he really had no fresh water, but he did not intend to move here. The fundamental reason was that the forest around the lake was not safe. There could be very dangerous wild animals, and he did not want to experience what happened yesterday again. However, not long after Zhao Qian left the forest, the originally calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled with large waves. The ripples spread outward, quickly covering a large area of the lake. At that moment, if there were a shot from above, one would see a huge shadow slowly swimming across the lake, which eventually faded away. After leaving the forest, Zhao Qian did not return to the camp, but instead explored the distant peaks. The issue of water source was temporarily resolved, so the next step was to find materials for making stone tools. Ordinary rocks were naturally unsuitable for making stone tools. Suitable materials must have high hardness but also be brittle, such as obsidian, flint, and quartzite. He did not know much about these stones and was unclear about the geographical environment that would produce such stones, so he decided to go up the mountain to take a look. Surely, there wouldn't be a lack of stones on the mountain. The peak Zhao Qian intended to go to looked visually close, but in reality, it took him several hours to reach the foot of the mountain. The peak towered into the clouds, and from below, he could only see the middle of the mountain because the view above was obscured by clouds, which showed how high this peak was. The hardness of the stones here was decent, but he was unsure whether they were suitable for making stone tools. Zhao Qian picked up some stones at the foot of the mountain and tested their hardness, finding it quite satisfactory. However, whether these stones could be used to make stone tools depended on other criteria. He did not want to chop down a tree only to exchange it for dozens of stone axes. Sigh, if only I had a military shovel. At the very least, a dagger would be good. Zhao Qian suddenly sighed and then said, although it's still unclear whether these stones can be made into stone tools, they should be fine for making a hammer. Since encountering the wild boars, he had a pressing desire to create a weapon for self-defense. Even if it didn't help against the wild boars, it would at least give him some peace of mind. Thinking of this, He found a piece of wood slightly thinner than his wrist and a sharp stone, making a shape at the top of the wood. Then, he selected a suitable stone from many others, placed it into the shaped notch, and finally secured it with a strip of cloth. Once secured, a not-so-good-looking stone hammer was made. Zhao Qian swung it a few times and felt that it was quite satisfactory. It could definitely be used as a weapon. I wonder if this hammer can fend off the wild boars? Zhao Qian was frightened by the wild boars. So the main imagined enemy in his mind, while making stone tools, was that group of wild boars. Of course, he was self-aware, even if he had a stone hammer. At most, he could only repel the wild boars and not kill those thick-skinned and tough wild boars. Let us continue exploring. Zhao Qian put away the stone hammer and said. Meanwhile, in the camp, Lu Yun was walking back and forth on the beach under the scorching sun, holding a strip of cloth. When Wang Qianqian returned after searching for materials to weave fishing tools and saw Lu Yun like this, she hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her into the shade. Xiaoyan, are you trying to fry yourself in this hot sun? The UV rays are so strong that they will accelerate skin aging. I applied coconut oil. Lu Yun smiled slightly at Wang Qianqian and then pulled back the strip of cloth. At that moment, Wang Qianqian noticed that something was tied to the end of the strip, covered with numerous tiny black particles. Xiaoyan, what are these? Wang Qianqian asked with a puzzled expression as she saw Lu Yun collecting the black particles. Ferric oxide. Lu Yun explained. What is ferric oxide? Wang Qianqian asked again. It's a compound of iron that can be refined into iron through a displacement reaction. Lu Yun explained again. My goodness, you're not planning to smelt iron, are you? Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Yun did not hide it from Wang Qianqian and said, Zhao Qian encountered wild boars yesterday, indicating that this island is not safe. To be on the safe side, I'm trying to see if I can smelt iron. In fact, she did not have such an idea at first. It was Zhao Qian's encounter with the wild boars that warned her, making her realize the necessity of having weapons. And on such a desert island, due to the limitations of conditions, the preferred weapon was stone tools. However, deep down, she always thought about creating iron tools. Compared to stone tools, iron tools were superior in every aspect. But smelting iron is easier said than done. At the very least, one needs iron or iron-containing materials, which she did not have. Fortunately, she thought of another method. Xiaoyan, you're amazing. After Wang Qianqian finished speaking, she looked at the magnets tied to the strip of cloth and asked, where did these magnets come from? They were taken off from the suitcase. Lu Yun pointed to the suitcase collected by Zhao Qian and said, each suitcase contains some magnets, and gathered together, they amount to this much. By using the magnets to extract ferric oxide from the sand, it won't be long before I can collect enough iron sand to smelt a weapon. Wang Qianqian felt impressed and sighed. Xiaoyan, I suddenly feel that having you as my assistant is a bit of a waste. Compared to you, I feel like I know nothing. Lu Yun smiled and said, everyone has different talents. I only know how to learn, while your talent is performing. You don't need to compare yourself to me. Wang Qianqian pouted, but there are many people online criticizing me for having no acting skills. Lu Yun said seriously, write down their IDs, and I'll sue them for defamation when we go back. How annoying. Wang Qianqian finally smiled, feeling much better. Lu Yun said, you can take a break. I'll go collect iron sand again. Don't go. It's not good for your skin. Wang Qianqian stopped Lu Yun, and her gaze suddenly fell on the coconut crab, grinning. Xiaoyan, I have a way that can collect iron sand and also keep you from getting sunburned. What method? Lu Yun asked curiously. Without answering Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian snatched the strip of cloth from Lu Yun's hand and walked over to the coconut crab. Coconut crab, Wang Qianqian, am the most righteous. I promised to let you go before, and now I will release you. Wang Qianqian said, however, whether as a person or a crab, one must know gratitude. Now that I'm letting you go, you have to help me with something. Chapter 24. Wang Qianqian's talent at this point. Wang Qianqian paused for a few seconds and continued, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. After saying that, without caring whether the coconut crab could talk or not, she took it upon herself to agree for the coconut crab and tied a cloth strip with a magnet around its body, finally loosening the rope that bound the coconut crab. It was unclear whether the coconut crab had been tied up for 2 days and was half dead, or if it truly understood Wang Qianqian's words. After the rope was loosened, The coconut crab remained still, as if waiting for a command. I almost forgot. You've been hungry for 2 days. Let me get you something to eat first, Wang Qianqian said, bringing over the coconut that had been emptied of its juice yesterday and placing it in front of the coconut crab. When the coconut crab saw the coconut, it immediately extended its massive pincers and clamped down on the coconut, which was incredibly hard, and surprisingly, it began to open it slowly. The coconut crab used its large pincers to extract the coconut meat bit by bit, eating extremely slowly, and it took a long time to finish the coconut. After that, it lifted its head and looked at Wang Qianqian. Don't just think about eating, you need to work first. Wang Qianqian seemed to understand the coconut crab's intention. If Zhao Qian were present, he would definitely think Wang Qianqian was foolish. The coconut crab was an animal with no intelligence at all. So how could it possibly understand human commands? Yet, you were actually communicating with the coconut crab. However, after standing still for a few seconds, the coconut crab really moved. What was most unexpected was that the coconut crab showed no intention of escaping. It would only walk a few dozen meters away before returning. Lu Yin widened her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. Wang Qianqian could train a dog without surprising her, but how could the coconut crab, an animal, be tamed? Qianqian, how did you do that? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. What do you mean, how did I do that? Wang Qianqian looked a bit confused. I mean, how did you get the coconut crab to help you work? Lu Yin pointed at the coconut crab that was walking back and forth. It's simple. It's just like my pet Dodo. With a little training, it can easily help you with some tasks, Wang Qianqian said. How can that be the same? Dodo is a border collie, Lu Yin replied. Border collies are the smartest dogs, with an intelligence equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and they have a strong ability to imitate. With a little teaching, they could do many things. However, the coconut crab does not have the intelligence of a border collie. I even doubt if the coconut crab has any intelligence at all. It's completely impossible to tame it. But I trained the coconut crab, just like I trained Dodo, Wang Qianqian replied, then added, actually, it's very simple. You just have to think of it as a friend. Why don't you try it? How do I try? Lu Yin asked. First, make a friend in your heart. Then call its name and ask it to come back, Wang Qianqian said. Are you sure you're not joking? You want me to be friends with a coconut crab? If Lu Yin didn't know that Wang Qianqian was sincerely teaching her, she would have thought Wang Qianqian was just messing with her. She took a moment to gather her emotions and shouted at the coconut crab, come back. But as her voice fell, the coconut crab completely ignored Lu Yin and continued walking back and forth on the beach, completing the tasks assigned by Wang Qianqian. It seems like it doesn't work, Lu Yin said. Wang Qianqian was taken aback, showing an expression of surprise, and said, how could it not work? How could it work? You don't really think that this is how you tame animals, do you? Lu Yin thought for a moment and said, why don't you try it? You might have just gotten lucky. All right, I'll give it a try, Wang Qianqian said, looking at the coconut crab and saying, coconut crab, come back. This time, the moment Wang Qianqian's voice fell, the coconut crab stopped in its tracks and after a few seconds of daze, actually walked towards Wang Qianqian. Good boy. Wang Qianqian patted the coconut crab's head and said, you can continue now. The coconut crab obediently left. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin was completely shocked, and the astonishment in her heart was beyond words, because she finally confirmed that Wang Qianqian could indeed command the coconut crab. Zhao Qian, do you want to try a few more times? It's really simple, Wang Qianqian said. No need. Lu Yin shook her head with a wry smile and continued. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your unique talent. Just like some people can hold their breath underwater for 20 or 30 minutes, or have an exceptional memory, your talent is controlling the coconut crab. Oh, why am I so stupid? Suddenly, Wang Qianqian slapped her forehead in frustration and said, since I can control the coconut crab, why not let it go into the sea to catch fish for us? It can catch not only fish, but also abalone, sea cucumbers, lobsters. Lu Yin looked at the excited Wang Qianqian and kindly reminded her, coconut crabs are terrestrial crustaceans. If they go into the sea, they will drown. Zhao Qian was searching for a way to climb the peak at the foot of the mountain. After searching for a while, he confirmed one thing. This peak was too steep to climb. He glanced at the time. It was already afternoon, thinking that he hadn't gone back for lunch. If he returned late today, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yin would worry. However, just as he was about to head back, he suddenly spotted a cave. The location of this cave was very concealed. Due to the angle, it couldn't be seen when climbing up the mountain, and it could only be barely seen when going down. Arriving at the cave entrance, Zhao Qian looked at the dark and deep cave and suddenly felt an urge to explore it. After thinking for a few seconds, he made up his mind and found a reason for himself. I'm not doing this for adventure. It's just that I currently have no place to stay and no tools to build a shelter, so I can only live in the cave for survival. After saying that, he made a torch, took out the stone hammer he had made, and slowly walked into the cave. Upon entering the cave, he immediately felt a coolness, as if he were staying in an air-conditioned room during the summer. It was very comfortable. The cave was deep. Zhao Qian walked dozens of meters with the torch and still hadn't reached the end, but he could hear the sound of dripping water nearby. When he walked over to take a look, he saw a crack in the mountain wall, and water from the peak was flowing in through the crack, dripping onto the ground. Over the years, a small puddle about half a meter in diameter had formed on the ground, gathering quite a bit of fresh water. I'll move over here after I go back. Almost instantly, Zhao Qian decided to move in, because once he moved into the cave, it would not only solve the housing problem, but also conveniently solve the water source issue. The water flowing from the crack, filtered through layers of rock, was cleaner than much of the water found in the wild, and could even be drunk directly. Chapter 25. Giant bones. The absence of other animal droppings on the ground indicated that this cave was not a nest for other creatures, and coupled with the water source, it was practically a natural shelter. Zhao Qian was increasingly satisfied with the cave. He felt that moving into it would save them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just building a shelter would take considerable time, not to mention the unresolved water issue. However, to be safe, Zhao Qian continued to delve deeper into the cave. During his exploration, Zhao Qian discovered that the cave was indeed quite large. He ventured dozens of meters deeper and still hadn't reached the cave's deepest point. Moreover, as he went further in, he found that the space was expanding. For instance, when he first entered the cave, the space could only accommodate 4 people at once. But after going over 100 meters in, it could hold more than 10 people simultaneously. The shape resembled a fish trap he had made, but inverted, with a small entrance and a large interior. Suddenly, while Zhao Qian was focused on looking ahead, he stepped on something and nearly tripped. He quickly lowered the torch in his hand and discovered he had stepped on a bone, specifically a very large rib bone. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian had no knowledge in this area and couldn't tell which animal it belonged to, but he was certain of one thing. The owner of the rib bone had been quite large. Regardless of whose rib bone it was, with a bit of polishing, it could serve as a weapon. Zhao Qian didn't delve into what animal the rib bone belonged to. Instead, he thought about using it to make a weapon. Just as he secured the rib bone and slung it over his back, he suddenly noticed a shadow not far away. Earlier, he hadn't seen the shadow because he was constantly holding the torch, and his eyes weren't accustomed to the darkness. But when he set the rib bone aside, his eyes adjusted, revealing the shadow's presence. In an instant, Zhao Qian felt his heart tighten, his entire body turning cold, and he didn't dare to breathe, fearing the shadow might pounce. However, after a while, the shadow remained still, like a lifeless object. After waiting a bit longer, seeing that the shadow truly did not move, Zhao Qian managed to suppress his fear, picked up the torch, and, holding a stone axe in his hand, cautiously approached the shadow. As he got closer, his worries gradually dissipated because he could confirm that the shadow was indeed lifeless. However, when he finally stood before the shadow, he gasped in shock and was at a loss for words. The lifeless object before him was a skull of a creature that had once been known as a Tyrannosaurus rex long ago. At the camp, although Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had not eaten anything all day, neither felt hungry, as both were focused on smelting iron. Of course, they hadn't collected enough iron sand. They merely wanted to try it out first to avoid wasting time if the smelting failed. Xiaoyan, is this good enough? Wang Qianqian first dug a small pit in the ground, then built a tall cylindrical furnace from mud, with a simple bellows nearby to continuously supply air to the furnace. Yeah, that's about right. Lu Yun was also busy preparing charcoal. Although coal was the best for smelting steel, they couldn't get it in their current situation, so they had to settle for charcoal. The method of making charcoal was quite simple. Just ensure that wood doesn't burn completely, and what remains is charcoal. Therefore, She first gathered a large amount of wood, piled it into a pyramid shape, and then covered it with dirt, leaving a small hole. When the wood is ignited in this way, due to insufficient air, it burns incompletely, resulting in charcoal. However, while the method isn't difficult, it does take a considerable amount of time. Lu Yin started preparing in the morning, and only now had she produced the charcoal. Zhao Qian, can we start smelting iron now? Wang Qianqian asked excitedly. Yeah. Lu Yin looked at Wang Qianqian, who treated smelting iron like a game, and said, Don't be so excited. I'm so nervous right now. If we fail, all our effort today will be in vain. Wang Qianqian shrugged it off, saying, as the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. As long as we keep playing, keep persisting, we will eventually succeed. Lu Yin smiled, but said nothing. Placing the collected iron sand into a mud bowl, which was supported by stones beneath, positioned in the middle lower part of the furnace. Next, she filled the furnace with charcoal until there was no remaining space. It's time to light it. Lu Yin thought for a moment, felt it was okay, and let Wang Qianqian ignite the charcoal. In fact, Lu Yin wanted to do this step herself, but Wang Qianqian insisted on doing it, claiming it was fun, although Lu Yin couldn't see what was fun about it. As the charcoal was lit, the temperature in the furnace began to rise steadily. In just a little while, waves of heat radiated from around the furnace. At this moment, Wang Qianqian started to have second thoughts, asking Zhao Qian, how much longer will it take? It's so hot. Lu Yin continued to turn the simple bellows, supplying air to the furnace, while saying, the burning temperature of charcoal isn't as high as coal, so smelting iron will take longer. If you find it too hot, you can take a break over there. Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hand, saying, I'm fine. I can hold on. No need for a break. With that, she took over from Lu Yin and began to operate the bellows. The temperature in the furnace grew higher and higher. Looking from the top of the furnace into the interior, one could see the orange flames formed like volcanic lava. As time passed, the charcoal gradually burned away, and the furnace's temperature peaked, causing the iron sand to finally begin to change. Half an hour later, the charcoal had nearly burned out, and the temperature in the furnace began to drop. An hour later, once the temperature in the furnace had dropped significantly, she finally gathered the courage to pry open the furnace entrance and used a stick to scoop out the mud bowl. However, the wood ash produced by the burning charcoal covered the bowl, making it difficult to see the smelted iron. Zhao Qian, I didn't find the iron we smelted, did you? Wang Qianqian searched for a long time, but found nothing. This is it. Lu Yin found a small, black, round bead about the size of a soybean at the bottom of the mud bowl and said to Wang Qianqian, This thing is the iron we smelted? Wang Qianqian said with a look of disdain, having never imagined that the iron she produced would look so ugly, completely different from what she had envisioned. What you usually see as steel has been processed by modern industry. With our primitive methods, we can only smelt this kind of iron. Lu Yin, noticing Wang Qianqian's disdain, explained with a smile, I'm back. At that moment, Zhao Qian's voice echoed in the darkness. Chapter 26. The big bone stick. Although Zhao Qian started heading back just as it was getting dark, he delayed some time exploring the cave. And since the journey was a bit long, it was already very dark by the time he returned. You big liar. Didn't you say you'd be back by noon? Are you trying to starve us? Wang Qianqian, who had been too focused on smelting iron to feel too hungry, suddenly realized she hadn't eaten all day upon hearing Zhao Qian's voice. But there's still a coconut crab. If you're hungry, you can eat it. Zhao Qian said, The coconut crab is my friend. No one is allowed to eat it, Wang Qianqian shouted. Making friends with food, or are you not starving? Zhao Qian didn't show much surprise because, in his view, Wang Qianqian had a way of thinking that could make friends with anything. Wang Qianqian wanted to argue back, but realizing she had never won an argument against him, she decided to step down and said, I want to argue with you. Then she noticed the large object Zhao Qian was carrying and curiously asked, Where did you get that big bone stick? Is there still marrow in it? Big bone stick? Zhao Qian almost didn't react, and when he realized she was referring to the bone he had brought back, he exclaimed loudly, This bone is not for you to eat. It's worth a fortune. Wang Qianqian scoffed. How valuable can it be? As a popular first-line star, whether filming movies or participating in variety shows, she earned a good income and had saved quite a bit of money over the years, considering herself a little wealthy. What was expensive in the eyes of ordinary people might not be worth mentioning to her. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a friend price. 200 million, Zhao Qian said. 200 million. Wang Qianqian gasped and said, have you gone crazy? A big bone stick. And you want to sell it to me for 200 million? Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think your big bone stick is a dragon bone? Zhao Qian grinned and said, you guessed right. This big bone stick is indeed a dragon bone. The bone of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. While in the cave, he had repeatedly confirmed that the skeleton was highly likely to belong to a T-Rex. The skeleton was very complete, with no bones missing from head to tail, and he had seen a news report about a complete T-Rex fossil being auctioned for $31,800,000, worth over 200 million. T-Rex bones? Wang Qianqian leaned in to take a closer look, pouting. You say it's, so it is. I might as well say it's a cow bone. Don't treat others as fools. Zhao Qian glanced at the wise Wang Qianqian, too lazy to argue with her, and instead approached Lu Yun. Lu Yun was a high achiever and surely knew more than he did. He wanted her to help him check whether the bone he found was valuable. However, he noticed the smelting furnace that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had built and asked, what is this thing? It's a smelting furnace. While you were away, Qianqian and I were smelting iron, Lu Yun said. Did you succeed? Zhao Qian asked. Yes. Lu Yun handed over the iron beads they had produced. Zhao Qian picked one up and discovered it was indeed iron, which made him admire Lu Yun even more. Although he really wanted an iron weapon, he had thought about finding plain wreckage to obtain steel and then polish it. However, in the eyes of a scholar, the way to obtain steel was smelting, and they had succeeded, making him feel that if given time, Lu Yun could probably produce planes and cannons. Yunjia, can you help me see if this bone is valuable? Zhao Qian changed how he addressed Lu Yun. Is this really a T-Rex bone? Lu Yun had heard the conversation between Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian, and like Wang Qianqian, thought Zhao Qian was joking. After all, even if there were T-Rex bones, they would have been buried deep underground, and with the tools Zhao Qian had, it was impossible to dig them up. Absolutely true. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously and said, today I went to that peak looking for rocks to polish into stone tools and accidentally discovered a cave, and the T-Rex skeleton was found inside the cave. It was a very complete skeleton, but I only brought this one bone back. The rest is still in the cave. Hearing Zhao Qian say this, Wang Qianqian realized he might not be lying and said, let me see again. I've never seen a T-Rex bone. Zhao Qian stopped Wang Qianqian from reaching out, saying, you might as well forget it. I'm worried you'll eat my T-Rex bone. Wang Qianqian said, you're a man, yet so stingy. Zhao Qian replied, you give me 200 million, and I'll sell you the bone. You can make soup or eat the marrow. It's up to you. Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, don't think I'm foolish. T-Rex has been extinct for a long time. After so much time, the bone must be expired and inedible. At this point, Zhao Qian was speechless. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian actually wanted to eat a T-Rex bone. Just as Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian were saying this, Lu Yun was carefully observing the bone. From Zhao Qian's words, she did not doubt that the bone was from a T-Rex. However, Lu Yun hesitated and looked at Zhao Qian, saying if this really is a T-Rex bone and is very complete, it would indeed be worth a lot, but this bone is too fresh. Wang Qianqian immediately asked, too fresh? Does that mean it's still edible? No. Lu Yun shook her head and said, the T-Rex was a creature from the late Cretaceous period, around 65 to 68 million years ago. Even if there were T-Rex bones, they would have long since fossilized or become jadeized. But this bone clearly shows no signs of fossilization or jadeization. Zhao Qian hadn't really noticed this point before and said, it does seem that compared to other T-Rex bones, the one I found is too fresh. It doesn't look like it has been dead for tens of millions of years. But I assure you, this is indeed a T-Rex bone. I saw it with my own eyes, and I wouldn't mistake it. Lu Yun shook her head and said, then I don't know what the reason is. Wang Qianqian cautiously leaned in and asked, I once saw a movie that said there's another world inside the earth, where animals that have gone extinct on the surface still exist in the Earth's core. We are currently at the entrance to that inner world. Lu Yun shook her head again and said, with current technology, we can explore the Earth's core. The inner world you speak of cannot exist. Wang Qianqian added, I also saw a movie where humans used cloning technology to bring dinosaurs back to life. If that's a possibility, then the place we are in now might be a secret base where they are conducting evil experiments, originally wanting to ignore Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian finally couldn't help but speak up after hearing so many unreliable theories. He said, "You should watch fewer movies in the future." Wang Qianqian asked why. Zhao Qian replied, "Your IQ is not high to begin with, and watching those unreliable movies will only make you seem even more foolish." Chapter 27, Moving. You are the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish. Wang Qianqian first retorted loudly at Zhao Qian, then quietly asked Lu Yu and Xiaoyan, "Am I wrong again?" "Yes." Lu Yu nodded and explained, "The conditions for cloning are much more complicated than you think. With current technology, it is impossible to clone dinosaurs. And we can't even find complete dinosaur DNA." Wang Qianqian said, "Didn't the movie say that a mosquito just finished sucking dinosaur blood and then got trapped in amber? Isn't that possible?" "No." Lu Yu shook her head and explained, "Even in the situation you mentioned, DNA cannot be preserved for tens of millions of years. A mammoth that died 10,000 years ago was discovered in the polar region and still could not be cloned, let alone dinosaurs from tens of millions of years ago. Cloning is not as simple as it is portrayed in movies. There are many conditions required. Even if we found dinosaur DNA, without a suitable surrogate mother, we still couldn't clone a dinosaur." After listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Wang Qianqian realized she was wrong again. However, when she saw Zhao Qian's smug smile, instead of feeling like conceding, she secretly vowed that she would make Zhao Qian look foolish whenever she got the chance. This man is simply too despicable. Wang Qianqian snorted coldly and said, "So what if I was wrong? At least I dare to make bold guesses, unlike you, who don't even have the courage to make a guess." Zhao Qian smiled and said, "Although you sincerely sought my opinion, wanted to hear the thoughts of someone with higher education, I'm sorry, but I won't make unfounded inferences." Wang Qianqian scoffed, "If you're afraid, just admit it. Don't be stubborn. You're not a real man." Zhao Qian, however, didn't mind and shrugged, "The provocation tactic doesn't work on me, so don't waste your effort." So annoying. Wang Qianqian was furious and felt very frustrated. At that moment, Lu Yun asked, "Zhao Qian, what do you plan to do with this bone?" Hearing this, Zhao Qian's smile disappeared. He stared at the bone for a while and said, "When I initially picked up this bone, I thought of polishing it into a weapon. Later, I discovered this is a complete T-Rex skeleton, and I thought of selling it once we're rescued, allowing myself to retire early." Although Zhao Qian's interest is wilderness survival, that doesn't mean he doesn't love money. He also wants to have endless money so that he can travel and adventure around the world without needing to work. The world is so big, and he wants to see it, to have a trip that he can just set off on. Lu Yun asked, "What are your thoughts now?" "I don't know." Zhao Qian shook his head and continued, "If it were a normal T-Rex fossil, I would keep it without hesitation. But this skeleton isn't a fossil yet and might be mistaken for a fake. Authentication agencies have their own set of standards. For example, to authenticate a T-Rex skeleton, it at least needs to have the corresponding age. If it doesn't meet the age requirement, it might be denied right away. Currently, those responsible for authentication place great importance on age, as if age is the only standard for measuring the value of an item. Let's keep it." Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "We have already refined some iron, and it won't be long before we can make iron tools. Therefore, there's no need to waste this bone. If we can return alive, the complete T-Rex skeleton will be worth even more." "Yes." Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, and then said, "By the way, when I explored the cave, I found it very suitable for living. There's even a water source, and we can move indirectly." Wang Qianqian said, "We're living well here. Why move to a cave?" Zhao Qian explained, "We don't have tools to build a shelter. Under normal weather conditions, it's fine, but weather can be unpredictable. Typhoons, rain. If bad weather occurs without a shelter, we will suffer from wind and rain. Imagine if it rains continuously for 3 to 4 days. We won't even be able to start a fire, only able to eat raw fish. And at night, we won't be able to sleep because the rain will keep hitting us." Listening to Zhao Qian's description, Wang Qianqian immediately pictured herself shivering in the storm, unable to eat or sleep. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian would be in the cave, eating grilled fish and lying on a comfortable, dry ground, cursing her for being brainless. "No, we must move." Wang Qianqian immediately changed her mind, but was unwilling to admit it, saying, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if the wind blows and the rain beats down, I'm willing. But she paused for a moment and then changed her tone. But I can't bear to see Xiaoyun suffer with me, so I can only reluctantly agree to move to the cave. Zhao Qian teased, how about this? You stay here, and I will move over with Sister Yin. Wang Qianqian said, you're so shady, it's obvious you're a lecher. How can I let Sister Yin share cave with you? I have to accompany her. Thank you, Qianqian. Lu Yun immediately expressed her gratitude, while continuously signaling Zhao Qian with her eyes. Zhao Qian understood that Lu Yun was worried that if he continued to argue with Wang Qianqian, it would embarrass her, and they might not end up moving to the cave. Thus, for Lu Yun's sake, he ended the topic and said, it's already late. Let's eat something, and we'll start moving tomorrow morning, aiming to finish in 1 day. 1 day? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Lu Yun voiced her thoughts. I was thinking of collecting more iron sand to refine a piece of iron. The weather at sea is unpredictable, and severe weather can occur at any time. So the sooner, the better. In fact, during the past 2 days of fishing, he noticed that the wind and waves seemed to have increased, giving him a feeling that there might be significant weather changes in the next few days. If they couldn't move to the cave before then, the situation would become very dire. Zhao Qian continued, as for refining iron, I don't think we need to rush it. Collecting iron sand is slow anyway. So delaying for 2 days isn't a big deal. Lu Yun thought for a moment and nodded. All right then. Let's aim to move everything to the cave in 1 day tomorrow. Wang Qianqian said, I want to make it clear in advance that I will only move my own things. Those suitcases and clothes are not mine, so I won't help. Of course, if certain people ask me nicely, I might consider helping a bit. On the day of the plane accident, Zhao Qian collected a lot of luggage. And it's not an exaggeration to say that 90 of the items in the camp belong to Zhao Qian. If no one helps, it would take Zhao Qian 2 days to finish moving everything by himself. You want me to beg you? Zhao Qian smiled slightly and said, then has that certain person considered where they would sleep at night without the luggage and clothes I collected? What would they cover themselves with when it gets cold? Of course, if that certain person asks me nicely, I might consider lending some clothes to her. Chapter 28. Life goes on. Gossip never stops. Just a second ago, Wang Qianqian was feeling proud, but after hearing Zhao Qian's words, she suddenly became a bit flustered. She wasn't used to sleeping on straw and the ground, nor did she want to be cold without anything to cover herself with. So, she instantly changed her expression and laughed, saying, look at you. Why are you taking it seriously? I was just joking with you. We share life and death together. How can I not help you? You should know that I, Wang Qianqian, am the most loyal person. Is that so? Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian and said indifferently, so you mean I'm petty and misunderstood you? Wang Qianqian quickly waved her hands. No. We're friends, just joking around. I wouldn't take it seriously. Zhao Qian pointed at the suitcase and asked, so you're in charge of those 2 suitcases tomorrow? No problem, right? Wang Qianqian frowned. As a weak woman, how can I possibly carry 2 big suitcases? Zhao Qian replied, you're not a weak woman. When we were arguing just now, I saw you had strength, so it's settled. After saying that, Zhao Qian turned and left without giving Wang Qianqian a chance to retort. Watching Zhao Qian leave, Wang Qianqian muttered under her breath, I curse you. You ironclad straight man, to be a lifelong single dog, forever unable to find a wife. The next day, as the sun just rose, Zhao Qian and the others woke up. The temperature on the island was very high at noon, so the best time for them to move was before the temperature rose. After spending some time, they packed up their things and ended up with 10 suitcases in total. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun each pulled 2 suitcases, while Zhao Qian pulled 4 suitcases at once, leaving the remaining 2 suitcases to be picked up later. Wang Qianqian, who initially wanted to complain about being too tired, didn't say anything when she saw Zhao Qian carrying 4 suitcases. Although Zhao Qian was pulling 4 suitcases, he didn't feel tired at all. He thought about the reason and felt it should be related to the physical exercise he had gotten over the past few days on the deserted island. It was clear that he had struggled to pull 3 suitcases before, but now pulling 4 at once felt surprisingly easy, and he walked ahead of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun the entire time. Of course, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun weren't moving fast either. After all, there were no roads on the deserted island, and they couldn't drag the suitcases, only carry them, which consumed more energy. Unknowingly, the three of them walked for an hour. Zhao Qian still felt fine, but Wang Qianqian could no longer endure it and asked loudly, "Zhao Qian, how much farther? I'm about to die from exhaustion." "Still far." Zhao Qian stopped and turned around to say. The cave was already quite far from their current campsite. Even without carrying anything, it would take several hours to walk. Not to mention that everyone was carrying a lot now. The journey that originally took several hours would only take longer now. If I had known it was this far, I wouldn't have moved. Wang Qianqian complained. "Zhao Qian, I'm tired too. Can we take a break?" Lu Yan worried that Wang Qianqian would give up and quickly suggested to Zhao Qian, "Okay, let's take a break." Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yan and nodded. Although he didn't feel too tired and hadn't even sweated much, he noticed that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yan were already drenched in sweat. Clearly, Wang Qianqian was not just being dramatic this time. She was genuinely exhausted. "Have some water." Zhao Qian took out 2 bottles of water from his backpack and handed one to Wang Qianqian and one to Lu Yan. "Gulyalu, Gulyalu." Wang Qianqian and Lu Yan were already thirsty. They took the water and gulped down half a bottle in one go, finally showing satisfied expressions. "I almost thought I was going to die just now. I'm so exhausted," Wang Qianqian said, looking at Zhao Qian and asking, "Aren't you tired at all?" "A little tired. But overall it's okay," Zhao Qian replied. "Your physical fitness is really abnormal. Unlike those male stars I filmed with, they may look good, but in reality, they're quite weak." Wang Qianqian began to gossip again, saying, "Not long ago, I filmed a TV drama where I got injured, and the male lead had to carry me to heal me. As soon as he picked me up, he dropped me on the ground. He couldn't carry me at all. In the end, they had to find 2 people to support me from below to complete that scene." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yan saw Wang Qianqian spilling the beans and coughed loudly to remind her to stop. However, Wang Qianqian completely ignored it. Since she was on a deserted island now, and no one could control her, she had to take this opportunity to say more. Zhao Qian also became interested and jokingly asked, "Is there a possibility that it's because you're too heavy?" Wang Qianqian immediately stood up at those words, lifted her shirt slightly to reveal her slim, fair abdomen and waist, and said, "Look at this. Does my waist look like that of a fat person? Forget it. I'll be direct. Let you carry me for a bit so you can feel my weight." As a woman, especially a female star, she couldn't tolerate anyone calling her fat. Therefore, the moment Zhao Qian questioned her weight, she tried every way to prove that she wasn't fat. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yan coughed again violently. She was reminding Wang Qianqian that as a star walking the pure and innocent route, could she not be so reckless? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Qian also started coughing awkwardly, saying, "I believe you're not fat." If Lu Yan hadn't been there, he might have actually picked her up. After all, such a benefit wasn't something that happened every day. But with a third party present, if he were to carry her, it would easily be seen as inappropriate. When I was filming that show, I only weighed 73 pounds, and he couldn't even lift me, so you can imagine how weak he was. Wang Qianqian loved to gossip and kept talking. "Actually, many male stars in the entertainment industry are like a bunch of sissies. I don't like them at all. Let me tell you another secret. There's a male star who already has a girlfriend, but while playing big poker at home with another female star, his girlfriend came back from a business trip and caught them on the spot." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yan was worried that if Wang Qianqian continued, she would offend everyone in the entertainment industry. So explosive, Zhao Qian's gossip spirit was ignited, and his eyes lit up as he asked, "Who is this male star?" "It's Wu." Wang Qianqian was about to clarify when her mouth was covered by Lu Yan, who said, "Zhao Qian, don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. Her words are not trustworthy. It's all rumors she heard." "It's not a rumor. I have evidence." Wang Qianqian broke free from Lu Yan's hand. But just as she said a few words, her mouth was covered again. Chapter 29, Rain and Hail Bang. Just as Zhao Qian was smiling and watching the show, a drop of water suddenly fell from the sky and hit his face. He instinctively looked up and saw that the originally clear sky had turned dark, with a pitch-black cloud slowly moving towards them from a distance. Immediately, Zhao Qian spoke up. "All right, stop messing around. We need to get going. We just rested for a little while. Can we take a break?" Wang Qianqian and Lu Yan stopped, with Wang Qianqian pleading, "We can't rest any longer." Zhao Qian said sternly, pointing at the sky. Haven't you noticed that it's about to rain? If we don't reach the cave before it starts, we'll all be drenched, and if we catch a cold, that would be a big problem. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun followed Zhao Qian's finger and saw the dark cloud approaching, their expressions turning grim. Based on their life experience, they could easily tell that a heavy rain was imminent. Wang Qianqian showed an anxious expression and asked, "Even if we get soaked, we can't do anything about it. With 2 suitcases, we can't walk fast enough, we'll definitely get caught in the rain." Lu Yun thought for a moment and suggested to Zhao Qian, "Why don't we leave the suitcases here and come back to get them after the rain stops? That's the only option we have." Zhao Qian, with a serious expression, agreed to Lu Yun's suggestion, then looked towards the direction of the cave and said, "Next, we need to reach the cave in one go, and we won't take a break along the way." "Okay." Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun dropped their suitcases and nodded heavily. "Let's go." Zhao Qian took hold of 4 suitcases and walked in front. Wang Qianqian noticed that Zhao Qian was still carrying the suitcases and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to leave the suitcases here?" "No need." Zhao Qian, walking in front without looking back, explained, "First, I don't feel tired. Second, the cave is a bit damp and cold. If I don't prepare some clothes for you as blankets, you might get sick." Wang Qianqian felt a strange sensation in her heart and asked, "Are you so concerned about me because you like me?" "I haven't liked anyone, so I don't know." Zhao Qian teased in his heart, then stated the real reason, "You're overthinking it. If you get sick, I'll have to spend energy taking care of you. That has too much trouble." "Too much trouble." Wang Qianqian felt a severe blow to her spirit upon hearing these words, pouting and falling silent. The 3 continued on their way. After Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun discarded their suitcases, their speed noticeably increased, but even so, they could barely keep up with Zhao Qian. Looking ahead at Zhao Qian, who was still walking briskly while carrying 4 suitcases, both women were deeply shocked. Previously, they thought Zhao Qian was just a bit stronger than average, but after this journey, they realized that his strength had surpassed human limits. In fact, not only were Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun surprised, but Zhao Qian himself was increasingly astonished. He was certain that his previous strength was not as great as it was now. It had gradually increased after arriving on this deserted island, especially after being chased by a wild boar pack, which had maximized his strength gain. Not only his strength, but his endurance and speed had also improved. He just didn't know how far he could push himself. Is this a change produced by my body itself, or has this deserted island granted me special abilities? Zhao Qian speculated in his heart. Zhao Qian had 2 hypotheses regarding his changes. One was that he originally had this talent, but had never developed it until he came to the deserted island, where this ability awakened. The other was that this island bestowed him with these abilities, as he had never experienced anything unusual before arriving. Regardless of the reason, the changes in him only brought benefits, not drawbacks. Whoosh! As Zhao Qian and the others continued their journey, the dark clouds had slowly caught up with them and were now very close. Although they didn't look back, they could already hear the sound of rain, which was like a waterfall, indicating how terrifying this rain was. "Zhao Qian, how much further?" Wang Qianqian glanced back and was instantly frightened, her face pale as she shouted. She had never seen such heavy rain. It was as if the sky had broken a hole, and getting caught in it for even a second would soak them completely. Almost there. After throwing away the suitcases, they had been rushing for about an hour and were very close to the cave. "Can you give a more accurate answer?" Wang Qianqian was anxious. She didn't want that kind of answer. "At our current speed, we need another half an hour." Zhao Qian thought for a moment and replied, "Half an hour?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian deflated like a punctured ball, slowing down and saying, "At our current speed, we'll be caught by the dark clouds in at most 10 minutes. Either way, we'll get rain on, so I give up." Originally, she was willing to run regardless of her appearance to avoid the rain, but now that she realized she would get soaked either way, she chose to lie down and not waste her energy running. "Don't give up, hold on a little longer." Zhao Qian saw that Wang Qianqian wanted to give up and didn't mock her, instead encouraging her. "I really can't run anymore." Wang Qianqian was sweating heavily and panting. "Besides, what's wrong with getting a little wet? My physical condition is so good, I don't believe I'll get sick." Bang! Just as Wang Qianqian finished speaking, something suddenly fell from the sky and hit the suitcase Zhao Qian was carrying, creating a hole in it. The object rolled on the ground for several turns before finally coming to a stop, motionless. Hail! The three of them recognized what it was and couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the object that hit the suitcase was a hailstone the size of a fist. The three were relieved that it hit the suitcase. Had it hit them, they would have been seriously injured or worse. But before they could catch their breath, their expressions turned very grim as they looked at the approaching dark clouds and swallowed hard. They initially thought it was just a normal rainstorm, but now they understood it was rain mixed with hail. Help! We're going to die. This time, before Zhao Qian could speak, Wang Qianqian took off running. If it were just rain, she wouldn't be worried at all, but with rain mixed with hail, the situation was completely different, especially with hail this large. She had no doubt that if the dark clouds caught up, it would absolutely be fatal. At this moment, the three were also glad that Zhao Qian had found the cave yesterday and that they had set off early this morning. Otherwise, if they were still at the original camp, they would likely not survive. Chapter 30. Limits under the threat of death. Zhao Qian and the others ran for their lives. Even Wang Qianqian, who had been complaining about exhaustion, dared not utter another word. They all knew that stopping meant death. However, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun did not have Zhao Qian's physical endurance, even with the threat of death looming over them after running for more than 10 minutes. They finally could not hold on any longer. At that moment, the dark clouds were only a few hundred meters away, and they were already on the edge of the storm. The rain and hail in the edge area were not as intense as in the center, but they soaked the three of them. The occasional falling hail warned them that danger was closing in. Zhao Qian, I can't run anymore. Wang Qianqian felt her legs were as heavy as lead. She knew this was her limit. If you survive, just tell them I died when the plane crashed. Please don't let my fans know I died from hail. After saying this, the fear of death overwhelmed her, and she cried out, wow. Lu Yun didn't say anything, but her pale face and tightly clenched lips clearly showed her panic. I get nervous when I see the camera, so I can't help you, Zhao Qian said as he approached Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. If you want to say something, just survive and tell your fans yourself. After saying this, Zhao Qian discarded the suitcase he had been reluctant to let go of and hoisted both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun onto his shoulders without hesitation. Don't move. Zhao Qian sternly reprimanded the struggling Wang Qianqian. The next part might be uncomfortable, but this is the only way to save you. I promise I will keep you alive. With that, he pushed off the ground and accelerated towards the cave. At this moment, Zhao Qian's terrifying strength was on full display. It was important to note that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun weighed far more than 4 suitcases combined. Carrying 2 people while running was a tremendous test of his physical strength and endurance. Even Zhao Qian felt as if his chest was burning after a few minutes of running. Every breath was painful, his muscles ached, and he could see the steam evaporating from his body due to the high temperature. Clearly, carrying 2 people and running for several minutes had pushed him to his limit. Several times, thoughts of giving up and accepting death crossed his mind. He was simply too exhausted. However, even then, he never considered abandoning Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun because he had promised them he would keep them alive. This was a man's promise. Just hang on a little longer. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. The only thought left in Zhao Qian's mind. Bang! At that moment, a hailstone fell from the sky, striking Zhao Qian's head. The immense force split his scalp open, blood gushing out and flowing down his face. The sudden blow caused Zhao Qian to stagger, nearly falling to the ground. Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong, but couldn't see Zhao Qian's face as he carried her. So she asked, Zhao Qian, what's wrong? Are you okay? Yen me fine. Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse, a result of breathing through his mouth for too long, which had dried out his throat. After saying this, he struggled to stand up, continuing to carry Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun as he ran once more. At this point, they had entered the mountain range and were getting close to the cave. They just needed to hold on a bit longer. However, Zhao Qian only managed to run a few hundred meters before realizing he had reached his limit. He felt as if his legs were glued to the ground, and he didn't want to take another step. Should I give up? Just give up. Even if I die, I don't want to run anymore. I'm just too tired. All right, then let us give up. The voice in Zhao Qian's mind urging him to give up grew louder. However, just as he was about to surrender, another voice emerged in his mind. Don't give up. You've come this far. The cave is just ahead. How can you give up now? Just hold on for one more minute, and once you're in the cave, you can rest as long as you want. You're still young. You can't give up here. You have a bright future ahead of you. You're a man. You promised to keep them alive, so you must keep that promise. The two voices clashed in his mind, but ultimately the will to live prevailed. He gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, I want to live. As these words left his mouth, a surge of strength suddenly coursed through his exhausted body. Fueled by this newfound energy, Zhao Qian roared and sprinted forward again. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Zhao Qian charged into the cave in one breath and then collapsed to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the dark clouds caught up with them, and hailstones the size of fists continuously pounded down, smashing against the hard rocky ground and shattering into ice shards. We made it to the cave. Wang Qianqian, having been thrown to the ground, was momentarily dazed, but she quickly realized what had happened and joyfully shouted, We made it to the cave. We're alive. Luyan also expressed her relief. Yes, we're alive. The joy of surviving filled them both with exhilaration. Just a moment ago, without Zhao Qian, they would have undoubtedly perished. Zhao Qian. After their moment of joy, both women suddenly realized that Zhao Qian was still lying on the ground. Wang Qianqian thought he was just exhausted, so she stepped forward and lightly kicked him with her foot. Zhao Qian, don't lie on the ground. Get up. I, Wang Qianqian, am a person who repays kindness. How about this? I'll buy your T-Rex bones for 200 million. What do you think? After saying this, she waited for Zhao Qian to thank her. However, Zhao Qian remained motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Qianqian sensed something was wrong and, along with Lu Yun, turned Zhao Qian over. They both gasped in shock. They saw that Zhao Qian's body was flushed red. His temperature felt alarmingly high to the touch, and his face was covered in blood. Blood? How could there be so much blood? And why is his temperature so high? What happened to him? Wang Qianqian exclaimed in panic as she looked at Lu Yun. He must have been hit by the hail on his head, which is why he's bleeding, Lu Yun said as she checked Zhao Qian's head and found the wound. As for why his temperature is so high, I can't explain that either. It's likely due to excessive exertion and his heart being overworked. We need to cool him down immediately. How do we cool him down? Wang Qianqian asked anxiously. Lu Yun didn't respond verbally, but looked towards the entrance of the cave where many hailstones had fallen. If they needed to cool him down, hailstones would undoubtedly be the best option. However, the hail was falling too frequently, and there was a significant risk of getting hit if they went out to collect it. Chapter 31, Unconscious Dam. Wang Qianqian heard Lu Yun's words and looked outside the cave without any hesitation, intending to go out and pick up the hailstones. Qianqian, don't rush. Think of another way, Lu Yun said, grabbing Wang Qianqian, worried that she might do something foolish. After all, they didn't have Zhao Qian's strong physical constitution. If they were hit by the hail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoyan, there's no time. If we don't cool Zhao Qian down, he will die, Wang Qianqian said anxiously, tears streaming down her face. He did this to save us. We can't just stand by and watch him die. Of course we have to save Zhao Qian, but we need to use our brains and think of a win-win solution, Lu Yun advised. There can't be a win-win solution. Wang Qianqian shook her head. There definitely is. Lu Yun's mind raced, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. Do you remember the big bone stick that Zhao Qian brought back? Wang Qianqian nodded. I remember. But what does that matter? That big bone stick was thrown away when he saved us. We can't get it back. Lu Yun shook her head. That's not what I mean. Don't you remember Zhao Qian said that the big bone stick was found in this cave? There are complete T-Rex bones in the cave, which means we just need to find the T-Rex bones and take another bone. After saying this, Lu Yun hurried to the depths of the cave to search for the T-Rex bones. Wang Qianqian stood there dazed for a few seconds, then slapped her forehead with frustration. No wonder Zhao Qian always says I don't use my brain. There was obviously a better way, and I almost went to my death. My actions are no different from Captain America being frozen for decades to prevent a bomb from exploding. Thinking about how she had just acted like a hero going to a noble death to save Zhao Qian, She had previously thought she was righteous, but now she only felt foolish. After scolding herself, Wang Qianqian also went into the depths of the cave to look for the T-Rex bones. Although they had no torches and the cave was pitch black, this actually helped them adapt to the dark environment more quickly. In just a few minutes, they found the T-Rex skeleton. The two didn't have time to feel emotional and quickly took out a big bone stick, returning to the cave entrance to use the bone stick to push the hailstones into the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The time the bone stick was extended was very short, but even so, it was hit by the hail several times, showing just how fierce the hail was. Qianqian, take these to cool Zhao Qian down first, Lu Yun said, handing 2 hailstones to Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian didn't hesitate, taking the hailstones to Zhao Qian, smashing them into ice shards and placing them on Zhao Qian's body. At this point, Zhao Qian's body temperature had risen again. So as soon as the ice shards were placed on him, they melted at a visibly rapid speed, turning into icy water. Fortunately, this method was indeed effective. The body temperature that had been rising continuously was finally brought under control. Xiaoyan, there aren't enough hailstones. Get some more. Wang Qianqian quickly used up the 2 hailstones and shouted to Lu Yun, I'm coming. While Wang Qianqian was cooling Zhao Qian down, Lu Yun had gathered quite a few hailstones and brought them all back. The two quickly crushed these hailstones into ice shards and covered them on Zhao Qian's body. With a large amount of ice shards cooling him down, Zhao Qian's body temperature finally stabilized and gradually decreased. Seeing this, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't entirely sure her method would work. After all, she wasn't a medical professional. But fortunately, by chance, she actually got it right. Xiaoyan, Zhao Qian's body temperature has dropped. Why isn't he waking up? Wang Qianqian asked, unable to help but wonder as Zhao Qian's temperature returned to normal, but he still had not woken up. I'm not sure either, but it should be related to his body's protective mechanism. We just need to wait. Lu Yun also didn't understand very well. Are you sure Zhao Qian is no longer in danger? Wang Qianqian asked, feeling uneasy. Lu Yun didn't answer, but checked Zhao Qian again. At this point, there was no more bleeding from Zhao Qian's head, and judging by how he was recovering, it wouldn't be long before it scabbed over. His body temperature had also decreased, and his heart rate, breathing, all other indicators were very stable. Don't worry, there is absolutely no danger to his life, Lu Yun assured her. Then I'm relieved. Wang Qianqian sighed and finally smiled. Seeing the smile on Wang Qianqian's face, Lu Yun seemed to realize something but didn't say anything. In the following time, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave. Seeing that Zhao Qian was temporarily unresponsive, they had nothing to do, so they began to familiarize themselves with the cave. Unknowingly, time passed from morning to noon, and then from noon to afternoon. It was now getting dark. Glialu. After a day without food, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were already starving. They didn't want to move at all, so they simply stayed in front of Zhao Qian, hoping he would wake up and find them something to eat. However, Zhao Qian showed no signs of waking up. As the sky slowly darkened, the temperature in the cave began to drop and a chill crept in, causing both of them to shiver continuously. But the cold and hunger were not the most terrifying things. The most terrifying thing was that it had been raining and hailing outside all day, showing no signs of stopping, and even the intensity had not diminished at all. In this situation, they were essentially trapped in the cave, unable to go out to look for food. Xiaoyan, it's been pouring all day. Why is it still not stopping? Wang Qianqian complained. The weather on this island is so strange. I don't know either. Lu Yun shook her head lightly. If it keeps raining like this, are we going to starve to death in the cave? I'm cold and hungry, and I want to sleep, but can't because I'm freezing. After Wang Qianqian finished speaking, she looked at the unconscious Zhao Qian and said, when Zhao Qian was here, I didn't think surviving on a deserted island was that difficult. Now that Zhao Qian has been unconscious for a day, I feel like I can't go on. Although Zhao Qian had tried many times to show her through practical actions that surviving on a deserted island was no joke, she had actually been living quite well. When she wanted to sleep, she had clothes to use as bedding. When she was hungry, Zhao Qian would bring back food. When she was cold, there was the fire Zhao Qian had started. It was like a parent telling a child that if they don't study hard, working outside will be tough. The child listens on the surface, but doesn't take it to heart because their living environment and quality haven't changed much, and they can't experience the hardships. Only after entering society and experiencing the hardships of working people do they realize how happy they were before. For this reason, many people regret not studying hard after entering society. Luyan listened to Wang Qianqian's words and didn't express any opinions because she understood these truths long ago. Hello. Just as the two fell silent, a pig-like scream suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 32 Helplessness. Where did the sound come from? Suddenly, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun became alert, holding the Tyrannosaurus skeleton in their hands, cautiously watching the entrance of the cave. At this moment, it was not completely dark outside, so they could vaguely see a black figure approaching the cave. During this process, hailstones kept hitting the black figure, making it emit a miserable cry. But they couldn't kill it. Not good, it's a wild boar. As the black figure got closer, Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "A wild boar?" Wang Qianqian quickly said, "Isn't wild boar supposed to live in the forest? Why is it here?" Lu Yun furrowed her brows and said, "It must be related to the rain and hail. This wild boar is trying to enter the cave to escape the hail." Wang Qianqian asked, "What should we do now?" Lu Yun said, "We can't let it in, otherwise we will all be doomed." If Zhao Qian were awake, the three of them might be able to deal with a wild boar, but now that Zhao Qian was unconscious, the two girls were completely powerless against the wild boar. Moreover, wild boars are not animals that can coexist peacefully with humans. Once they sense danger, they will attack without hesitation, fighting to the death. How we stop it from coming in? Wang Qianqian panicked and asked, "What if we pretend to be dead? I heard that many wild animals won't attack dead bodies." "No." Lu Yun shook her head and explained, "Wild boars are omnivores. They also eat carrion. If wild boars eat carrion, they would certainly eat our fresh meat. In fact, not only wild boars, but bears also eat carrion. Therefore, when encountering bears or wild boars in the wild, it's best to avoid them. If you can't, it's basically a dead end. Don't think about running away. It's not an exaggeration to say that most animals have greater speed and endurance than humans. Of course, the vast majority of wild animals won't actively attack humans unless provoked. But the current situation is that this wild boar has been hit by hail for so long. It must be injured. And injured animals are very alert. Even if you move a little, they will feel threatened and attack." "How?" Just as Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were discussing countermeasures, the wild boar was getting closer to the cave, and the two could even see the wild boar's appearance clearly. It was a massive wild boar, over 2 meters long, almost 3, and while its weight was hard to determine, it was definitely no less than 400 kilograms. With 2 tusks protruding from its mouth and a thick, matted coat. It was this matted coat that protected the wild boar when the hail struck. It only caused the wild boar pain, but no fatal injuries. "This was a male wild boar," Lu Yun said. "Is that good or bad?" Wang Qianqian asked. "There are pros and cons." Lu Yun paused and continued. "Male wild boars are solitary and rarely live in groups, so we only have to deal with this one. However, compared to female wild boars, males are more aggressive, stronger, and larger." As they spoke, the wild boar had already entered the cave, its massive size making Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun dare not breathe or move. Fortunately, they had long moved Zhao Qian deeper into the cave. Otherwise, the wild boar would have seen Zhao Qian as soon as it entered. Thud! Suddenly, the wild boar staggered and fell to the ground, remaining motionless for a long time. "Xiaoyan, is this wild boar dead from the hail?" Wang Qianqian asked excitedly in a low voice. Lu Yun observed for a moment and shook her head. "No, its belly is still moving, which means it is still breathing. It should be injured by the hail and is now resting." Wang Qianqian immediately asked, "Should we take advantage of its weakness to kill it?" Lu Yun looked at the brave Wang Qianqian and reminded her, "This wild boar is so large, let alone the bones we have. Even a homemade gun might not be able to kill it. Attacking it would only anger it, and then it would be truly dangerous." Wang Qianqian said, "If we don't attack, we can't just wait here forever, right?" Lu Yun nodded. "For now, waiting is the safest option." Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian fell silent, staring at the wild boar for a while before giving up on the idea of taking a risk. As the sun set, it grew completely dark. If they were outside the cave, they might see something, but inside the cave, there was no light at all, and Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun fell into complete darkness. In fact, both of them were already quite tired, their eyelids battling against each other. But thinking about the wild boar not far away, they wouldn't let themselves sleep, staying alert to the wild boar's movements. In the darkness, apart from the sound of rain and hail hitting the ground outside the cave, there were no other sounds to be heard. The next day, Wang Qianqian, who didn't know when she fell asleep, suddenly felt a chill and woke up. The first thing she did was look toward the wild boar's position at the entrance of the cave. Fortunately, the wild boar was still lying on the ground resting. Then she checked Zhao Qian's condition. All her bodily indicators were normal, but she still hadn't woken up, which made her suspect if the hail had injured Zhao Qian's head. Gurgle. Just after Wang Qianqian finished checking, her stomach growled. From yesterday until now, she hadn't eaten anything, and after running for so long yesterday morning, she felt like she was starving. Right now, she wouldn't hesitate to eat even the most disgusting bugs if they were available. However, even the disgusting bugs were nowhere to be found. Moreover, even if there was no wild boar blocking the cave entrance, she couldn't go out to look for food because it was still raining and hailing outside, which had been going on for a day and a night. A large amount of hail was almost blocking the cave entrance. Xiaoyan, are you awake? Wang Qianqian gently pushed the sleeping Lu Yun, but found that she couldn't wake Lu Yun no matter what. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Wang Qianqian quickly approached to check, discovering that Lu Yun had a high temperature, and she immediately realized that Lu Yun had caught a cold. In fact, it was quite normal for Lu Yun to catch a cold. Yesterday they had been caught in the rain, and then they slept in a dark, damp cave, worrying all night. It would be strange if she didn't get sick. However, when Wang Qianqian saw that she was the only one doing fine among the three of them, a feeling of helplessness suddenly arose. In the past, she could rely on Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, but now she could only rely on herself, as if all the responsibility had fallen on her shoulders. Oh no! Misfortunes never come alone. Just when Wang Qianqian felt helpless, she heard the sound of the wild boar. Turning around, she saw that the massive wild boar had somehow woken up and was now staring at her with a fierce gaze. Chapter 33: The Deterrent Power of Sound. At this moment, Wang Qianqian felt her heart rise to her throat, her body seemed frozen, and she dared not move at all. Her feelings at this moment were not something an observer could understand merely through imagination. It was like someone saying they were not afraid of a tiger. But when they actually saw a tiger, even a glance from the tiger would make their legs go weak. Wang Qianqian's current situation was even more frightening and anxious than she could have imagined. However, the wild boar did not stop because Wang Qianqian was afraid. It was like a predator that had spotted its prey, closing in on its target. As the distance closed, Wang Qianqian understood that she had to resist, or the three of them would undoubtedly perish. No, don't come over. Wang Qianqian quickly picked up a dinosaur bone from the ground, pointed the sharp end at the wild boar, and mustered the courage to shout loudly. It was unclear whether Wang Qianqian's voice had an effect or if it was due to something else, but the moment her voice fell, the wild boar actually stopped. However, after a few seconds of daze, the wild boar moved again. Oomph. The wild boar seemed to be enraged, no longer approaching slowly, but charging directly at Wang Qianqian. It should be noted that this was a massive wild boar nearly 3 meters long and weighing over 400 kilograms. When it charged towards its target, the destructive power would be terrifying, not to mention a frail girl like Wang Qianqian. Even Zhao Qian would not dare to take such a hit while awake. Wang Qianqian instinctively took a step back, but thinking of Zhao Qian and Lu Yun lying behind her, she forced herself to stop. However, looking at the wild boar that was continuously charging at her, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes, screamed, and swung the big bone club she was holding. Under normal circumstances, closing her eyes would mean she couldn't possibly hit the wild boar, and she might even be knocked away herself. But in fact, Wang Qianqian felt the big bone club hit the wild boar, and the recoil made her hands hurt a bit. I hit it. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed and opened her eyes. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, she regretted it because she saw that the wild boar was right in front of her, only a few dozen centimeters away, and her big bone club had just struck its forehead. Wang Qianqian couldn't feel happy about the damage she caused because, as Lu Yun had said, her attack could not hurt the wild boar at all. Instead, it would provoke it. Sure enough, The wild boar let out an angry roar, thrusting forward with force, knocking Wang Qianqian to the ground and opening its mouth to bite down. Help! Wang Qianqian quickly shoved the big bone club into the wild boar's mouth while instinctively screaming for help. However, on this deserted island, there were only the three of them, and with Zhao Qian and Lu Yun unconscious, there was no one to save her. The wild boar pinned Wang Qianqian down tightly. If it weren't for the big bone club wedged in its mouth, she would likely have already met her demise. Relying on the big bone club, the wild boar was temporarily held back. But soon, the wild boar realized the problem. It bit down hard on the big bone club, then violently shook its head, and the club was torn from Wang Qianqian's hands and flung away. Bang, bang, bang. The big bone club collided with the hard rocky ground, producing a piercing sound. Without the big bone club to block it, the wild boar charged at Wang Qianqian again, its huge mouth ready to bite down. Wang Qianqian closed her eyes and screamed in fear, knowing that she had no chance of survival. However, after waiting for a moment, the imagined pain of having a chunk of flesh bitten off did not come. She felt no pain at all. Therefore, she timidly opened her eyes to see what was happening. Hiss! Upon opening her eyes, she gasped, seeing the wild boar's mouth only a few centimeters from her face. And she could even smell the foul odor from its mouth. She just couldn't understand why the wild boar had stopped and did not continue to attack her. What's going on? Wang Qianqian wondered. Could it be that my scream scared it? However, she had no time to think about this and quickly crawled out from under the wild boar, moving around to its back to avoid Zhao Qian and Lu Yun, who were still unconscious. Just as she got behind the wild boar, it shook its head as if waking up. The wild boar lowered its head, found that Wang Qianqian was gone, looked around but did not see her, and immediately let out an angry roar. Hey, big dumb pig, I'm over here. Wang Qianqian worried that the wild boar would notice Zhao Qian and Lu Yun and shouted loudly from behind. The wild boar heard the sound, immediately turned around, snorted in dissatisfaction, and charged forward again. Wang Qianqian screamed again. However, unlike before when she screamed out of fear, this time she shouted on purpose, mainly to see if her voice could truly deter the wild boar. And the fact proved that she was right. The wild boar, charging forward, lost its glimmering eyes upon hearing her scream, becoming very dull, and then slowed down. It really is true. My voice can scare off the wild boar. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed, no longer feeling as frightened as before, and continued, should I try to use my voice to kill it? It was like using a control skill in a game, and after controlling the enemy, the next step would naturally be to attack and kill the monster. However, this idea was quickly dismissed because without a weapon, she didn't think she could kill the wild boar. It should be noted that previously she had used the big bone club with all her might against the wild boar's head and caused no damage at all. Roar! The wild boar quickly recovered, its eyes turning red with anger. However, Wang Qianqian gave the wild boar no chance to attack. The moment the wild boar woke up, she screamed again, once more deterring it. Thus, back and forth, Wang Qianqian found it quite enjoyable. However, she soon realized that the deterrent effect of her screams on the wild boar was getting shorter and shorter. At first, she could scare the wild boar for dozens of seconds, but now she could only deter it for a few seconds. At this rate, she would soon be unable to scare the wild boar at all. After a while, when the wild boar moved again, Wang Qianqian's scream lost its effect. In fact, it wasn't completely ineffective. It was just that the deterrent time was too short. The wild boar only paused slightly before continuing its attack. It's over. Wang Qianqian's mind went blank, her face pale as death. When her screams could no longer deter the wild boar, she was utterly defenseless in front of it. Chapter 34. Killing a wild boar with bare hands. The wild boar ran on the hard, rocky ground, making heavy crashing sounds. Each sound was like a death warrant, causing Wang Qianqian to turn pale and her face to become ashen. I don't want to die. I don't even have a boyfriend yet. If I die like this, it would be such a loss in this life. Wang Qianqian was just an ordinary person, and to say she wasn't afraid of death would be a lie. In her panic, she blurted out this line. She wanted to say more, but the wild boar was already close, and she shut her eyes in fear. Boom! A loud crash echoed. However, The scene that Wang Qianqian imagined of herself being knocked away did not occur. She didn't even feel a hint of pain. What's going on? Confused, Wang Qianqian mustered her courage to open her eyes. This time, she did not see the terrifying appearance of the wild boar, but rather a broad back of a person. Zhao Qian. Wang Qianqian was overjoyed because the one blocking the wild boar was Zhao Qian, who had just been unconscious. Looking at Zhao Qian's back, Wang Qianqian felt an unprecedented sense of security. I heard everything you just said. Zhao Qian turned his head and grinned, saying, I didn't expect you to be thinking about men when you were about to die. Do you really want to get married so badly? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian thought of her earlier words and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was so embarrassing. Stay back. I'll handle this next. Seeing Wang Qianqian silent, Zhao Qian reminded her with a smile. Oh. Wang Qianqian felt a sense of security she had never experienced before and hurriedly ran deeper into the cave, away from Zhao Qian and the wild boar. Thank you. At that moment, Zhao Qian suddenly called out loudly. Although he had been unconscious since entering the cave, he was actually aware. He just couldn't control his body. Therefore, he knew what Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had done for him and was aware that Wang Qianqian was facing the wild boar alone. So this thank you was necessary. Wang Qianqian paused for a moment. Tears flowed down her face uncontrollably, turned away from Zhao Qian. Just a simple thank you made her feel that everything she did was worth it. Zhao Qian burst forth with terrifying strength, gripping the wild boar's tusks tightly and wrestling with it, not falling behind. That's right. During the day and night of unconsciousness, his strength had increased again, now reaching a level where he could wrestle with the wild boar. If he were to carry Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun now, he could easily take them to the cave without the previous situation occurring. I was worried about what the three of us would eat with the continuous rain and hail outside. Zhao Qian grinned and said, I didn't expect you to come to me. Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept. Saying this, Zhao Qian continued to increase his strength, suddenly forcing his arms and actually throwing the wild boar to the ground. Not giving the wild boar a chance to stand up, Zhao Qian directly pounced on it, pressing its head down and delivering a heavy punch. Bang! His fist struck hard against the wild boar's head, causing the boar to let out a painful scream, struggling more and more. However, with its body pressed sideways against the ground, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. In fact, Zhao Qian's strength was not much greater than that of the wild boar. The reason the wild boar could not escape was simply because it was pressed sideways on the ground and unable to exert its full strength. This was similar to how a crocodile has a strong bite force. It can be easily prevented from opening its mouth since the force to open it is not very great. No, I can't kill it with my fists. After delivering a punch, Zhao Qian felt the wild boar's tough fur and realized it was impossible to kill the boar with just his fists. So, he immediately looked around for something to use as a weapon. Soon, he spotted a large bone club that had been thrown away by the wild boar. After hesitating for a moment, he released the wild boar and lunged for the bone club, grabbing it in his hand. Roar! The wild boar, freed from Zhao Qian's control, kicked its legs frantically, exerting great effort to stand up and let out an angry roar toward Zhao Qian. Clearly, the wild boar's hatred had shifted from Wang Qianqian to Zhao Qian. Thud thud. The wild boar was completely enraged and charged at Zhao Qian, reaching speeds of at least 45 kilometers per hour. In Wang Qianqian's eyes, the wild boar was just a black shadow. She felt her eyes couldn't keep up with its speed. However, just as the frenzied wild boar reached Zhao Qian, it saw Zhao Qian swing the large bone club forcefully, striking it heavily on the head. Crack! The force of this blow was indeed considerable, and the bone club snapped in two. As for the wild boar, it was immediately knocked unconscious, unable to control its body, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Zhao Qian walked up with a stern expression, coldly looking at the still-breathing wild boar, raising the broken bone club high. It's all for survival, Zhao Qian said, as he plunged the sharp end of the broken bone into the wild boar's neck. In an instant, blood gushed out. Roar! The wild boar let out a mournful cry, wanting to struggle, but was firmly held down by Zhao Qian. As the wild boar's blood gradually drained away, its struggling strength diminished, and finally it stopped struggling altogether, occasionally twitching. Huff. Zhao Qian exhaled and called out to Wang Qianqian. All right, come over. Wang Qianqian ran over quickly, looking at the dead wild boar with disbelief. You are too strong. You actually killed such a large wild boar with your bare hands. Your strength has increased so much. Are you still human? Previously, Zhao Qian's strength was just slightly above that of an ordinary person, still within an acceptable range. But now, Zhao Qian's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Describing him as a humanoid monster was not an exaggeration at all. Well, I did save you. Why are you cursing at me? Zhao Qian was somewhat speechless, shaking his powerful fist and saying, if I'm not mistaken, the changes in me should be related to this deserted island. Wang Qianqian quickly asked, what kind of relationship? Zhao Qian shook his head. I only know there's a relationship, but I don't know the details. However, you can ask Sister Yan. She's so smart. She must know what is going on. Oh, Wang Qianqian slapped her forehead, realizing Xiaoyan was out in the rain and sleeping on the ground yesterday. She seems to have caught a cold and can't be woken up no matter what. Zhao Qian hurriedly said, quickly take me to see her. Wang Qianqian led Zhao Qian to Lu Yun. Zhao Qian crouched down and touched Lu Yun's forehead, finding it indeed very hot. Zhao Qian, what should we do now? Wang Qianqian asked anxiously when Zhao Qian remained silent for a long time. I'll go out for a bit. Zhao Qian hesitated and said, out? Wang Qianqian didn't understand for a moment and asked, where are you going? Zhao Qian turned to look at the rain and hail still falling outside the cave and said, outside the cave. Chapter 35, Retrieving the Suitcase. No way. Absolutely not. Wang Qianqian was startled by Zhao Qian's words. Pointing at the terrifying hail outside, she said, in this weather, how can you go out? Even if you're very abnormal right now, you can't possibly withstand the hail. Abnormal? Is that how you praise someone? Zhao Qian replied, I have to go out. He then touched Lu Yun's head and said with a serious expression, Sister Yun's temperature is too high. She must be treated quickly. But the medicine I collected is all in the suitcase, so I have to retrieve the suitcase first. After he woke up, he had collected many suitcases, some of which contained commonly used medicines. He stored these medicines carefully in the suitcase for emergencies. If it weren't for saving Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, those medicines would have already been taken to the cave with him. Upon hearing that Zhao Qian was going out to save Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian fell silent and was no longer as opposed to him going out. However, when she looked at the hail outside the cave, her expression revealed her worry. The extreme weather outside could no longer be described as terrifying. It was simply a disaster. Fortunately, such extreme weather only occurred on this deserted island. If it happened in the city, who knows how many people would lose their lives? Wang Qianqian didn't want Zhao Qian to go out mainly because she didn't want to feel helpless again, but to save Lu Yun. She had no choice but to agree to Zhao Qian's search for the suitcase. In this weather, how are you going out? Wang Qianqian asked. I plan to take the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull and go out with it as a shield, Zhao Qian said after thinking for a moment, revealing his plan. The Tyrannosaurus Rex skull was large enough to serve as a shield against the hail's attack. The only problem was that the skull had decayed, and its hardness had significantly weakened, which might not withstand the hail. If it were shattered, he would have to endure the hail with his body. And even though his physical strength was quite abnormal now, he didn't think he could withstand the hail. That might be a way. Wang Qianqian recalled the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, which could indeed protect a person, and asked, but are you willing to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull? If the skull gets damaged, it will affect the value of the skeleton. Saving people is more important, Zhao Qian said seriously. Although he didn't want the Tyrannosaurus skeleton to be harmed in any way, he didn't want to see Lu Yun die even more. So no matter what, he had to retrieve the suitcase and treat Lu Yun. Are you really that great? Wang Qianqian expressed her doubts, having seen many people turn against each other for money. On this deserted island where food is scarce, I can provide you with food and shelter for free. Isn't that great enough? Zhao Qian retorted. Don't make me sound like a useless person. I just saved you. Wang Qianqian said defiantly. That's true. Do you want to offer yourself to me? Zhao Qian joked. Get lost, you pervert. Wang Qianqian's face flushed, and she wanted to say something else, but her stomach growled loudly. She rubbed her belly and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, I'm about to starve to death. When you come back, find something to eat. Even if it's just some burst worms, I really can't take it anymore. Something to eat? Zhao Qian couldn't help but glance at the dead wild boar and asked, "Isn't a 400-kilogram wild boar enough for you? Or have you not realized that the wild boar is already our food?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian's expression froze, and then she showed an awkward yet polite smile, perhaps because she was scared by the wild boar. She didn't want to think about it at all and naturally hadn't considered eating it. "Later, I'll give you the wild boar's brain to supplement your brain." "No, wait, pigs are so stupid. Giving you pig brains will just make you dumber." "But what if this wild boar is smarter than you?" Zhao Qian said, laughing heartily. "Zhao Qian, I'm going to kill you." Wang Qianqian clenched her fists and pretended to claw at Zhao Qian. "A good man does not fight with a woman. I'll go retrieve the suitcase first." Zhao Qian laughed and dodged, then entered deeper into the cave to take apart the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull. To be honest, the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull was quite heavy, and even though his strength had been enhanced while he was unconscious, he still found it quite burdensome. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. It would only take about 20 minutes round trip, and he could manage that. "I'm leaving." Zhao Qian, with the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull on his head, reached the cave entrance and turned back to say to Wang Qianqian, "Be careful," Wang Qianqian reminded. Zhao Qian nodded and, without hesitation, dashed out. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he stepped out of the cave, hailstones the size of fists began to smash against the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, creating a crashing sound. Fortunately, the skull had high defense. Even though the hail fell like rain, it did not damage the skull. Seeing this, Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and ran toward the direction of the suitcase. His speed had improved significantly. In a journey that used to take him over 10 minutes, now only took a few minutes. All 4 suitcases were still there, but 2 of them had been smashed by the hail, and a lot of rainwater had flooded into them, soaking the clothes inside. Fortunately, the suitcase containing the medicine was not damaged, so he decided to take the 2 intact ones back first. As for the remaining suitcases, they could be dealt with after the rain stopped. After all, most of them contained clothes that wouldn't be harmed by getting wet or being hit by hail. He secured the 2 suitcases to himself, and with the Tyrannosaurus Rex skull, he was about to head back. But after running a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and ran to a large tree to break off a few branches. Now they had food, but still no firewood. To avoid eating raw meat, he planned to take some branches back. As for how to ignite the wet branches, he would think of a method later. After breaking the branches, Zhao Qian hurried back with the suitcases and branches. Perhaps because he was carrying a lot of things, the return journey took more time, but in total, it didn't exceed half an hour. "I'm back." Zhao Qian returned to the cave, immediately opened the suitcase, found the cold medicine, and handed it to Wang Qianqian, saying, "Give the medicine to Sister Yun first, then choose some clothes to put under her and cover her." "Oh." Wang Qianqian nodded busily and left with the medicine. Once Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian looked at the wet branches he had brought back and felt troubled. It was already so difficult to start a fire with dry branches. How could he ignite these wet branches? Chapter 36. Are you dreaming? Although the temperature was high when they first arrived on the deserted island, after 2 continuous days of rain and hail, the temperature on the island has dropped significantly. Inside the cave, it's even colder than outside, so they must make a fire. Otherwise, with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun's physical condition, they wouldn't be able to survive. In fact, Wang Qianqian, not falling ill like Lu Yun, was already surprising to him. The tools for making fire by friction were still there, but they were soaked and should be unusable. Zhao Qian said, taking out the fire-making tools, and, as he guessed, they were all drenched and wouldn't dry out anytime soon. He smiled bitterly, thinking that damp branches were a hassle, but didn't expect that trouble was everywhere. It seemed he could only find alternatives. Zhao Qian rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. The wooden stick could be replaced with small fragments of the T-Rex skeleton, and for the base wooden piece, I remember that I left the torch I used during the first exploration of the cave behind. I can split it in half to use as a base. As for the tinder, I can search through these clothes. I should be able to find some suitable for that purpose. The damp branches can't be used to ignite immediately, but I can burn the clothes first. As long as I can get a fire going, the wet branches won't be a problem. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qian quickly began to act. He first selected a suitably sized bone from the T-Rex skeleton. then found the torch he had discarded during the first exploration of the cave. Although the surface of the torch was very damp, Zhao Qian discovered that the inside was still quite dry after splitting it open. Finally, he picked out several pieces of clothing suitable for burning and started trying to make fire by friction. Hiss! The bone rubbed against the base continuously. However, perhaps due to the excessively damp environment in the cave, Zhao Qian felt that he had to exert a tremendous amount of effort just to barely char the base with peace and create sparks. He didn't dare to breathe, holding his breath as he directed the sparks onto the tinder, but before he could even blow on it, the sparks extinguished. Once, 5 times, 10 times. Even with Zhao Qian's rich experience in making fire by friction in such a damp environment, he tried many times before finally succeeding once in igniting the tinder. Zhao Qian immediately placed the prepared, easily combustible clothing on the tinder, and with a series of unpleasant odors wafting out, the clothes caught fire. At this point, it could be considered a success. But Zhao Qian still didn't dare to let his guard down because the wet branches hadn't caught fire yet, and he couldn't rely on burning clothes indefinitely. Compared to wood, clothes were a non-renewable resource on this deserted island. Zhao Qian first found some thin twigs, vigorously shaking off the rainwater on them, then stripped off the leaves before placing them to dry over the flames. As a large amount of steam rose from the wood, the wet branches transformed into dry ones, which he then tossed onto the fire. Crackle, crackle, the wet branches ignited. After Zhao Qian got the fire going, the originally pitch-black cave was lit up a little, and looking at the light, the chill seemed to dissipate significantly. Zhao Qian, you are amazing. You actually made a fire on a rainy day. Wang Qianqian saw the flames and quickly ran over, her face beaming with a smile. I almost died of exhaustion. Zhao Qian complained, then asked, is Sister Yun's condition stable? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, I've given her cold medicine, but her temperature hasn't gone down yet. Do you think those medicines are useless? Zhao Qian glanced at her. Do you think cold medicine is a panacea? The medicine takes time to work. You can't rush this. Oh, Wang Qianqian didn't argue with Zhao Qian, not because she had learned to be obedient, but mainly because she was too hungry to want to waste energy arguing. When are you making dinner? Right away. Zhao Qian was also hungry. He turned to the wild boar and said, but it will take some time to prepare. This wild boar still needs to be processed. Although the wild boar had been killed, cleaning it took a considerable amount of time. Most importantly, Zhao Qian had never done this before and needed to figure it out as he went. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and process it. Wang Qianqian urged impatiently. Given that you just saved me, I won't argue with you this time. Wanting to save some energy, Zhao Qian chose to ignore Wang Qianqian's provocation. He moved the wild boar to the cave entrance, found a sharp-edged stone in the cave, and, after polishing it a bit, began to process the wild boar. He started by skinning it, and then dealing with the internal organs. Processing the over 400-kilogram wild boar took him a solid 4 or 5 hours to barely finish. The meat would last them a long time, and as for preservation, it could either be frozen, smoked, or salted. Looking at the processed wild boar, Zhao Qian smiled. This wild boar was so large that it would take more than just 1 or 2 meals to finish. It might even last a month. To prevent the pork from spoiling, he had to come up with ways to preserve it. Outside the cave, there was hail, which could be used for freezing. Even if the hail disappeared later, he could still use smoking and salting methods to preserve the pork for a long time. He just couldn't let it spoil. Let's eat this piece first. Zhao Qian selected the best piece of meat from the wild boar, cut it off, skewered it with twigs, and began to roast it, while the rest of the pork was frozen with the hail he had scooped from outside the cave. Before long, the roasted wild boar meat emitted an enticing aroma, and Wang Qianqian, unable to pay attention to Lu Yun any longer, scampered over, hugging her knees, her eyes fixated on the roasted meat. Be mindful of your image. You're drooling, Zhao Qian said, somewhat speechless. Previously, he thought stars were untouchable, but now he saw them as just ordinary people. I'm about to starve to death. Who cares about image? Hurry up, Wang Qianqian said. Don't worry, you won't starve to death. Zhao Qian continued. Aren't you stars always thinking about losing weight? Aren't you on a diet? I can tell you, this is pork. Eating it will easily make you gain weight. Of course, I'm also on a diet. Wang Qianqian recounted. Shivering a bit, the food I eat every day is specially tailored. They say it's healthy, but it's actually inedible. I feel like I'm starving every day. But my manager is always watching me and makes me weigh myself every few days. I can't gain even a little bit. Zhao Qian had heard before that it was very painful for stars to lose weight, but he didn't expect it to be true. Since being a star was so painful, hadn't she thought about not being a star? Wang Qianqian instinctively asked, "If I don't become a star, will you support me?" As soon as she said this, Wang Qianqian regretted it a bit, fearing Zhao Qian might respond like in the movies, saying, "Sure, I'll support you." But in reality, she overthought it and underestimated Zhao Qian. This ironclad man. Zhao Qian shook his head with a disgusted expression and said, "Support you? Are you dreaming?" Chapter 37 changes in the body at this moment. Zhao Qian felt a bit regretful. Originally, he had just asked casually, but didn't he expect Wang Qianqian to cling to him, wanting him to support her? He wasn't a fool. How could he agree? Of course, the most important thing was his income. He couldn't afford to support a big star. "You." Wang Qianqian saw the disgust on Zhao Qian's face and was instantly furious, wanting to curse. She was a top star in the country, with fans numbering in the thousands. She didn't know how many people wanted to support her. But Zhao Qian was looking down on her. Was he even a man? "Enough, let's eat barbecue." Zhao Qian, worried that Wang Qianqian might really depend on him, immediately took the nearly cooked pork off the fire, sprinkled some salt on it, and handed it to Wang Qianqian. "Here, eat this. It should keep you quiet." Wang Qianqian indeed wanted to say something more, but seeing the grilled pork in front of her, her stomach betrayed her and growled. Forgetting to argue with Zhao Qian, she grabbed the barbecue and started eating it in big bites. After swallowing a piece of grilled meat, she felt a satisfaction she had never experienced before. Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and took another piece of raw meat, skewered it, and put on the fire to grill. After they finished eating, it was already afternoon. The rain and hail outside the cave continued to fall, seemingly with no intention of stopping. After such a long time of continuous rain, the hail had almost covered every inch of the deserted island. And so much hail had already begun to change the temperature of the island. Zhao Qian felt that the temperature was dropping, and he was shivering even while sitting next to the fire. To combat this, he had put on several layers of clothes and lit several piles of firewood in the cave to try to dispel the cold. "Is Sister Yin feeling better?" Zhao Qian filled a bottle with water, heated it over the fire, and handed it to Wang Qianqian for warmth. "Yes, much better." Wang Qianqian took the bottle, which had been warmed up by Zhao Qian for her, but as she accepted it, she couldn't help but feel the cold. The weather on this island was too strange. It had been scorching hot a couple of days ago, and now it was endless rain and hail. It had been almost 2 days. When would it end? Zhao Qian shook his head and said, "Don't look at me. I don't know either." The dark clouds didn't show any signs of dissipating when I went out to gather firewood. Wang Qianqian said, "Next time, bring back more firewood so we don't have to go out repeatedly." The wet branches she had brought back the first time had long been burned up, and Zhao Qian had gone out twice more to gather more firewood. However, the consumption of firewood was huge with several fires burning, so they would soon need to go out again. Zhao Qian knew he should gather more firewood, but the weather outside was too harsh. It was already good enough that he could gather firewood, and he had no chance to collect more. He didn't want to waste his breath explaining this to Wang Qianqian, so he simply didn't respond. Cough, cough. At that moment, Lu Yun suddenly started coughing violently, immediately attracting the attention of Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian hurried over and asked with concern, "Xiaoyan, are you okay?" "I'm much better." Although Lu Yun said this, her face was pale, and her breath was weak. She still looked very fragile. "Do you want to eat something?" Wang Qianqian asked again. "I don't want to eat. I'm just a bit thirsty," Lu Yun replied weakly. "I'll get you some water," Wang Qianqian said as she reached into her clothes and pulled out a bottle of water. This bottle of water had been warmed by Zhao Qian for her. If Lu Yun hadn't wanted a drink, she wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Lu Yun stared blankly at this scene for a while and reminded, "Be mindful of your image." Wang Qianqian, however, didn't care and said, "It's not like we're walking on the red carpet right now. There's no need to worry about image. I just know it's really cold and I need to warm up." Lu Yun also felt the biting cold and asked, "Why is it suddenly so cold?" Zhao Qian explained, "You've been unconscious for a day, and the rain and hail outside Haven Tea stopped. The entire deserted island is covered in hail. So the temperature has dropped significantly. I didn't expect I had been asleep for so long. Lu Yun's expression momentarily froze, and she looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "What about that wild boar?" Zhao Qian killed it with his bare hands. Wang Qianqian continued, "Speaking of which, we really have to thank that wild boar. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anything to eat." Since they arrived on the deserted island, they had only barely filled their stomachs. Later, they got lucky and caught a coconut crab to stock up on food, but Wang Qianqian wouldn't let them eat it. When they moved, they also lost the coconut crab, and their only food reserves were gone. If it weren't for the wild boar that suddenly charged in, they would have gone hungry. With no idea when the rain and hail would stop, it was extremely dangerous, because even if they didn't starve to death, their condition would significantly decline, and their ability to cope with risks would also diminish. At that point, even a slight accident could lead to their deaths on the deserted island. So, the wild boar that suddenly charged into the cave had indirectly saved them. Killed a wild boar with bare hands? Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief, her expression more shocked than Wang Qianqian, who had witnessed the entire event. The reason she was so shocked was that she knew how powerful wild boars were. A massive wild boar weighing 400 kilograms was not something a single person could kill. Not to mention one person. Even 10 people couldn't kill a wild boar with their bare hands. A creature like a wild boar simply couldn't be killed by a human with bare hands. That's right. Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously and proceeded to recount the events, including her encounter with the wild boar. After hearing the whole story, Lu Yun frowned tightly and remained silent for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian didn't disturb her, just waiting quietly on the side. After a long while, Lu Yun looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Are you suspecting that the changes in your body are related to this deserted island?" "Yes." Zhao Qian nodded vigorously and said, "I'm very sure. I was just an ordinary person before, but ever since I came to this deserted island, my body has been changing in various ways." He had previously suspected that he had this ability and that it awakened after coming to the island. However, after careful consideration, he realized that this possibility was very small. So he abandoned that thought. "I said it. The coconut that I couldn't break, no matter what last time, you broke it in one hit. At that time, I said you had great strength, but you didn't take it seriously." Wang Qianqian looked as if she had already noticed it long ago. "You're not wrong in your guess. The changes in your body are related to this deserted island." After Lu Yun finished speaking, she paused and looked at Wang Qianqian and said, "To be precise, it's not just you. Qianqian has also undergone changes. She just hasn't noticed it." Chapter 38. Transcendence. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian were stunned. Immediately, Wang Qianqian showed an ecstatic expression and asked Zhao Yan, "Do you mean to say that I will become as powerful as Zhao Qian?" "Zhao Qian, let me show you the might of this heroine." Saying this, she didn't wait for Lu Yun to explain, stood up, and threw a punch at Zhao Qian. Smack! Wang Qianqian's fist accurately hit Zhao Qian's chest. In retaliation for Zhao Qian always bullying her, she put a lot of force into this punch. However, the joyful expression on Wang Qianqian's face disappeared at a visible speed, replaced by a painful expression as she hugged her fist and cried out, "Ouch! It hurts so much." "Zhao Yan, you lied to me." Lu Yun said, "Qianqian, I didn't lie to you. You were too anxious and didn't wait for me to finish speaking. Your change is different from Zhao Qian's." Wang Qianqian asked, "What does that mean?" Lu Yun explained, "Zhao Qian's change is an enhancement of physical fitness. While your change won't enhance your physical fitness, but will allow you to control other living beings." Wang Qianqian looked confused, clearly not understanding. "Do you remember that coconut crab?" Lu Yun asked. "My friend, of course I remember." Wang Qianqian nodded. "If I guess correctly, you inadvertently activated your ability and controlled that coconut crab." "Impossible. You can't seriously think that a coconut crab can understand human commands like a border collie, right?" Wang Qianqian didn't respond, but she actually thought that way at her heart. However, this time she had learned to be smart and kept quiet when her thoughts were different from others, so Zhao Qian wouldn't find a reason to mock her. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "If I can really control other living beings, why couldn't I control the wild boar?" Lu Yun frowned and thought for a moment before answering. It should be because your ability hasn't reached the level to control wild boars yet. But you can still use your voice to stop the wild boar's attack. Wang Qianqian asked, wasn't the wild boar intimidated by my voice? Zhao Qian glanced over and said, do you think you're tigress? A roar can intimidate a wild boar. In fact, he had also wondered how Wang Qianqian had managed to stop the wild boar's attack with her voice. Now, after hearing Lu Yun's explanation, he understood that the wild boar was stopped by Wang Qianqian's ability and had nothing to do with the sound. I told you, wild boars can't be intimidated by sound. If I were a tigress, you'd be the first one I'd eat. Wang Qianqian shot back, then sighed and said, I feel like my ability is so weak. I can't even control a wild boar besides the coconut crab. Your ability is not weak at all. It's just that you haven't developed it yet. Lu Yun paused and continued. Do you want to wrestle with wild boars like Zhao Qian? Wang Qianqian was stunned at these words, picturing Zhao Qian wrestling with a wild boar, and couldn't help but show a look of disgust. She indeed envied Zhao Qian's ability. But thinking about wrestling with wild boars made her shake her head quickly, even if she didn't care about her image. Wrestling with a wild boar was something she had never considered. That scene was too much to bear. At this moment, Zhao Qian asked Sister Yun, have you figured out where this island is? Why did it endow us with such peculiar abilities? Lu Yun didn't answer immediately, glancing at Wang Qianqian and said, I'm tired and need a rest. Let's talk about this later. Zhao Yun, do you know something and don't want to tell us? Wang Qianqian, seeing Lu Yun conceal something, immediately pressed on. All right. Zhao Qian pulled Wang Qianqian away and said, Sister Yun's cold hasn't gotten better. She's very weak right now. Let her rest first. Once she's better, she'll tell you. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian and asked, aren't you curious about where we are? Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently. Where else can we be? Of course. We're on Earth. Could it be that we can leave Earth? You're unreasonable. You can't do whatever you want. You're homeless. You're causing trouble. You are unloved. That's not an idiom. Mind your own business. As Wang Qianqian and Zhao Qian argued, it unexpectedly turned into a battle of idioms. Although in terms of education, Zhao Qian overwhelmingly won against Wang Qianqian. She played dirty, treating any four-character phrase as an idiom, regardless of whether it was a real idiom or not. In this way, Zhao Qian lost narrowly. Late at night, because it was too cold, Wang Qianqian went to sleep early. So the night watch had to be done by Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian sat in front of the fire, trying to curl up into a ball to protect himself from the cold. When Wang Qianqian was completely asleep, Lu Yun carefully got up and sat down next to Zhao Qian. Not bad, Zhao Qian replied and asked, Sister Yun, why aren't you resting? Lu Yun said flatly, I'm thinking about some things and can't sleep. Zhao Qian seemed to understand something and asked, is it about what you concealed from her today? The her he referred to naturally meant Wang Qianqian. In fact, not only Wang Qianqian noticed Lu Yun was hiding something, he also saw it. However, he understood Lu Yun had her reasons for not saying it, so he didn't press further and even pulled Wang Qianqian away. It's not that I want to hide it from Qianqian, it's just that this matter is somewhat unbelievable, and I'm worried she won't be able to handle it if I say it out loud. Lu Yun looked conflicted, hesitant to speak. We've been stranded on this deserted island for so many days. Her psychological quality has improved a lot. She isn't scared in front of wild boars. What else could she not handle? Zhao Qian suddenly became interested. Zhao Qian, do you believe in transcendence? Lu Yun asked, like in the novels? Zhao Qian retorted, then shook his head and said, to be honest, I don't believe it. Back when he was in school, he fantasized about transcendence, but as he grew up, he realized that novels are all lies. Even many existing scientific technologies aren't as powerful as advertised, so naturally, he wouldn't believe in transcendence. After saying this, he seemed to understand something and looked at Lu Yun, asking, do you mean to say that we've transcended? Yes. Lu Yun nodded heavily. Is there any evidence? Zhao Qian asked expressionlessly. There is. Lu Yun said, you told me before that any place on Earth is humans living garbage, but this deserted island has none. And the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton you found, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has been extinct for tens of millions of years, yet that skeleton looks very fresh. The weather on this deserted island is extremely extreme. It's not the kind of weather that should exist on Earth. The weather on Earth follows certain patterns, otherwise there wouldn't be weather forecasts. Lastly, it's the changes that happen to you and Qianqian gaining superpowers. All of this can only point to one thing. We're no longer on the original Earth. Chapter 39. Hurricane Barrier. Zhao Qian listened to Lu Yun's words, becoming increasingly shocked. Although he didn't say anything, he was starting to believe it deep down. After all, he was aware of the evidence Lu Yun provided. He just hadn't thought about it in terms of time travel. After a long hesitation, Zhao Qian asked, "Sister Yun, where do you think we are now?" Lu Yun frowned slightly and said, "Ecologically, we should still be on Earth, but it may not be the original timeline." "Not the original timeline?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you mean we've traveled back to ancient times?" Lu Yun shook her head and said, "Not ancient times, but a period even more ancient than that. Have you heard of the enthusiast civilization?" Zhao Qian shook his head and said no. Lu Yun explained, "The enthusiast civilization appears in the legends of the Maya people. This civilization emerged during the First Sun era, and it has another name, the superpower civilization." Superpower. Zhao Qian immediately thought of the changes happening to him and Wang Qianqian. Isn't this superpower? Could it be that they have traveled back to the time of the enthusiast civilization? Do you have more understanding of the enthusiast civilization? Zhao Qian furrowed his brow and asked solemnly. The enthusiast civilization is millions of years away from our current era. Whether this civilization exists or not is one thing. And naturally, our understanding of it is limited, Lu Yun said. Upon hearing that the enthusiast civilization has a history of millions of years, Zhao Qian understood that it was impossible for this civilization to have left any traces behind, and its existence was still debatable. Not to mention, many Western scholars do not even acknowledge the Xia dynasty, as no relevant ruins or artifacts have been discovered to this day. Even among artifacts unearthed from the Shang dynasty, there are no records of the Xia dynasty. And remember, the Xia dynasty is only about 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, let alone the million-year-old enthusiast civilization. Seeing Zhao Qian lost in thought, Lu Yun continued, "Actually, even if we have traveled to the enthusiast civilization period, the timeline seems to be off. Because even during this period, the Tyrannosaurus rex had already gone extinct over 60 million years ago, and its skeleton couldn't possibly look like this now. So there's another possibility." Zhao Qian quickly asked, "What possibility?" Lu Yun replied, "That is, we have traveled to a parallel world similar to Earth, where the ecology is roughly the same as Earth's, but with essential differences." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian did not express his opinion, but furrowed his brow even more. According to Lu Yun's deduction, they had either traveled through time or to another world, but whichever possibility it was, they were no longer in their original time and space. The thought of being in a strange world made him feel anxious. "Can we go back?" Zhao Qian took a deep breath and asked, "I don't know." Lu Yun shook her head. "I understand." Zhao Qian said nothing more and stood up, feeling somewhat at a loss. But at that moment, Lu Yun said, "I know it's hard for you to accept this, and honestly, I'm the same. I can't believe we just took a plane and ended up here. Family, friends, colleagues, everything we were familiar with is gone. But we must pull ourselves together. Otherwise, we won't survive in this strange world. Also, I'm telling you this secret because I hope you can help keep it from Qianqian in the future. If she finds out about the current situation, she might collapse." Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian, who was resting, without saying a word but nodded. In the original world, he and Lu Yun were insignificant individuals, and even if they had traveled, they could barely accept it. However, Wang Qianqian was different. She was a top star in the original world. Although she couldn't be said to be famous worldwide, she had a significant reputation within Asia. Suddenly being transported to another world, losing her hard-earned career, combined with her already limited psychological resilience, could indeed lead to a collapse. The next day, the rain and hail outside the cave showed no signs of stopping. And this was already the third day. Standing at the cave entrance and looking outside, the ground was covered with thick hail, and many of the depressions were filled with rainwater. If it weren't for the cave's high position, rainwater or hail would have likely flooded inside. Although unable to leave the cave, Zhao Qian was not idle. He found a unique bone from the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton and began to polish it, planning to make a weapon. Before last night, he would have hesitated to destroy the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton, but now he didn't care. Shoo! Zhao Qian placed the Tyrannosaurus rex bone on a rough stone and continuously polished the edges. As the bone rubbed against the stone, a white and slightly reddish bone powder appeared on the stone. This was a strange bone. When he selected the suitable bones from the Tyrannosaurus rex skeleton, he found that all the bones had decayed except for this peculiar one, which seemed fresh as if taken from a recently deceased Tyrannosaurus rex. Moreover, during the polishing process, he discovered that this bone had a high hardness, feeling almost like iron. He had already used 2 whetstones to polish this bone, barely giving it a semblance of a weapon. At least 2 more whetstones would be needed to fully shape it. Zhao Qian, come out quickly. Just as Zhao Qian was polishing the bone, Wang Qianqian, who was breathing fresh air at the cave entrance, suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao Qian was unsure of what was happening and instinctively grabbed the bone knife and rushed over. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he saw Wang Qianqian pointing excitedly outside the cave. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "The dark clouds have cleared, and the rain and hail have stopped," Wang Qianqian said happily, pointing to the sky. Zhao Qian looked up at the sky, and sure enough, just as Wang Qianqian said, the dark clouds were dispersing, and the long-lost sun was shining down on the island. Although the temperature on the island was still low, the sunlight felt warm and very comfortable. As the dark clouds cleared, the rain and hail also ceased, indicating that they could finally leave the cave. However, before Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian could celebrate for too long, the smiles on their faces froze, and their gazes turned blank as they looked toward the distant sea. They saw a gigantic hurricane suddenly appear on the sea surface, dozens of nautical miles away from the deserted island. The hurricane was filled with dark clouds, reaching from the sea all the way to the sky, with numerous lightning bolts flickering within it like snakes. What was most terrifying was that the hurricane acted like a barrier, completely isolating the island they were on from the outside world. Chapter 40. Just like your foolish master soon, Lu Yun, who had not fully recovered from her cold, was forcibly dragged out by Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian pointed at the distant hurricane and asked, "Xiaoyan, quickly take a look. What is going on?" Lu Yun had just been resting in the cave and had not witnessed the formation of the hurricane, so she was shocked by the scene she saw after being pulled out. She was stunned for a while, then pretended to be unconcerned and smiled. "Isn't this just a very ordinary hurricane? What's so strange about it? An ordinary hurricane?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but look at Lu Yun, thinking that even if she was going to lie, she should at least draft a script. How could such a strange hurricane be an ordinary one? How could Wang Qianqian possibly believe such a lie? However, Zhao Qian still overestimated Wang Qianqian, as she said, "I was scared to death just now. I thought it was the end of the world. I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary hurricane. Are hurricanes this large?" Lu Yun probably didn't expect her impromptu lie to fool Wang Qianqian, and her expression became somewhat unnatural as she explained. Although the smallest hurricane has a diameter of only over 100 kilometers, those large hurricanes can have a diameter of more than 2,000 kilometers. Wang Qianqian showed a surprised expression, realizing that the range of hurricanes was so terrifying. "I thought hurricanes were just those long tubes that keep spinning and moving." Long tubes that keep spinning and moving? That's a strange name. Zhao Qian internally complained, knowing what Wang Qianqian was referring to, and explained, "What you're talking about, isn't called a hurricane. It's called a tornado, which is a different thing." Tornado. Wang Qianqian silently noted this name and then asked, "Are hurricanes dangerous? Should we leave the cave?" Perhaps frightened by the previous rain and hail, Wang Qianqian would first consider safety when seeing unusual weather. To put it bluntly, as long as either Zhao Qian or Lu Yun told her there was danger, she wouldn't leave the cave. Compared to when they first arrived on the deserted island, she had become much more cautious and had grown a lot. "We should be in the center of the hurricane, compared to the rest of the hurricane's range. We are relatively safe," Lu Yun said, continuing, "However, with the weather like this, the rescue team will probably be delayed for quite some time. Unforeseen circumstances are something we can't help." Wang Qianqian took this quite well. This answer surprised Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. They initially thought Wang Qianqian would throw a tantrum, but unexpectedly, she agreed so readily. "Now that the weather is clear, we can't just sit around." Zhao Qian began to assign tasks, saying, "Sister Yun, you're still in charge of salt production. If possible, make more salt. I want to use it to preserve the pork, as it will help the pork last longer." Lu Yun nodded and said, "After the weather clears, the temperature on the deserted island will rise significantly. If the pork is not stored properly, it can spoil easily. How about this? I'll take on the task of making salt and storing the pork. I'll use several methods to smoke and preserve the pork. All right. Zhao Qian had always trusted Lu Yun and directly agreed. Then turned to Wang Qianqian and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Wang Qianqian scratched her head and said awkwardly, "My original tasks were to find fresh water and materials to build shelter, but now that these two issues are resolved, I don't have any tasks left to do." In fact, hearing Zhao Qian's inquiry made Wang Qianqian blush. Ever since she arrived on the deserted island, she had hardly done anything serious, and all the tasks were completed with the help of Zhao Qian and Lu Yun. Even with her thick skin, she felt embarrassed. How about this? You find the remaining suitcases and move them to the cave, and also collect some firewood to use when extreme weather occurs next time. Zhao Qian said, "No problem." Wang Qianqian had no objections to the task and nodded in agreement. However, Lu Yun spoke up, "Zhao Qian, this deserted island isn't safe. It's dangerous for Qianqian to go alone. You should give her a different task." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian recalled his encounter with the wild boar. At that time, his physical qualities exceeded those of an ordinary person, yet he was still hanging by a thread. If Wang Qianqian encountered danger, it would basically be a dead end for her. He thought for a moment and said, "Sister Yun is right. The deserted island isn't safe. So let's give you a different task." Wang Qianqian asked, "What kind of task?" Zhao Qian pointed to the hail outside the cave and said, "You're responsible for collecting the hail and moving it into the cave for storage." "What is the purpose of this?" Wang Qianqian frowned slightly, feeling that Zhao Qian was being overly protective, and her expression was somewhat displeased. Zhao Qian explained, "Of course, I want to create an ice cellar. Just think about it. When it's hot, drinking a glass of iced coconut juice would be incredibly enjoyable, and it can also be used for food storage. What if it melts? It will definitely melt, but only partially. A lot will still remain. Besides, the temperature deep inside the cave is very low, so the hail won't melt so easily." Zhao Qian, having nothing else to do, explored the cave once more. This time, he explored for a long time, but still did not reach the end of the cave. However, he discovered that the deeper he went into the cave, the lower the temperature became, with some areas even approaching 0 degrees. With the hail stored in such temperatures, even if it melted, it would do so slowly and could definitely be used as an ice cellar. Is that so? Well then, Wang Qianqian had nothing more to say and could only nod. After Zhao Qian arranged the tasks, he left the cave and walked towards the seaside. His tasks for the day were twofold. One was to check the original campsite for the remaining suitcases, and the other was to try to catch some fish to bring back, and if possible, dig up some wild vegetables. Although they had been eating wild boar meat for several days in the cave, they couldn't eat pork continuously, as it would lead to nutritional imbalances and be detrimental to their health. Moreover, after eating pork for several days, he was somewhat tired of it. However, he didn't directly go to the seaside where he had placed the fishing tools, but instead went to the original campsite. At this time, the campsite had changed beyond recognition. All the remaining suitcases had been smashed by the hail, and the clothes inside were scattered. The only fortunate thing was that not too many items were lost, and he even found some coconuts that had not been taken. Just as Zhao Qian was about to pick up a coconut to drink, he suddenly heard a sound like scissors and immediately stopped in his tracks. He then saw a coconut crab emerge from behind a coconut, waving its giant claws at him, as if to tell him that this coconut belonged to it. "Are you just like your foolish master? Can't you see the difference in strength between us?" Zhao Qian squatted down, looking at the showy coconut crab with an evil smile. Chapter 41. Truly amazing, the coconut crab in front of him was the one Zhao Qian had caught back then. Initially, it was meant to be stored as food, but Wang Qianqian absolutely refused, and since there was no shortage of food, it became her pet. Of course, after Lu Yun's explanation, he learned that the coconut crab was enslaved by Wang Qianqian's ability and obeyed her commands. Perhaps due to the foolishness of its owner, he felt that the coconut crab in front of him also had some foolish traits. Bubble. The coconut crab was blowing bubbles, waving its giant claws as if protesting to Zhao Qian. How could he compare it to its owner? She was unworthy. Zhao Qian looked down at the showy coconut crab, stroked his chin, and said, "I heard the giant claws of coconut crabs taste pretty good. Should I give them a try? Crack. Just as Zhao Qian's words fell, the coconut crab, which had been waving its giant claws a second ago, suddenly froze. Its claws retracted, its body lowered, and it timidly backed away, pushing the coconut behind it toward Zhao Qian. Did understand what I meant? Zhao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. After thinking for a moment, he tested it further. Don't be afraid. Your claws will grow back anyway. It's your racial talent, and we shouldn't waste it. As he spoke, he slowly approached the coconut crab while extending his hand. This action terrified the coconut crab. Its short legs flailed about, trying to escape Zhao Qian's grasp. But how could it escape? Zhao Qian quickly reached out and caught the coconut crab in his hand. The coconut crab instinctively waved its giant claws, aiming at Zhao Qian's fingers. If you dare pinch me, I'll eat you whole. Zhao Qian quickly spoke while preparing to let go. Although his body strength was quite high now, the coconut crab's giant claws could crack open coconuts, and he didn't think his skin was tougher than a coconut. If the coconut crab pinched him, his fingers could very well be broken. Crack! The coconut crab's movements stopped again, slowly retracting its giant claws and obediently staying in Zhao Qian's grasp. Truly amazing. Zhao Qian looked at the now docile coconut crab and finally confirmed that it could indeed understand his words. He couldn't help but speculate. Could it be because of Wang Qianqian? The coconut crab lived on a deserted island, and before they were stranded, it probably had never seen a human, so it couldn't possibly understand human speech. The only difference with the coconut crab now was that it had been tamed by Wang Qianqian, so its ability to understand human language must be related to her. Originally, he thought Wang Qianqian's ability was just to enslave beasts, but he didn't expect it could even allow the enslaved creatures to understand their master's language. It seemed that Wang Qianqian's superpower was more formidable than it appeared, and many abilities had yet to be developed. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "Then what about my superpower? Is it really just enhancing physical qualities?" The ability to enhance physical qualities seemed powerful, but it was actually quite useless, especially in the face of modern weapons. Because as long as it's a carbon-based life form, even if the physical strength is raised to a perverse level, it would still be unable to withstand modern weaponry. In fact, it didn't even require modern weapons. Ancient cold weapons, as long as they were sharp, could inflict harm on him. His ability had a low ceiling. In comparison, Wang Qianqian's ability had a much higher ceiling. To put it mildly, she could enslave mosquitoes, cockroaches, and flies to gather intelligence or spread viruses. On a larger scale, she could control tigers, elephants, whales, and sharks, potentially forming an animal army. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but glance at the coconut crab, staring at the bubble-blowing crab, and he dazedly said, "What a pity. The ability is a good one, but Wang Qianqian is just a bit foolish. If someone else had gained Wang Qianqian's ability, at the very least, they could enslave lions and tigers." Wang Qianqian, however, aside from successfully enslaving the coconut crab, had only used her ability to intimidate wild boars. If it weren't for Lu Yun's reminder, Wang Qianqian probably wouldn't even have realized she had gained superpowers. Zhao Qian was only briefly troubled by the issue of abilities before he began to get busy. First, he opened all the luggage, poured out the rainwater inside, and took out the soaked clothes to dry, preventing them from molding and rotting. After finishing all this, he took the coconut crab and left. However, he did not head to the seaside, but rather to the forest, looking for decayed, fallen trees to dig up some burst larvae. Burst larvae were his bait for fishing, and when he retrieved the fishing tools later, he needed to put them back in, otherwise the fish wouldn't be able to burrow inside. Entering the forest, Zhao Qian found the situation to be somewhat better. Aside from several branches broken by hail, almost no trees had fallen, as if they had only experienced a slightly heavier rain. Soon, Zhao Qian found a dead tree and took out his bone knife to start chopping. After breaking through the hard outer shell of the dead tree, he could see the parts inside damaged by burst larvae. After a few pokes, several thumb-sized burst larvae were revealed. "Don't just stand there. Help me dig out the burst larvae, or I'll eat you," Zhao Qian threatened menacingly at the coconut crab. Bubble. The coconut crab blew bubbles as if saying, "I'll help, just don't threaten me with eating." Reluctantly, the coconut crab extended its giant claws. easily cracking open the parts of the tree that even Zhao Qian had thought were tough. In this way, with the cooperation of one person and one crab, the burst larvae from the dead tree were quickly collected, and Zhao Qian obtained dozens of burst larvae, all of considerable size. In fact, he didn't need so many burst larvae for bait. He planned to eat the extras, although there was no shortage of food now. If burst larvae were fried with oil and sprinkled with a little salt, they would definitely be delicious. After digging out the burst larvae, Zhao Qian then headed to the spot where he had placed his fishing tools. Since the fishing tools were in seawater, regardless of how fierce the rain and hail were, the fishing tools remained intact and undamaged. Moreover, the fishing tools had caught quite a few fish. Upon a simple count, there were as many as 12. If they had been a bit larger, they could have caught even more. Zhao Qian looked at the fishing tools and said regretfully, "This wasn't greed. It was just that food was too important for survival on a deserted island. If they hadn't had the good fortune of encountering a wild boar seeking shelter from the hail, they would have gone hungry for the past few days. One day of hunger wasn't a big deal, but if they went 3 days without food, his condition would significantly decline. Therefore, he planned to stock up on food while the weather was good. I promised to teach Wang Qianqian how to weave fishing tools last time. I'll teach her today when I get back, so she can make a few more," Zhao Qian muttered to himself. Next, after replenishing the bait for the fishing tools and placing them back in the seawater, he left. Chapter 42. The dog that relies on its master. When Zhao Qian returned to the cave, it was already evening, and the sky was completely dark. As soon as he walked into the cave, he saw Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun roasting meat in front of a fire. However, perhaps due to their lack of skill, one side of the meat was charred while the other was still oozing blood. "That's not how you roast meat." Zhao Qian stepped forward, confirmed that the piece of meat was indeed inedible, and casually tossed it out of the cave. "I can understand that Wang Qianqian can't cook, but Yun Jia, you can't cook either?" Wang Qianqian came from a good family, so cooking and cleaning were not things she needed to do. But Lu Yun's family situation wasn't as good, so she should know how to cook. Lu Yun blushed and explained, "When I was at home, my parents wanted me to focus all my thoughts on studying, so I didn't really learn how to cook." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian roughly understood the reason. With a family situation like Lu Yun's, getting into Peking University is not easy. Besides talent, hard work is also essential. Her family supported her, not letting her do any chores and only allowing her to concentrate on her studies, which resulted in her being academically gifted but lacking practical skills. But there's nothing to be done. Peking University and Tsinghua University only enroll so many students each year. Without the determination to overcome numerous obstacles, it's unlikely to get in. "Let me do it," Zhao Qian said, intending to clean the fish he brought back. But after taking a few steps, he stopped and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, "I found your coconut crab when I returned to the previous campsite and brought it back for you." After saying that, he opened a suitcase he brought back and took out the coconut crab. The coconut crab, feeling a bit unfamiliar with its surroundings, shrank back cautiously, afraid of angering Zhao Qian. But soon, it heard its owner calling and excitedly turned around, scuttling over on its short legs. Immediately, with its owner present, the coconut crab went wild, waving its large pincers at Zhao Qian and bubbling away. "If I'm not mistaken, it's making a fuss at Zhao Qian. How could you put it in the suitcase? What if it suffocates?" Wang Qianqian complained to Zhao Qian. "I brought back so much stuff. Do you think I had hands free to hold it?" Zhao Qian retorted. "Then you could have put it on the ground and let it follow you." Wang Qianqian said, "Do you think it could keep up with me at its speed?" Zhao Qian asked again, saying, "If I indulge it, I might not even be able to return tomorrow." In fact, he didn't want to put the coconut crab in the suitcase either, but he was in a hurry to come back, and it was the only way. Being confined in the suitcase all the way back naturally made the coconut crab unhappy. Wang Qianqian felt that Zhao Qian had a point and couldn't find a rebuttal for a moment, so she simply decided not to reason anymore, saying, "Anyway, it's your fault." The crab boss said, "Either you apologize or we'll challenge you to a duel." "Crab boss? You really are a talent for naming," Zhao Qian thought to himself, looking at the coconut crab and saying, "Apologizing is impossible, so let us have a duel. I've always heard that coconut crabs are delicious, and now I finally have a chance to taste one." Crack, pop. However, this time, the coconut crab was not afraid. It waved its large pincers and kept bubbling away. Fine, I'll indulge you. Zhao Qian felt provoked by the coconut crab, feeling embarrassed, and said to Wang Qianqian, "Let it go, I'll duel it." Seeing the crab boss so spirited, Wang Qianqian thought that as its owner, she couldn't back down and immediately let go. The coconut crab, which had been waving its pincers, stopped the moment Wang Qianqian let go, looked up at Zhao Qian, then turned around and clamped Wang Qianqian's hand onto itself. Crack! Pop! The coconut crab's momentum returned, waving its pincers at Zhao Qian and continuously bubbling. Zhao Qian saw this and couldn't help but laugh. He had previously seen dogs relying on their owners, where some dogs would bark fiercely at people when their owners held the leash. However, once the owner let go of the leash and really let the dog fight with others, it would immediately back down. He never expected to see this kind of dog relying on its master scene from a coconut crab. At this moment, Wang Qianqian also understood, hugging the coconut crab and saying, "Crab boss, we're civilized people and crabs. We won't stoop to the level of this rude person." Zhao Qian looked at the two fools and smiled bitterly as he went to clean the fish. He reminded himself to avoid being impulsive with Wang Qianqian and the coconut crab in the future, as these two fools would first lower his IQ, turning him into a fool, and then defeat him with their numerical advantage. Too terrifying. After cleaning the fish, Zhao Qian returned to the cave and took out the prepared ingredients. This meal included not only grilled fish, but also bursting worms, mushrooms, black fungus, wild vegetables. Zhao Qian found some branches, cleaned them a bit, and skewered these items, resembling a barbecue. "Why did you catch bursting worms again?" Wang Qianqian couldn't accept eating worms psychologically, so under the circumstances of having other food, she would never choose bursting worms. "I used to roast bursting worms, but this time I want to fry them," Zhao Qian said. "Don't be fooled by how ugly they look. They taste quite good when fried." In Zhao Qian's hometown, every summer night, people would catch a kind of insect called cicada monkeys, which are the larvae of cicadas. Cicada monkeys don't look good either, but as long as you fry them, they taste better than many gourmet foods and are particularly delicious. Bursting worms and cicada monkeys are both insects, and the taste is not much different, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Fry." Wang Qianqian was taken aback and said, "If you want to fry bursting worms, you at least need some oil, right? Where are we going to get oil?" "We definitely have oil." Zhao Qian grinned, then ran deeper into the cave. When he came back, he was holding a piece of snow-white fatty meat. This piece of fat was obtained from a wild boar. Compared to farmed pigs, wild boars have less fat, and he had hesitated to use it. "Are you planning to render lard?" Wang Qianqian immediately understood Zhao Qian's intention upon seeing the fatty meat. "Exactly." Zhao Qian grinned. "Eating lard can easily make you gain weight. I'm a big star. I absolutely can't eat this stuff." Wang Qianqian said with a proud expression, her attitude very firm. "I'm not forcing you to eat it," Zhao Qian said, and then ignored Wang Qianqian as he found a flat stone slab outside. The stone slab was slightly concave in the middle, although the indentation wasn't too large. It could barely serve as a pan. Zhao Qian cleaned the stone slab, then placed it on the fire to heat it up. Once all the moisture evaporated from the slab, he used a bone knife to cut off a piece of fat and placed it on the slab. Sizzle. The fat made a sizzling sound when it touched the slab, and upon closer inspection, one could see yellow lard gathering at the bottom of the slab. Chapter 43. Cracklings on the hot stone slab. The golden pig lard was increasing and emanating an enticing aroma. Although animal fat is not as healthy as vegetable oil, it has a unique fragrance that vegetable oil lacks. Therefore, even Wang Qianqian, who firmly stated she wouldn't eat it, couldn't help but sniff and swallow. Sizzle. As the lard was rendered from the fatty meat, the piece of fat continued to shrink, eventually becoming a small, dark piece of cracklings. Zhao Qian took out his chopsticks made from branches, picked up the cracklings, sprinkled a little salt, blew on them a couple of times, and popped them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The cracklings were already crispy, making a satisfying crunching sound as Zhao Qian ate them, revealing a look of satisfaction afterward. "Yin Jia, you should try some too." Zhao Qian offered his chopsticks to Lu Yin. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, but then took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of cracklings, blew on it to cool it down, and ate it. Unlike Wang Qianqian, she didn't need to control her weight and had eaten cracklings as a child, so she didn't mind trying them. Seeing Lu Yun eat the cracklings, Zhao Qian eagerly asked, "Yinjia, how does it taste?" Lu Yun smiled and replied, "Not bad." Zhao Qian reminisced, "I used to eat these all the time as a kid, but they're hard to come by as an adult. If it weren't for this wild boar we just slaughtered, I probably wouldn't have a chance." Lu Yun nodded. "I haven't had them in many years either. I didn't expect them to be this delicious." Gulu, Wang Qianqian listened to their conversation, her eyes fixed on the cracklings. She had never tried cracklings and wasn't sure if they were truly delicious, but the aroma was undeniably tempting, making it hard for her to control her salivation. However, she felt embarrassed to speak up, especially after she had just firmly declared she wouldn't eat any. It would be like slapping herself in the face. In the end, it was observant Lu Yun who noticed this and picked up a piece of cracklings, offering it to Wang Qianqian. "You can't eat too many cracklings at once. Why don't you help us finish this last bit?" Zhao Qian added. "Can't eat too many?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, understanding Lu Yun's true intention, and reluctantly nodded. "Yes. Yinjia is right. Please help us finish it." Wang Qianqian feigned reluctance, saying, "Actually, I don't want to eat any, but seeing that you're asking me, I'll kindly help you out." After saying that, she quickly grabbed the cracklings and stuffed them into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. As Wang Qianqian chewed on the cracklings, whether it was due to hunger or the satisfaction of finally tasting them, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Zhao Qian didn't want to give any more attention to Wang Qianqian's pretentiousness and took out the cleaned, explosive larvae, carefully placing them into the hot oil on the stone slab. Sizzle. As soon as the larvae hit the hot oil, it erupted like a frying pan, bubbling vigorously and splattering oil everywhere, causing the two girls, who didn't know how to cook, to instinctively back away. In contrast, Zhao Qian remained calm, using his chopsticks to stir the explosive larvae, ensuring they cooked evenly. In just over 10 seconds, the explosive larvae emitted a tantalizing aroma, turning a tempting golden color on the outside. Once a skewer of explosive larvae was done, Zhao Qian sprinkled salt on it and started to eat. Fried explosive larvae were somewhat different from cracklings. While cracklings were crunchy all over, fried explosive larvae were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making for a better texture. "Are you two going to eat some?" Zhao Qian asked while holding a skewer of explosive larvae and frying another one, looking at Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. "No thanks, I'm good." Lu Yun politely declined. She really didn't like explosive larvae. "Me neither. This doesn't look good at all," Wang Qianqian said, turning her head away haughtily, but her gaze occasionally drifted towards the explosive larvae in Zhao Qian's hand. Seeing this, Lu Yun clearly understood that Wang Qianqian was tempted again. To ordinary people, celebrities seem wealthy and can eat whatever they want, but in reality, they often have strict dietary controls, especially for stars like Wang Qianqian, who rely on their figure and looks. Most of the time, her manager would tell her, "You can't eat this, you can't eat that." Over time, many celebrities become quite greedy for food, wanting to taste everything they see. This is why viewers often notice that some celebrities' bodies swell like balloons after a few months of not being in the public eye. After being stranded on the deserted island, Wang Qianqian was gradually letting herself go without anyone to control her. "Give me a skewer," Lu Yun said. "Okay." Zhao Qian understood that Lu Yun was asking for Wang Qianqian and didn't mind. After frying another skewer, he handed it over. Lu Yun took it, thanked him, and then passed it to Wang Qianqian, allowing her to eat just one skewer. "I didn't say I wanted to eat it, Wang Qianqian swallowed, stubbornly retorting. But as she spoke, Lu Yun placed the fried explosive larvae in her hand, saying, "I know you well enough, since there are no outsiders now. Don't be polite." Wang Qianqian chuckled awkwardly, no longer holding back, and started eating the fried explosive larvae. Zhao Qian was quite sure that from Wang Qianqian's satisfied expression, she was no longer opposed to explosive larvae at all. Should I find an opportunity to let her eat one raw? Zhao Qian suddenly recalled the scene of Bear Grylls eating explosive larvae and thought it would be interesting to let Wang Qianqian try it. Unfortunately, without a phone, he couldn't capture the moment. Otherwise, it would definitely make headlines. The meal continued late into the night. Aside from a few fish, most of the ingredients Zhao Qian had brought back were gone. He placed the remaining fish in the ice cellar and, yawning, said to Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, "I blocked the cave entrance with branches and stones, So even if there are wild beasts, they probably can't get in. You can rest easy tonight. After finishing, Zhao Qian took his sleeping clothes and went to the cave entrance. Although the entrance was blocked, he decided to stay vigilant, ready to notice any movement outside. Unknowingly, the three in the cave fell into a deep sleep. Not long after they had drifted off, a figure quietly appeared outside the cave in the darkness. This figure resembled a monkey in posture, appearing at the cave entrance and sniffing around as if searching for something. Finally, it seemed to have found something and scampered over, picking something up from the ground. At that moment, if Zhao Qian had been present, he would have recognized that the figure had picked up the burnt wild boar meat that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had discarded earlier, which he had thrown out of the cave. The figure was quite pleased, squatting down and without caring about cleanliness, grabbed the half-cooked wild boar meat and started eating. However, after just 2 bites, the figure paused, hesitating before disappearing into the darkness with the wild boar meat. Chapter 44 No closed the next day. Zhao Qian got up early. He moved the branches and stones blocking the cave entrance and walked outside, looking east and west, muttering that something was wrong. Zhao Qian, what's wrong? Lu Yun asked as she noticed Zhao Qian's unusual behavior. Last night, I heard some noises outside the cave, so I wanted to check what animal made them. But I didn't find any animal footprints, Zhao Qian replied, looking down at the ground. Could it be that you've been too tense these days and are hearing things? I and Qianqian didn't hear any sounds last night, Lu Yun asked. Impossible. Zhao Qian shook his head firmly and asked, do you remember that I threw out the burnt pork yesterday? You remember that, right? Lu Yun nodded. I remember. Zhao Qian continued. After I woke up, I checked around the cave entrance several times and found that piece of roasted meat was gone. So there must have been an unknown creature here. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have cared about such small details, but now they were on a deserted island. On the surface, this deserted island seemed safe, but it was actually full of mysteries, and they had to pay attention to every little detail if they wanted to survive. Hearing this, Lu Yun instinctively looked around the ground and indeed did not see the piece of roasted meat, her brows furrowing slightly. What do you think it could be? Lu Yun asked. Zhao Qian shook his head, his face serious as he said, I feel it's not an animal. From the footprints I saw, it looks more like a human. Human? Lu Yun's heart tightened as she asked, how could there be other humans on this island? Could it be that you mistook it? Is it possible it's the footprints of an ape? Zhao Qian shook his head again. Ape footprints are very different from human footprints. I can guarantee these are not ape footprints, but human. As he spoke, Zhao Qian led Lu Yun to find a footprint. Although the footprint was unclear, from the general outline, it indeed looked more like a human footprint. In fact, Zhao Qian was also startled by this conclusion. If he wasn't mistaken, there was not just the 3 of them on this deserted island, but a 4th person. Actually, Zhao Qian didn't mind having another person around, because having one more person on the deserted island would increase their chances of survival. But the problem was that the other party seemed to have no intention of coming out to meet them, always hiding in the shadows and observing them, which made Zhao Qian feel that the other party had ulterior motives. Can we determine the identity of this person? Lu Yun worried that Zhao Qian didn't understand her meaning and continued. What I mean is this person from this world? Or are they one of the passengers who flew with us? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and expressed his view. It should be a native of this world. If they were like us, they probably wouldn't be hiding from us, and besides, they weren't wearing shoes. People living in the city can hardly withstand even a foot massage, let alone walking in the forest and on mountain roads without shoes. Only those who have grown up without shoes and have thick calluses on their soles can walk fearlessly in the forest and on mountain paths. Therefore, the fact that they weren't wearing shoes likely meant they weren't passengers on the same flight. But Zhao Qian pondered and asked, according to your deduction, we should be in the era of the enthusiast civilization. Did humans exist during this time? The oldest southern apes date back millions of years, even older than the enthusiast civilization. So humans should have appeared during the enthusiast civilization, Lu Yun recalled. Would a sentient species allow another sentient species to exist? Zhao Qian asked. The history of biological evolution is the process of new species destroying old ones. In this process, if it's not a sentient species, the newly emerged species would just unintentionally eliminate the old ones. But if it's a sentient species, they would eliminate any existence that poses a threat to their survival. Just like a certain country almost exterminated the natives when discovering a new continent. Therefore, Zhao Qian did not believe the enthusiast civilization would allow other sentient species to exist. Maybe the intelligence of humans at this time wasn't high. That was the only explanation. What do you plan to do next? The other party is hiding in the shadows, and we can only passively defend ourselves, so I want to install a door on the cave. Using branches and stones can only block those unthinking creatures. If we encounter sentient beings, barriers made of branches and stones are nearly useless. Therefore, I want to cut down wood to make a heavy door, one that even wild boars can't break through. That way, even if the other party has malicious intent, this door can protect us. That's a good idea. Lu Yun immediately agreed with Zhao Qian's proposal. Zhao Qian had to go out every day to look for food, and in the cave, it was only her and Wang Qianqian. Any slight danger was something they couldn't handle. But installing a door would change the situation significantly. For instance, if they encountered a wild boar, they would be basically safe as long as they closed the door. Then I'll start making the door today. Zhao Qian looked at the cave and said, I'll go find some materials in the forest first, and you tell Wang Qianqian. Don't mention that there are other people on the island. Don't worry, I know how to talk to her. Lu Yun understood Zhao Qian's meaning and nodded. After deciding to build the door, Zhao Qian entered the forest to look for appropriately sized trees. Trees that were too thick wouldn't work. He was alone, and cutting down thick trees would be too much work. Similarly, trees that were too thin wouldn't work either. A door made from too thin trees would have limited defense. After selecting for a long time, he chose trees that were slightly thicker than his arm. Using such thick wood to make a door would require less effort, and the resulting door would be sturdy. Once he selected the trees, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, hesitated for a moment, then struck the wood hard, checking the condition of the bone knife afterward. No chips, no damage. This strange bone found from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton was much harder than Zhao Qian had imagined. This bone knife was far better than a knife that couldn't even chop garlic. If he used that knife to cut wood, the trees would think it was just a prank. After cutting down one tree, Zhao Qian checked the bone knife again, and it still showed no signs of chipping, nor had its sharpness changed much. Unknowingly, it was already noon, and Zhao Qian had cut down more than 10 trees as thick as his arms. He bundled these trees together and carried them back. However, as soon as he returned to the cave, he found something was wrong. Wang Qianqian was crying, and Lu Yun was comforting her. What happened? Zhao Qian hurriedly dropped the trees he had cut and walked over. Wang Qianqian didn't answer, just kept crying as if she had suffered a great grievance. Finally, it was Lu Yun who answered around noon. Qianqian and I were cooking when suddenly a wild man burst into the cave. Wild man? Zhao Qian's heart sank. He hadn't expected the thing he was worried about to happen so soon. He quickly asked, Where's the wild man? Did he do something to you that made you cry so hard? Not really. That wild man just stole our fish. Lu Yun paused for a moment and said, somewhat apologetically, It's just that the wild man wasn't wearing clothes. Chapter 45. In the eyes of the wild man. You're not even as good as 2 fish naked. Zhao Qian was taken aback by the words and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, That wild man was naked, so you must have seen him completely. Even if someone suffered a loss, it would be that wild man, not you. What is there to cry about? Just think of it as watching a naked running show. Such things are rare. If we had a phone, we could have filmed it and posted it on Moments. I'm sure we'd get a lot of likes. Wang Qianqian, who had been crying, seemed to come to her senses after hearing Zhao Qian's words. Her sobs gradually quieted, and eventually, she wiped her tears and stopped crying completely. Right? I saw him running naked. He asked the one at a loss, not me. Why should I cry? And it's such a pity that I lost my phone in the plane crash. If I hadn't I could have filmed it and it would definitely go viral on Moments. As Wang Qianqian thought about this, she suddenly broke into a smile, her face lighting up. Zhao Qian noticed Wang Qianqian's mood improving and realized that his words seemed to comfort her, although that wasn't his intention. So he added a sharp remark. Don't get too happy. Haven't you considered the implication behind the fact that the wild man only stole food and didn't do anything to you? What implication? She asked. It means that in the eyes of the wild man, you are not even as valuable as 2 fish. Zhao Qian didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Qianqian's face froze, and she was speechless for a long time. This was a very strange psychological state, similar to when Wang Qianqian first met Zhao Qian and worried that he had ulterior motives, only to be told by him that she was overthinking. Although she felt safe, it was a significant blow to Wang Qianqian, who always prided herself on her beauty, making her question her own attractiveness. Sister Yun, can you tell me about that wild man? Zhao Qian turned to Lu Yun and asked. The wild man looks about 7 or 8 years old, completely naked, dirty, very thin and fast. He is of East Asian descent. Lu Yun recalled as many details as possible. He must have been very hungry, which is why he barged in while Qianqian and I were cooking, stole our food, and then left. I think he called out twice, but I couldn't understand him. Zhao Qian pondered for a long time, then expressed his thoughts. Judging by the wild man's age, there can't be only him on this deserted island. He must have parents, so there should be at least 3 wild men. However, I lean more towards the idea that there is a wild man tribe on this island. Upon hearing that there were so many wild men, Wang Qianqian immediately asked, could it be that this wild man, like us, ended up on this deserted island after the plane crash? The possibility is too low. Zhao Qian shook his head slightly and explained, first, our situation is more unlikely than winning the lottery. It's already incredible that we appeared here once. The probability of second occurrence is almost 0. Second, this wild man is only 7 or 8 years old. To survive skillfully on a deserted island, he would need at least a year or 2. 2 years ago, he would have been only 5 or 6, and without adult wild men to take care of him, he wouldn't have survived on the island. Finally, to maintain a stable reproduction in a tribe, the number of wild men cannot be too small. Otherwise, inbreeding would occur and the tribe would become extinct. There was a question asked before. If there were only one pair of men and women left on Earth, would humanity go extinct? The answer is certainly yes, without any dispute. However, another question arose. How many men and women must remain on Earth for humanity to avoid extinction? The answer to this question is highly debated, but the most recognized answer is 98 people. In other words, to maintain genetic diversity and ensure the continuation of the race, at least 98 people are needed. Is the resource on a deserted island sufficient for a tribe's survival? Wang Qianqian continued to ask. That depends on how big the island is. Zhao Qian paused and looked at Wang Qianqian, saying, don't forget, we have only just arrived on this deserted island, and we have only explored a small area. We don't know how big this island really is. At first, the 3 of them thought they had ended up on a very small deserted island. However, that was just their preconceived notion. They hadn't explored the entire island, so they had no idea of its actual size. If it were just an ordinary small island, the resources would naturally be insufficient to support a tribe's survival. But if it were a large island, the situation would be completely different. It is important to note that the largest island on Earth is Greenland, which has an area of 2 million square kilometers, equivalent to a quarter of China. What should we do now? Wang Qianqian panicked upon hearing this and said, there are only 3 of us, and there is a tribe of wild men on this island. We definitely can't compete with them. If they catch us, will they eat us? If they're starving, they definitely will. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and replied seriously. Wild men have no moral compass. Their actions are solely for survival. Therefore, when they are hungry, they will not hesitate to choose to eat people, and they will have no psychological burden. Wang Qianqian was so frightened by this that she couldn't speak. Lu Yun quickly comforted her, saying, Qianqian, Zhao Qian is just joking with you. Wild men won't easily eat people, and besides, the resources on this deserted island are very abundant. They have enough food and won't choose to eat people. Really? Wang Qianqian asked, her face full of fear. Really? Lu Yun nodded vigorously and then gave Zhao Qian a meaningful look, asking, Zhao Qian, tell the truth, am I lying? You're not lying. Zhao Qian didn't regard Wang Qianqian as a person and continued, actually, you don't need to be too afraid. Those were just my inferences. I also don't know how many wild men are actually on the deserted island. After saying this, he thought for a moment and continued, this little wild man has appeared twice already. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely appear again. I want to play the long game to catch a big fish. Lu Yun was taken aback upon hearing this and understood Zhao Qian's idea, asking, You want to use the little wild man to figure out the situation of the wild man tribe on the island? Normally, in such a situation, one should actively avoid it. After all, there were only 3 of them, and the number of wild men was likely much greater than theirs. Provoking the wild man tribe was not a wise move. However, based on her understanding of Zhao Qian, this man wouldn't choose to avoid it before figuring out the number of wild men. Exactly. I plan to capture the little wild man. Zhao Qian nodded, just as Lu Yun had thought, while several plans were already forming in his mind. Chapter 46, Endurance Competition, completely crushing late at night. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted out from the cave. The scent spread around as the wind blew, drifting far away before gradually dissipating in the air. At this time, not far from the cave, a dirty, disheveled, and thin little boy was crouched on a large tree trunk, his eyes fixed on the cave, occasionally sniffing. Gurgle. The smell was too tempting, and the little wild boy couldn't stop swallowing, his stomach growling incessantly. However, unlike at noon, he didn't force his way into the cave to snatch the food because there was a tall male inside. Compared to the 2 startled females, this male gave him a great sense of pressure. He knew very well that if he broke into the cave to steal food, there was a high chance he would be caught by the male. He couldn't afford to be caught. Gurgle. The little wild boy's stomach growled again. However, he didn't care. He was like an experienced predator, his eyes locked onto his prey, his body completely still. Just then, he saw a piece of roasted meat being thrown out of the cave, and soon the sound from the cave faded away, with the entrance being blocked. He understood that the male and female inside the cave were going to sleep. Nevertheless, he still didn't act and continued to wait in the tree. His father had told him that the most important thing for a successful predator is to be patient. He didn't know how long it had been. The little wild boy felt it was about time, using both hands and feet to climb down from the big tree. His way of descending looked like that of a feline, his body tightly pressed against the trunk, hands and feet gripping the bark, agile and silent. Once on the ground, he seemed unaccustomed to walking. He still moved on all 4s, like a gorilla or monkey stealthily approaching the cave. When he reached the edge of the forest and looked at the cave not far away, the little wild boy stopped. He felt an inexplicable sense of crisis as he gazed at the cave. His instincts told him he should turn around and leave without hesitation. But when his gaze fell on that piece of roasted meat, he ultimately couldn't resist and stepped out of the forest. The little wild boy was very careful, glancing around with each step, taking a long time to cover a short distance before quickly picking up the piece of roasted meat. It was a piece of meat with a good balance of fat and lean, already roasted and emitting an enticing aroma. The little wild boy didn't bother to clean off the dirt on the meat, or perhaps he didn't care at all, and took a big bite of the fatty part, instantly getting oil all over his hands and mouth. This fatty meat, which children usually dislike, seemed like the most delicious food to the little wild boy, and he swallowed it without even chewing. However, after taking one bite, he didn't take a second, standing there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Why isn't he eating anymore? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The little wild boy was startled and quickly jumped away, biting down on the meat in his mouth, crouching down like a beast, ready to attack at any moment. It was that male. Wasn't he supposed to be sleeping? Why was he here? The little wild boy was filled with confusion, clearly unable to understand that this was a trap set specifically for him by Zhao Qian. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Can we talk? Zhao Qian raised his hands, smiling, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. At the same time, he slowly moved forward, inching closer to the little wild boy. He wanted to wait until he was close enough to quickly strike and capture the little wild boy in an instant. Grr! The little wild boy was highly alert, not giving Zhao Qian the chance to come closer, growling like a beast and taking an aggressive stance. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had to stop, watching the little wild boy warily. However, just when Zhao Qian thought the little wild boy was going to attack him, the little wild boy suddenly turned and darted into the forest at lightning speed. Damn, I was tricked. Zhao Qian stood there stunned for a moment, realizing the little wild boy had used the same tactic he had employed to scare off wild boars. A civilized person like him had been outsmarted by a wild boy, and he felt utterly embarrassed. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian pushed off the ground with force, his body shooting forward like an arrow, chasing after the little wild boy. Rustle, 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 rustle. In the darkness, the large and small figures quickly darted through the forest. Zhao Qian didn't know what the little wild boy was thinking. But the more he chased, the more alarmed he became, as he discovered that his enhanced body didn't have much of an advantage. It wasn't that the little wild boy was faster than him. He could definitely outrun the little wild boy. But the main issue was that the little wild boy was too agile in the forest. Zhao Qian felt like he was chasing not a wild boy, but a monkey. Every time he worked hard to get close to the little wild boy and reached out to grab him, the little wild boy would quickly change direction and escape from his grasp. This little wild boy was too agile, too hard to catch. Zhao Qian was shocked and thought to himself, since that's the case, I'll compete with you in endurance. I don't believe your endurance can match mine. Zhao Qian's strength, endurance, and speed had all been enhanced. Even if he couldn't catch the little wild boy with speed, he was confident he could wear him down with endurance. Once the little wild boy could no longer run, he could easily capture him. However, 10 minutes later, Zhao Qian spread his legs, panting heavily, sitting under a big tree, huffing. Damn, this little wild boy's endurance is too insane, huffing. I can't catch up at all. It wasn't that Zhao Qian lacked endurance. Running at full speed for 10 minutes was already quite remarkable. But what left him in despair was that the little wild boy seemed to never tire, maintaining the same speed throughout, easily crushing him in terms of endurance. If I had known, I wouldn't have used this method. Zhao Qian's initial plan was to set a trap to make the little wild boy walk right into it. But when it came time to implement it, he realized that setting up a trap required a lot of materials and time, which couldn't be done in a day or two. So he thought, with his physical abilities far exceeding those of an ordinary person, and the little wild boy only equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child, he could definitely catch him as soon as he appeared, without needing to prepare a trap. As a result, he greatly underestimated the little wild boy and let him escape. It seems my endurance is only better than that of ordinary people. I can't compare with the wild boy at all. After a brief thought, Zhao Qian understood why he couldn't catch the little wild boy. Modern people usually drive when going out and don't exercise much. While he was slightly better off, his weekly exercise was still limited. The little wild boy, on the other hand, lived on a deserted island, needing to exert a lot of endurance to find food or evade beasts, which was equivalent to constantly training. Naturally, he was not someone Zhao Qian could compare to. Forget it, I'll head back. Zhao Qian looked in the direction the little wild boy had fled, unwillingly turning back, while muttering to himself, if Wang Qianqian asks about it, I'll tell her the story of Zhuge Liang capturing Meng Hu 7 times, explaining that the little wild boy didn't escape but was let go. With her IQ, she definitely figured out. Chapter 47. The Adult Wild Man Sasha. The little wild man, with roasted meat in his mouth, was running wildly through the forest until Zhao Qian stopped chasing him, at which point he gasped for breath and finally stopped. Although his stamina was somewhat better than Zhao Qian's, it wasn't by much. So after more than 10 minutes of extreme running, he had reached his limit. He stopped by a large tree, took the roasted meat from his mouth, and breathed heavily. Looking at the fragrant roasted meat, the little wild man couldn't help but swallow repeatedly, but resisted the urge to eat it, and instead broke into a grin. After resting for a while, the little wild man continued to weave through the forest, but compared to his earlier escape, his speed was much slower now. So he didn't feel tired. An hour later, the little wild man had almost crossed half the forest and arrived at the lake where Zhao Qian had previously found him, stopping in front of a giant tree. This giant tree was dozens of meters tall, with a trunk diameter of 3 to 4 meters, making it one of the largest trees in the forest. The little wild man first looked around cautiously to ensure there was no danger, then wrapped his arms around the giant tree and began to climb. After climbing to a height equivalent to about 5 stories, he stopped. This position was in the densest part of the tree's canopy, where, even if Zhao Qian walked by below, he wouldn't be able to spot the little wild man. However, the little wild man wasn't trying to hide. He was looking for a tree hollow that resembled a woodpecker's nest, but was much larger. The little wild man squeezed into the tree hollow, which had a large space inside. As he made his way down to the bottom of the hollow, he found an adult wild man lying there. Unlike the little wild man, who was completely naked, the adult wild man had only his upper body exposed, while his lower body was covered in animal skins. The adult wildman's aura was weak, and upon closer inspection, one could see numerous scars all over his body, each a small, round hole the size of a pinky finger. Strangely, these wounds were not bleeding. "Father," the little wild man softly called out in the wildman's language. As he did so, the adult wild man slowly opened his eyes and stroked the little wild man's head with his hand. "Father, I found meat again. If you eat this piece of meat, you'll recover faster." The little wild man presented the roasted meat he was reluctant to eat himself to the adult wild man. "You went to that cave again?" The adult wild man glanced at the roasted meat and asked with a cold face. "Yes." The little wild man didn't dare to hide anything and nodded, saying, "I haven't learned to hunt yet and can't find meat, so I can only go steal theirs." "Father, hurry and eat. It will help you get better faster." Hearing the little wildman's words, the adult wildman's voice softened, saying, "I didn't let you go because I was worried you'd get caught. Didn't you say there was a dangerous male there?" The little wild man didn't hide anything and replied honestly, "I was just discovered by that male. He chased me for a long time. He was fast but not agile, so I managed to escape." After saying that, he added, "Of course, his speed is still a long way off compared to father." As he spoke, the little wild man wore a proud expression. In his heart, his father was the strongest. However, upon hearing this, the adult wild man said sternly, "In the future, even if you can't find meat, you're not allowed to go to that cave. Just bring back some fruits and insects." The little wild man shook his head. "Father, you recover faster eating meat. Fruits and insects take longer." The adult wild man raised his voice. "Are you not listening to your father's words?" "I." The little wild man lowered his head and said, "Yes, father." Although he agreed on the surface, he had already made up his mind that in order for his father to recover quickly, he would still go to that cave to steal food. "Father, eat meat." The little wild man once again offered the roasted meat. The adult wild man nodded slightly, took the piece of roasted meat, and began to devour it. The piece of roasted meat was not small, but in the mouth of the adult wild man, it was quickly eaten clean. "You, pay attention." After finishing the roasted meat, the adult wild man said to the little wild man, "Yes, father." The little wild man, named you, opened his eyes wide in the darkness, looking at the adult wild man. The adult wild man clenched his fists tightly. All the muscles in his body instantly tensed, with clearly defined muscle lines comparable to a bodybuilder. Then suddenly, one of the many blood holes in the adult wild man began to bleed, and it seemed that something was being squeezed out little by little from within the blood hole. A few minutes later, the thing was completely squeezed out and fell to the bottom of the tree hollow. The blood hole lost its blockage, and the bleeding increased sharply. But the adult wild man was able to stop the bleeding by tightening the muscles around the wound. Huff! After doing all this, the adult wild man was exhausted, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. After resting for a while, when his condition improved, the adult wild man picked up the thing he had expelled from his body. His eyes filled with coldness. At this moment, if Zhao Qian, Lu Yun, or Wang Qianqian were present, they would be shocked to discover that what the adult wild man had expelled was a bullet. This meant that the blood holes on the adult wild man were all caused by firearms. Meanwhile, in the cave, Zhao Qian had just finished telling the story of Zhuge Liang capturing Meng Hui 7 times. After hearing the story, Wang Qianqian frowned tightly, remaining silent as if deep in thought. After a while, she suddenly realized and asked, "Zhao Qian, are you trying to tell me that you are imitating Zhuge Liang? Something so simple, and you've thought about it for so long. I almost thought the story was told for nothing." Zhao Qian silently complained about Wang Qianqian, but praised her aloud. "That's right, I deliberately let that little wild man go. What is the purpose of doing this?" Wang Qianqian first showed a puzzled expression, then before Zhao Qian could speak, she suddenly realized. "I understand now. You must be worried that the 3 of us are not a match for the wild man tribe, concerned that if we bully the little wild man, it would provoke retaliation from the wild man tribe. So, you plan to convey a message of goodwill to the wild man tribe using the method of capturing Meng Hui 7 times, so that even if we get captured in the future, the wild man tribe might not eat us. Wow, this reason is much better than what I found." Zhao Qian nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "Wang Qianqian, I didn't expect you to be getting smarter lately. You even figured out my complicated thoughts. I used to underestimate you. Of course. Wang Qianqian smiled proudly, saying, actually, I am very smart. I just don't like to think usually. Otherwise, with my intelligence, I could easily get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Right. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, thinking that as long as he didn't expose that he hadn't caught the little wild man, whatever Wang Qianqian said was right. Chapter 48. The demon cloaked in civilization. Zhao Qian praised Wang Qianqian in a commercial manner, which made the big star, who had been bullied, feel quite pleased and sleep soundly. After Wang Qianqian fell asleep, Lu Yun sat down beside Zhao Qian, remaining silent and just sitting quietly. All right. Zhao Qian knew that his excuse could not fool Lu Yun, so he voluntarily confessed, I lied. That little wildling was not let go by me on purpose. I didn't catch him at all. Lu Yun did not dwell on this issue, but asked, was that little wildling hard to catch? Zhao Qian smiled wryly and said, it's not just hard to catch. He's like a monkey with incredible stamina. Can you imagine? A 7 or 8-year-old child, almost as fast as me. I chased him with all my might for 10 minutes and couldn't catch him. Indeed, I can't imagine. Lu Yun replied calmly. Although she had never seen Zhao Qian's top speed, she had a general idea. It's not an exaggeration to say that if Zhao Qian were sent back to his original world to participate in the Olympics, he could win all the gold medals in running events. And to think that such speed couldn't catch a 7 or 8-year-old wildling was something she truly couldn't fathom. It seems that to catch this little wildling, we can only set a trap, Zhao Qian said. I suggest not doing that. Lu Yun surprisingly disagreed with Zhao Qian's method. Zhao Qian was a bit taken aback and asked why. Lu Yun explained, we previously overlooked one issue. Since you and Qianqian can gain superpowers, the humans living in this world can naturally also gain superpowers. This can be seen from the little wildling. Zhao Qian recalled the wildling's speed and nodded in agreement. Because even if the wildling lived in the forest for years, his speed couldn't possibly be just slightly slower than Zhao Qian's. It far exceeded that of a normal 7 or 8-year-old child. He had been puzzled before, but now, after Lu Yun's explanation, he speculated that the wildling might also possess superpowers or some special abilities similar to superpowers. Lu Yun continued, think about it. If a 7 or 8-year-old wildling is so formidable, if we catch him, will it anger the wildling clan? And we clearly are not a match for the wildling clan. If we can't handle a 7 or 8-year-old wildling, how could we face the entire wildling clan? After all, there's only Zhao Qian who is formidable on our side, while every wildling might be powerful. Zhao Qian frowned and said, so what should we do now? Lu Yun pondered for a moment and said, just now, Qianqian's words reminded me that we can befriend the little wildling and not offend the wildling clan. Zhao Qian expressed his concern. I worry that wildlings are not that easy to get along with, compared to those who consider themselves civilized. Wildlings are actually easier to get along with. At least they won't go to great lengths to harm you. Lu Yun paused and then asked, do you know the origin of Thanksgiving? Zhao Qian didn't understand why Lu Yun suddenly asked this question, but he answered, it's an American holiday. It seems to be related to the Native Americans. Lu Yun said, there was once a group of Puritans who were persecuted in England. Dissatisfied with the religious reforms at home, they sailed across the Atlantic to America. It was winter, and the Puritans were cold and hungry. So the local Native Americans brought them food and necessities. In gratitude to the Native Americans, Thanksgiving was established. If the story ended there, it would be a touching tale of cross-racial mutual support. But do you know what happened later? Zhao Qian's gaze hardened as he coldly said, later, to seize the land of the Native Americans, these people slaughtered them en masse, even openly pricing the purchase of Native American scalps. After saying this, Zhao Qian roughly understood Lu Yun's point. Lu Yun wanted to tell him that wildlings are not to be feared. They might even help you in times of trouble. They can safely befriend wildlings. In contrast, those who cloak themselves in civilization but harbor demons within are the ones they should be most cautious of. In the next 3 days, Zhao Qian followed Lu Yun's advice and did not pay attention to the wildling. His daily routine consisted of chopping wood in the forest in the morning and afternoon, returning for lunch. and going to the beach in the evening to collect fish caught with fishing tools. Finally, on the evening of the third day, he installed a door on the cave. This door had 3 layers, used a mortise and tenon structure, and was reinforced with vines, making it stronger than a security door. Zhao Qian tested it several times and couldn't break it down. At night, the 3 of them were in the cave, roasting fish and chatting. Zhao Qian, were you too fierce when you let the wildling go last time? It's been 3 days, and the wildling hasn't shown up once, Wang Qianqian said, her eyes fixed on the roasting fish, looking for a topic. He has shown up, but you just didn't notice, Zhao Qian said nonchalantly while roasting the fish. It was probably because he was scared last time that the wildling hadn't dared to enter the cave again. He was always hiding in the forest, observing them. If he hadn't accidentally spotted the wildling, he would have thought the wildling had given up. However, the fact that the wildling was still observing them from the shadows showed that he hadn't given up on getting food from them. Should we roast a few more fish? Wang Qianqian suggested. He hasn't gotten food from us for 3 days. He must be starving. Now they weren't lacking food, especially fish. During these 3 days, Zhao Qian had taught Wang Qianqian how to weave fishing tools, and they now had 5 fishing tools, capable of catching dozens of fish in a day. With so many fish, they naturally couldn't finish them all, so Zhao Qian stored them in the ice cellar, taking them out whenever they wanted to eat. Whatever you want, Zhao Qian shrugged indifferently and added, however, if the wildling doesn't come, you'll have to finish the fish you roast yourself. We can't waste food. Wang Qianqian said impatiently, cheapskate, got it. Saying this, she went to the ice cellar and took out 2 more fish. Zhao Qian cleaned the 2 fish, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire to roast. Just then, Zhao Qian suddenly heard a very faint sound coming from the woods. The sound was so small that neither Wang Qianqian nor Lu Yun heard it. Finally, unable to hold back, Zhao Qian's lips curved slightly as he took down the 3 almost roasted fish from the fire, found a clean stone slab, and placed them on it. Zhao Qian, what are you doing? Wang Qianqian asked immediately when she saw her roasted fish being taken away. Shoo! Zhao Qian made a shushing gesture and whispered, the wildling has appeared. I'm going to give him the roasted fish. Saying this, he carried the stone slab outside the cave, placed it on the ground, and then returned to the cave. Chapter 49, Feeding Food in a Large Tree in the Forest. The little wild man hid among the dense leaves, confident that his disguise would not be discovered, although his father had repeatedly warned him not to approach the cave. He simply couldn't find enough food. Without enough food, his father's injuries wouldn't heal, so he had no choice but to take the risk and check the cave. The male rarely stayed in the cave. There were only 2 females inside, and he could easily snatch food from them. So he just had to wait for the male to leave. The little wild man you had been observing for 3 days and believed he had figured out the other's movements, so he was very confident about his next actions. This was the hunting method his father had taught him, and his father was the strongest hunter in the tribe, never making mistakes. However, just as he was feeling confident, he saw the male walk out of the cave holding 3 fish, place the stone slab with the fish on the ground, smile slightly in his direction, and then return to the cave. At that moment, you felt a chill all over his body. He understood that his proud disguise had been seen through by the male. He couldn't comprehend how the other had seen through his disguise. Instinctively, he wanted to turn and flee. But, just as he turned around, he stopped in his tracks and looked back at the 3 roasted fish on the stone slab. What did that male mean? Why did he put the fish outside? Was he offering the fish to me? Or were these 3 fish a deliberate bait to lure me out, so he could catch me the moment I stepped out? In this situation, according to his father's teachings, he should escape, but his father needed food to heal. After a struggle, Yu finally made up his mind. He would take the 3 fish. Although he knew his idea was dangerous, he was confident he could escape from a male. The male was just faster than him, but he was not as agile or enduring. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. He pressed his upper body down, slightly raised his lower body, resembling a cat preparing to pounce on its prey, and then suddenly pushed off with his legs, darting out of the forest at high speed. He grabbed the 3 roasted fish and quickly returned to the forest, sprinting away with all his might. However, he soon realized that the male did not chase after him and hadn't even left the cave. Why didn't he come after me? Could it be that these 3 roasted fish were truly a gift from a male? You looked at the roasted fish in his hands, speculating about Zhao Qian's intentions. However, he didn't ponder for long before his attention was drawn to the aroma of the fish. Gurgle. His stomach growled. Ever since his father forbade him from raiding the cave for food, the only food he could find each day was sour wild fruits and some insects, which contained little energy. His father had to eat a lot to prevent his injuries from worsening, so he spent most of his time hungry. But today, he had snatched 3 fish. They contained a lot of energy, and he could eat one of them. Just this one. He selected the smallest fish from the 3 and happily began to eat. The fish was quickly devoured, and he looked longingly at the other 2, ultimately managing to resist. He just couldn't understand why the fish made by the 3 people living in the cave tasted so much better than what was made in the tribe. Inside the cave, ever since Zhao Qian placed the 3 fish outside, the 3 of them appeared to be chatting and laughing, but in reality, they were all paying attention to the outside of the cave. When you emerge from the forest, Wang Qianqian excitedly said, "Zhao Qian, that little wild man has appeared again." "I know," Zhao Qian replied with a slight smile. "Then hurry up and catch him." Wang Qianqian, unaware that Zhao Qian had changed his strategy, urged him. "Aren't you supposed to learn from Zhuge Liang and catch Meng was 7 times? Zhao Qian, realizing that Wang Qianqian hadn't forgotten about this matter, thought for a moment and said, "I've captured him for the 2nd time." "You didn't move at all. How is that the 2nd time?" Wang Qianqian retorted. "Let me ask you, with my speed, if I chase him, can he escape?" "He can't escape." Wang Qianqian shook her head vigorously after a brief thought. Ever since witnessing Zhao Qian kill the wild boar, she had regarded him as a superhero, and a superhero catching a 7 or 8-year-old wild man was, of course, without any suspense. He could easily catch him. Then it's settled. A smile appeared on Zhao Qian's face as he said, "Since I can catch him as long as I make a move, can we say that as long as I see him, it's equivalent to catching him?" Wang Qianqian fell silent for a moment, scratching her head. "That seems to make sense, but you didn't actually catch him." Zhao Qian explained, "I'm doing this to save time. You saw it too. Ever since I caught him last time, he hasn't dared to come close for 3 days. If I catch him again this time, he probably won't come near again in the future. So how can I catch him 7 times? Therefore, as long as I can lure him out, it counts as catching him, right?" Wang Qianqian hesitated for a long while before saying, "That doesn't seem wrong. Qianqian, your roasted fish is ready." Lu Yun, noticing that Wang Qianqian was getting tangled up in Zhao Qian's words, immediately handed her a freshly roasted fish, forcibly ending the topic. She couldn't let Zhao Qian continue, or else Wang Qianqian would be completely confused, which would affect her clever image. At the same time, she shot a glance at Zhao Qian, as if to say, "Qianqian is already slow to react. Why are you complicating things for her?" Too bad. In the following days, whenever Zhao Qian sensed the little wild man, he would take out some of the food he made and place it on a stone slab outside the cave. At first, the little wild man was still very wary, but after a few days of no danger, his vigilance decreased. However, the little wild man still remained cautious, always waiting for Zhao Qian to return to the cave before coming out, never allowing Zhao Qian to approach. In response, Zhao Qian wasn't in a hurry. He believed that even a wild animal, after so many days, would be able to sense his goodwill. One day, Zhao Qian prepared roasted pork. Perhaps seeing that the little wild man hadn't gained any weight, this time he cut a large piece of roasted pork and placed it outside the cave. This piece of roasted pork was larger than what the 3 of them would eat in a meal. "Come out. I've placed the roasted meat here. I'm going back now." Zhao Qian called out loudly in the direction of the little wild man after setting down the roasted meat. After shouting, he turned around, ready to return to the cave. However, just as he turned, he heard a rustling sound from the bushes, and then the little wild man actually walked out of the forest. Seeing this, Zhao Qian felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time the little wild man had come out before he left. This indicated that the little wild man's wariness had decreased again, and he believed that soon the little wild man wouldn't be afraid of him anymore. With that thought, he didn't look back, fearing he might scare the little wild man, and directly returned to the cave. Chapter 50. The Yellow Demon After a Few Days of Contact. You found that the 3 people living in the cave seemed to have no ill intentions towards him. Every day, as long as he approached the cave, that powerful male would bring out food for him to take, and he no longer chased him. relying on the food provided by the male. His father's injuries had improved significantly, with only 2 wounds left to heal. Once his father recovered, they could hunt for themselves. And the first thing he wanted to do was to thank these 3 people. He was going to become a tribal warrior, and he must repay those who helped him. What a big piece of meat. While he was lost in thought, he saw Zhao Qian bring out a large piece of meat, and he was very excited. The energy from this piece of meat could help his father heal. It was wonderful. Perhaps he was too excited or his vigilance had decreased. But he actually came out of the woods. The male he feared had not left yet. Careless. However, he quickly realized that his worries were unnecessary. That powerful male did not chase him and didn't even look back, heading straight back into the cave. At this moment, he felt completely at ease, picked up the roasted meat, and without stopping, turned and ran towards the tree hole. His mind was set on one thought: to let his father eat this meat and heal. Russell, you moved quickly through the forest, the roasted meat in his mouth, leaving a tantalizing aroma behind. Soon, he arrived at the giant tree, quickly climbed up, and entered the tree hole. Father, father. As soon as you entered the tree hole, he shouted excitedly. At this time, the adult wild man's wounds had reduced to only 2, and the previous wounds had mostly scabbed over. The adult wild man's complexion was much better than before, and upon hearing Yu's voice, he opened his eyes. Father, meat? A lot of meat. Yu handed the piece of meat he had obtained to the adult wild man, excitedly saying, Eat it, and you will heal. The adult wild man was somewhat surprised to see such a large piece of meat and asked, Did that male in the cave give this to you? Yes. Yu nodded vigorously, paused, and continued. Today, I saw so much meat, I was so excited that I came out of the forest before he left. I was really scared, worried that he would chase me, but he didn't. The adult wild man said, That male is a good person. Once I heal, I will hunt a mixed blood primal beast, and then you can take it to thank him. Yes, father. Hearing this, Yu's face was filled with excitement as he handed the roasted meat to the adult wild man. The adult wild man looked at the roasted meat, patted Yu's head with concern, knowing that Yu had suffered a lot these days to help him heal and had basically been starving every day. But there was no other way. This was the survival mode of the tribe. All the food in the tribe must first be given to the tribal warriors. This was not because the warriors oppressed the others, but only by ensuring the warriors' combat strength could the safety of the other tribe members be guaranteed, preventing everyone from starving. If a tribe lost its warriors, it would soon cease to exist. You don't need this much meat. The adult wild man used a little force to break the roasted meat into 1 large and 1 small piece, handing the smaller piece to you. Without hesitation, you took it and bit into it, revealing a satisfied expression. The adult wild man smiled and began to eat his own piece of meat. In no time, both pieces of meat were finished. After gaining energy from the food, the adult wild man began to heal himself. He first expelled the bullet fragments from his body little by little, then tightened his muscles to stop the bleeding, perhaps due to the adult wild man's improved physical condition. This time the healing process was much quicker. Within minutes, 1 bullet fragment was expelled. Only 1 remained in his thigh. You watched as another wound was treated and smiled broadly. But at that moment, the adult wild man suddenly stopped, his expression stern, brow furrowed. Father, what's wrong? You asked. Noticing, we are surrounded by the yellow demons. The adult wild man replied with a serious face. Yellow demons. You took a sharp breath, panic evident on his face. The yellow demons were not primal beasts, but ordinary creatures of the forest. Individually, they were not strong. He could crush one with a finger. However, the yellow demons hunted in groups. A swarm of yellow demons possessed the power to make mixed blood primal beasts fear them. Once, he had witnessed a powerful mixed blood primal beast being devoured alive by a group of yellow demons, reduced to a skeleton. Quickly get out of the tree hole. Don't get trapped inside. The adult wild man hurriedly reminded the dazed Yu. Yu came to his senses, dared not hesitate, and quickly crawled out of the tree hole. As soon as he crawled out, he heard countless rustling sounds beneath him. Instinctively, he looked down and saw that the trunk of the giant tree was already covered with yellow ants. These ants were about 1 to 2 centimeters long, with strong jaws. If Zhao Qian or Lu Yun were here, they would definitely recognize that these ants, referred to as yellow demons by the wild men, were a type of army ant. However, These army ants were much larger than ordinary ones and moved much faster, completely unlike the same species. "Father, we're surrounded by yellow demons. What should we do?" You asked anxiously, looking to the adult wild man. The adult wild man glanced at the situation. Then his gaze shifted to the area around the giant tree, finally resting on another tree about 10 meters away. "I will throw you to that tree." "Father, what about you?" You looked at the last remaining wound on his father's body, which greatly affected his father's mobility. Otherwise, he could easily jump the 10 meters. "Father is a warrior. I have a way to deal with the yellow demons," the adult wild man said. You wanted to say something else? But the adult wild man had already grabbed him and forcefully threw him towards the nearby tree. Although he was thin and not very tall, he still weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. The distance between the two trees was over 10 meters, a distance even Zhao Qian, with enhanced strength, could not achieve. However, the adult wild man did it. Yu's body flew through the air like a cannonball, covering the distance of over 10 meters and landing on the other big tree. Crash! As Yu flew towards the other big tree, his body fell uncontrollably, but luckily, his reflexes were quick, and he managed to grab onto a branch just in time to prevent himself from falling. Just as he steadied himself, Yu looked back at his father, and, just as he had guessed, his injured father was unable to jump over and could only keep climbing higher to escape the yellow demons. Yu knew that if he didn't find a way to save his father would undoubtedly die. But how could he save him? Just as Yu was at a loss, he saw the towering mountain peak, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 51. Completely unable to communicate meanwhile, Zhao Qian and the other two had already finished their meal. They were sitting at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the cool breeze while eating ice smoothies. Since the continuous rain and hail for 3 days, the temperature on the deserted island had risen steadily, especially in recent days, when it had returned to the temperature they experienced when they first arrived on the island. Fortunately, Zhao Qian was wise enough to have Wang Qianqian create an ice cellar in the cave to store a large amount of hail. Every day after dinner, he would make 3 servings of ice smoothies. Although his ice smoothies weren't that great, being able to enjoy them on a hot deserted island was already a treat. "Zhao Qian, can you make a beach chair?" Wang Qianqian asked, her body slathered in coconut oil, wearing a sun hat she had found somewhere, a women's tank top on her upper body, and a short skirt on her lower body, soaking up the sun while eating ice smoothies. Those who knew she was stranded on an island understood, but those who didn't would think she was on vacation. "No." Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, realizing what she was thinking, and immediately shook his head. In fact, he could make a beach chair. He just didn't want to make one for Wang Qianqian. He didn't want to return from his daily struggle for survival to see Wang Qianqian lounging comfortably in a beach chair. "What a pity," Wang Qianqian sighed, then turned to Lu Yun and asked, "Xiao Yun, why are there still wild people in such a developed society?" So far, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun had not told Wang Qianqian about their time travel, so she thought they had just ended up on some unknown deserted island on Earth. "Qianqian, you think society is developed because you live in a developed country, but there are many places in the world that still retain very traditional lifestyles, such as the Maasai people in East Africa," Lu Yun explained to Wang Qianqian. "The Maasai tribe still has no electricity. Their houses are built of mud. They have no means of transportation, and a rite of passage involves hunting a lion." Wang Qianqian asked, "Do the Maasai have superpowers too?" Lu Yun thought for a moment and said, "Their eyesight is exceptionally good. The average person has a vision of 1:2 to 1:25, but the Maasai can achieve 6 to 8. To put it simply, they can see prey within a 10-kilometer range and can see things at night." "That's amazing," Wang Qianqian exclaimed seriously, deducing, "It seems that people living in cities have such comfortable lives that they are starting to degenerate. I've never seen superpowers in the city. Mine awakened on the deserted island." "You're generalizing," Zhao Qian thought to himself, but he didn't speak up because he knew Lu Yun didn't want Wang Qianqian to know they had time traveled. "Xiao Yun, after we're rescued, can we provide some supplies to the wild people on the island?" Wang Qianqian said, "Although this won't change their way of life, it can at least improve their quality of life so that the children don't have to go without clothes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly felt he had underestimated Wang Qianqian. Although this big star lacked common sense, had a slow reaction, and seemed not very bright. It was undeniable that she was very caring and reliable in critical moments. Unlike some celebrities who donate money for fame or tax evasion, few truly engage in charity. Sure, I'll take care of it when we get back. Lu Yun smiled gently at Wang Qianqian and replied. Just then, Zhao Qian heard a rustling sound from the forest, similar to leaves being blown by the wind, and immediately became alert. He first instructed Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian to return to the cave, while he stood at the entrance with a serious expression, looking toward the forest. However, he soon relaxed because he saw a small wild person darting out from the forest. Worried that he might scare the wild person, Zhao Qian initially planned to approach slowly. But the wild person quickly came up to him, speaking in a language he could not understand. Abba. Zhao Qian looked at the anxious wild person, completely puzzled, and asked, Are you hungry again? Abba. Helpless, Zhao Qian could not understand the wild person's language. And the wild person could not understand Zhao Qian's language, making it impossible for them to communicate. At that moment, Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian came out of the cave and also noticed the anxious look on the wild person's face. Wang Qianqian tugged at Zhao Qian's shirt and whispered, Zhao Qian, what does this little wild person mean? Zhao Qian, already feeling overwhelmed, replied irritably, I can't even speak English. Do you think I can understand the wild person's words? Lu Yun furrowed her brows and said, Even though we don't speak the same language, human gestures and expressions are universal. I feel that the wild person is very anxious and wants you to go with him. Zhao Qian thought back and nodded in agreement, saying, I also feel he is very anxious. Previously, when the wild person moved in the forest, he hardly made any noise, which was why Zhao Qian had almost missed noticing the wild person's presence several times. However, just now, the sounds the wild person made while moving were audible from a distance, completely different from his previous movements, almost leading him to think it was a wild animal. Why don't you follow him to take a look? Lu Yun suggested after thinking for a moment. All right. Zhao Qian nodded without hesitation and then told Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, While I'm gone, make sure to keep the door closed and wait for me to return. Okay. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun replied in unison. After giving his instructions, Zhao Qian squatted down and nodded at the wild person. Upon seeing Zhao Qian nod, the wild person immediately turned and dashed into the forest. After running out for more than 10 meters, he stopped to look back, worried that Zhao Qian hadn't followed. Seeing that Zhao Qian was indeed following him, he finally felt relieved and quickly ran toward a giant tree. Zhao Qian closely followed the wild person. If this had been a few days ago, he would have struggled to keep up with the wild person's stamina. However, in recent days, his physical condition had improved, and his endurance was now on par with the wild person, so he had no trouble keeping up. Half an hour later, Zhao Qian was brought to the edge of a lake. Just as he was wondering why the wild person had brought him here, the wild person grabbed his hand and pointed at a big tree, continuously speaking in wild person language. Wow! Zhao Qian squinted and couldn't help but curse, because he saw that at the top of the giant tree, an adult wild person was being attacked by thousands of ants. Chapter 52. The forest fire again. The situation of the adult wild man was extremely critical. He was nearly completely covered by thousands of ants, leaving only his head exposed. Faced with such a multitude of ants, the adult wild man did not sit idly by. Suddenly, he let out a roar, and the flame tattoo on his chest emitted a burst of fiery light. Once activated, the flame tattoo released a ball of fire from his chest, engulfing his entire body. Although the flames only appeared for an instant, at such high temperatures, the ants crawling all over the adult wild man were killed and fell off him. At that moment, Zhao Qian noticed that the adult wild man was covered in bite marks from the ants, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. Zhao Qian even saw that several of the adult wild man's toes had turned into stark white bones, clearly having been eaten by the ants. Zhao Qian was so shocked by this scene that he was left speechless. There were 3 things that astonished him. First, he did not expect the little wild man to bring him here to save an adult wild man. While he knew he would encounter many wild men in the future, he didn't expect to meet one so soon. Second, he was stunned by these terrifying ants. It was his first time seeing ants that dared to attack humans. If such a situation occurred on Earth, these ants would surely be exterminated. Third, he witnessed the abilities of the adult wild man. which were completely different from his own body enhancement. The body erupted in flames. Could this be an ability of carbon-based life forms? While Zhao Qian was in shock, the little wild man grabbed his hand, looking very anxious and speaking in the wild man's language. Zhao Qian focused and realized that after the previous wave of ants was killed, even more ants were climbing up from below, threatening to engulf the adult wild man again. From his deduction, if they did not find a way to save the adult wild man, he would undoubtedly die. Don't worry, I'll help you save him. Zhao Qian reassured the little wild man and began to think of a way to rescue him. He quickly ruled out the idea of approaching himself. Even the adult wild man didn't dare let the ants get close, and if he went forward, it would only serve to provide a feast for the ants. Faced with such a large number of ants, the best approach was a wide-area attack. The attack intensity didn't need to be too great to instantly kill a large number of ants. However, the ability he had awakened only enhanced his physical qualities, and he had no means of area attack. Wait, as Zhao Qian paced back and forth, his gaze fell on the lake, and the image of the first time he saw the lake flashed in his mind. Of course, the lake wasn't the key. The important part was that he had encountered a wild boar that time and had scared it off with a torch. Since that was the case, why not set another fire? As for whether it would burn down the forest, after doing it once, doing it again would make it familiar, and he wouldn't feel burdened psychologically. With that thought, Zhao Qian immediately looked for flammable materials, gathered some dry firewood, and finally took out a fire starter. That's right, it was the fire starter. Now Zhao Qian no longer needed to start a fire by friction. Whenever he wanted to ignite something, he used the fire starter. Of course, he couldn't make fire starters himself. After all, most of those wilderness survival shows were from abroad, and they didn't make fire starters. This fire starter was specially made by Lu Yun because she saw him struggling with friction fires. One fire starter could last several days. Huff! Zhao Qian kept blowing on it, and the fire starter, which was half burning and half extinguished, began to emit flames like a lit cigarette. Without much effort, Zhao Qian ignited the flammable material, then used it to light the dry firewood, and a fire appeared. Next, he pulled out the burning firewood one by one and threw them towards the giant tree. The burning firewood ignited the fallen leaves and dry branches under the giant tree, and within just a few dozen seconds, a blazing fire erupted, with flames shooting up several meters high. Crackle! The ants beneath the giant tree were instantly engulfed by the flames, and when their bodies were burned, they made faint sounds. Moreover, as the temperature of the flames increased, some ants were killed by the high heat, even without being directly burned by the fire. In just a few minutes, as a large number of ants were burned to death, the remaining ants no longer cared about attacking the adult wild man and frantically searched for an escape route. Arba! The little wild man began speaking to Zhao Qian again in the wild man's language. No need to thank me. Helping others is a fine tradition of the Huaxia people. Zhao Qian thought the little wild man was expressing gratitude and waved his hand generously, signaling no need for thanks. Arba arba. The little wild man grew anxious, gesturing continuously while speaking in the wild man's tongue. If Zhao Qian could understand the wild man's language at that moment, he would know that the little wild man was saying, "My father is still up in the tree. You need to put out the fire quickly, or my father will be burned to death." Unfortunately, Zhao Qian couldn't understand and continued to engage in pleasantries with the little wild man. In the end, it was only when the adult wild man, who was hiding in the treetop, could no longer withstand the high temperature of the flames and began to shout loudly that Zhao Qian suddenly realized, "Shit, I forgot the adult wild man is still in the tree." At that moment, the giant tree was already too dangerous to approach. After all, the flames wouldn't only burn vertically up the tree, but would also spread outwards, forcing Zhao Qian and the little wild man back more than 10 meters. With such a large fire, I don't think it's possible to extinguish it. Zhao Qian looked at the fully engulfed fire and said with a bitter smile, because there were many trees in the forest, once a large fire broke out, it was hard to put it out, let alone that he was alone. Even if he called in a team of firefighters, they wouldn't be able to extinguish a fully burning forest fire. Otherwise, the Australian wildfires wouldn't have lasted for months. As for the adult wild man jumping down from the giant tree, he felt that was also unlikely. The tree he had climbed during his last fire was only a few meters tall, and an ordinary person would be fine jumping down. But the giant tree the adult wild man climbed was dozens of meters high, equivalent to more than 10 stories. Jumping down would likely turn him into a puddle of mush. I initially wanted to help you, but unexpectedly ended up making things worse. If he hadn't helped, the adult wild man might have at least left behind bones, but now, after his help, there would be nothing left but ashes. Arba. Seeing the fire grow larger, the little wild man shouted and tried to rush in. It's useless. We can't extinguish such a large fire. Zhao Qian quickly grabbed the little wild man, preventing him from going forward. However, just as the flames grew fiercer and Zhao Qian had to continue retreating with the little wild man, the calm lake suddenly erupted with a huge wave. The wave was over 10 meters high, crashing down towards the burning flames, and with just that one hit, the fire was extinguished. Before Zhao Qian could even comprehend what had happened, an enormous figure appeared in the lake. Chapter 53. Survival at this moment. Zhao Qian finally understood how the forest fire he had started was extinguished for the first time. However, he felt no joy from this revelation. Instead, looking at the enormous figure before him, he felt cold all over and dared not move. The gigantic creature that appeared before him was beyond his comprehension, and he was certain that such a being had never existed on Earth. It was a creature with a head like a snake, a body like a fish, 6 legs, and a green body, resembling a gigantic salamander, but many times larger. An adult salamander is only 10 to 15 centimeters long, while the part of the monster above the water was over 30 meters long. If the underwater part were included, the creature's total length would probably reach 50 meters. With such a terrifying size, it was no wonder it could create waves over 10 meters high. Just as Zhao Qian was shocked by the creature before him, the little wild man suddenly knelt down, speaking in a wild man's language and repeatedly bowing to the gigantic being. Not only the little wild man, but even the adult wild men on the giant tree, despite their injuries, also knelt down and bowed to this creature. However, the gigantic being completely ignored both the adult and the little wild men. Its snake-like head moved closer to Zhao Qian, its eyes fixated on him. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen, as if he were in an extremely cold place. Forget about running away. He didn't even dare to move an inch. Suddenly, the gigantic creature let out a roar directed at Zhao Qian. It sounded like a thunderclap in his ears, causing his head to buzz painfully, and his eardrums felt like they might burst from the pressure. However, that was not the end of it. Zhao Qian saw the creature's eyes gradually turning crimson, its green hue shifting towards red, as if it were angry. Indeed, the gigantic being was angry. Zhao Qian was speechless, thinking to himself, "You suddenly appear and scare me half to death, yet I'm not angry. Why are you angry?" Of course, he could not voice this question, and even if he did, the gigantic creature would not be able to answer him. As the creature's head turned red, it moved even closer to Zhao Qian, looking as if it intended to eat him. Eat him! Zhao Qian was taken aback, swallowing hard as he realized what the gigantic creature was about to do. Just then, the little wild man suddenly stepped in front of Zhao Qian, speaking in wild man's language to the gigantic being. Seeing the scene, Zhao Qian felt a surge of emotion, thinking that his efforts in feeding the little wild man had not been in vain. The little wild man was willing to risk his life to save him at a critical moment. However, he also understood that the little wild man could not save him. Regardless of whether the gigantic creature could understand human language, why would it listen to a wild man? Yet what happened next left him dumbfounded. The gigantic creature responded to the little wild man's words, and the redness in its head gradually faded, returning to its original green. The little wild man, seeing this, prostrated himself on the ground and bowed once more to the gigantic being. The gigantic creature then called out to Zhao Qian, sounding almost like a threat, before slowly sinking into the lake and disappearing from view. Phew! The moment the gigantic creature left, Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his mind blank, gasping for air, sweat soaking his clothes. After a while, his brain began to function again, but just the thought of the gigantic creature made him tremble with fear. The adult wild man had now descended from the giant tree and, with the little wild man's assistance, came to Zhao Qian's side. What was that creature just now? Even in ancient Earth, There couldn't have been a being like that. Is this still Earth? Have we traveled through time? Or are we in another world? The adult wild man's voice acted like a switch, instantly waking Zhao Qian from his stupor, and he began to ask several questions in quick succession. Based on previous deductions, they were still on Earth, just several million years in the past. But after witnessing that gigantic creature, Zhao Qian realized that his earlier conclusion was incorrect. This place was not Earth, at least not the Earth he had lived on. Otherwise, he would have heard of such a creature. Unfortunately, the adult wild man also did not understand Zhao Qian's language and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Forget it, we simply cannot communicate. After venting his emotions, Zhao Qian calmed down and looked at the bloodied adult wild man, saying, "Your injuries need to be treated, otherwise they might get infected. Come back with me to the cave." After saying this, he took a few steps toward the cave, worried that the two wild men might not understand his intentions, and turned back to wave at them. Seeing this, the little wild man and the adult wild man did not immediately follow, but conversed in their wild man's language for a while before finally catching up. The journey back to the cave was silent. Upon returning, Zhao Qian found himself confronted by Wang Qianqian, who looked bewildered at the bloodied adult wild man. She approached Zhao Qian, who was looking for anti-inflammatory medicine, and quietly asked what happened. "Why is there an adult wild man? The little wild man called me over just now to save this adult wild man. He should be the little wild man's father. He's covered in blood. Was he attacked by some ferocious beast? No, it was a swarm of ants." "Ants?" Wang Qianqian was taken aback, picturing ants that could be squashed with a finger. Immediately doubting Zhao Qian was lying. How could ants injure someone like this? However, just as she was about to ask again, Zhao Qian had already found the anti-inflammatory medicine and delivered it to the adult wild man. Zhao Qian gestured for a long time, trying to convey that taking the medicine would be beneficial, but the adult wild man refused to take it and made gestures indicating he wanted to eat meat. In fact, the adult wild man wanted to express that as long as he had food, he could recover from his injuries. But Zhao Qian did not understand this and thought the adult wild man was hungry. So he said, "You should take the medicine first. After you finish, I'll cook something for you." The two argued for quite a while, and in the end, Zhao Qian, seeing that the adult wild man absolutely refused to take the medicine, had to compromise and let Wang Qianqian go to the ice cellar to get some fish. Just as Wang Qianqian left, Lu Yun approached and quietly asked, "Did something happen just now?" "Yeah." Facing Lu Yun, Zhao Qian did not hide anything, smiling wryly as he nodded. "Sister Yun, would you believe me if I told you that I encountered a monster while trying to rescue someone?" Chapter 54. The mindset of a top student. My rationality tells me that there can't be monsters in the world, but if you say there are, I am willing to believe it. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, did not immediately express her stance. She stared at Zhao Qian for a moment before slowly speaking. "I really encountered a monster." Zhao Qian swallowed hard and described the enormous monster he encountered, bitterly smiling as he said, "Sister Yun, are we still on Earth? I can guarantee that there are absolutely no such creatures on Earth." "I'm not sure," Lu Yun replied expressionlessly, shaking her head. After a moment of thought, she continued, "However, from your description, it's clear that this creature must have a high IQ. Otherwise, the little wild man wouldn't have been able to communicate with it and rescue you." Zhao Qian was stunned by this remark because he hadn't noticed that detail at all. However, that was understandable. In such a situation, it would have been strange if he could think calmly. "Unfortunately, I don't understand the wild man's language. Otherwise, I would definitely figure out where I offended that creature." Zhao Qian thought, trying to find a reason to avoid offending it again in the future. "That's simple," Lu Yun said, looking at the adult wild man. "You just need to learn the wild man's language." "Learn the wild man's language?" Zhao Qian was startled by the top student's way of thinking and asked with a bitter smile, "How can we learn the wild man's language when we can't even communicate with them?" To be clear, I couldn't even learn English with a teacher, let alone the wild man's language. Even if Lu Yun suggested learning the wild man's language, he had no idea where to start and felt completely lost. Lu Yun said, "I just listened to the conversation between the big and small wild men and found that their pronunciation has different notes. This means different notes represent different meanings, just like characters in Chinese and words in English. As long as it's a systematic language, it must have logic. As long as Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun, who was speaking confidently, and quickly raised his hand to interrupt her, saying with a frown, "Sister Yun, I'm just a high school student. The only English I remember is, what is your name? How are you? I am fine, and you? Are you overestimating me by talking about self-learning a language?" Although Zhao Qian understood that learning could change a person's fate, the intense studying in his childhood made him dislike learning very much. Therefore, he had no intention of learning the wild man's language, no matter how simple it was. "All right, I'll study it myself," Lu Yun said, not forcing Zhao Qian to learn with her. At that moment, Wang Qianqian came back from the ice cellar with fish. Perhaps worried that there wouldn't be enough to eat, this spendthrift girl brought out 10 fish, specifically choosing the larger ones. Even though Zhao Qian was not a stingy person, he still felt a bit pained. After all, these were their food reserves. "If there's no food, I'll eat your lackeys." Zhao Qian couldn't lose his temper in front of the big and small wild men, so he looked at the coconut crab following Wang Qianqian and silently swore. Half an hour later, Zhao Qian brought the roasted fish to the adult wild man and the little wild man, smiling as he offered it. Normally, the little wild man would snatch food directly, but this time he didn't move and instead looked at the adult wild man as if waiting for orders. The adult wild man stood up shakily, made a fist with his right hand, placed it on the flame tattoo, slightly bowed to Zhao Qian, and spoke in the wild man's language. Zhao Qian couldn't understand it, but he thought it was probably a thank you. Then, the adult wild man nodded at the little wild man, who dared to take the roasted fish. However, the little wild man didn't eat first. He selected the largest roasted fish and handed it to the adult wild man, only starting to eat after the adult wild man began. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qian frowned slightly, feeling that the little wild man didn't seem like the adult wild man's child, but more like a slave. After all, in his view, when there was something delicious, parents would usually let their children eat first, and it was rare for adults to eat first. "Zhao Qian, look." At that moment, Wang Qianqian gently tugged at Zhao Qian and pointed at the adult wild man. Zhao Qian looked over and saw that the area around the adult wild man's navel suddenly turned fiery red, as if a flame was burning in his abdomen. At the same time, 2 new tattoos appeared on the adult wild man's body, spreading from the abdomen to the chest flame tattoo, like a channel connecting the two. As the channel continuously transmitted energy, the flame tattoo on the adult wild man's chest became brighter and brighter, whereas before, the chest flame tattoo was almost invisible. Zhao Qian had already known that the adult wild man was extraordinary, so he didn't pay much attention. Wang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, "I didn't guess wrong. People living in the city have degenerated. Only those living in the wild can awaken superpowers." Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian, too lazy to respond to her. Meanwhile, the adult wild man continued to undergo changes. Zhao Qian saw that when the flame tattoo on the adult wild man's chest became bright, it began to flicker continuously, as if transmitting energy throughout his body. The scars on the adult wild man's body, which had been bitten by ants, stopped bleeding as the flame tattoo flickered, and some very small wounds even started to scab over. The only thing that had not changed was the adult wild man's toes, which had been eaten by ants. They probably couldn't grow back, but even with such a healing effect, Zhao Qian felt very envious. Not only could he produce fire, but he could also heal himself. During this time, he had been studying his superpower and had a general understanding of it. He named his superpower Super Enhancement. To explain simply, it means that anything related to his body would enhance his physical abilities. When he walks, his stamina and endurance would be enhanced. When he is attacked, his resistance would be enhanced. When he looks into the distance, his eyesight would be enhanced. Of course, for less intense activities like walking, the enhancement of stamina and endurance is minimal. Only extreme activities lead to significant improvements. For example, when he was chased by a wild boar or when he carried Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun back to the cave. However, he also discovered that his superpower had limits. Some things, no matter how much he enhanced, still had no resistance, such as fire. He had previously tried to increase his resistance to fire by holding his hand over a flame for a long time, but aside from nearly burning his hand, he gained no resistance at all. At that time, he lamented that carbon-based life forms could never overcome high temperatures and flames. Unexpectedly, He then witnessed the adult wild man's abilities. Not only could he unleash fire, but he could also heal himself, just like a master in a martial arts novel, which made Zhao Qian incredibly envious. Chapter 55. The Titan Python adult wild men recover quickly from injuries as long as they have enough food. It only took 3 days from rescue to healing. This recovery speed shocked Zhao Qian and the others, considering that when the adult wild man was rescued, he was bleeding all over and had suffered serious injuries. Late at night, after the little wild man fell asleep, the adult wild man approached Zhao Qian with a serious expression and said something in the wild man's language. Finally placing his right fist on the flaming tattoo on his chest, staring intently at Zhao Qian. Seeing this, Zhao Qian wanted to tell the adult wild man that he couldn't understand the wild man's language, but realizing that the adult wild man also couldn't understand him, he could only smile helplessly. He wanted to leave and hope that you could help take care of you. Just then, Lu Yun's voice came through, translating the adult wild man's words. Sister Yun, you learned the wild man's language? Zhao Qian looked at Lu Yun, who had come to his side, incredulously. It should be noted that the adult wild man had only been rescued for 3 days. Even with a teacher, it was impossible to learn a language in such a short time, especially since Lu Yun had no teacher. Of course, he didn't deny that Lu Yun had worked hard over the past 3 days, almost constantly staying close to the adult wild man and the little wild man, listening to their pronunciation and communicating with them. Not yet, but I've barely scratched the surface and understand some meanings of their pronunciations. Lu Yun shook her head. That's already impressive. Zhao Qian sincerely praised her, remembering that when he initially learned English, he couldn't even memorize more than 20 letters in 3 days. He then asked, what does he mean by asking me to take care of you? Lu Yun replied, is that little wild man. He needs to leave and hopes you could take care of you. Why does he need to leave? Why not take you with him? Can't he take care of you himself? Zhao Qian said these words not because he disliked the little wild man, but because he was very dissatisfied with the adult wild man's actions. He could see that you admired his father and regarded him as an idol. Yet, the adult wild man was going to abandon you. Was this something a father could do? He felt that the adult wild man had no sense of responsibility as a father. I still can't understand such complex wild man's language. I can't help you translate, Lu Yun continued, but based on our interactions over the past 3 days, it seems he has something very important to do. After finishing, she added, it's very dangerous, and he doesn't feel safe bringing you along. I understand now. Zhao Qian felt a little better in his heart. Looking at the adult wild man, I promise you, I will help take care of you. So halagua. The adult wild man didn't understand Zhao Qian's words, and Lu Yun could only help translate. Bang bang bang. The adult wild man's face showed joy as he struck the flaming tattoo 3 times with his right fist and then turned to leave. However, perhaps reluctant to part with you, he looked back at the sleeping you one last time before exiting the cave. What is this all about? Zhao Qian sighed as he watched the adult wild man disappear into the darkness. At first, he thought it was a plane crash that left the 3 of them stranded on a deserted island, but he soon realized they were not just stranded on an island. There was a high possibility they had traveled back to Earth millions of years ago. Just when he was about to accept this inference, he encountered that gigantic creature that could not possibly exist on Earth, and he then realized he might no longer be on Earth. Now, he had become a wild man's babysitter. The next day, while Zhao Qian was still sleeping, the cave was filled with Yu's frantic cries. Even though he couldn't understand the wild man's language, Zhao Qian could tell Yu was looking for the adult wild man. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun tried to soothe Yu, but it was of no use. Yu even attempted to open the door and run outside. Left with no choice, Zhao Qian had to step in, first grabbing Yu and tying him up, then giving Yu's bottom a few intimate taps with the sole of his shoe to force him into silence. Don't glare at me. Blame your unreliable dad. Since your dad entrusted you to me, you belong to me until he returns. Looking at Yu's furious face, Zhao Qian said this and then felt it was unnecessary, muttering to himself, he can't understand my words. Why say so much to him? You two keep an eye on him. Under no circumstances let him loose. I'm going out. With you causing such a commotion, sleep was out of the question. So he decided to explore the deserted island. Let's temporarily continue calling it a deserted island. In fact, He no longer believed that the place they were in was a deserted island because both the giant creature in the lake and the wild man's tribe could not possibly exist on a deserted island. Of course, this was not absolute. If this deserted island were as large as Greenland, it could still be possible, though the probability was very low. Therefore, to survive in this world, he needed to understand it as much as possible and figure out what kind of world this was. Wow! With a sense of exploration, Zhao Qian opened the cave door, only to be startled by the scene outside the door the next second. He saw the corpse of a snake-like creature lying at the entrance of the cave, one larger than an anaconda. This snake was about 15 meters long, the thickest part of its body thicker than a barrel, with gray patterns on its skin, its mouth open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth typical of carnivorous animals. Fortunately, it was dead. If it were alive, the 4 of them would be in danger. Titan python? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and recognized the giant snake in front of him as the largest snake that had ever appeared on Earth. Why was there a Titan python at the entrance of the cave? At this moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun also noticed the commotion outside the cave. The 2 walked out and were startled, screaming at the sight of the Titan python. After a while, they calmed down, and Wang Qianqian scolded. Who has such poor manners to leave such a big longworm here? Longworm? Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel disappointed at her naming skills. I don't know. I know. Lu Yun suddenly spoke up and continued. This is a thank you gift sent by that adult wild man. After saying this, she muttered softly. So Weza means gift. I thought he was sending a son. Zhao Qian wanted to tell Lu Yun that he heard her mumbling. Then he pouted and said, how can a gift be a Titan python? He could have sent a wild boar. At least it could be eaten. Lu Yun replied, this Titan python is much more valuable than a wild boar. It might be a hybrid. No, it should be called a mixed-blood primordial beast. What is a mixed-blood primordial beast? Not sure. Just know it's very precious. Zhao Qian sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lu Yun had only been learning the wild man's language for 3 days, even if she were a top student. It was impossible for her to fully understand the wild man's language, and she could only grasp a little bit. Can this hybrid? No. This mixed-blood primordial beast be eaten? Zhao Qian was considering how to deal with the Titan python. Originally, he wanted to burn it, but hearing Lu Yun say it was very precious, he started to think about whether it could be eaten. It can be eaten, but there seem to be some precautions. Lu Yun answered. What precautions? Wang Qianqian quickly asked. I didn't understand. Lu Yun replied. Chapter 56. Beast core knowing that it can be eaten is enough. As for what to pay attention to, just explore slowly. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he looked at the enormous Titan python and began to worry again. This Titan python was simply too large. A rough estimate suggested it weighed over 2 tons, though he wasn't sure of the exact weight. Even with his enhanced physical strength, it was impossible for him to move it even a little. He was curious about how adult wild men hunted such large creatures and how they transported them. He had originally thought his strength was comparable to that of adult wild men, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. Adult wild men were much stronger than him. There's no need to explore slowly. We can just have you tell us, Wang Qianqian suggested. I just fought him and tied him up. Do you think he will tell me? Zhao Qian thought of this method, but felt he was angry and unlikely to speak. It should be fine. Lu Yun has been in contact with you for 3 days and knows him well. Yu is very sensible. His previous behavior was due to discovering that his father was missing. Then let's give it a try, Zhao Qian said, returning to the cave and approaching the Boundu. Yu was still angry and turned his head away upon seeing Zhao Qian, showing an attitude of not wanting to engage. Zhao Qian didn't mind Yu's attitude and directly lifted him, bringing him to the Titan python. Yu, who had been struggling, immediately stopped when he saw the Titan python, his eyes fixed on it, speaking in an incomprehensible wild man language. Perhaps too excited, his speech was a bit fast. Even Lu Yun couldn't understand. Slow down. Zhao Qian slapped you on the back of the head. However, you had no idea what Zhao Qian meant. He only knew that Zhao Qian hit him and immediately showed a rebellious look. Zhao Qian, let me communicate with him, Lu Yun suggested as she saw the 2 acting like roosters ready to fight. All right. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lu Yun stepped forward and began to communicate with you in a clumsy, wild man language. Since Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian couldn't understand their conversation. They began to admire the Titan python, each with different thoughts. Zhao Qian was considering how to move the Titan python into the cave for storage. Otherwise, at the current temperature, the meat would spoil and become inedible in no more than 2 days. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, was lamenting the lack of a mobile phone to take pictures of such a large creature to post on social media, which would definitely get a lot of likes. Suddenly, Zhao Qian noticed that the head of the Titan python looked somewhat unnatural. He stepped forward to touch it and found the head was soft. After studying it for a while, he realized that it had been crushed. I thought killing a wild boar was impressive, but I didn't expect adult wild men to crush the Titan python's skull with their bare hands. What terrifying strength that must be. The Titan python's defense was much stronger than the wild boar he had killed before. Just the scales alone were like metal plates. So one could imagine how amazing its defense was. Yet, even so, the Titan python's skull had been crushed, highlighting the terrifying strength of adult wild men. Such strength could rip apart enemies. Zhao Qian continued to inspect the Titan python, looking for other wounds. However, while he didn't find any other injuries, he did notice a glowing spot at the python's 7-inch position. This spot was difficult to detect. It was only because Wang Qianqian happened to stand behind Zhao Qian and block the sunlight, combined with the fact that it wasn't fully bright yet, that he managed to notice it. Without any hesitation, Zhao Qian took out his bone knife, squatted down, and cut open the Titan python's skin, revealing a glowing, round stone the size of a fingernail. Examining it closely, he found that its texture didn't seem like stone, but was more like a smooth jade. Of course, Zhao Qian knew it certainly wasn't jade, but he was unclear about what it was. Cao Gaiyin. At that moment, you saw the glowing stone in Zhao Qian's hand and exclaimed loudly, showing an envious expression. Yinjia, can you ask him what Cao Gaiyin is? Seeing Yu's surprise, Zhao Qian understood that he must know what this glowing stone was, so he asked Lu Yun to help inquire. This doesn't need to be asked. They mentioned this word when discussing the primal beast before. Lu Yun furrowed her brows in recollection and said after a long while, Cao Gaiyin translates to the meaning of core. I call it the primal beast core. Primal beast core? That's the translated meaning. Its original meaning is the core nurtured within the primal beast, containing most of the primal beast's energy. Isn't this just the inner Dan of monsters and fantasy novels? After hearing Lu Yun's description, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that the function of the primal beast core was quite similar to that of the inner Dan in novels. However, the inner Dan is a symbol of a monster becoming a spirit. Could it be that the Titan python is also going to become a spirit? Pretty much. Lu Yun nodded. What is the use of the primal beast core? Zhao Qian paused before continuing. Ask him if the primal beast core could be eaten directly. At that moment, he felt he had found the reason why adult wild men were so strong, and that was related to the primal beast core in front of him. So, could he also use the primal beast core to become as powerful as adult wild men? Lu Yun and Yu exchanged a few words. However, perhaps due to Lu Yun's increasing familiarity with the wild man language, this exchange took a very short time. Lu Yun said, the primal beast core cannot be eaten. Eating it will lead to death. He said that those who obtain the primal beast core can become a Tan Luo with the help of Arya. Arya? Tan Luo? It seemed Lu Yun didn't know the meanings of these two pronunciations, so she could only express them phonetically. It seems adult wild men are Tan Luo. Otherwise, they couldn't be so powerful, Zhao Qian said. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Adult wild men are very powerful? Wang Qianqian thought of the bloody appearance of the adult wild man and didn't think it was that impressive. She looked at Zhao Qian and asked, who is stronger, you or the adult wild man? He could turn me into meat paste. Zhao Qian thought to himself, but in order to maintain his image, he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he said, to be honest, he is just a tiny bit stronger than me. A tiny bit. Wang Qianqian misheard tiny bit as a billion. Zhao Qian, however, didn't explain. He had intentionally let Wang Qianqian misunderstand. In fact, you are already very strong. Don't be discouraged. Besides, we have only been on this deserted island for a short time. Even if you have awakened superpowers, it's only at a beginner stage. Once you stay here longer, you will definitely become stronger than him. Wang Qianqian rolled her eyes a few times and surprisingly didn't mock Zhao Qian. Instead, She poured a large bowl of encouragement into Zhao Qian's mouth. Is she comforting me? This isn't normal. There must be something behind it. Thus, he asked, do you have something you want from me? Wang Qianqian nodded vigorously. That glowing stone looks quite nice. Can you give it to me? You really have ulterior motives. However, what are you dreaming of? How could I give you this primal beast core? Zhao Qian pretended not to hear and looked at Lu Yun, saying, Yunjie, since the Titan python can be eaten, we shouldn't waste it. Let's find a way to store as much snake meat as possible in the ice cellar. Otherwise, at the current temperature, the meat won't be edible in just a couple of days. Chapter 57. Wang Qianqian is in danger. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian, who was changing the subject, and immediately felt unhappy. She shouted, Zhao Qian, don't go. Can you at least say something? Zhao Qian was a bit speechless and retorted, isn't my meaning clear enough? Not clear. Wang Qianqian had already figured it out, but pretended not to understand and deliberately said, in the past, countless men have wanted to give me precious jewelry and gems, but I didn't accept any. Now that I'm giving some people a chance, they don't even know how to seize it. Oh, look at you. You've learned to be smart and use provocation, but it's useless. Zhao Qian smiled inwardly and asked Wang Qianqian, have you heard the satin bowerbird? Wang Qianqian didn't understand Zhao Qian's meaning and shook her head. No. Zhao Qian explained, this bird particularly likes shiny objects, so when the male bird builds its nest, it collects many such items to place in the nest. When a female bird passes by, the male bird will call out and use its beak to hold up the shiny objects to court her. Wang Qianqian still didn't get it and asked, what does this bird have to do with you giving me stones? Zhao Qian didn't expect that after explaining so clearly, Wang Qianqian still didn't understand. He could only say, what I mean is that those men give you things because they want to sleep with you. I don't have that idea. So why would I give you the essence of a beast? This sounded a bit harsh. If it were before, Wang Qianqian would have definitely pointed at Zhao Qian's nose and scolded him for being shameless. However, after spending time together, Zhao Qian would often retort her a few times, giving her a certain level of resistance, making it easier for her to not get angry. A graceful lady is sought after by a gentleman. This is the nature of biology. If you have no such thoughts, it only means there is something wrong with you. Wang Qianqian thought to herself that she deserved a pat on the back for this comeback, and felt very satisfied. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Qianqian to learn a fight back. After thinking for a moment, he replied, the saying is indeed correct. But a graceful lady refers to a beautiful and virtuous woman. You can only be considered beautiful at most, but not virtuous at all. To put it simply, you only have a beautiful exterior with no inner qualities. Why should a gentleman seek you? However, I still have to compliment you for knowing this phrase despite your low education level. Judging by your expression, you can't just know this one phrase, right? Sigh. The last sigh was definitely the finishing touch, seemingly lamenting Wang Qianqian's lack of inner qualities and education. But in fact, it was mocking her. This time, Wang Qianqian finally lost the argument, shouted, I hate you, and angrily went to find a quiet place to sulk. After Wang Qianqian left, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun didn't waste time and began to handle the Titan python, trying to store as much as possible before the meat rotted. To this end, Zhao Qian also had Lu Yun talk to you, promising to release him as long as he guaranteed not to run away. You looked at the corpse of the Titan python, understood that it was Father's intention to keep him, hesitated for a moment, and agreed not to run away anymore. However, Zhao Qian could see that he was very unhappy. Dissecting the Titan python was a physically demanding task. Even though Zhao Qian's strength had been enhanced, he still exerted a great deal of effort to skin the snake with a bone knife. However, this was only the first step in dissecting the Titan python. Next, they needed to clean out its internal organs, which was even more difficult than skinning. In fact, the other internal organs of the Titan python were easy to clean, but the stomach was the challenging part. The Titan python had an astonishing appetite and consumed a large quantity of creatures every day. So the stomach was filled to the brim with food, some of which included wild boar and deer, while many others were unrecognizable. The key point was that this food was in a semi-digested state, and one could imagine the scene, combined with the unpleasant odor emanating from the stomach, which made even Zhao Qian vomit several times. As for Lu Yun, she didn't even dare to get close, Just looking at it made her feel disgusted. Fortunately, Yu seemed to mind the foul smell, so the task of cleaning the internal organs was mostly left to him. After cleaning out the internal organs, the once 2-ton Titan python was estimated to weigh just over a ton. If they also removed the bones, it might not even weigh a ton. But even so, Zhao Qian was very satisfied. It was clear that the wild boar he killed last time only yielded 400 pounds of pork after removing the internal organs. This Titan python contributed nearly 2,000 pounds of snake meat, which meant they wouldn't have to worry about meat for a long time. After finishing all this, it was already dark. They spent a whole day cleaning up the Titan python. The remaining unwanted materials could be cleaned up tomorrow. Everyone was hungry now, so it was time to eat. Zhao Qian looked at the skeleton of the Titan python and the cleaned internal organs and said to Lu Yun and Yu, these things still needed to be cleaned up. If left near the cave, they could attract other ferocious beasts. Even if there were no beasts, they could attract flies, which would be of no benefit to them. Lu Yun nodded, then seemed to think of something, looked around, and asked, Zhao Qian, have you seen Qianqian? Has she not returned yet? They had been busy all day and hadn't noticed whether she was back. Zhao Qian instinctively replied, then realized that Lu Yun was worried about Wang Qianqian and said, Sister Yun, don't worry about her. With her courage, she wouldn't have gone too far. I bet she'll come back as soon as I finish roasting the snake meat. Lu Yun shook her head, saying, I'll go find her. All right, Zhao Qian said, glancing at Yu, who was circling around the Titan python's skeleton. He added, take you with you. He has lived in the wilderness for a long time and has better survival skills than I do. Lu Yun replied and walked over to Yu, communicating in the language of the wild. After a while, Yu finally understood Lu Yun's meaning, hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. He then shouted a couple of times at Zhao Qian and pointed at the skeleton of the Titan python before following Lu Yun to look for Wang Qianqian. What does he mean? Is he asking me to preserve the Titan python's skeleton for him? Zhao Qian thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out Yu's meaning. So he simply set it aside and went back to the cave to roast the snake meat. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Yu entered the forest to look for Wang Qianqian, and they hadn't gone far when they saw Wang Qianqian lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Upon seeing this, Lu Yun hurried to run forward to check on Wang Qianqian, but she was pulled back by Yu. Yu had a panicked expression, pointing at Wang Qianqian and muttering something. Yellow, demon. Lu Yun roughly understood Yu's meaning and focused her gaze, finally seeing that Wang Qianqian was covered in huge ants. Chapter 58. This fool actually tamed the ant queen. In the cave, a drop of snake fat slowly condensed from the snake meat and finally dripped onto the burning firewood, causing a small flare. Zhao Qian felt that his barbecue skills were getting better and better. The meat of the Titan python was golden brown under his grilling, emitting an enticing aroma. If it weren't for waiting for the others, he would have loved to eat a piece right now. The snake meat is ready. Why aren't they here yet? Zhao Qian placed the grilled snake meat on a stone slab, swallowed, and complained, you definitely can't find a wife like Wang Qianqian. It's too much trouble and delays my meal. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the cave. First, Yu rushed into the cave, followed by Lu Yun. Yu was very flustered and kept talking to Zhao Qian. However, Zhao Qian couldn't understand at all and could only look at the panting Lu Yun. Lu Yun, not in great shape, had run alongside Yu and was somewhat out of breath. She swallowed and said, and no. It's bad, Qian. Qianqian is in trouble. What happened to her? Zhao Qian jumped up and quickly asked. Although he usually argued with Wang Qianqian, it didn't mean he disliked her. Wang Qianqian was like a seasoning, making the dull survival on the deserted island much more interesting. Otherwise, if it were just him and Lu Yun, he would be bored to death. Well, I just found her. She was lying on the ground, covered in ants. As Lu Yun spoke, she even began to cry. It should be noted that when she learned about the plane crash and ended up on the deserted island, her emotions didn't change much. Zhao Qian was startled and quickly asked, are they the kind of ants I encountered when I saved the adult wild man? Lu Yun nodded, yes, those ants. Qianqian is covered in them, and you won't let me get close. It's over, Zhao Qian said in a daze. He had witnessed how powerful those ants were. The adult wild man was so strong, yet he almost got eaten by those ants. How much worse would it be for Wang Qianqian? In an instant, a deep sense of guilt surged in his heart. He blamed himself. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me arguing with Wang Qianqian, she wouldn't have lost the argument. If she hadn't lost the argument, she wouldn't have gotten upset. If she hadn't gotten upset, she wouldn't have encountered those ants. And if she hadn't encountered those ants, she wouldn't have been eaten. Although she often argued with me over food, I'm still a man. Why couldn't I just let her have it once? Chinese culture emphasizes respecting the deceased, and even if it was an unintentional act, Zhao Qian took all the responsibility upon himself. Just then, at the entrance of the cave, a voice rang out. Zhao Qian, you were the one who got eaten by ants. My little ant is so obedient. How could it possibly eat me? The speaker was none other than Wang Qianqian, whom Zhao Qian and the others believed to be dead. Wang Qianqian stood at the cave entrance, completely unhurt, and upon closer inspection, they found a giant ant, about 10 centimeters long, crawling on her chest. It was easy to identify that this was likely an ant queen. What the hell? This fool, Wang Qianqian, didn't tame the ant queen, did she? Zhao Qian first guessed, but seeing the ant queen obediently crawl from her chest to her hand, he realized he was right. Wang Qianqian really had tamed the ant queen. Goodness, this fool is going against the heavens. It should be known that this kind of yellow ant is something even adult wild men wouldn't dare to provoke. As for how strong adult wild men are, the Titan python outside is a good proof. But if you name the ant queen little ant, won't your ant be unhappy? Zhao Qian silently mocked Wang Qianqian's naming choice, but didn't dare to say it out loud. He asked what exactly happened. Wang Qianqian's eyes were fixed on the snake meat. She quickly grabbed a piece, took a big bite, and said while eating, after arguing with you, I went to the forest to relax. I happened to see a group of yellow ants moving with little ant, so I went up to play with them. As I played, I found that I could actually control those ants. Lu Yin worriedly asked, then why did you faint? I didn't faint. I just fell asleep. Wang Qianqian smiled sheepishly and explained, after taming little ant, I felt very sleepy, so I fell asleep in the forest. Later, I vaguely heard your voice, which is why I woke up. Seeing that it was getting late, I came back. As soon as I entered, I heard Zhao Qian cursing me. It's really unlucky. Zhao Qian instinctively wanted to retort, but after glancing at the ant queen, he quickly nodded and said, right, whatever you say is right. A real man can bend and stretch, can endure and let go. I will endure. Considering your realization of your mistake, I won't hold it against you. Wang Qianqian generously waved her hand and then asked, can I have another piece? This grilled meat is really delicious. Of course. It's my honor that a beautiful woman likes my grilled snake meat. Zhao Qian smiled as he handed over a piece of grilled snake meat. Just then you shouted, wait, and stopped Wang Qianqian from taking the grilled snake meat. Seeing Yu's behavior, Lu Yun suddenly remembered something and said, I've forgotten all the busyness today. This kind of mixed blood primal beast meat can only be eaten in moderation by ordinary people, except for Tan Luo, who can eat as much as they want. This is something to pay attention to when eating primal beast meat. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Wang Qianqian indeed felt a bit warm all over, as if something inside her was about to ignite. But I'm still hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. Zhao Qian said, I'll go grill you some fish or maybe a piece of wild boar meat. Wang Qianqian didn't refuse. You're going to make me fat. Zhao Qian secretly cursed, then went to the ice cellar and brought out a few grilled fish and some wild boar meat. These weren't just for Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian had prepared some for everyone. After all, none of them were Tanlo and couldn't eat too much primal beast meat. While grilling, Zhao Qian curiously asked, why is it just the ant queen here? Where are the other ants? They're outside, eating the leftover longworms. Wang Qianqian paused and continued. Little Ant told me that a few days ago, its ant colony encountered a huge disaster while hunting. Many of its children died. Otherwise, its colony would be much larger than it is now. Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, feeling a bad premonition. A huge disaster? What kind of disaster? Wang Qianqian said. While hunting, a big fire suddenly broke out, burning many of its children to death. As Zhao Qian listened to Wang Qianqian's words, he suddenly realized that this ant queen was the one he encountered a few days ago when he saved the adult wild man. He just didn't expect that such a big fire didn't burn the ant queen to death, and even left so many ants. I can't reveal my identity. These ants hold a grudge against me. Zhao Qian maintained a calm expression and smiled. It's dry and flammable. Be careful with fire. Next time you hunt. Be a bit more careful. Chapter 59, next time for sure, there will be no more hunting. Wang Qianqian said, playfully poking the ant queen with her finger, and continued. The little ant and its colony are too weak. Every time we hunt, there are casualties, and I really can't bear it. So I promised it that I would take care of its colony in the future. What? Zhao Qian was almost jumping up in shock, asking excitedly, do you know how much food it takes to feed an ant colony? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, I don't know, but I don't think it will be too much. After all, they're so small that they can't even finish a grain of rice. Hee hee, Zhao Qian sneered, not caring whether Wang Qianqian was happy or not, and said, an ant indeed doesn't eat much, but what if it's 1 or 2 million ants? Although the ant queen that Wang Qianqian had tamed looked quite different from the army ants he knew, it was still evident from its moving habits that this was an army ant queen. Among the many species of ants, army ants are one of the most formidable types. Unlike other ants that build nests, army ants never build nests. Once they have consumed all the prey in a certain area, they will move to another area. Any creatures they encounter while moving usually become a meal for the army ants. There have even been sightings of a group of army ants completely devouring a robust wild buffalo. Moreover, the army ants in this world are much more ferocious than those on Earth, daring to attack even strong adult wild men like Tan Luo, and they're also physically larger. So their food consumption must be astonishing. Therefore, Zhao Qian did not believe they could afford to raise these army ants. 2 million? Is there really that many? Wang Qianqian was startled by such a large number, because even if one ant eats only 1 gram of food a day, 2 million ants would consume 4,000 jin of food daily. What do you think? Zhao Qian replied irritably. What should we do? Wang Qianqian's face was full of worry as she said, I promised the little ant. If I go back on my word, the little ant won't be my friend anymore. Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked, not being friends, what does that mean? Wang Qianqian hesitated for a moment and explained, to be friends with other creatures, I need to fulfill 2 steps. The first step is that I must establish a connection with the creature I tamed. And the second step is that I must make a promise between friends. For example, my promise to the little crab was to help it escape. As long as I fulfill it, I can tame it. Zhao Qian had a bad feeling and quickly asked, you're not trying to tell me that your promise to this ant queen is to raise its colony, are you? Wang Qianqian shrank her head, fearing Zhao Qian would scold her. What happens if you don't fulfill the promise between friends? I'm not sure. The little ant might get very angry. Hearing this answer, Zhao Qian felt helpless. It was clear that Wang Qianqian only understood how to tame other creatures and did not know the consequences of breaking a promise between friends. If the consequences were not severe, he would suggest abandoning the army ant queen because Wang Qianqian simply couldn't afford to raise them. However, he was worried that the consequences could be serious, and that the army ant queen might become furious and command the army ants to attack them. The outcome would be unimaginable. With this in mind, Zhao Qian's expression turned cold, and he harbored murderous intent toward the army ant queen. Since it was unclear whether they would face a crisis, he decided to treat it as a crisis to handle, and he had to nip the danger in the bud and not take any risks. What are you going to do? Wang Qianqian sensed Zhao Qian's icy gaze and immediately protected the ant queen in her palm, warily looking at Zhao Qian. Kill it, to eliminate future troubles, Zhao Qian said in a gloomy tone without hesitation. Although he knew that his actions would make him seem like a bad person, he could only do this to survive in this unknown world. It was like in the wilderness survival scenario, killing other animals to obtain food, all for the sake of survival. Wait. Wang Qianqian understood that Zhao Qian could do what he said, and said, can you let me talk to the little ant and see if there's a solution? Zhao Qian remained silent. Luyan spoke up for Wang Qianqian, saying, Zhao Qian, let Qianqian try. Besides, when you go out hunting, it will just be me and Qianqian left in the cave. If we encounter danger, we wouldn't have any resistance. But with this group of army ants, we won't be so passive. All right. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, feeling that Lu Yun's words made a lot of sense. So he nodded and agreed to let Wang Qianqian talk to the ant queen first. In fact, if they didn't consider the issue of not being able to raise them, he still hoped to keep this army ant colony because he had personally witnessed the combat power of army ants. He couldn't say for sure. But if they encountered a Titan python, relying solely on the army ants could turn danger into safety, and it would definitely become their greatest security guarantee. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Qianqian finished talking with the army ant queen. However, after the discussion, Wang Qianqian's face was filled with a troubled expression, as if the outcome of the conversation was not very ideal. Zhao Qian asked, "What was the outcome of the discussion?" The little ant was very angry at first, and I had to appease it for quite a while before it calmed down, Wang Qianqian continued. The little ant said it could let the ant colony go out to find food by themselves, but it has one requirement. An ant can still make a request? Zhao Qian found it hard to believe and asked, "What does it want?" Wang Qianqian said, "The little ant wants it in your hand." "What does an ant want with the?" After saying this, Zhao Qian looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "Tell me the truth, is the what you want, or what it wants?" He wasn't sure if the army ant queen wanted the, but he knew that Wang Qianqian had been coveting it. So he suspected that she was using the ant queen to demand it from him. "Of course it's what the little ant wants," Wang Qianqian explained. The little ant said that if it can eat that, it might be able to evolve. Evolve? Zhao Qian was taken aback, as Wang Qianqian's answer exceeded his knowledge. Helplessly, he could only ask Lu Yun to help him inquire with you. Unexpectedly, after you verified it, he found that Wang Qianqian wasn't lying this time. To put in Yu's words, it was indeed possible for ordinary creatures to evolve into, and low level could also evolve into higher level. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qian took out from the Titan python and handed it to Wang Qianqian. "Are you really willing to give that to the little ant?" Wang Qianqian showed an incredulous expression with a hint of bitterness in her tone. "When I asked you for it before, you were unwilling to give it to me no matter what. I thought it was hopeless, but now that the little ant has spoken, you give it to it. Am I not as good as it?" "Yes, you really can't compare to it." Zhao Qian silently agreed in his heart, but said, "You are a person. What are you comparing to an ant? If you want the, I'll definitely find a better one for you next time. I'm full now. I'm going to rest first. You guys take your time eating." After saying this, he hurriedly left. "Next time for sure." Wang Qianqian watched Zhao Qian leave, frowning and saying, "Why do I feel like he's just brushing me off?" Chapter 60 Wild Kiwi. Perhaps it was because he had eaten a lot of primal beast meat the night before. Zhao Qian had a restless night, feeling as if there was a fire burning inside him, which made him quite uncomfortable. However, he also sensed that the primal beast meat was very beneficial for his body. He felt as if he had reached a limit, and all aspects of his body had been enhanced. The next morning, Zhao Qian had just woken up when Yu ran over excitedly, holding a piece of bone in his hand. From the shape of the bone, it was easy to tell that it was from a Titan python, as snake bones have obvious differences compared to other bones. ABA. Yu solemnly handed the bone to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had just gotten out of bed and was a bit grumpy. Seeing Yu handing him a piece of bone, he was initially unhappy and thought of teaching the little rascal a lesson. However, when he took the bone in his hand, he was stunned and began to observe it carefully. In just a few seconds, he confirmed that this was not an ordinary bone, but a special bone like his bone knife. At that moment, he finally understood why he could find a piece of undeteriorated bone from the Tyrannosaurus skeleton. The Tyrannosaurus was not an ordinary one, but a primal beast. This kind of special bone was unique to primal beasts. "This is what you found. It belongs to you." Zhao Qian thought for a moment, returned the bone, and said, "You can use this bone to craft a weapon." Although you did not understand what Zhao Qian was saying, he understood his intention and shook his head repeatedly. The Titan python was a gift from his father, so every part of the Titan python belonged to Zhao Qian. And he intended to show Zhao Qian how precious the gift from his father was, not to ask for anything. "Take it, just keep it," Zhao Qian insisted, stuffing the bone into Yu's hand. He already had a bone knife, and this bone was of little use to him. Instead of wasting it in his hands, it was better to give it to Yu to enhance his strength. Despite being only 7 or 8 years old, Yu was not weak in speed and strength. If he had a suitable weapon, hunting small prey would be completely fine. "Kaka." Yu looked at the bone in his hand and said something in the language of wild men. Zhao Qian did not understand what it meant, but guessed it was something like "thank you," and smiled and waved his hand. After Yu left, Zhao Qian slept for a while longer. Thinking about the Titan python at the cave entrance that still needed to be dealt with, he yawned and got up. However, when he walked out of the cave, he suddenly froze. he discovered that the pile of Titan python innards and the partially digested food from its stomach that had been there yesterday had significantly decreased, leaving only half. Could it be that you cleaned it up in the morning? No. You should have been searching for special bones on the Titan python and had no time to clean these things. As for Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun, they had not woken up yet, so it should not have been them either. Just then, he noticed something crawling on the innards of the Titan python. As he walked closer to take a look, he found that it was a swarm of army ants. The number of army ants was astonishing, covering the innards of the Titan python entirely. If he hadn't observed closely, he would have thought the innards were originally this color. What Zhao Qian found repulsive were rare food resources for the army ants. The army ants had a clear division of labor, with some specifically using their large jaws to cut up prey, while others were responsible for transportation. They were like well-trained soldiers, each performing their duties tirelessly. No wonder they were called army ants. They were just like a military force. Zhao Qian sighed and continued, "If I hadn't burned so many army ants, these things would probably have been eaten clean in one night." The army ants in this world were larger and stronger than those in his previous life, so their efficiency should be higher. His fire had at least killed 80 of the army ants, and the remaining 20 had processed so many innards overnight. If it were a full army ant colony, they could probably clean up even a Titan python. It would still take some time to clean it up completely, so he decided to wait a bit longer. Zhao Qian looked at the army ants crawling all over the innards and abandoned the idea of cleaning it up directly. First, he was worried the army ants would attack him, considering the owner of this group of army ants was Wang Qianqian. Moreover, these army ants were essentially cared for by Wang Qianqian, so it would be wasteful to remove the innards directly. It was better to feed the army ants with them since they were not picky eaters. Additionally, when army ants have sufficient food, their population increases rapidly. The more army ants there were, the safer they would be. Do you want to go fishing with me? Zhao Qian walked back to the cave and saw you polishing the bone, smiling as he approached. You did not understand, tilting his head in confusion. Come with me. Let us go. Zhao Qian gestured with his hands, trying to express his meaning to you. This time, you understood Zhao Qian's intention, stood up and nodded. Perhaps Zhao Qian just wanted someone to go fishing with him, but in Yu's eyes, Zhao Qian was teaching him how to hunt, which was a rare opportunity for a child like him. Let's go. Seeing you nod in agreement, Zhao Qian took him to the seaside where he kept his fishing tools. However, you seemed quite apprehensive of the sea, always standing far from the coast. Can you not swim? Zhao Qian initially thought you couldn't swim. While tidying up the fishing tools, he said, "How about this? When we go back, I'll teach you how to swim. I might not know a formal swimming style, but I can definitely teach you dog paddling." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. This was not because he suddenly did not want to teach, but because he could not find a place to teach. After all, the only lake was home to a powerful primal beast, and he dared not approach it. As for the sea, if there were such strong primal beasts in the lake, the ones in the sea would only be stronger. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian turned to glance at you, who was reluctant to approach the coast, and seemed to understand something, taking 2 steps back. Was it possible that you was afraid to approach the coast because there were powerful primal beasts in the sea? Don't scare yourself. Zhao Qian smiled awkwardly and looked at the sea surface. I always fish close to the shore, and there are reefs around, so large primal beasts can't get close. And the water is so clear that you can almost see the bottom. Even if a primal beast wanted to approach, it would be spotted immediately. Though he said this, Zhao Qian did not dare to linger by the sea for long. He quickly took out the fish from the fishing tools and then left with you. However, it was still early, and the two did not return to the cave. Zhao Qian took you into the forest, intending to find some wild fruits or vegetables. After all, he had been eating meat for the past few days with the adult wild man, and it was getting a bit monotonous. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time in the forest, they found no edible wild fruits or vegetables. Just when they were about to return empty-handed, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar plant. Familiar because he had eaten the fruit of this plant before, and unfamiliar because the fruit of the plant in front of him was very different from what he had seen before. He quickly picked one fruit, peeled it, and tasted it, exclaiming in delight, "It's really wild kiwi." Chapter 61. You was kidnapped. The reason Zhao Qian dared to confirm that it was kiwi after tasting was that wild kiwis were too small. The kiwis he often ate before were about the size of a child's fist. But the wild kiwis in front of him were only as big as a ping-pong ball at most, and the smaller ones were only the size of a quail egg. If it weren't for their similar appearance and his boldness to taste one, he really couldn't confirm it. Try it. Zhao Qian picked a nice-looking kiwi and handed it to you. You hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. He knew this kind of fruit but hardly ever ate it. Compared to other fruits, kiwis were too small, and when not ripe, they tasted sour and looked quite strange. If Zhao Qian hadn't offered it, he definitely wouldn't have eaten it. You followed Zhao Qian's way of eating, peeling the kiwi and hesitating before taking a bite. Instantly, the delicate flesh burst in his mouth. The juice was fragrant and delicious, sweet and sour, much better than the ones he had eaten before. Unfortunately, it was too small, and he finished it in one bite. Pretty good, right? Zhao Qian picked another one and handed it to you, not caring whether the other person could understand him, saying, "Don't look down on wild kiwis just because they're small, but they are guaranteed to be pesticide-free and have no growth agents. So you can eat them with peace of mind." You couldn't understand, focusing on eating the kiwi. Sigh. Zhao Qian sighed, his tone revealing loneliness. Although he wasn't alone on the deserted island, with Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun accompanying him, there was always a barrier between men and women, making it impossible to open up and chat freely. As for deeper physical exchanges between men and women, it could either be mutual affection or forced interaction. First of all, mutual affection could be directly ruled out. They had been stranded on the deserted island for only a few days. To say they had developed feelings for each other was basically nonsense. After all, they had seen the opposite sex before, and it was impossible to casually like someone. If it were that casual, it wouldn't be Zhao Qian's turn. Secondly, as a normal man, Zhao Qian indeed had such thoughts at times. But people are not beasts. Beasts can do whatever they think, while humans cannot. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that humans have self-control and constraints. Therefore, having evil thoughts is not shameful. What is shameful is putting those thoughts into action. Zhao Qian was a person with self-control and constraints, and he had his own moral bottom line, so he wouldn't act on those thoughts. After we go back, let Lu Yun teach you Mandarin. Zhao Qian suddenly had an idea. He couldn't learn the language of the wild, but he could have you learn Mandarin, so they could communicate as well. You, eating the kiwi and watching Zhao Qian's surprised expression, was full of question marks. Zhao Qian didn't say anything further and took you to pick some more kiwis. And the two continued deeper into the forest. As they ventured further in, Zhao Qian found that the forest was much larger than he had imagined, and the plants they encountered were all mixed up. It was as if plants from different latitudes on Earth had been moved to one place. Furthermore, as they delved deeper into the forest, many ancient trees appeared, some of which had long been extinct on Earth. Zhao Qian looked at the ancient trees around him, unable to help but show a bitter smile, filled with doubts about this world. However, you seem to have no special feelings. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, you must have become accustomed to it. Let's head back. Zhao Qian suddenly stopped and said to you. Although he wanted to continue exploring, he also understood that going deeper into the forest could be dangerous. After all, as the forest became older, ancient creatures would inevitably appear, with the Titan python being the best proof. Most ancient creatures were very fierce and had strong abilities, if they encountered one. Zhao Qian could only ensure his own safety and couldn't guarantee you safety. However, just as the two were heading back, a black figure suddenly jumped down from the treetops. Before they could react, the figure grabbed you around the waist and jumped back up into the trees. You. Zhao Qian immediately reacted and swung the bone knife in his hand toward the black figure. However, the black figure moved too quickly. Before the knife could fall, it had already returned to the tree, standing on a branch and looking down at Zhao Qian. At that moment, Zhao Qian also got a clear look at the black figure and gasped. It was a gibbon, but unlike the gibbons on Earth that were no more than a meter long, this gibbon was 2 meters tall, exuding a sense of power, holding you as if you were a small gibbon. You tried to struggle, but the gibbon's strength was incredible, and he couldn't break free at all. Let him go. Zhao Qian shouted sternly and charged forward. Just when it seemed he would crash into the tree, he stepped forcefully on the trunk and then pushed off, his body soaring into the air as he easily jumped onto the tree. Seeing this, the gibbon wrapped one arm around you while using the other to grab a branch, quickly swinging toward another tree. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, pushed hard off the tree with his feet, and chased after them. The adult wild man had entrusted you to him, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. However, the gibbon was too fast in the forest, easily jumping between trees without any hindrance. In contrast, Zhao Qian, who was not very good at climbing trees, could barely keep up at first by relying on his strength but gradually fell behind. At first, he could only see the gibbon's back, and when he couldn't see it anymore, he could roughly track its location from the swaying branches. But in the end, even the swaying branches disappeared, and the surroundings fell silent. Damn it! Zhao Qian roared in anger, punching a tree trunk to vent his frustration. It should be noted that apes are generally omnivorous, meaning they can eat both plants and meat. The gibbon wouldn't randomly grab you. The most likely reason was that it saw you as food. After all, apes would also prey on monkeys to eat under normal circumstances. Should I go back to find Wang Qianqian for help? Zhao Qian forced himself to calm down and analyzed. Wang Qianqian controls a swarm of army ants, many of which are male ants. Male ants have wings and can be used for tracking. However, as soon as this thought arose, he shook his head to dismiss it. It was too far to go back to the cave, which would waste a lot of time, and by the time the male ants tracked the gibbon, you might already be eaten. If he didn't go back, he could only rely on his abilities, but what ability could help him track the gibbon? Zhao Qian's best enhancement was hearing because, unlike vision, which could easily be obstructed, hearing could allow him to detect many dangers. However, even if his hearing was enhanced, it still had a range. Once he exceeded that range, he would be powerless. Thinking of this, he frustratedly slapped his thigh, only to hit the kiwis he had picked, releasing a burst of kiwi fragrance. Suddenly, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he said, "How stupid of me. How could I forget about my sense of smell?" Chapter 62. Gigantopithecus compared to vision and hearing, the sense of smell is often overlooked and is used the least. However, it is undeniable that the sense of smell is far superior to vision and hearing when it comes to tracking. For example, police dogs rely on their sense of smell to track down criminals and detect illegal substances. As long as you have been somewhere, you will leave behind scent, and that scent will linger for a long time. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian sniffed, trying to identify the scent of the gibbon or you among the myriad of smells. However, perhaps because he had not specifically trained his sense of smell before, his olfactory ability was only slightly stronger than that of an average person and could not reach the level of a police dog. Additionally, with the chaotic sounds in his ears and the sights before his eyes, it was difficult for him to concentrate. Stay calm, he told himself. Zhao Qian, feeling frustrated, punched the tree trunk and then forced himself to calm down before slowly closing his eyes. He tried again, but it still didn't work. So he stretched out his fingers and plugged his ears. Instantly, everything went black and silence enveloped him, leaving only his sense of smell. Swoosh! Zhao Qian took another deep breath, and a wealth of scent information flooded into his brain. This isn't it. Neither is this. Found it. This is the smell. Zhao Qian eliminated one scent after another until he finally identified Yu's scent. He wasn't sure what Yu's scent was exactly, but he knew that you had followed him to the seaside to catch fish, so there would be a fishy smell. Moreover, you had eaten a lot of kiwi, and since this kid might not be used to wearing clothes, every time he finished eating, he would wipe his hands on his clothes, leaving a strong kiwi scent. This direction, Zhao Qian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked towards one direction. Without any hesitation, he dashed in that direction. He didn't know how long he had been chasing, but the ecological environment around him was completely different from before. Towering trees reached the clouds, each one larger than the giant trees the adult wild men had hidden behind before. Each tree was adorned with numerous vines hanging down, creating a dense appearance that illustrated just how terrifying the number of vines was. Below the trees lay an endless swamp, the water murky to the point that one couldn't even see the bottom, and even a few centimeters from the surface, nothing was visible. However, Zhao Qian could sense many terrifying creatures lurking in the swamp, and if he fell in, he would likely become their meal. For safety's sake, Zhao Qian climbed higher. worried that dangerous creatures from the swamp might suddenly leap out to attack him. However, he soon realized that the trees were not safe either. This area seemed to be a habitat for apes and monkeys, with many of them all much larger than their Earth counterparts. They moved in groups through the forest, clearly representing different communities. In addition to the primates, Zhao Qian also saw many snakes. Some were emerald green, resembling the leaves like the bamboo viper, and others had skin almost identical to tree bark like the tree viper. These two types of snakes were not large but shared a common trait. They were highly venomous. Of course, this forest was not just home to small venomous snakes. There were also many large snakes, such as the green anaconda. Despite the green anaconda being much smaller than the titanoboa, it was the largest snake in Zhao Qian's era, reaching lengths of 7 to 8 meters and capable of preying on relatively large prey. He had no doubt that if entangled by a green anaconda, escape would be nearly impossible. What kind of world is this? Zhao Qian sighed again, realizing that every time he grasped a little about this world, he encountered even more shocking sights. Just looking at the ecology in this forest was completely unreasonable yet undeniably real. Now was not the time to ponder this. He needed to save you first. As he thought this, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Along the way, his sense of smell had been enhanced, and he no longer needed to plug his ears to track the gibbon using his sense of smell. He had to go deeper. Could it be that the gibbon was heading towards that gigantic tree? Following the scent, Zhao Qian spotted an enormous tree, its trunk requiring more than a dozen adults with arms outstretched to encircle it. The tree stood nearly 100 meters tall, with dense leaves spreading out around it, resembling a giant umbrella from a distance, covering a vast area. This tree was home to the most primates. From the ground up, they were almost everywhere, as if the tree was a palace and these primates were its guards. Zhao Qian did not dare approach this tree, and instead climbed up another nearby tree. This tree was already quite tall, but compared to the largest tree, it was like a child next to an adult, not even reaching the crown. Zhao Qian reached the top of the tree, hiding among the dense leaves, squinting to search for the gibbon. Soon, he found his target. The gibbon was still holding you with its arms and was climbing towards the highest point of the giant tree. However, the gibbon ultimately could not reach the top and was intercepted by two other apes. They seemed to be communicating, and then one of the apes climbed up, disappearing into the dense leaves out of Zhao Qian's sight. But this situation did not last long. The dense leaves began to shake violently, and then an enormous ape appeared before Zhao Qian's eyes. This was the ancient giant ape, and it was enormous. Zhao Qian stared at this giant ape, shocked into silence. In fact, giant apes did exist on Earth, standing upright at heights of up to 3 meters, making them quite colossal compared to other apes. But the ancient giant ape before him was over 5 meters tall. The 2-meter gibbon looked tiny in front of it. If Zhao Qian was not mistaken, these primates had already formed a hierarchy, with this ancient giant ape being the supreme ruler, residing at the top of the giant tree, while the other primates were its subordinates living below. Zhao Qian watched as the ancient giant ape descended slowly, speaking with certainty. Could it be that this gibbon captured you as a tribute for the ancient giant ape? He then wondered if this ancient giant ape was a primordial beast. Although he claimed to be unsure, he internally speculated that this ancient giant ape was indeed a primordial beast. This was because primordial beasts were generally smarter than ordinary creatures and were more likely to form a hierarchy. Otherwise, he could not believe that a group of wild primates could establish such a clear social structure. At that moment, the primates guarding the lower levels suddenly became agitated for some unknown reason, emitting sharp cries. These sounds caught Zhao Qian's attention, and when he looked over, his pupils contracted sharply as he saw a massive titanoboa climbing up the giant tree. Chapter 63. Battle of the Primordial Beast. This titan python was even larger than the one the adult wild man had sent before, measuring nearly 18 meters in length. Its widest part was as thick as a car tire, and its skin bore dark red patterns, giving it an incredibly ferocious appearance. In contrast, the primates surrounding it were perhaps slightly larger than those on Earth, but they were still far inferior when compared to the titan python. They jumped around it, emitting sharp roars, and some of the bolder ones would avoid the python's head and attempt to ambush its lower body. Despite these disturbances and attacks, the Titan python seemed completely unconcerned. It appeared not to be hunting. Instead, it coiled its massive body around a large tree and began to climb towards the upper layers. Seeing this, the primates were at a loss, as their roars and attacks inflicted almost no damage on the Titan python, leaving them to watch helplessly as it ascended. Could it be that the Titan python's target was the ancient giant ape? Zhao Qian speculated as he observed the Titan python, which disregarded the ordinary primates. The Titan python was a primordial beast, and the ancient giant ape was also a primordial beast. According to you, primordial beasts could evolve by devouring one another, leading him to suspect that the Titan python aimed for the ancient giant ape. Meanwhile, the calls of the lower layer primates attracted the attention of the ancient giant ape, which noticed the Titan python below and immediately let out a huff-huff sound, standing upright and roaring while beating its chest. As the ancient giant ape roared, a rustling sound echoed through the treetops, and Zhao Qian saw several 2 or 3 meter tall gorillas quickly gathering around the ancient giant ape. Before long, over 100 gorillas surrounded the ancient giant ape, all its subordinates. The smaller primates wisely moved to other trees, clearing the battlefield for both sides. In terms of sheer strength, the Titan python was certainly stronger than the ancient giant ape, but the apes had the advantage of intelligence and knew how to form alliances. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. Zhao Qian continued to hide, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, contemplating how to rescue you. Before the Titan python's appearance, he had no chance at all, as neither the ancient giant ape nor the numerous gorillas on the tree were opponents he could handle. He would likely have been discovered as soon as he climbed the tree. However, now, although there was a more terrifying Titan python present, it also gave him an opportunity. He could let both sides suffer losses and reap the benefits. Of course, at most, he could only rescue you, as neither the Titan python nor the ancient giant ape was an opponent he could contend with. At this moment, the rapidly moving Titan python came to a halt. Its head rose high, its fist-sized eyes filled with a terrifying blood color, showing no fear of the ancient giant ape and the surrounding gorillas, emitting a piercing hiss. In the next second, the Titan python suddenly lunged forward. Despite its enormous size, it struck like lightning, covering a great distance in an instant. Its massive jaws wide open as it aimed for the ancient giant ape. However, the ancient giant ape was not to be underestimated. It roared and charged forward, managing to grasp the Titan python's upper and lower jaws, using its immense strength to prevent the snake from closing its mouth. The other gorillas, seeing this, rushed forward, surrounding the Titan python and repeatedly striking it with their fists. Even from a distance, Zhao Qian could hear the bang-bang sounds of the impacts, indicating the force behind them. Hiss! The Titan python let out a hissing sound, its massive body suddenly whipping around like a whip, striking several gorillas that were unable to dodge. The tremendous force sent a few gorillas flying over 10 meters, causing them to fall from the tree into the swamp below. Zhao Qian glanced towards the swamp. Those gorillas that had been hit were not dead, but they were certainly severely injured and unable to continue fighting. Just then, from the murky waters of the swamp, an unknown creature dragged one of the injured gorillas underwater, and soon the water began to boil and churn, eventually settling down, leaving a large area stained with bright red blood. In no time, all the gorillas that had fallen into the swamp disappeared without a trace. Back to the battlefield. After sweeping away several gorillas with its tail, the Titan python coiled around the ancient giant ape, wrapping it tightly and leaving only its head exposed. The Titan python then suddenly tightened its body, applying immense constricting force on the ancient giant ape, which let out a painful roar. Seeing this, the other gorillas rushed forward again, continuously attacking the Titan python. Although their attacks could inflict some damage, it was very limited. The Titan python seemed to understand that if it killed the ancient giant ape, it would achieve victory, so it paid no attention to the gorilla's attacks. Crack, crack. The Titan python's body continued to constrict, and the sound of bones breaking echoed from the ancient giant ape, indicating a dire situation. However, the ancient giant ape was not to be trifled with. It released its grip on the Titan python's jaws, allowing the sharp teeth to bite into its shoulder while freeing its hands. The ancient giant ape raised both hands high above its head and brought them down forcefully onto the Titan python's head. The strength of an ordinary gorilla was already considerable, but compared to the ancient giant ape, there was a significant gap. Thus, the ancient giant ape's full force strike made the Titan python's entire body stiffen, unwillingly releasing its grip and letting out a pained roar. However, the Titan python did not loosen its hold. It continued to tightly coil around the ancient giant ape while dodging to prevent further attacks. Seeing this, the ancient giant ape could only attack the Titan python's body while calling for the other gorillas that had just dodged to join in the assault. For a moment, the Titan python was besieged by nearly 100 gorillas, and even with its formidable body, it began to sustain injuries. However, the Titan python possessed a certain level of intelligence and understood the principle of catching the king first when capturing a thief. Therefore, even while being attacked, it did not release the ancient giant ape, instead retaliating with its head. Compared to its tail, the flexibility of the Titan python's head was much lower. It could not whip like its tail and could only target one opponent at a time with each attack. A great opportunity. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up at this scene. From his perspective as an observer, all the gorillas on the tree, except for the long-armed gibbon holding you, had already joined the battle. Furthermore, the weaker primates had all retreated from the tree, making this the perfect moment to sneak into the tree and rescue you. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Qian grabbed a vine connecting the two trees and slowly began to climb over. Chapter 64. Both sides suffer at this moment. Zhao Qian tightly gripped a vine with both hands and slowly climbed from the tree, where he was hiding towards the big tree. This seemingly simple step was a disaster for those with a fear of heights. After all, the tree Zhao Qian was hiding in was also several dozen meters high, equivalent to 20 or 30 stories. His current action was like walking a tightrope between two tall buildings, and a moment's inattention could lead him to fall into the swamp below. He was unsure what creatures resided in the swamp, but he knew that if he fell in, he would undoubtedly die. After climbing out a few meters, Zhao Qian looked down and felt a bit dizzy, quickly withdrawing his gaze and letting out a deep breath. He no longer looked down, keeping his eyes focused ahead, moving slowly and steadily forward, not daring to be negligent at any point. In the end, it took Zhao Qian a full 5 minutes to cross the short distance of just a few dozen meters between the two trees. Upon reaching the big tree, he immediately found a branch to hide behind and turned his gaze toward the battlefield to see how the situation was progressing. At this moment, the Titan python's body had tightened significantly, and the once ferocious ancient giant ape was clearly at its limit, its arms drooping down with no strength left to attack. However, it was not dead yet. It still had a breath left. As for the Titan python, while it appeared to have the upper hand, its situation was equally grim. It had genuinely suffered the relentless attacks from the ancient giant ape and hundreds of gorillas. The power of the ancient giant ape was terrifying, and the parts of the python that had been attacked were riddled with broken scales, flesh crushed to pulp, and even its bones were fractured, revealing its internal organs. In comparison, the other parts attacked by the gorillas fared slightly better, with only the scales being broken and the flesh not suffering too much damage. However, the number of gorillas was overwhelming. Nearly 100 gorillas had caused hundreds of such injuries to the Titan python. It was no exaggeration to say that the Titan python was covered in wounds, bleeding from various places. Time to speed up. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qian understood that he didn't have much time left. Once the ancient giant ape was killed, the remaining gorillas would be leaderless and would likely scatter. Therefore, he had to rescue you before the ancient giant ape was killed. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian found a vine that could reach the upper part of the big tree, gripped it tightly with both hands, and began to climb up forcefully. At this point, Zhao Qian's figure had completely been exposed. Anyone looking in his direction would easily notice him. But fortunately, all the creature's attention was focused on the battle between the Titan python and the ancient giant ape, leaving no room to look elsewhere. Thus, Zhao Qian easily reached the upper part of the big tree and quietly approached the long-armed ape from behind. At this moment, the long-armed ape's attention was entirely on the battlefield and had no awareness of Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian took out his bone knife and aimed for the long-armed ape's heart from behind, stabbing down with force. Chirp! The long-armed ape let out a painful scream as it was stabbed, forgetting about the feather in its hand, and turned to attack Zhao Qian. But Zhao Qian did not give it this opportunity. He twisted the bone knife around, completely shredding the long-armed ape's heart before pulling it out. 2. A large amount of blood sprayed from the long-armed ape's wound, splattering Zhao Qian. As the blood continued to flow out, the long-armed ape gradually lost its strength and fell from a tree. However, it was fortunate enough not to fall into the swamp, but hung on a branch, gradually losing its vitality. The entire process took just over 20 seconds, quite quick, and the long-armed ape's scream had not yet attracted the attention of other primates. Kaka! He was very excited and kept calling out to Zhao Qian. Let's go, or we'll be too late. Zhao Qian had no time to communicate with you, signaling him to follow. The two of them retraced their steps back to another big tree, hiding among the dense leaves of the canopy. Zhao Qian glanced back at the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, and called out to you, telling him to return alone while he waited to go back later. You look confused. You, go, cave. Zhao Qian had no choice but to use gestures to tell you to return first. This time, you understood but shook his head, unwilling to leave. All right. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and agreed to let you stay, saying, but you must be careful. If you notice something wrong, escape with all your might. Although he knew you couldn't understand his words, he couldn't help but remind him. After saying this, Zhao Qian's gaze returned to the battlefield. He was waiting for an opportunity. Although his initial intention was only to save you, after glancing at the battlefield again, he realized they could take a chance. Right now, the ancient giant ape was on the verge of death, and it was only a matter of time before it died. At the same time, the Titan python was also in a terrible state, unable to hold on much longer. As long as these two primal beasts died, the remaining gorillas would be nothing to fear, and he was confident he could drive them away. Crack! Finally, with the sound of the ancient giant ape's bones shattering again, its body was strangled, losing all signs of life. With the death of the ancient giant ape, the Titan python opened its massive mouth and bit down on the ape's head, but it did not swallow the ancient giant ape. It merely bit off its head and consumed it, perhaps because the core of the ancient giant ape was in its head after swallowing the ancient giant ape's head. The Titan python seemed to regain some strength and began attacking the other gorillas. Without the ancient giant ape's restraint, it swept its tail, sending several gorillas flying. Its massive mouth quickly clamped down on one gorilla and swallowed it whole in front of the other gorillas. This action frightened all the gorillas. As the first gorilla fled, the others emitted sharp cries and rapidly retreated from the big tree, fleeing to other trees. In just a few breaths, the largest tree was left with only the Titan python. No opportunity left. Zhao Qian assessed the Titan python's remaining fighting strength in his mind, sighed bitterly, and realized he had no chance. Let's go. Zhao Qian turned around, looking at you. ABA. Suddenly, you screamed, pointing toward Zhao Qian's back, in the direction of the big tree. What's wrong? Zhao Qian asked in confusion, turning to look at the big tree. Hiss. It was better not to look. But upon seeing it, Zhao Qian gasped in shock, because he saw that the barely alive Titan python, after lying down for just a few seconds, actually straightened up again and was crawling toward their direction. What does this mean? Is it chasing us? Why is it chasing us? Does it plan to eat us? However, there was no time for Zhao Qian to figure out the situation. He grabbed you and ran away. Chapter 65. Only one can survive. Although the Titan python was heavily injured, Zhao Qian did not dare to be careless, as he knew very well that even in its current state, the Titan python could easily kill both him and you. He had to admit that the oppressive feeling brought by the Titan python was incredibly strong. Just watching the 18-meter-long giant snake swimming towards him made him tremble all over. However, he could not understand why the Titan python was pursuing the two of them. The Titan python should not have noticed them. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Qian and you ran desperately through the forest, their speed comparable to that of an ordinary primate. However, even so, the two of them could not shake off the Titan python. They moved quickly among the trees while the Titan python chased them on the ground, its speed not inferior to theirs. This was still the case, even with the Titan python being severely injured. As the Titan python began to merge with the ancient giant ape beast core, its injuries gradually healed, and its aura slowly grew stronger, with its speed increasing continuously. It was only a matter of time before the Titan python caught up with them. Although Zhao Qian was unclear why the Titan python was pursuing them, one thing was certain: unless they died, it had no intention of letting them go. Looking at the Titan python that was relentlessly chasing them, Zhao Qian could sense its murderous intent. It was determined to kill them. He could not understand the reason for the Titan python's pursuit, nor did he want to waste time thinking about it. His thought was simple: since the Titan python was intent on killing them, then let it come. In the end, who would die was still uncertain. With that in mind, he quickly took off his white t-shirt, pulled out a fire starter to use as a charcoal pencil, and wrote 4 characters on the shirt: "Prepare the ants." After writing it, he handed the t-shirt to Yu, urging him to return as quickly as possible while he stayed behind to buy time. At first, Yu was unwilling and insisted on staying with Zhao Qian. Only after Zhao Qian shouted angrily did Yu reluctantly leave. However, just as Zhao Qian intentionally exposed himself to lure the Titan python, a strange scene unfolded. The Titan python seemed to ignore Zhao Qian and headed straight for Yu. What was going on? Zhao Qian's face was filled with confusion as his mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind, and he realized why the Titan python was not letting them go. To be precise, it was not after both of them, but only after Yu. The reason was that you had found a piece of beast bone from the dead Titan python. The 2 Titan pythons must be related, and with you possessing the beast bone of the dead Titan python, it naturally incited the wrath of the Titan python in front of them, which was determined to chase them down. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian suddenly accelerated, catching up with Yu, and took away the beast bone from him. Sure enough, just as Zhao Qian had guessed, once the beast bone was taken away, the Titan python stopped pursuing Yu and instead chased after him. Zhao Qian did not dare to hesitate, pushing his speed to the limit to draw the Titan python in another direction. Of course, his ultimate goal was still the cave. However, unlike Yu's direct return, he planned to take a detour with the Titan python to buy Wang Qianqian some time to mobilize the army ants. That's right, Zhao Qian intended to use the army ants to deal with the Titan python. In fact, this was a last resort. The Titan python was too powerful for him to handle, and he could only place his hopes on the army ants. It was unrealistic to have the army ants actively pursue the Titan python, as their speed was too slow to catch up. However, luring the Titan python to the army ant's location still held hope for killing it. In the cave, while Wang Qianqian was sleeping, she felt an itch on her face and instinctively swatted at it. As soon as she finished, her eyes suddenly opened wide because she realized she had slapped her little ant. Although the army ant swarm was formidable, individual strength was not very strong. Even the queen ant was just a slightly larger ant. Immediately, she sat up, cradling the queen ant in her hands, and asked anxiously, "Little ant, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to. I thought you were a mosquito." "Don't be angry. I wasn't scolding you. It's just a metaphor. Do you understand?" After saying that, Wang Qianqian was stunned, her big eyes blinking a few times, and her face filled with joy as she exclaimed, "You can still be proud. That means you're fine. That's great. How come you're okay?" "What? You've completed your evolution." Wang Qianqian rubbed her eyes and looked again at the queen ant in her hands. At this moment, the queen ant had not changed much in appearance. It had just become a deeper shade of yellow and had a metallic sheen, indicating a significant increase in defense. Otherwise, it would have been killed by her slap just now. The size of the queen ant had also changed. Previously, it was over 10 centimeters long, but after evolving, it exceeded 15 centimeters, nearly the size of Wang Qianqian's palm. However, the biggest change was that the queen ant had grown wings. It should be noted that in the ant species, the queen only has wings before mating. After mating, she returns to the nest, and her wings degenerate, with only the male ants possessing wings. However, Wang Qianqian did not understand this knowledge and took it lightly. "Does that mean you're now also a hybrid beast?" Wang Qianqian asked with a face full of surprise. "What is your strength like? Can you take on a wild boar?" Having been bullied by wild boars, Wang Qianqian could not stop thinking about revenge. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The queen ant made a sound as it flapped its wings. No way. Wang Qianqian showed a disappointed expression. Buzz, buzz, buzz. That's true. Army ants win by numbers, and individual strength is not very strong. The two were communicating, and they did not know how long it had been. By afternoon, Lu Yun was grilling meat when you rushed in, panting heavily. As soon as he entered the cave, he began speaking in the language of wild men nonstop. Perhaps he was too anxious, and even Lu Yun couldn't understand him. Seeing this scene, he was extremely anxious and suddenly remembered the t-shirt, immediately taking it out and handing it to Lu Yun. Prepare the ants. Lu Yun's face changed drastically upon seeing the words on the shirt, and she immediately understood. However, she was still unclear about the details of the situation and could only keep calming you down to ask him for the whole story. Qianqian, there's danger. Zhao Qian wants us to prepare the army ants. Are all the army ants ready? Lu Yun looked at Wang Qianqian and asked. Wang Qianqian did not answer immediately, but communicated with the queen ant before saying, they're all busy cleaning the Titan python's entrails. Lu Yun continued to ask. Ask how many army ants we have now. Can they take on a hybrid beast? No. After communicating, Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, we lost too many in the last fire. The current number of army ants is only enough to deal with ordinary beasts. Unless we ambush them, it's impossible to take on a hybrid beast. Ambush. Lu Yun fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and after a moment, she said, I have a plan. Chapter 66 today, it must die whoosh. In the dense forest, the Titan python's speed was increasing, weaving through the trees like a gust of wind, causing the leaves to shake continuously. About 10 meters ahead of the Titan python, Zhao Qian was running for his life, and if it weren't for his agile movements, jumping from tree to tree, he would have likely been caught by the Titan python by now. However, even so, the distance between Zhao Qian and the Titan python was still closing. Initially, there was over 50 meters between them, but now it was reduced to just over 10 meters. Huffing and puffing, Zhao Qian spotted a tree that wasn't too thick, and using the momentum from his run, he pushed off the ground with all his strength and leaped onto a branch. Then he suddenly applied downward force, bending the branch, and with the branch's elasticity, he flew out over 20 meters. If someone from Earth saw this scene, they would definitely think Zhao Qian was a superhero. But for him, this was just basic operation. His physical qualities had far surpassed those of an ordinary person. Bang! However, Zhao Qian intended to use the tree to slightly block the Titan python. But the enraged Titan python crashed directly into the tree, shattering it to pieces. At that moment, the Titan python's formidable strength and terrifying defense were fully displayed. How could Yu's father kill this thing with his bare hands? Zhao Qian was shocked by the Titan python's power and continued. As the Titan python continuously merges with the ancient giant ape's beast core, its injuries are healing, and its strength is increasing. Can the army ant still kill it? During his escape, Zhao Qian turned back several times and saw that the Titan python, which was once covered in injuries, had already healed a lot. The damage caused by the gorillas had mostly healed, with only the injuries inflicted by the ancient giant ape remaining severe, like a hole in the Titan python's body. But one thing must be acknowledged. The Titan python's condition had improved significantly. It should be noted that the Titan python, after battling the ancient giant ape, was in a state of critical injury. Now, the Titan python was at most just heavily injured and no longer in danger of death. Whoosh! At that moment, the Titan python's speed suddenly increased, and the original 10-meter distance was instantly reduced to 5 meters. As the Titan python closed the distance, it swung its body forcefully, and its tail swept towards Zhao Qian like a steel whip. Crap! Luckily, Zhao Qian's reaction speed was also quick. The moment the Titan python approached, he jumped onto a tree. The next second, the Titan python's tail arrived as expected, breaking all the trees in a fan-shaped area, including the one Zhao Qian was standing on. Fortunately, Zhao Qian did not linger on that tree. He jumped away the moment he landed on it. Bang, bang, bang. The trees in the area were all shattered by the Titan python's tail, creating a stunning scene. It hasn't evolved, has it? Zhao Qian swallowed hard and murmured to himself. Beast cores can be classified into many levels. with the lowest being hybrid beast cores and the next level being pure-blood beast cores, which are much stronger than hybrid ones. This hybrid-level Titan Python already possessed top-tier hybrid beast strength, and now that it had consumed the ancient giant ape's beast core, it could definitely break through to become a pure-blood beast. If that's the case, their chances of defeating the Titan Python would be even slimmer. No, not yet. Zhao Qian carefully observed the Titan Python and shook his head. According to you, pure-blood beasts have beast patterns, and the Titan Python has not yet displayed any beast patterns. The biggest difference between pure-blood and hybrid beast cores is that pure-blood beasts have beast patterns on them, representing the attributes of the beast. Take Yu's father, that adult wild man, for example. The flame tattoo on his chest is actually a product of the combination of tribe totem and beast pattern, known as a beast pattern totem. Yu's father became the Titan used by Tan Lu, and the beast core came from a fire attribute beast, allowing him to wield the power of fire. As for the super recovery ability that comes from the Elia in the tribe, Elia is responsible for awakening Tan Lu, so Tan Lu possesses some of Elia's abilities. According to you, their tribe's Elia has healing capabilities. For this reason, although hybrid beast cores can also be used to become Tan Lu, only slaves or those without status in the tribe would use them. As compared to pure-blood beast cores, hybrid beast cores are equivalent to lacking one ability. I can't hold on any longer. Zhao Qian looked at the increasingly fast Titan Python, knowing he had reached his limit. If he continued to drag this out, he would be caught by the Titan Python. He could only go back. He wondered if they were prepared. Zhao Qian thought, glancing toward the cave, hesitating for a moment before running wildly in that direction. In fact, he was not far from the cave. After all, he was worried that being too far from the cave would prevent him from returning in time, making him the Titan Python's meal. A few minutes later, Zhao Qian reached the edge of the forest. As soon as he jumped out, he would appear in front of the cave. His eyes quickly scanned the cave, spotting Wang Qianqian and the other two hiding inside. But only you noticed him speaking in a wild man's language and pointing in one direction repeatedly. Zhao Qian followed his gesture and saw the skeleton of the previously dead Titan Python. However, unlike when he left, the skeleton was now draped in snake skin, making it look almost real at first glance. What does this mean? Zhao Qian could not understand for a moment. Zhao Qian, throw the beast bone over to divert the Titan Python's attention. Just then, Lu Yun realized Zhao Qian had returned through Yu's change and shouted loudly. Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lu Yun's words and understood what she meant. The moment he leaped out of the forest, he threw the dead Titan Python's beast bone onto the snake skin. The next second, an enormous Titan Python sprang out of the forest. Its sudden appearance almost made Wang Qianqian scream, but fortunately, she managed to cover her mouth at the critical moment. Pop, pop, pop. At her feet, the coconut crab had also stopped making bubbles, its huge pincers placed in front of its mouth, its body curled up. After the Titan Python sprang out of the forest, it initially aimed to attack Zhao Qian, but suddenly stopped, its massive head turning towards the dead Titan Python. It seemed to have forgotten Zhao Qian and slowly approached the dead Titan Python, gently touching the snake skin covering the skeleton, as if trying to awaken the deceased Titan Python. After a long while, it seemed to understand something. Its huge head lifted, letting out a mournful cry. Why am I so sad? Wang Qianqian felt an inexplicable urge to cry. This Titan Python must have been the mate of the one that died. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and spoke out a possibility. In other words, Yu's father killed this Titan Python's mate, which is why it was pursuing Zhao Qian and you, Wang Qianqian asked. Yes, Lu Yun nodded. Then that means we were wrong, and we should apologize. Perhaps due to her abilities, Wang Qianqian had a strong empathy towards beast cores. There's no chance left. Lu Yun shook her head. Why is there no chance left? Wang Qianqian asked. Because this Titan Python will seek revenge for the dead Titan Python and kill us all, so today it must die. Lu Yun said calmly. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Wang Qianqian saw Zhao Qian charge towards the Titan Python. Under normal circumstances, the Titan Python would have reacted long ago, but now it was in a state of grief, completely oblivious to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian reached the vicinity of the Titan Python, pushed off the ground with both feet, leaped high into the air, and his bone dagger thrust fiercely towards the 7-inch position of the Titan python. Chapter 67. A critical moment. Between life and death, although the Titan python had strong defenses, its scales as hard as iron. Zhao Qian's thrust was fueled by all his strength, causing the bone knife to deeply penetrate the Titan python's body. Hiss! The Titan python was struck at its vital point and let out a piercing cry of pain, its body twisting in agony, its massive tail slamming against the rocky ground, causing cracks to form and dust to rise. However, this Titan python was a formidable being, nearly a pure-blooded elemental beast. Even after being struck in a vital area, it did not die immediately. Instead, the intense pain awakened its ferocity, and with its mate killed, the Titan python aimed to swallow Zhao Qian whole. However, Zhao Qian had anticipated this, so after the bone knife pierced the Titan python's 7-inch mark, he used both hands and feet to cling tightly to the Titan python, his whole body pressed firmly against it. The 7-inch mark was close to its head, making it impossible for the Titan python to bite Zhao Qian no matter what. Hiss! The Titan python roared in anger and violently shook its head, trying to throw Zhao Qian off. During this process, Zhao Qian felt the shaking was 1,000 times more terrifying than a roller coaster. His head felt like it was concussed, buzzing with noise. Yet, even so, he did not let go, fully aware that if he did, he would surely die. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian and the others looked anxiously at the battlefield, not expecting the elemental beast to be so resilient, surviving a vital strike and becoming even more ferocious. From their perspective, the Titan python was violently shaking its head and rolling on the ground as if it had gone mad. Of course, the three understood that the Titan python wasn't mad. Its only goal was to throw Zhao Qian off. Xiaoyan, do you think Zhao Qian will be okay? Wang Qianqian asked with a worried expression. Although Zhao Qian had excellent physical attributes, the shaking from the Titan python was too intense for him to endure for long. Lu Yun initially wanted to explain how dangerous Zhao Qian's situation was due to the sudden acceleration, but after a moment's thought, she decided against it. Instead, she asked Qianqian, "Your ability has a deterrent effect on elemental beasts. Can you briefly intimidate the Titan python to make it stop, giving us more time?" Wang Qianqian shook her head. "I already tried that. The Titan python is too enraged. My ability has no effect at all." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately realized it was due to Wang Qianqian's lack of development of her abilities. After all, the wild boar they encountered before, even in a very angry state, could still be intimidated by Wang Qianqian's ability. Thus, it can be concluded that whether a creature can be intimidated is not primarily related to its anger, but rather its level. The wild boar was merely an ordinary beast, while the Titan python was a top-tier hybrid elemental beast, a significant difference in biological level. Now, they could only wait for the army ants to take effect. Lu Yun looked at Wang Qianqian and asked, "Have those army ants entered the Titan python's body?" "They've all crawled in through the wound." Wang Qianqian nodded, then hesitated to speak further. At this moment, Lu Yun said, "Don't feel guilty. If we don't kill this Titan python, it will kill us." She could see that Wang Qianqian was feeling a bit remorseful. This was normal. Humans are inherently empathetic beings, especially since Wang Qianqian's ability amplified this empathy. To others, they only saw the Titan python wanting to kill them, while in Wang Qianqian's eyes, it was because they had killed the Titan python's mate that it sought revenge against them, making them seem like the villains. "I understand." Wang Qianqian no longer tried to use her ability to tame the Titan python. Her empathy diminished significantly, and her feelings of guilt lessened. She then held the ant queen in her hand and hesitated before saying, "Kill it." Buzzing. Upon receiving the command, the ant queen began to flap its wings continuously, sending a signal that only army ants could perceive, transmitting through dozens of meters to enter the Titan python's body. At this moment, the inside of the Titan python was already crawling with army ants. How did these army ants enter the Titan python? It turned out they had been hiding beneath the skin of the dead Titan python, inside its entrails. When the Titan python circled around the deceased one, the army ants seized the opportunity to climb onto the Titan python's body. In fact, with the Titan python's defenses, These ordinary army ants would not fear being all over it, as they could not penetrate its scales. However, this Titan python was wounded. Although the injuries from a gorilla had mostly healed, the wounds from the ancient giant ape were still severe, allowing the army ants to easily enter through the openings. To avoid alerting the Titan python, the first army ants that entered did not attack, but waited for orders. Now, the command had come. All the army ants immediately began to gnaw at the Titan python's insides. Outside, the Titan python found a way to deal with Zhao Qian, continuously rolling on the ground. Each time it completed a roll, Zhao Qian was effectively crushed by its body. It should be noted that the Titan python was quite heavy. Zhao Qian could withstand it once or twice, but after repeated rolls, he could no longer endure it. After all, he had been running for such a long time and had endured the Titan python's violent shaking for so long, reaching the limits of his physical endurance. Finally, after the Titan python rolled over Zhao Qian once more, he could no longer hold on, releasing his grip on the snake's body and collapsing on the ground, utterly exhausted. In truth, Zhao Qian was not just exhausted. He felt as if all his bones were about to fall apart, and his head was spinning, showing symptoms of a concussion. Hiss! The Titan python saw Zhao Qian finally leave its body and slowly extended its head forward. Its eye, larger than a fist, fixated on Zhao Qian, opening its massive mouth and letting out a piercing scream. Huff, huff! Zhao Qian gasped for breath, straining to lift his hand, which was bloodied and mangled from the scales, pointing at the Titan python while retracting all but his middle finger. Damn it! Didn't anyone tell you that your breath stinks? The Titan python did not understand Zhao Qian's meaning, but seeing its prey on the brink of death, still not fully dead, it immediately lunged to bite down. However, just as its massive mouth was mere centimeters from Zhao Qian, the Titan python suddenly stopped, its body beginning to twist in a strange manner. Chapter 68. Pure blood beast core. At first, the Titan python's writhing was minimal, but just a few seconds later, its movements became more intense, even more frenzied than when it had tried to throw Zhao Qian off. It forcefully slammed its head against the ground, and its tail lashed out like a whip, striking the hard rock repeatedly. The force was so great that the scales on its head and tail cracked, leaving it bloodied and mangled, as if it were self-harming. However, even so, the Titan python did not stop, as if only through continuous self-harm could it feel a little relief. Success! Seeing this scene, Zhao Qian revealed a gratified smile. His persistence had not been in vain. However, he had not had time to feel happy for long when the frantically writhing Titan python swung its tail towards him. Of course, this was not an attack directed at him, but a result of the Titan python's immense pain, resulting in indiscriminate attacks. Boom! The Titan python's tail slammed down on the ground just over 10 centimeters away from Zhao Qian, making him feel as if his body was lifted off the ground. Small stones from the rocky ground flew up and hit his face, causing him to bleed immediately. Damn! Zhao Qian swallowed hard, realizing that his current position was very dangerous. At any moment, the Titan python could swing its tail down and turn him into a puddle of flesh. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian wanted to move his body to escape the attack range of the Titan python. But as soon as he moved slightly, an extreme pain coursed through him, rendering him completely immobile. Am I really going to be killed by a tail swipe? Zhao Qian was extremely anxious. He did not want to die like this. Fortunately, you found that something was wrong with him, rushed to open the cave door, and bravely dragged Zhao Qian to a safe area, just after they escaped danger. The Titan python's tail slammed down where Zhao Qian had just been, creating a dent in the hard rock ground. Half an hour later, the Titan python's writhing gradually diminished until it finally collapsed, completely motionless. However, for safety's sake, the four of them did not approach immediately and waited a few more hours to confirm that the Titan python was completely dead before daring to step forward. Sister Yun, tell you to dig out the beast core. After resting for a few hours, Zhao Qian was barely able to move and continued. I won't be able to dismember the Titan python today. You handle it simply for now. This Titan python was even larger than the last one, and there will be plenty of meat to last them a long time. Luyan nodded. Leave it to me. Can we not eat it? At that moment, Wang Qianqian stepped forward and looked at Zhao Qian, saying, "This matter was originally our fault. It was Yu's father who killed its mate first, and that's why it came to take revenge on us. Now that we have killed it, eating it feels a bit too cruel." Wang Qianqian was an emotional person, and having empathized with the Titan python, she felt sympathy for its plight. Originally, the two had been fine, but now they were all dead, making her feel like a great villain. If they were to eat the Titan python, the deep sense of guilt would be unbearable. Not able to bear? Zhao Qian sneered upon hearing this and asked, "What do you plan to do if we don't eat it? Dig a hole to bury them and put up a monument?" Wang Qianqian fell silent. Zhao Qian continued, "I don't care about any reasons. I only know that it wanted to eat me just now. And now that I have killed it, I will eat it. That's the law of survival in nature. Besides, if you sympathize with them, have you ever thought about how many other creatures those two powerful beast spirits have eaten? Do those creatures deserve to be eaten? Do they not have mates? I don't care if you're overflowing with compassion, or if the spirit of a saint has possessed you, or even if you've been influenced by leftist ideologies. I just hope you can understand our current situation. Even if the love between these two Titan pythons is comparable to Liang Shanbua and Zhuang Tai, I will still eat them. Once they are dead, they're just food to fill our stomachs." Zhao Qian was genuinely angry. First, Wang Qianqian still did not understand the situation and wanted to waste such precious food, which was simply unforgivable. Second, they did not actively hunt this Titan python. It had come to their doorstep, and if they did not fight back, they would die. Finally, Wang Qianqian actually sympathized with the enemy, which was akin to sympathizing with the Japanese invaders after they bombed China. On a national level, for certain political purposes, one could put aside such hatred. But on a personal level, one should applaud and wish for even more bombs to fall. To sympathize with and forgive one's enemies is either foolishness or treachery. As Wang Qianqian listened to Zhao Qian's words, tears streamed down her face. She had never felt such humiliation before. "I hate you!" Wang Qianqian shouted at Zhao Qian and ran away in tears. "Zhao Qian, don't be angry." Lu Yin intended to chase after her. But seeing that Zhao Qian was genuinely angry, she could only persuade, "Qianqian didn't mean it. It's just her ability that causes her to empathize too easily with beast spirits. Don't blame her ability. She's just being thoughtless," Zhao Qian replied bluntly, looking at Lu Yin. "Sister Yin, we've been here for a while. You should have told her our situation. We can't keep indulging her. It might endanger all of us." Lu Yin hesitated. "I want to wait a bit longer." "We can't wait any longer." Zhao Qian didn't want to delay any further and issued an ultimatum. "If you don't tell her the truth today, then I'll do it tomorrow." "Don't. Let me handle it." Lu Yin worried that Zhao Qian would speak too harshly, so she chose to talk to her herself. Seeing Lu Yin's troubled expression, Zhao Qian said, "Sister Yin, sometimes you have to cut through the confusion quickly. To be honest, this world is much more dangerous than you think. Telling her now is for her own good, to prepare her mentally." "Okay, I understand." Lu Yin nodded firmly and turned to leave. Zhao Qian watched Lu Yin's departing figure and sighed. "ABA, ABA." At that moment, Yu ran over with an excited expression. Perhaps it was because he had just crawled inside the Titan python's body. He was covered in blood. But he didn't care and handed the beast core in his hand to Zhao Qian. Compared to the previous beast core, this one was slightly larger and darker in color. "This is the pure blood beast core?" Zhao Qian held the beast core in his hand, feeling the powerful energy within, his face filled with surprise. Although he did not know how beast cores were classified, the one in his hand was far more powerful than the previous one. It could definitely not be a mixed blood beast core. And if it was a pure blood beast core, that would be incredible. They needed to be aware that with their strength, it was impossible for them to kill a pure blood beast, even when it was seriously injured. The only way to obtain a pure blood beast core was to hunt a mixed blood top-tier beast spirit that was in the process of evolving and kill it at the moment it had just evolved into a pure blood beast. Only then could they obtain a pure blood beast core. Clearly, they had encountered such a slim chance. Chapter 69, The Unacceptable Truth. Unfortunately, without area, he cannot use the beast core to become Tan Luo. Zhao Qian admired the beast core for a long time and finally put away helplessly, as he couldn't utilize it for now. At this moment, Yu carefully brought a bowl full of Titan python blood and placed it in front of Zhao Qian, making a gesture for him to drink it. Forget it. Zhao Qian understood Yu's intention, but he was really not used to drinking blood. The strong metallic smell made him very uncomfortable and nauseous. Moreover, unprocessed blood is likely to contain parasites, and drinking it directly could make him sick. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Yu mimicked drinking the blood and pounded his chest twice with force, making a powerful gesture. This time, Zhao Qian also understood, frowning and muttering to himself. Is you suggesting that drinking the beast's blood will make him stronger? As he spoke, he looked at Yu and continued. There's a good chance of that. Otherwise, you, at such a young age, wouldn't have such a robust physique. Despite looking weak, Yu's physical fitness is surprisingly good. Not to mention peers back on Earth. Even adults would not match you in speed and endurance. They might only slightly surpass him in strength. Initially, Zhao Qian thought Yu's strong physique was due to living in the wilderness for years. Now it seems it might be related to his diet. Abba. Yu once again handed the stone bowl to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, took the bowl, and closed his eyes, planning to gulp it down. But just as the bowl reached his lips, he couldn't hold back anymore. The pungent smell of blood invaded his nostrils, making it impossible for him to drink. No, his sense of smell was too sensitive. He simply couldn't drink it. Zhao Qian's sense of smell, while not reaching the level of a police dog, was not far off. Thus, the smell of blood he detected was many times stronger than that of others, compounded by his psychological aversion, making it impossible for him to drink. Zhao Qian returned the stone bowl to Yu, who looked a bit disappointed and was about to drink it himself. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Zhao Qian stopped Yu and thought for a moment before saying, Go call Sister Yun out. She should have a way to turn the Titan python's blood into blood clots. Although he couldn't drink the liquid form of the blood, if it could be processed into a solid form like what they usually eat, that would be fine. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian was crying while cursing Zhao Qian. Damn Zhao Qian. Can't you be a little accommodating? I even saved you before, you ungrateful guy. You deserve to be single for life. I'm such a beautiful star, it's already a big favor for me to ask you. Why do you get to scold me? Is it just because I feel sorry for those 2 Titan pythons? We have food, so why do we have to kill them and eat them? I'm just a bit too compassionate. How does that make me a saint? If I were a saint, I wouldn't have let the soldier ants kill that big long worm. And after it died, I wouldn't have knelt down to repent. Tap tap. Just then, Wang Qianqian heard footsteps and immediately shut her mouth, not saying a word. Qianqian. Lu Yun's voice sounded, and she sat down next to Wang Qianqian. Xiaoyan, don't try to persuade me. I will never forgive him no matter what. Wang Qianqian didn't wait for Lu Yun to speak and took the lead in expressing her stance. Lu Yun didn't speak immediately. After hesitating for a long time, she finally stated her purpose. I'm not trying to convince you to forgive Zhao Qian, but I want you to apologize to him. What? Wang Qianqian thought she heard wrong and shouted, Apologize to him? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Because you were really wrong this time. Lu Yun paused, glanced at Wang Qianqian, and continued. Actually, this is also my fault. I wanted to protect you, so I didn't tell you the truth about some things. Wang Qianqian frowned in confusion and asked, What truth? Lu Yun replied, In fact, we are probably no longer on Earth. We might have crossed into another world. These words had been brewing in Lu Yun's heart for a long time, and she didn't know how many times she had practiced them privately before she could say them all at once. When she said this, her heart felt heavy, but after finishing, she felt much lighter. What do you mean? A hint of panic appeared in Wang Qianqian's bewildered expression. She clearly understood Lu Yun's meaning, but just couldn't convince herself to believe it. After speaking, she interrupted Lu Yun, seemingly worried about hearing what she didn't want to hear, and awkwardly asked, Xiaoyan, you're joking with me, right? Lu Yun gritted her teeth. No, I'm speaking the truth. I don't believe it. Wang Qianqian was very agitated and shouted, You and Zhao Qian told me that cloning technology isn't as powerful as in the movies, and now you tell me we've crossed into another world. If I can't believe that cloning technology exists, how could I possibly believe in something that doesn't exist, like crossing over? Lu Yun calmly said, Theoretically, crossing over is feasible. If we view space as a plane, folding the space plane can allow instant travel from one point to another. At first, she speculated that they had crossed through time and returned to ancient Earth. But through their experiences these days, she and Zhao Qian agreed that this place is not ancient Earth, but a planet with an ecosystem highly similar to Earth. This time, Wang Qianqian did not speak. Lu Yun continued, "To tell you some things you don't know, on the day Zhao Qian saved you's father, he encountered a gigantic creature in the lake, a creature that does not exist on Earth, along with the Titan python and the ancient giant ape that are already extinct on Earth. There are also no beast cores on Earth, otherwise you wouldn't have never heard of them." To persuade Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun talked about many things. And these things, Wang Qianqian either didn't know or hadn't paid attention to. After listening, Wang Qianqian still didn't speak, but from her constantly flickering gaze, it was evident that she had begun to accept the fact of crossing over. "We are no longer on Earth, so there will be no rescue team. The two of us, weak women, can survive in this world thanks to Zhao Qian's help. Otherwise, during that rain and hailstorm, we would have already died. To obtain food, Zhao Qian faced dangers beyond our imagination. Take today, for example. When he and you were searching for food in the forest, you was captured by a gibbon." Lu Yun detailed how Zhao Qian rescued you to Wang Qianqian. These things are not told to her by Zhao Qian, but were things she asked when you came back for help. Wang Qianqian didn't understand the language of the wild people, so she was unaware. You also saw Zhao Qian's battle with the Titan python, but you only saw the Titan python being killed, not Zhao Qian's perilous situation throughout the process, where a slight misstep could have led to his death. How could he not be anxious with you asking him to throw away the food he fought so hard to obtain? Wang Qianqian recalled the previous battle. At that time, she was only focused on the Titan python and didn't pay much attention to Zhao Qian. Now looking back at the battle, she felt a jolt in her heart and a wave of fear. "Yun, Annie, come." Just then, Yu's voice came over. During these days, while Lu Yun was learning the wild people's language, she was also teaching you to speak Mandarin. "Zhao Qian might be looking for me, so I'll go out first. Think about it yourself." After Lu Yun said this, she stopped disturbing Wang Qianqian and followed you out of the cave. Chapter 70. Wang Qianqian apologizes when Zhao Qian sent you to find Lu Yun. He didn't remain idle himself. Instead, he collected the blood of the Titan python. However, perhaps due to the serious injuries the Titan python had sustained earlier, it had lost a lot of blood, and he didn't manage to collect much, only about the amount of the stone basin. For such a massive creature as the Titan python, this amount of blood was really not much. Just as he finished collecting the blood, Lu Yun arrived with you and asked, "Zhao Qian, did you want to see me for something?" Zhao Qian pointed at the blood of the Titan python and said, "Is there any way to turn this blood into blocks like the ones we usually eat?" Lu Yun was taken aback and incredulously replied, "You plan to eat the blood of the Titan python?" Zhao Qian nodded and said, "You told me that drinking the blood of the Titan python can enhance physical qualities. But I really can't stand the taste of blood, so I was thinking of making it into blocks. Let me ask you first." Worried that Zhao Qian misunderstood Yu's meaning, Lu Yun communicated with you for a bit. After their discussion, she said, "It's true, but it's not just the blood of the Titan python. Any primordial beast blood has the effect of enhancing physical qualities. It's similar to the effect of the beast's meat, but the blood is even more effective." Zhao Qian asked, "So is there a way?" "It's simple. Just add some salt to the blood," Lu Yun explained. "The blood contains coagulase, which can cause the blood to coagulate, and adding salt speeds up the coagulation process." "Is it that simple?" Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim after hearing Lu Yun's method. For those who know, it's not difficult. The difficult part is for those who don't. He had originally thought that turning the blood into blocks would require a chemical reaction, or even finding substitutes if he didn't have the right materials. He didn't expect it to just rely on the principle of blood coagulation. Many people know that blood can coagulate, but few know that the pig blood and duck blood they usually eat utilize this principle. "Your body hasn't recovered yet. Go rest. I'll take care of this blood," Lu Yun said. "Thank you, Sister Yun." Zhao Qian expressed his gratitude and hesitated before asking, "Sister Yun, have you already said those things?" "Yes, I did," Lu Yun replied, surprised and nodded. "What was her reaction?" "Not much of a reaction. She probably hasn't recovered from the shock yet. I was too angry at the time and said many hurtful things. I'm sorry." After Zhao Qian calmed down and thought about what he had said and his attitude, he felt a burning shame on his face. He thought to himself that as a grown man, he shouldn't have said such things to a woman. "It's fine." Lu Yun smiled and shook her head, saying, "I feel you were right. It's time for Qianqian to know our current situation. The sooner she understands this world, the better she can survive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian stood there for a moment, not saying anything further, and went back to the cave to rest. Turning the blood of the Titan python into blocks turned out to be more difficult than he had imagined. It wasn't that the process had become complicated. Rather, the blood of the Titan python was far more robust than pig blood. When making pig blood coagulate, adding salt and waiting for 20 minutes would suffice. However, the blood of the Titan python took a full 2 hours to gradually coagulate into blocks. However, reaching this step did not mean it was done. He still needed to cut the coagulated blood into pieces and heat them in hot water, simmering for 2 to 3 hours. The final step was to take the heated Titan python blood, rinse it clean, and place it in cold water to complete the process. Compared to the dark red pig blood, the blocks made from the blood of the Titan python were bright red and looked very appealing. After finishing all this, it was already evening. Lu Yun brought the finished blood blocks to Zhao Qian and asked, "How do you plan to eat it?" "I haven't thought of a plan yet. Do you have any ideas?" Zhao Qian considered several ways to eat the blood blocks, but found them all unfeasible. One major reason was the lack of seasonings. Dishes made from this type of blood generally needed a spicy flavor to be tasty. "Don't ask me. I'm not good at cooking," Lu Yun blushed and continued. "But Qianqian likes to eat spicy blood stew. Her preference doesn't help. There are too many missing ingredients." Zhao Qian could see that Lu Yun wanted him to cheer up Wang Qianqian, but without the necessary seasonings, it was impossible to make spicy blood stew. "I thought making spicy blood stew wouldn't require too many seasonings," Lu Yun said. "Then you can make it however you want." "Okay, I'll figure something out." Zhao Qian nodded, rubbing his head in frustration. He also wanted to cheer up Wang Qianqian, but right now he only had salt and lard, nothing more. And he couldn't make anything too complicated. "Forget it. I'll just fry it with lard, like frying tofu." Zhao Qian could only be considered someone who could cook, far from being a professional chef. The idea of frying blood blocks had already exhausted his brain. 10 minutes later, the aroma of the lard began to fill the cave. Yu, catching the scent, forgot about dissecting the Titan python and hurried over to Zhao Qian, sitting beside him like a monkey, waiting eagerly. "Don't worry. The first piece is for you." Zhao Qian placed the fried blood block, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, on a stone slab for you. Sprinkled some salt on top and smiled. "Hurry and try it. How does it taste?" You took out his chopsticks, directly poked the blood block, lifted it up, blew on it, and slowly began to eat. As he ate, he showed a satisfied expression. It seemed the taste was good. At least it wasn't dark cuisine. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief and then called towards the depths of the cave, "Sister Yin, Wang Qianqian, you can come out for dinner now." Not long after his voice fell, Lu Yun came out holding Wang Qianqian's hand. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Qianqian and noticed her eyes were red and swollen, indicating she had likely cried for a long time today. "This is..." Zhao Qian originally wanted to introduce the ingredients, but thinking of Wang Qianqian, he stopped. "You mentioned that the effects of this were milder than that of meat, so they could eat a bit more, but they still needed to be cautious. If they felt unwell, they should stop." After saying that, he served a piece to both Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian. Lu Yun didn't hesitate to take hers, took a small bite, and praised, "This tastes really good. While eating, it tastes similar to pig blood and duck blood, but makes me feel warm all over." Immediately after, she turned to the still motionless Wang Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, Zhao Qian worked hard to make this delicious food. At least give him some face and try it." Wang Qianqian, who had been silent, picked up her stone slab upon hearing this. However, she didn't eat it. She just held the slab. Suddenly, a drop of tear fell onto the slab. Wang Qianqian couldn't hold back her tears any longer and cried, "Zhao Qian, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we had crossed over earlier, nor did I think that you almost died looking for food. You still make delicious food for me every day. And I actually argued with you over a giant worm that wanted to kill us. I was wrong. Wang Qianqian is apologizing to me?" Zhao Qian was taken aback, finding it hard to believe, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was just Wang Qianqian's character. She was not like other stars who looked down on others. In times of danger, she could step up. She appeared delicate, but was actually quite straightforward and not overly concerned. She felt compassion for the Titan python mourning for its partner, and upon realizing Zhao Qian's hardships, she felt that her previous behavior was unreasonable. She recognized her mistake. So it was only natural for her to apologize. I was wrong too. I said some really hurtful things. Zhao Qian self-criticized before continuing. Let's turn the page on the unpleasantness from before, okay? Wang Qianqian nodded earnestly. Zhao Qian said, then stop crying. Let us eat. Wang Qianqian wiped her tears away boldly, probably really hungry, and took a bite of the fried blood pudding. The next second, she started crying loudly again. Zhao Qian asked in confusion, didn't we agree to turn the page? Why are you crying again? Wang Qianqian looked at Lu Yun and cried, shouting, you lied to me. This is so disgusting, and it's so salty, it feels like I'm eating salt grains. Lu Yun said apologetically, I guess when the blood was coagulated. Too much salt was added, causing some of the blood pudding to have a high salt content. After she finished speaking, everyone except for you burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, the previous unpleasantness vanished into thin air. Chapter 71. Breeding elite soldier ants after the blood of the Titan python was made into blood clots. It indeed lost its fishy smell, tasting similar to pig's blood or duck's blood, but with a better texture and more chewiness. The miraculous aspect of the blood was not felt while eating. Only after swallowing could one experience it. The meat was too domineering. Once it was in the stomach, it felt like a ball of flame, making it impossible to consume too much, or the body would not be able to handle it. Zhao Qian felt the changes within his body and continued to think. Unlike blood, which felt like a warm current, its energy was much gentler, allowing for a bit more consumption without issue. In addition, Zhao Qian noticed that his injured body was crazily absorbing the warm current in the blood, greatly alleviating the originally intense pain. At that moment, he finally recognized the value of blood. And it was no exaggeration to say that it was second only to cores and beast bones. Unfortunately, this Titan python had previously been injured and lost a lot of blood. The remaining blood was barely enough for 2 meals. After the meal, Zhao Qian took out some kiwis as a post-meal fruit. What kind of fruit is this? Wang Qianqian asked, puzzled, picking up a kiwi. Wild kiwis, rich in vitamin C. It's hard for us to supplement vitamin C in our daily lives, so kiwis are quite suitable for us, Zhao Qian answered. Kiwis? Wang Qianqian looked at the fruit in her hand, which was not much bigger than a grape, and said, this is too small. The kiwis I used to eat were the size of a fist, all imported from New Zealand. New Zealand kiwis are world-renowned. They are definitely the most authentic. The most authentic? Zhao Qian scoffed and said, there's no denying that New Zealand kiwis are world-famous, but if we're talking about authenticity, the kiwis from our country are the most authentic. Wang Qianqian did not believe it and said, how could that be? Zhao Qian asked playfully, don't you know that the origin of kiwis is China? Wang Qianqian was taken aback, turning to Lu Yun. Although she didn't speak, her question was already quite obvious. Lu Yun, who was eating a kiwi, felt Wang Qianqian's gaze and gently nodded, answering her confusion. Wang Qianqian awkwardly smiled, not saying anything further, and started eating the kiwi. After eating a few, Wang Qianqian suddenly thought of something and stopped to say, Zhao Qian, there's something I need to discuss with you. Zhao Qian was puzzled. This was the first time Wang Qianqian sought him out for a discussion. What is it? He asked. Little ant has evolved but hasn't reproduced yet. It wants to breed, Wang Qianqian said. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and did not oppose it. Such matters did not need to be discussed with him. If it wanted to breed, it could just do so. In the past, he would have thought carefully, worrying that if the soldier ants reproduced too many, there wouldn't be enough food and they would need to be fed. However, after witnessing the soldier ants' formidable strength, he believed that appropriately increasing their numbers was not a bad thing. After all, if it weren't for the soldier ants this time, the 4 of them would have become the Titan python's next meal. If it were to breed ordinary soldier ants, there would be no need to discuss it with you. But little ant wants to breed not ordinary soldier ants, but the elite soldier ants that have evolved, Wang Qianqian said. Can the evolved soldier ants reach the level of? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. Little ant is just a hybrid. How could the soldier ants it breeds possibly be? Wang Qianqian continued, although they won't reach the level of. They will definitely be much stronger than ordinary soldier ants. That's a good thing. Is there any difficulty? Zhao Qian asked. Yes, Wang Qianqian nodded and said. To breed ordinary soldier ants, little ant can eat regular food, but to breed the elite soldier ants that have evolved, it will need to eat meat. Hearing this, Zhao Qian inhaled sharply and finally understood why Wang Qianqian was asking him, as this was indeed a challenge. Although they had killed 2 Titan pythons, the amount of meat they obtained was only about 2,000 pounds. It seemed like a lot, but it was really not enough to feed the soldier ants. However, he was relieved that Wang Qianqian did not act on her own this time, but instead consulted him. Zhao Qian asked, "Do the elite soldier ants that are bred need to eat meat?" Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, "No, ordinary food will suffice." "Then let's take out 1,500 pounds of meat." Zhao Qian considered it carefully and decided to take out most of the meat from the ice cellar to supply the ant queen for breeding. Although meat was precious, the energy it contained was too intense. They couldn't eat too much each time. Therefore, even if they left behind 500 pounds, it would be enough for them for a long time. He was confident that before they finished the 500 pounds of meat, they would be able to hunt other. 1,500 pounds? Isn't that 3/4 of the meat? Wang Qianqian looked surprised, somewhat taken aback that Zhao Qian was willing to give up so much meat. She had originally fantasized that getting 500 pounds would be good enough. Zhao Qian nodded and then asked, "I want to know, how many elite soldier ants can be bred from 1,500 pounds of meat?" "I don't know," Wang Qianqian explained, as she must have communicated with the ant queen long ago. So as soon as Zhao Qian opened his mouth to ask, she shook her head and explained, "Little ant doesn't have a concept of pounds, so it doesn't know how much this is, and thus can't provide an answer." Zhao Qian frowned slightly and asked again, "Then how long will it take before I can see the adult ants?" Wang Qianqian shook her head again, indicating that she did not know. However, this was normal. Since the ant queen didn't even have a concept of pounds, she naturally wouldn't have a concept of time either. At that moment, Lu Yun spoke up. "Soldier ants are large ants, and the ant queen can lay 1,000 to 5,000 eggs daily. The eggs need to go through 4 stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult, which takes about 2 to 2.5 months. 2 months to wait. Although 2 months was a short time for biological development, Zhao Qian still felt it was a bit long. After all, how long had they been in this world? Now, they had to wait 2 months for the elite soldier ants to be able to fight. I just said that for ordinary ants. This soldier ant's queen has reached the level of a hybrid, so the time needed for the elite soldier ants to develop from birth to adulthood will definitely change." Lu Yin continued, pausing to look at Zhao Qian. "Don't be too happy yet. The change I mentioned doesn't necessarily mean the time will be shorter. The more powerful the creature, the longer the developmental stage may be. So the waiting time might exceed 2 months." Chapter 72. Anomaly in the forest. Since Zhao Qian agreed to provide 500 pounds for the queen ant's breeding, the queen ant entered a breeding mode. In this mode, the queen only does 2 things: eat and reproduce. The food for the queen is specially transported by worker ants to her, and the ant eggs produced are also carried by worker ants to a designated place for storing the eggs, where they are carefully taken care of by other worker ants. Zhao Qian watched the busy army ants and had to admit that ants are among the best coordinated organisms in the animal kingdom. They function like machines, tirelessly performing their roles. The only thing that made Zhao Qian a bit uncomfortable was that the queen ant, which initially looked relatively normal, would swell to a terrifying degree during the breeding process, giving the impression that she might burst at any moment. Time passed day by day, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. During this month, the queen ant consumed all 500 pounds of. When Wang Qianqian informed Zhao Qian of this, he was completely stunned. It should be noted that the queen ant is only a little over 10 centimeters long, and even in breeding state, she does not exceed 30 centimeters. The fact that such a small creature could eat 500 pounds in a month left Zhao Qian in awe of the wonders of biology. Zhao Qian also witnessed the queen ant's extraordinary breeding ability, as she was almost constantly reproducing. In just 1 month, she laid nearly 100,000 ant eggs, averaging over 3,000 eggs per day. Although this did not reach the upper limit of 5,000 eggs mentioned by Lu Yun, considering that these were elite army ants, the queen's breeding capability was indeed enhanced. On the last day of breeding, the ant eggs laid in the first few days had already hatched into larvae. Although they were still larvae, Zhao Qian noticed that the newly hatched army ant larvae were much larger than ordinary worker ants, only slightly smaller than soldier ants. It was evident that when these larvae reached adulthood, their size would likely be second only to the queen or male ants. A larger size represents greater aggression and stronger capabilities. That morning, Zhao Qian took you out to look for food as usual. But just as they stepped out of the cave, a cold wind blew by, making Zhao Qian feel a chill and involuntarily hug his arms. Winter is very cold, you said with difficulty, observing Zhao Qian's actions. During the past month, Lu Yin not only learned the language of the wild people, but also taught you to learn Mandarin. Although you still couldn't form complete sentences, saying a few simple words was still manageable, and Zhao Qian could understand roughly. The change of seasons is a normal natural phenomenon, just wear more clothes. Zhao Qian didn't pay much attention and smiled at you. He then turned his gaze towards the distant sea, stopping at the storm wall. He had originally thought the storm wall would disappear quickly, but more than a month had passed, and the storm wall still existed, showing no signs of weakening. This made him suspect whether the storm wall had always been there and would only disappear during the few days they first arrived in this world. If this were on Earth, it would surely attract many tourists. Zhao Qian firmly thought in his heart, then looked at you. Do you want to compete again today? Loser does the work. Okay. Although Yu's Mandarin was still poor, he could understand simple sentences. After thinking for a moment, he nodded vigorously. As usual, I'll let you run 100 meters first. If I catch you before you reach the sea, I win. If I can't catch you, you win. Start. As soon as the word start fell, you shot out like an arrow. Zhao Qian smiled silently as he watched you sprint away. After you had run 100 meters, Zhao Qian chased after him like a cheetah. In the past, Zhao Qian had only the advantage in speed, but now, as he became more familiar with the forest, his agility also surpassed Yu's. Thus, you only lasted a few minutes before Zhao Qian caught him. You lost. According to our agreement, you do the work today. Zhao Qian grinned. You, bully, children. You protested somewhat unwillingly. I won. You. That's a matter for later. Anyway, I won now. Zhao Qian never felt ashamed of bullying a child. Instead, he spoke in an educative tone. Besides, we are all men, creatures with certain parts. Making excuses for losing is very shameful. No excuses. You gritted his teeth and replied. That's the spirit. Zhao Qian patted Yu's head, then walked to a large tree to start providing it with nutrients while pondering. It's really strange. I feel something is off today, but I can't quite pull my finger on it. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, you furrowed his brow and thought, Bird, you little rascal. Don't peek at me while I'm urinating. My mature bird is nothing like your chick that doesn't even have feathers. Zhao Qian thought you was referring to him, so he immediately turned his back to you. Bird call. You, seeing this, tried hard to express his meaning. This time, Zhao Qian understood, realizing, right. Today the forest is too quiet. There's not a single sound of birds. It might be because no one was destroying the environment, which made the ecosystem on this deserted island quite good. Once they entered the forest, they could hear the constant sound of birds. However, today, as they ran, not only did they not see the usual startled birds, but they also didn't hear any bird calls. This was very abnormal. Zhao Qian looked at you with a questioning gaze. Do you know what is going on? You shook his head, indicating he was unclear. Seeing this, Zhao Qian frowned and fell into deep thought. If the current situation occurred on Earth, he wouldn't think much of it. But the problem was that this was not Earth, but a crisis-filled, unknown planet. Here, there are terrifying lake monsters, extinct titanic pythons, and ancient giant apes, and even the weather is extremely extreme. It is not an exaggeration to say that any oversight could bring them catastrophic disasters. We won't hunt today. Let us go check out the swamp. After careful consideration, Zhao Qian said. Over the past month, he had explored the swamp multiple times. Compared to the area they lived in, the ecosystem in the swamp was closer to the true ecology of this world, which could help him better understand this world. Therefore, he might find answers to the anomalies in the forest from the swamp. Okay, you did not object and nodded vigorously. Then, the two of them ran wildly toward the swamp area. Chapter 73. The terrifying lemmings. The swamp was somewhat far from the area where Zhao Qian and the others lived. So Zhao Qian spent a considerable amount of time bringing you into the swamp. As soon as they entered the swamp, Zhao Qian sensed that something was off. The primates and various snakes that had been everywhere in the trees of the swamp seemed to have vanished, and the entire swamp became extraordinarily quiet. Seeing this situation, Zhao Qian's unease grew stronger. He felt that something terrible was about to happen. After all, it was impossible for both races living in the swamp to disappear simultaneously. Let's split up. No, just stick close to me. If anything seems off, run away immediately. In the face of uncertainty, it was safer to stay together. This way, they could look out for each other in case of danger. Zhao Qian led you through the trees of the swamp swiftly, trying to find any creatures living there. However, after searching for quite a while, they did not find a single primate or snake. The entire swamp seemed just like the forest in their living area, as if all the creatures had vanished. Not normal, too abnormal. Zhao Qian's heart raced, and he felt cold all over, his head spinning. It was impossible for any creature to kill all the primates and snakes living in the swamp simultaneously, and there were no signs of blood or corpses anywhere. Zhao Qian had explored the swamp several times over the past month, so he was very familiar with the two races living there. In terms of strength, the swamp snakes were somewhat more powerful than the primates. After all, two of the three strongest creatures in the swamp were snakes, with the only primate being the ancient giant ape, a hybrid beast. However, the primates were intelligent and knew how to unite, which often allowed them to suppress the snakes. The long-armed gibbon had also taken you not without reason. It sensed the presence of the Titan python on you and wanted to capture you to take credit. The even more formidable Titan python, on the other hand, charged into the territory of the ancient giant ape because it sensed its partner's aura, mistakenly believing the ancient giant ape was the culprit and seeking revenge. Yet, they were unaware that it was all a misunderstanding. If the creatures were not killed, there was another possibility. They all fled the area. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, pondering what kind of creature could make the primates and snakes living in the swamp flee. A pure-blood beast? Impossible, unless it was a beast even more powerful than a pure-blood beast. Unfortunately, the current conditions were too few to support Zhao Qian's analysis. Just as Zhao Qian was lost in thought and at a loss, he suddenly heard the sound of fish thrashing in the water near his ear. Zhao Qian quickly looked down at the swamp and soon saw a familiar yet strange figure in the water. It was an extinct king crocodile, the largest crocodile that once lived on Earth, capable of preying on smaller dinosaurs, illustrating how ferocious this crocodile was. No wonder the gorilla had disappeared as soon as it fell into the swamp. It turned out that the king crocodile lived in the swamp waters. Zhao Qian recalled the scene of the Titan python battling the ancient giant ape, realizing that the gorilla that fell into the swamp was eaten. It now seemed that this was the work of the king crocodile. Although the king crocodile was powerful, it was still an ordinary creature, not even a hybrid beast, and could not have driven away the primates and snakes. Zhao Qian quickly assessed the king crocodile's strength. Either the Titan python or the ancient giant ape could easily kill this king crocodile. Hey, what is it eating? While observing the king crocodile, Zhao Qian noticed that it was consuming something. These things were furry, drifting over from a distance. Initially, there were only one or two, but as time went on, more and more floated over. The king crocodile naturally wouldn't let such food go to waste, swallowing them one by one. Are these mice? Zhao Qian initially viewed from a height and couldn't see clearly, so he moved to a lower position and discovered that the drifting creatures were actually very similar in appearance to mice. No, these aren't mice, they're lemmings. As Zhao Qian finally saw the lemmings clearly, his eyes widened in shock. Lemmings belong to the order of rodents, specifically the hamster family, and they look somewhat more attractive than mice, being fluffy like little balls. Lemmings can reproduce almost all year round and have a strong reproductive capacity, with a single litter producing up to 12 offspring, allowing for 7 or 8 litters a year. The most terrifying part is that it only takes 20 days for the young to mature. Mature meaning they can reproduce. Someone once calculated that if a pair of lemmings started reproducing in March, assuming each time there were 6 males and 6 females, by late August or early September, that pair could develop into a massive population of 65 million lemmings. Even accounting for those eaten or dying from illness, nearly 1 million lemmings would survive. Of course, lemmings do not continue to reproduce indefinitely. When the population in an area reaches a certain level, they will start to exhibit suicidal behavior. Lemmings will intentionally expose themselves to predators, luring them to consume themselves, thereby controlling the population. However, when predators are insufficient to reduce the lemming population, mass suicides will occur. Large groups of lemmings can gather, reaching millions, and they will rush in one direction, ultimately jumping into the sea. Could I be witnessing a mass suicide of lemmings? Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, puzzled. Even if it is a mass suicide of lemmings, it shouldn't scare off the primates and snakes, right? Squeak, squeak. Just as Zhao Qian was trying to understand the reason, those lemmings floating on the surface of the swamp suddenly emitted extremely faint sounds. Following that, Zhao Qian saw the lemmings seemingly throwing caution to the wind as they swam toward the king crocodile. At first, the king crocodile welcomed them, eating as many as came without leaving a single one behind. But as time passed and the number of lemmings increased, the king crocodile became full and could no longer consume more. The reversal happened at that moment. Those lemmings climbed onto the king crocodile and began frantically biting the much larger creature. The king crocodile's incredibly tough skin was as fragile as paper under the lemming's teeth, easily breaking and causing blood to flow continuously. The king crocodile rolled in anger and even submerged itself in the water, only to attract even more lemmings. The lemmings completely covered the king crocodile, incessantly gnawing at its flesh and blood, and in no time, the enormous king crocodile was devoured clean, leaving only its skeleton behind. Chapter 74. Bone Bomb Zhao Qian witnessed the entire process, his eyes wide open, and he couldn't help but swallow. The scene he had just witnessed was too shocking. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Throughout the entire process, the emperor crocodile did not resist. It was just that the teeth of the lemmings were too sharp, and the crocodile's resistance had no effect, being completely devoured by the lemmings. Each death march of the lemmings involved millions of them, and their sheer number swept through like a swarm of locusts, consuming any living creature in their path. Zhao Qian finally understood why there were no birds to be seen in the forest and swamp. They were all hiding from the lemmings. After all, even if 2 titan pythons and ancient giant apes were alive, they would not dare to stop millions of lemmings. They too would be eaten clean. A colony of army ants consists of only 1 to 2 million ants, while the number of lemmings far exceeds that of an army ant colony. Even at their peak, army ants would not be able to compete with the lemmings. Although individual lemmings are weak, they are still stronger than individual army ants, and in terms of numbers, lemmings are far more numerous. It is easy to imagine what the outcome would be if the two encountered each other. If nothing unexpected happened, the lemmings would rush past, and the army ants would be completely devoured. Thinking of this, Zhao Qian quickly climbed to the top of the largest tree in the swamp forest and looked in the direction from which the lemmings were coming. Soon, he saw thousands upon thousands of lemmings in vast swathes rushing toward him, an unmeasurable number. Zhao Qian trembled all over. The shock these lemmings brought him was no less than that of the giant monsters in the lake. Run! Quick run! Zhao Qian finally understood why all the creatures were fleeing as the same thought arose in his mind. Without hesitation, he shouted to you and began to run madly toward the cave. He had to return to the cave as quickly as possible and come up with a way to withstand the lemming tide, or they would face certain death. But how to withstand the lemming tide? Even the emperor crocodile had been instantly devoured. What could they do to resist? Inside the cave, Lu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at several items in front of her, her brow furrowed in thought. Wang Qianqian, feeling idle, tossed some meat chunks to a coconut crab not far away. The coconut crab waddled over like a little dog, picked up the meat with its giant claw, and began to eat. Perhaps because Wang Qianqian often fed the coconut crab with beast meat, it had noticeably grown larger and had changed compared to ordinary coconut crabs. I can only give you this much today. Go play by yourself. After tossing the last piece of meat, Wang Qianqian let the coconut crab go play and approached Lu Yun. She first glanced at the items Lu Yun had laid out, then sat down beside her and curiously asked, Xiaoyan, it's been several days. What do you plan to do? Lu Yun replied, I plan to make black powder. These are the materials for making it. For the past month, she had not been idle. She was either making salt, refining iron, or sometimes working on small inventions to help them survive. However, a few days ago, Zhao Qian brought back saltpeter and sulfur, which gave her a new idea to make black powder. Although black powder is far inferior to modern explosives in every aspect, considering the current situation, being able to make black powder was already quite good. Wang Qianqian was taken aback and exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, you can even make black powder?" Luyan replied, "Actually, making black powder is quite simple. You just need to mix these materials in a certain proportion." Wang Qianqian urged eagerly, "Then hurry up. With black powder, we'll be much safer." Luyan shook her head with a wry smile. "The power of black powder isn't as great as you think. It's only effective against ordinary creatures. If we encounter a Titan python, it will be nearly useless. Even if the black powder is mixed in the best ratio, the power generated would still be limited. It can blow up ordinary creatures, but not Titan pythons." She had tested the hardness of the Titan python scales and could say without exaggeration that those scales were like pieces of iron, with terrifying defensive power. Whether it's useful or not is a matter for the future. "Let us make it first," Wang Qianqian said. Luyan looked at Wang Qianqian, understanding that she wanted her to make the powder more for fun. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. "All right, then let us make some. A little won't do. Make more. It's not that I don't want to, but the saltpeter and sulfur Zhao Qian brought back are only this much, so we can't make too much black powder." "That's fine. Next time, let him bring more back. He said he found a lot anyway." Luyan didn't refute and directly agreed to Wang Qianqian's request. Next, the two began mixing black powder, but to find the most powerful ratio, Luyan made several types of black powder in different proportions. "Can these black powders explode when ignited?" Wang Qianqian asked Luyan, looking at the black powder. "Not yet. It must be in a closed space." Luyan suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to the depths of the cave. When she returned, she had several Tyrannosaurus rex bones in her hands. The marrow inside these bones was gone, making them hollow. By stuffing black powder inside and sealing the entrance, it would create a closed space. One by one, they filled the Tyrannosaurus rex bones with black powder, and soon, they had created over 10 bone bombs. "How we test it?" Wang Qianqian tightly gripped a bone bomb, afraid Luyan would snatch it away, looking just like a child with fireworks. "Light it and throw it. Just be careful. The shards produced when the bone explodes are like the steel balls in grenades and have strong lethality." Luyan explained to Wang Qianqian how to test it, adding a reminder. "Don't worry, I used to throw firecrackers in the toilet when I was a kid. I'm quite experienced." Wang Qianqian said eagerly. Luyan was speechless and reminded her, "Don't say that in the future. It affects your image." Wang Qianqian, completely unconcerned, replied, "We've crossed into another world. Who cares about an image? Step back. I'm going to start." Luyan had no choice but to step back a few paces, quick into the cave. However, just as Wang Qianqian was about to ignite the bone bomb, Zhao Qian rushed back with you, shouting loudly at the two of them. Chapter 75. Using explosives. As Wang Qianqian was preparing to ignite the bone bomb, she looked at Zhao Qian, who was rushing over, and for a moment, she was taken aback, asking, "What happened to you two? Why are you in such a hurry?" At that moment, Zhao Qian was anxious and had no time to respond to Wang Qianqian's question. After all, if they delayed even a little, the lemmings could catch up with them. Without caring whether Wang Qianqian and Luyan were willing or not, Zhao Qian directly threw an arm around each of them and forcibly brought them back to the cave, instructing you to close the wooden door. Seeing this scene, Wang Qianqian and Luyan probably guessed that they had encountered danger again. Otherwise, Zhao Qian wouldn't be so nervous. Once the cave door was shut, Zhao Qian didn't relax because the wooden door didn't fit tightly against the mountain wall, and there were many gaps through which the lemmings could pass. Therefore, he could only look for stones or other objects to block the gaps as much as possible. "What happened?" Luyan asked after all the gaps were blocked. "A rodent tide. We encountered a rodent tide." Zhao Qian swallowed hard and explained what had happened. "When we went hunting today, we noticed something was off in the forest, as if all living creatures had disappeared. So we headed to the swamp and discovered that it was all caused by the rodent tide. It was a vast expanse of lemmings, stretching as far as the eye could see. The scariest part is that these lemmings are very vicious. I witnessed them devouring a king crocodile completely. Wang Qianqian asked, "Can't my army ants resist them?" Zhao Qian chuckled bitterly and said, "If your army ants encounter lemmings, they'll be instantly devoured." Rustle, 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 rustle. It seemed to validate Zhao Qian's words, as a dense sound suddenly came from outside the cave, like the wind rustling through leaves, or countless creatures moving through the forest. Then came the endless squeaking sounds, which sent chills down their spines. How can they be so fast? Zhao Qian was shocked, feeling it was unbelievable. To be clear, he had seen the lemmings in the swamp and immediately rushed back with you without stopping along the way. Yet, as soon as he returned, the lemmings had already arrived, meaning their speed was comparable to his and you's. Zhao Qian, can this door hold against the lemmings? Wang Qianqian, frightened by the sounds of the lemmings outside, grabbed Zhao Qian's arm and pressed her body against him, although they usually didn't get along. One thing was undeniable. Zhao Qian could provide Wang Qianqian with a sense of security. "I don't know," Zhao Qian said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. When he made this wooden door, he mainly considered it as a defense against wild boars, never thinking he would encounter a rodent tide. However, to be honest, this wooden door couldn't possibly withstand the rodent tide. After all, the lemming's teeth could even bite through the skin of a king crocodile, let alone a wooden door. Right now, the purpose of this door was only to prevent the lemmings from discovering them. So far, the wooden door had achieved that. Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Zhao Qian looked at the large bone club in Wang Qianqian's hand and curiously asked, "What are you holding?" Wang Qianqian replied, "This is a bone bomb made by Zhao Qian. It's filled with explosives. I was planning to test its power, but before I could, you brought us back to the cave." "A bone bomb?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and asked Lu Yun, "Sister Yun, you managed to create explosives?" Lu Yun nodded and said, "It's just black powder. Its power is quite limited." Zhao Qian said, "That's already impressive." He had learned how to make black powder in middle school, but trying to create it himself would take a lot of effort. Moreover, he had never thought of making black powder in this world. He had only considered ways to enhance his strength by continuously evolving. Creak, creak, creak. Just then, Zhao Qian heard an extremely faint sound. Wang Qianqian and the others didn't catch it because, compared to the outside sounds of the lemmings, this sound was almost inaudible. But Zhao Qian was different. During this month, he had deliberately strengthened his hearing, allowing him to discern the differences between sounds. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the sound of lemmings gnawing on something. With this thought, Zhao Qian felt a chill and a sense of foreboding, moving to the wooden door to check the source of the sound. Soon, he confirmed that this strange sound was the lemmings gnawing on the wooden door. Quickly back away, Zhao Qian realized where the sound was coming from and hurriedly led the three of them back. Wang Qianqian anxiously asked, "Zhao Qian, what happened?" Zhao Qian's face darkened as he said, "The lemmings are gnawing on the wooden door. It won't be long before the door is completely eaten through." Wang Qianqian asked again, "What should we do? Are we going to die?" Zhao Qian and Lu Yun both fell silent, because it was an obvious situation. Although the cave was large, once the wooden door was breached and the lemmings entered, they would have no chance of escape. At that point, the cave wouldn't protect them. Instead, it would become a cage, trapping them with no chance of survival. "I don't want to die. Zhao Qian, think of a way," Wang Qianqian said, her voice cracking. In fact, at this moment, Zhao Qian was already thinking of a solution without needing Wang Qianqian's reminder. However, facing a rodent tide that could easily crush them, he couldn't think of any solution, his mind in disarray. "I have an idea." Just then, Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. Zhao Qian immediately asked, "What is it?" Lu Yun said, "Lemmings can gnaw through wood, but they can't gnaw through rock. As long as we block the cave entrance with stones, we should be fine. It's too late. This wooden door can hold out for only a few more minutes, and in such a short time, we can't find enough stones." Zhao Qian shook his head with a bitter smile upon hearing Lu Yun's suggestion. The cave entrance wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either, in such a rush. They couldn't find enough stones. "We don't need to find stones," Lu Yun said, grabbing the bone bomb from Wang Qianqian's hands. "We have explosives. If we detonate the explosives inside the cave, it might cause a collapse and block the entrance." Upon hearing Lu Yun's plan to use the bone bomb, Zhao Qian couldn't help but look at her never expecting this seemingly frail woman to be so reckless in a critical moment. Using explosives to blow it up was indeed a solution, but Chapter 76, did it succeed? Zhao Qian did not immediately nod in agreement, but instead looked at Lu Yun and asked Sister Yun, "Have you considered what the consequences of detonating the bone bomb would be?" "I have," Lu Yun replied expressionlessly, continuing. "The first consequence is that the bone bomb's power is too weak, failing to cause a cave-in, allowing the lemmings to rush in and eat us clean. The second consequence is that the bone bomb is insufficiently powerful, only destroying part of the cave, still unable to stop the lemmings, and we would be eaten. The third consequence is that the bone bomb has too much power, causing the cave to collapse completely, blocking the lemmings. But we would also be crushed or trapped to death. The fourth consequence is that the bone bomb's power is just right, blocking the lemmings, and we survive." After hearing Lu Yun's 4 consequences, Zhao Qian couldn't deny that she had summarized them comprehensively, with no omissions. Among these 4 outcomes, the probability of survival is only 1 in 4, which is far from half. However, Zhao Qian still raised his hand and said, "I agree with Sister Yun's plan to use the bone bomb." Wang Qianqian, who did not want to use this method, asked with a bitter face, "Is there no other way?" Zhao Qian shook his head and said, "Although this method is very dangerous, it is indeed the only one we can think of. Unless you can control these lemmings to not attack us, otherwise we'll be eaten by them. Don't talk about so many lemmings, even one lemming I can't control." Wang Qianqian had tried to control the lemmings at the beginning, but she found that the lemmings seemed to act as one entity, and her abilities were completely ineffective. Besides, even if her abilities could control these lemmings, she didn't believe she could control millions of them. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Qianqian also raised her hand, saying, "I agree too. After all, being crushed by falling rocks is better than being eaten by lemmings." You did not quite understand the conversation among the 3, but seeing Zhao Qian raise his hand, he followed suit. In his eyes, Zhao Qian was his captain. Whatever the captain did, he would do. They unanimously agreed to use the bone bomb. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, he gathered all the bone bombs, which amounted to about 13. Worried that this might not be enough, he looked at Lu Yun and asked, "Is this all we have? Can we make more?" Lu Yun shook her head and said, "There is still a little black powder left, so we can barely make one more bone bomb. But it will take time, and I worry we won't make it." As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of sunlight suddenly shot into the originally dark cave. Zhao Qian quickly turned to look and saw that a hole had already been bitten into the wooden door, and a lemming with red eyes had drilled in, rushing toward them recklessly. Slap! Zhao Qian raised his foot and stomped down, instantly turning the lemming into mush. Before he could rejoice, he saw more lemmings crawling in through the hole, and the hole in the wooden door was getting bigger. At this rate, 2 lemmings could enter at the same time. "You all quickly retreat deeper into the cave," Zhao Qian shouted loudly, then turned to you and said, "Protect those 2. You nodded and led Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to escape deeper into the cave. Seeing that the 3 had fled far, Zhao Qian directly took out a fire stick, trying to stomp as many attacking lemmings as he could. However, as the number of lemmings entering the cave increased, he gradually found it difficult to keep up. One lemming climbed onto his leg and bit down. "Hiss!" Zhao Qian gasped in pain, kicking the lemming off only to see a chunk of flesh bitten from his leg. Truly a group of bloodthirsty little beasts. Zhao Qian surprisingly felt little fear in his heart. After spitting softly, he moved forward instead, reaching a spot near the cave entrance. This spot was one he discovered when he was installing the door. The rocks above were very loose, and sometimes stones would fall on their own. What he needed to do now was place all the bone bombs in this spot to trigger a chain reaction and block the cave entrance. Otherwise, with the power of black powder, it would be impossible to cause a cave-in. Squeak, squeak. During this process, more and more lemmings crawled onto Zhao Qian. Some lemmings that just climbed onto him were thrown off, but some bit into Zhao Qian's body, quickly taking a chunk of flesh. However, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and persevered, arriving at the weak point of the cave entrance covered in bite marks. He inserted all the bone bombs into the weak point, simultaneously handing over the prepared fire stick to ignite all the bone bombs. Then, as the fuse burned, he ran deep into the cave. While running, Zhao Qian used his free hands to grab the lemmings on him. either crushing them or throwing them off. Why hasn't T exploded yet? Zhao Qian ran several dozen meters, but did not hear the sound of the bone bombs exploding. He immediately guessed. Could it be that I didn't ignite the fuse? Or did Sister Yun fail to make the bone bombs? Thinking this, he stopped, turned back to look at the position of the bone bombs. The bone bombs were still smoking, and the fuse had not finished burning. Zhao Qian was speechless. Little did he know that Lu Yun made these bone bombs for Wang Qianqian, and to prevent Wang Qianqian from injuring herself, the fuses burned slowly. Boom! Just then, the lemmings had completely destroyed the wooden door, and the collapsed door crushed dozens of lemmings. However, the lemmings that almost completely blocked the cave entrance surged in like a tide, rushing toward Zhao Qian like bloodthirsty demons. Seeing so many lemmings, Zhao Qian was about to give up resistance because the numbers were simply too overwhelming. Boom! First came the sound of an explosion. Boom, boom! Then came a series of explosion sounds as more than 10 bone bombs exploded. The power was indeed not too great, but the flying bone fragments could easily pierce through individual lemmings. The lemmings that had just rushed into the cave were blown back, reducing their numbers by about a third. However, this still did not stop the lemmings. The lemmings, which were usually timid, now acted like fearless creatures, showing no signs of fear. Did we fail? Zhao Qian did not care how many lemmings were killed by the bone bombs. He was more concerned about whether the cave had collapsed. After all, the lemmings killed by the bone bombs did not even account for 1/10,000th of the lemming wave, having no impact on it. Just as Zhao Qian was feeling despair, a rock fell from the top of the cave. Chapter 77. A certain death situation as the first stone fell. The top of the cave seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing stones to continuously fall down, and eventually the entire ceiling of the cave collapsed with a loud rumble, completely blocking the cave entrance. However, even after the entrance was blocked, the collapse did not stop. Instead, it spread toward Zhao Qian's position. Could the whole cave be collapsing? The thought flashed through Zhao Qian's mind as he dared not stop and ran wildly deeper into the cave. The collapse continued to spread, and the first victims were the lemmings that had entered the cave. They didn't even have time to scream before being smashed into a pulp by the falling stones. Then, Zhao Qian and the others' living area was affected. The cooking area and the resting area were all buried under the fallen stones, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the cave was deep, and the collapse did not continue indefinitely, preventing them from sharing the same fate as the lemmings. Deep in the cave, in the pitch-black cave, Wang Qianqian suddenly asked, "Did we survive?" "Only temporarily," Zhao Qian replied, tearing his clothes into strips and, with Yu's help, began to bandage the injuries caused by the lemmings. Although these wounds were not fatal, if left untreated, they would continue to bleed, which could lead to his body succumbing to blood loss. "What do you mean by temporarily safe?" Wang Qianqian asked, confused. Hearing this, Zhao Qian wanted to roll his eyes at her, but unfortunately, there was not a single light source in their environment, and even with his keen eyesight, he couldn't see anything clearly. So, he could only direct his voice toward Wang Qianqian and explain, "We are currently several dozen meters away from the cave entrance. Although it blocked the lemming tide, it also completely isolated us from the outside world." Wang Qianqian still didn't understand. What happens next? Zhao Qian was at a loss for words and had to continue explaining. First, there's oxygen. If the collapse completely blocks the cave, we are essentially living in a closed space. Once the oxygen runs out, we will suffocate and die. Next is food. Although our ice cellar hasn't been buried, the food inside won't last forever. So, even if the air can circulate, we will starve to death once we run out of food. Lastly, there's the water source. The water source in the cave has also been buried, and we must find a new source of water. Otherwise, we will face a water shortage. Even though they had avoided the lemming tide, they were still in a situation of certain death, as their current condition was equivalent to being buried alive. It is essential to understand that on Earth, in similar situations, even rescue teams might not be able to save people, let alone the fact that they didn't even have a rescue team. What should we do? Wang Qianqian asked in a panic, starting to realize the gravity of the situation. Can we move the rubble blocking the cave? Almost impossible. Zhao Qian replied after treating his wounds. asking you to go to the ice cellar to get some food while answering Wang Qianqian's question. Not to mention how far we are from the cave entrance and the enormous workload involved. Many of the stones weigh over 1,000 pounds. Who can move them? Moreover, if we are not careful, it could trigger a secondary collapse. Rushing to clear the rubble would only hasten our deaths. Although Zhao Qian did not know much about rescue knowledge, he understood that it was nearly impossible for them to survive. However, if they were lucky, the cave was not completely blocked, allowing some air to flow in, and they could rely on the food in the ice cellar to last for a while. If luck was not on their side, and the cave was entirely blocked, they would suffocate with the remaining oxygen. Actually, there was not entirely no way out. Just as Wang Qianqian was feeling desperate, Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoyan, what method?" Wang Qianqian asked eagerly, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. "Don't you have a colony of army ants?" Lu Yun continued. "Although army ants are not good at building nests, they should have no problem digging out a passage." "How long would it take for the army ants to dig a passage?" Wang Qianqian asked with a frown, thinking about the appearance of army ants. The army ants in this world are much stronger than those on Earth, so they dig faster. It won't take long. What if our food runs out during that time? We can have the army ants open a passage first, and then they can bring us food. An army ant carries very little food, but with hundreds of thousands of them, it should be enough for us. It seemed quite feasible. After hearing Lu Yun's words, Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up. Feasible? Don't you realize that the rubble blocking the cave is all rock, and ants can't dig through rock? Zhao Qian thought to himself. But he understood that Lu Yun was trying to give Wang Qianqian hope, not wanting her to feel despair. Because in the current situation, once a person has thoughts of despair, they might do foolish things. Zhao Qian did not expose Lu Yun's intentions and sat quietly in the corner, wearing a wry smile. He thought he had been very careful since arriving in this world, but why was he always encountering danger, even reaching this point? Was it because this world was too dangerous, or was there something wrong with his survival methods? Eat. Just as Zhao Qian was lost in thought, he returned from the ice cellar with a frozen fish. "Thank you," Zhao Qian said, taking the frozen fish in his hand and thinking for a moment before biting into it. Immediately, the sound of Zhao Qian eating raw fish echoed in the dark cave. "Zhao Qian, are you really eating the fish raw?" Wang Qianqian asked with a look of disgust as she heard the chewing sound. Zhao Qian, however, was unconcerned. While biting off pieces of fish, he replied, "Not just me. We'll all have to eat raw food from now on." Wang Qianqian quickly asked why. Zhao Qian explained, "We don't have firewood, so we can't cook. In fact, aside from the lack of dry wood, there was another reason. Making a fire consumes a lot of oxygen." He still couldn't determine whether the cave was completely blocked, so to prevent oxygen depletion, he dared not start a fire and could only eat the fish raw. Although it was somewhat unfamiliar, it was not unacceptable. "We also have to eat raw," Wang Qianqian said with a troubled expression. "What if I can't handle it? Have you ever eaten sashimi?" Zhao Qian asked after thinking for a moment. "Of course. Sashimi is also raw. If you can eat sashimi, why can't you eat raw fish?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian scratched her head and suddenly felt that Zhao Qian's words made a lot of sense. Chapter 78. Infected by the Black Death, the despairing rat tide came quickly and left just as fast. In just 2 days, Wang Qianqian learned from the Ant Queen that the rat tide had already departed. Although the rat tide indiscriminately attacked all living beings it encountered along the way, the essence of the lemmings' journey was to rush to the sea to commit suicide. Therefore, they only attacked when they encountered other creatures. When there was nothing around, they simply passed through like a herd of galloping cattle. However, the 4 of them were still trapped deep inside the cave. During this time, there was one good news and one bad news. The good news was that the army ants in this world could actually gnaw through rock, which meant Lu Yun's fabricated method to appease Wang Qianqian actually worked. As for the bad news, Zhao Qian discovered that the cave was completely blocked, and they were in a sealed space. Of course, only Zhao Qian knew this bad news. Wang Qianqian and the others were unaware. He was able to discover this because his superpower had enhanced his 5 senses, making him very sensitive to changes in the environment. He felt that the oxygen inside the cave was decreasing. At this rate, they could last a maximum of 7 more days before the oxygen ran out completely. The only way now was to rely on the army ants to open a passage within those 7 days, so their environment would no longer be sealed. However, based on the progress reported by Wang Qianqian every day, he felt that hope was slim. 3 more days passed, as the oxygen in the cave grew thinner. Wang Qianqian and the others also noticed the decrease in oxygen as they began to feel short of breath and dizzy, similar to altitude sickness. At this point, Zhao Qian felt it was unnecessary to hide anything and revealed their current situation. After hearing this, Lu Yun and Yu appeared relatively calm, probably having realized this long ago. But Wang Qianqian couldn't handle it and started to panic. Is there still a way? I don't want to suffocate. Unless your army ants can open a passage the size of a finger within 4 days, there is nothing we can do. Zhao Qian's voice was somewhat weak and hoarse. After 3 days of recuperation, the wounds on his body from the lemmings' bites had mostly healed, thanks to his superpower. Each time he was injured, his recovery ability would strengthen. So after several injuries in succession, his recovery ability had increased several-fold. However, since yesterday, he had begun to run a fever with swollen lymph nodes and difficulty breathing. He didn't know if his condition was due to lack of oxygen or if he had contracted the plague from the lemmings. He felt it was highly likely to be the plague. If it was the plague, the situation would be serious, without treatment. The death rate of the plague could reach 60%. Historically, the plague is also known as the Black Death. This disease ravaged the world, killing over 50 million Europeans, with more than 200 million humans dying from the Black Death in total. For days was simply impossible. Wang Qianqian could communicate with the Ant Queen, so she was very clear about the progress of the army ants. Zhao Qian remained silent, because he felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if each breath was causing him pain. Therefore, he slowly stood up and walked deeper into the cave. Zhao Qian, where are you going? Although Wang Qianqian couldn't see Zhao Qian, she could hear his footsteps and quickly asked, I'm going to see if there is another way out. Zhao Qian didn't mention the possibility of having the plague. He wanted to isolate himself. I'll go with you, Wang Qianqian said, moving towards Zhao Qian and grabbing his arm. Don't touch me. Zhao Qian worried about infecting Wang Qianqian with the plague and shook her off, saying sternly, I can go by myself. None of you come with me. And don't call me for food either. Having said that, he staggered deeper into the cave. Don't touch me? Who do you think you are, made of gold? Wang Qianqian was taken aback by his sudden reprimand and took a moment to react, then shouted towards the direction Zhao Qian had left. However, after shouting, she felt wronged. She had genuinely wanted to accompany Zhao Qian, but not only was she rejected, she was also scolded. When had she ever been treated this way? Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Qianqian, are you okay? Lu Yun couldn't see Wang Qianqian's situation, but since she was upset and asked softly, feeling wronged, Wang Qianqian directly leaned into Lu Yun's arms and began to cry softly. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian reached the deepest part of the cave, which was even more remote than an ice cellar, and then he collapsed on the ground, his body curled up in pain. Since arriving in this world, he had never felt such pain, as if someone were using a blade to slice his flesh piece by piece. My superpower should be useful against the plague, right? From Zhao Qian's tone, it was clear he didn't have much confidence, but he still comforted himself. My superpower allows me to adapt to all bodily harm. So as long as I hold on, my body will surely develop antibodies against the plague. However, it was just too painful. Even he was close to breaking down. Since arriving in this world, Zhao Qian had endured many instances of pain, which had also evolved him in this regard. It wasn't that he had lost the sense of pain, but his tolerance for it had greatly increased, enabling him to endure pain that he couldn't have before. Yet even so, he was still gasping in pain, feeling like he was about to collapse. Once infected with the plague, death generally occurs within 1 to 3 days, due to extensive bleeding, bruising, and necrosis of the skin, leaving a purplish-black appearance upon death, which is why the plague is called the Black Death. Zhao Qian didn't even need to check if he was bleeding, as his superhuman sense of smell had already detected the scent of blood. This made him joke that if there were light at this moment, his body would definitely be purplish-black, covered in blood, looking terrifying. It felt like he could close his eyes and drift off to sleep, but now was definitely not the time to sleep. Many films and dramas depict that once you fall asleep, you might never wake up. But he was so tired, so in pain, that he truly didn't want to hold on any longer. Why not just let be? The oxygen in the cave was running low anyway, and he would eventually die. No, hold on a little longer. What if there's a miracle? There can't be a miracle. This is a certain death situation. If he died sooner, it could save oxygen for one more person, allowing the other 3 to last an extra day. Hold on. Sleep. 2 voices appeared in Zhao Qian's mind, one urging him to hold on, the other urging him to give up. Perhaps it was the hopelessness of seeing no chance of survival that gradually made the voice urging him to give up gain the upper hand. Slowly, Zhao Qian closed his eyes. Chapter 79. Hope of Survival in the Dark Cave. Wang Qianqian and the others were unaware of Zhao Qian's situation. After crying for a while, Wang Qianqian regained her composure with Lu Yun's comfort and began to collaborate with Lu Yun to think of ways to save themselves. The most important thing right now is to connect to the outside and let air in. Lu Yun said, as long as there is enough air. Relying on army ants, we will eventually get out. I understand this principle too, but the speed of the army ants is too slow. It will take a long time to break through a passage, Wang Qianqian replied. Break through a passage? Lu Yun frowned at first, then seemed to understand something and asked, Qianqian, are you suggesting that the army ants directly dig through the rock? Wang Qianqian nodded and said yes. Wrong. Lu Yun shook her head and continued. The most important thing now is to let the air flow in, and the purpose of digging is to get us out. These two are not the same. Wang Qianqian asked, what's the difference? Lu Yun explained, digging means breaking through all the rocks in a straight line, but to let the air flow in, we only need to ensure there are gaps. The rocks blocking the cave cannot fit perfectly together. There will always be gaps. And such places can be directly ignored. Therefore, the workload of letting air in is much less than that of digging. Wang Qianqian initially couldn't understand. But after Lu Yun's reminder, she realized it. Immediately, she conveyed her thoughts to the queen ant. After the queen understood, she began to vibrate her wings to send out the orders. At this moment, outside the cave, hundreds of thousands of army ants were busy digging through the rocks. In fact, even if the army ants in this world were stronger, they couldn't rely on their large jaws to dig through the rocks. They first used formic acid to reduce the hardness of the rocks before excavating. However, although this method was effective, the digging speed was very slow. It had been 3 days since they started, and the hundreds of thousands of army ants had only dug less than 10 centimeters. At this rate, they would only be able to dig about a meter in a month. It would take at least several years to break through a passage. Just then, the busy army ants suddenly stopped. They all turned their heads towards the queen ant, their antennae waving continuously as if receiving signals. After a moment, the army ants stopped digging and began to enter the cave through the gaps in the rocks. Inside the cave, Wang Qianqian was communicating with the queen ant, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Zhao Qian, your method really works. In such a short time, the army ants have advanced 5 meters. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to let air in within half a day. Yeah. Lu Yun nodded in agreement as she looked at the happy Wang Qianqian, but inwardly, she thought to herself, hopefully. Clearly, unlike Wang Qianqian, she wasn't as optimistic, because she knew that the reason the army ants were able to advance so quickly at the beginning was that they hadn't encountered any obstacles. Once they did, their speed would slow down, and it was certain that there would be obstacles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be experiencing a lack of oxygen. Should we tell Zhao Qian this good news? Wang Qianqian seemed to forget their previous grievances and suddenly suggested, you're not angry with him anymore? Lu Yun asked, changing the topic. Of course I'm still angry. Wang Qianqian's smile disappeared, and she pouted, saying, I didn't provoke him. He was clearly the one who was agitated. Why should he yell at me? Lu Yun asked, if that's the case, then why tell him? Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and replied, I was really furious just now, but then I thought he might have panicked facing death. Everyone has their moments of losing their temper. We can't ignore his care for us just because he yelled at me during this time. Seeing Wang Qianqian, who felt wronged yet defended Zhao Qian, Lu Yun shook her head and sighed. Qianqian, sometimes you just have too good of a temper. Wang Qianqian protested. Who says I have a good temper? I'm fierce. Is that so? Lu Yun countered, not waiting for Wang Qianqian to retort, and continued. 2 years ago, an 18-line male star collaborated with you on a drama. After filming ended, He started defaming you online, and the company even sent him a lawyer's letter. What did you do? Wang Qianqian thought for a moment and said, he called me to explain, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Since it was a misunderstanding, couldn't he just issue a public apology? Lu Yun was speechless. He was riding your coattails. Didn't you know that? Ever since he defamed you, his popularity surged, and during that time, several dramas invited him. Usually quiet, Lu Yun couldn't stop talking at this moment. However, this also proved that she genuinely cared for Wang Qianqian and didn't want her to suffer any losses. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Qianqian quickly interrupted Lu Yun, saying, I'm scared of you. If you want me to go, I'll go. If you don't want me to go, I won't. Is that okay? Lu Yun replied, that's not what I meant. I just hope you can be more mindful in the future. You mean to say I'm not careful now? What kind of comprehension ability do you have? Is that what I mean? Lu Yun was quite speechless, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Wang Qianqian blinked a few times, scratching her head in confusion. Is Zhao Yun saying I'm not careful? Should I tell Zhao Qian the good news? Why did she suddenly stop talking? The army ants were fast. They advanced 10 meters in less than half an hour. However, at this point, Lu Yun's concerns came true. The rocks and soil had blocked the cave. The gaps between the rocks were filled with dirt, and air couldn't enter at all. In this situation, Wang Qianqian could only order the army ants to dig through the soil. It took the army ants an entire day to barely create a passage that could ensure air circulation across a short distance of just a few dozen centimeters. However, the people deep in the cave still felt stuffy, clearly indicating that air still couldn't circulate in. It could also be inferred that there were likely multiple, completely blocked sections. Not just this one. Next, the army ants continued to clear the blockages, encountering completely blocked sections at 25 meters, 38 meters, and 43 meters. Fortunately, these 3 blocked sections were relatively easy to clear, and it took only 2 days to completely unblock them. Now, they were less than 10 meters away from completely unblocking the passage, and there was still a day left. Based on the previous clearing speed, they should have enough time even if they encountered more blocked sections. Chapter 80, let's end it like this. The 7th day, trapped in the cave. Due to the increasingly thin oxygen in the cave, the dizziness of Wang Qianqian and the others had become very intense. The 3 of them didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only sit on the ground, gasping for breath. However, even while gasping, they still felt suffocated. This suffocation was different from covering one's mouth and nose and being unable to breathe. They could clearly inhale air, but it felt like something was missing from the air, making them very uncomfortable. Eating things. To conserve oxygen, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun remained almost motionless, leaving the task of getting food from the ice cellar to you, who consumed the least oxygen. Can't eat, Wang Qianqian said weakly. This was a strange situation. She clearly felt very hungry, but just had no appetite at all. I can't eat either. Lu Yun shook her head, also refusing you. Seeing this, you said nothing and picked up 2 fish, eating them heartily as if unaffected by the lack of oxygen. This little guy can still eat. He has quite an appetite. Wang Qianqian chuckled. The tribe, being full, is the most important? You replied, are you saying that in your tribe, being full is the most important? Wang Qianqian asked. Yes. You nodded and continued eating fish. Wang Qianqian suddenly became interested and asked, can you tell me what your tribe is like? You tilted his head and thought for a moment, saying, very large. Area is the most noble. Tan Luo is almost. Very large monsters ours. Wang Qianqian seemed to understand a little and curiously asked, so your tribe is quite powerful. If that's the case, why did you and your father appear in this area? You seemed a bit angry, his voice turning cold. Enemies. Flying. Caught me. Father saved me here. Wang Qianqian understood this time. What you mean is that your tribe has enemies who can fly, and they caught you, and your father came here to save you. Yes. You nodded again. Your tribe's enemies can actually fly. Could they be some kind of flying? No. They are humans. Humans can't fly. They rely on things. So does your tribe have anyone who can fly? Yes, not many. They can't have tame flying, right? Wang Qianqian initially couldn't figure out how people from the tribe could fly. But she suddenly thought of a scene from a movie where a group of blue aliens could capture flying creatures and use their power to fly. If nothing goes wrong, Yu's tribe must have tamed those flying to be able to fly. Thinking of this, Wang Qianqian became extremely excited because her superpower allows her to tame other creatures. Although she has only tamed a coconut crab and an ant so far, who knows when she might tame flying. At that time, she could ride thee and fly into the sky, which would be much more enjoyable than flying in an airplane. Zhao, if we have a chance, let's go to Yu's tribe and have them help us tame a flying. I'll take you for a ride. After Wang Qianqian finished speaking, she added, without that steel-straight man, let him be envious of us. However, after waiting for a while, Luyan did not respond at all. Zhao. Wang Qianqian called out a couple more times, her tone gradually becoming anxious, feeling a bad premonition as she groped for Luyan. However, at this moment, Luyan had already fallen into a coma due to lack of oxygen, and no matter how Wang Qianqian called her, she did not wake up. Zhao, just hold on a little longer. We're almost there, and air will come in soon. Wang Qianqian cried, shouting into the depths of the cave. Zhao Qian, if you're not dead, hurry out. Zhao is going to be in trouble. But no matter how she cried out, there was no response. Suddenly, a wave of bad premonition surged into her heart. She realized that Zhao Qian had not appeared for several days. Zhao Qian, are you okay? Wang Qianqian's voice began to tremble. She felt like she was back to the day she encountered the wild boar. At that time, she called out to the heavens and the earth, feeling helpless once again. Thud! Just then, a sound of something falling to the ground reached Wang Qianqian's ears, and she hurriedly asked, "You, what happened to you? Dizzy? Want to sleep?" Yu weakly replied, although Yu's physical condition was better than Wang Qianqian's. He was not a superpowered person, so he would fall down before Wang Qianqian. "Yu, whatever you do, don't sleep. Otherwise, you won't wake up." Wang Qianqian encouraged him. "Just wait a little longer. The army ants will clear the way soon, and once the air comes in, everything will be fine." So tired. Yu curled up on the ground, his eyes closing, still holding half-eaten fish in his hand. In fact, Yu didn't understand why he felt suffocated when he could breathe. But it didn't matter anymore. He was really tired, and his eyelids were so heavy. He just wanted to sleep. Just hold on a little longer, just. While Wang Qianqian was encouraging Yu, the dizziness in her head suddenly became unbearable. Normally, loud shouting would cause dizziness from lack of oxygen, let alone in an oxygen-depleted situation. This almost made her faint. However, even if she didn't faint, she slumped on the ground, her eyes wide open, struggling to breathe. But as the oxygen in the cave ran out, her dizziness not only didn't improve, but became more severe, and she also felt very tired. Wanted to close her eyes and sleep. "Little ant, hurry up, hurry up." Wang Qianqian used her last bit of strength to give orders to the ant queen. Buzzing. The ant queen flapped her wings, urging the army ants to speed up. However, just a dozen seconds later, the ant queen conveyed a signal to Wang Qianqian. They encountered a huge rock that completely blocked the cave, and it would take a long time to clear it. Wang Qianqian interpreted the ant queen's signal. Then, she gave up. She originally wanted to curse, but she was just too tired. Not to mention cursing, she now felt that even opening her eyes consumed her strength. "Let's just end it like this," Wang Qianqian said, slowly closing her eyes. Buzzing. The ant queen flew to Wang Qianqian's face, touching her cheek. And the coconut crab also came over, gently pinching Wang Qianqian with its large claw. Compared to humans, the ant queen and the coconut crab required much less oxygen. So even if everyone else couldn't take it anymore, they could still move normally. However, when there was no oxygen left at all, they would also collapse. Rumbling. In fact, Wang Qianqian had not completely lost consciousness. She felt that the cave seemed to be shaking violently. Chapter 81. The Giant Pangolin in the Pitch-Black Cave. Even Wang Qianqian reached her limit and fainted. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, a sound of rock being cut echoed in the cave, getting closer and closer to the position of the few people. Clearly, the shaking that Wang Qianqian felt before fainting was not an illusion, but a real phenomenon. The ant queen and the coconut crab were attracted by the sound, turning their bodies, and in the next second, they showed strong hostility as if facing a great enemy. However, the hostility only lasted a few seconds. The ant queen and the coconut crab seemed to sense something terrifying and fled in panic. The ant queen burrowed into Wang Qianqian's clothes, while the coconut crab hid behind her, curling up into a ball. Crack! At that moment, three gigantic white, sharp claws suddenly extended from the rocks. Those incredibly hard rocks were easily pried apart like tofu in front of the claws. Following that, a long, red tongue slithered in through the opening, briefly touching Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun, and you before spreading deeper into the cave. This tongue stretched out seemingly without limit, extending dozens of meters, and even Zhao Qian, who fainted in the deepest part of the cave, could not escape its reach. After the tongue had searched the entire cave, it began to dig, and in just a few moves, it cleared away all the rocks blocking the cave. A massive head stretched inside. If Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were not unconscious at that moment, they would surely exclaim that it was a pangolin. Indeed, the creature that dug open the cave was an enormous pangolin. From the size of its head, it was easy to infer that this pangolin was no less than 10 meters long, which explained why the ant queen and the coconut crab were so frightened. Once the pangolin's head entered the cave, its agile tongue stretched out again, wrapping around you like a rope, and it lifted him with its two claws, leaving the cave. However, the pangolin did not truly leave. A few minutes later, it reappeared, carrying Lu Yun, Wang Qianqian, and Zhao Qian out of the cave. Outside the cave, three tribal people dressed in animal skins were checking on Yu's condition. One of them was an adult tribesman whom Zhao Qian had previously saved, and he was Yu's father. "You wake up." Yu's father shook his son a few times, and seeing that he still did not wake up, he took out a water pouch and carefully fed him some water. As the water flowed into Yu's mouth, he suddenly sat up, coughing violently while gasping for air. After a while, Yu's mind cleared, and he looked at his father as if waking from a deep dream, immediately throwing himself at him. "Father, you finally came to get me. I promised you that when the enemy was defeated, I would come for you, and now the enemy has been defeated." Yu's father paused at this point, looking towards the still blocked cave, and asked, "When I left, the cave was fine. Why has it collapsed now?" "We encountered a rodent tide. We had no way to resist, and could only block the cave," Yu replied. "You survived the rodent tide without a single Tonlu?" The tribe also faced the rodent tide, and area led all the Tonlu to barely hold it off, but many tribespeople were bitten. The two people who came along looked at Yu in astonishment. Yu quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to the two, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Shi. Thank you, Uncle Jiao." "Yu greets you." The two Tonlu smiled and returned the greeting. Then they looked at Yu's father and said, "Yong, your son is really good. As long as he has a suitable Yuan beast core, he will definitely be able to become a Tonlu. He's still far from it." Yong glanced at his son and continued, "The Yuan beast cores in the tribe are very precious. He is not worthy yet. He needs to train for a few more years." Although their tribe had quite a few Tonlu who could hunt Yuan beasts to obtain Yuan beast cores, the consumption of Yuan beast cores was also enormous. For example, when warriors are exhausted from prolonged battles, Yuan beast cores can replenish their energy. The tribe needs something to purchase from other tribes using Yuan beast cores. Therefore, the number of Yuan beast cores available each year for awakening tribespeople in a Tonlu is limited, and not every tribesperson has the qualification to awaken as a Tonlu. "I have Yuan beast cores." Yu did not feel angry with his father, but instead took out a Yuan beast core. "Pure blood Yuan beast core. Where did you get this?" Yong asked in shock upon seeing the Yuan beast core. Yu was about to say something when he suddenly realized, shouting, "Father, they're still trapped in the cave. Hurry up and rescue them." Yong patted Yu's head and smiled. "Don't worry. The tribe's Yuan beast has already rescued them. They are right there." Yong pointed behind you. Yu quickly turned around and saw Zhao Qian and the other two lying on the ground. He rushed over, trying to wake them up. But perhaps it was because they had been deprived of oxygen for too long, no matter how you called them. The three cannot wake up. "Father, the water pouch." Yu looked at the water pouch hanging at his father's waist. The water pouch was not filled with ordinary water, but with holy water blessed by the tribe's area, which had healing properties and was very precious. "Here." Yong did not hesitate and handed over the water pouch. Yu carefully took the water pouch, opened the stopper, and slowly fed the holy water to Zhao Qian and the other two. In just a moment, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun suddenly sat up, just like you had before, coughing violently. Then, they sat dazed on the ground, their faces showing expressions of "Who am I? Where am I? And what am I supposed to do?" However, This state only lasted for a short while before they returned to normal. I'm not dead. Haha, I've been rescued. Wang Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, laughing. In contrast to the silly Wang Qianqian, Lu Yun looked serious, as the situation before him completely exceeded his understanding. 3 adult tribespeople, one was Yu's father, and the other 2 were unfamiliar. A pangolin the size of small mountain. If pangolins on Earth were this big, humans would not be eating pangolins. While Lu Yun was thinking, the giant pangolin suddenly extended its long tongue towards Wang Qianqian, wrapping around her. What is this? Wang Qianqian instinctively turned around, then was directly startled, standing frozen in place. After a long time, she finally said, "Have I already died? Or am I hallucinating due to lack of oxygen? How can there be such a huge pangolin?" While in a daze, the pangolin's tongue was about to burrow into Wang Qianqian's clothes. Chapter 82. A drop of water should be repaid with a fountain. Don't get me wrong. This pangolin has no special preferences. The reason it stretched its tongue into Wang Qianqian's clothes is mainly because it sensed the smell of food, which is the army ant queen, one of the pangolin's favorite foods. You pervert, pull your tongue back, or I'll chop it off. Wang Qianqian felt the fear of the ant queen and slapped the tongue hard, threatening loudly. Although she wasn't sure if this would work, she couldn't let her guard down. She couldn't just watch the ant queen get eaten. Seeing the scene, Yong and the other 2 Tanlu took a deep breath and rushed forward to stand in front of Wang Qianqian. Although this giant pangolin wouldn't attack people from their tribe. The problem was that Wang Qianqian was not one of their tribe's members, so the giant pangolin was very likely to attack. After all, even if a primordial beast joined the tribe, it still retained a lot of wildness. Not to mention, this was a genuine pure-blood primordial beast, stronger than the Titan python they encountered before and even more proud. However, the giant pangolin not only did not attack Wang Qianqian, but it obediently retracted its tongue, looking aggrieved. What is going on? The 3 Tanlu were stunned by the scene before them, their faces filled with disbelief. Since when has this giant pangolin been so friendly? This guy looks scary, but unexpectedly obedient. Wang Qianqian was also surprised that the giant pangolin would pull back its tongue. Gaining some courage, she stepped forward and patted the giant pangolin's head, saying, "Since you're so obedient, we will be friends from now on." Saying this, she took out the ant queen and said, "This is little ant, and she is my friend. You can't bully her, and you definitely can't eat her." The giant pangolin looked at the ant queen and surprisingly nodded its enormous head. At this moment, the 3 Tanlu were completely at a loss for words. They not only discovered that the tribe's primordial beast obeyed the words of the woman in front of them, but they also found out that this woman actually had a yellow demon king. It is said that the yellow demon king can continuously breed yellow demons. Having this one is equivalent to having countless yellow demons, which is a headache even for the tribe. If I'm not mistaken, this yellow demon king seems to be a mixed-blood primordial beast. Yong stared at the ant queen for a while, sensing the aura on her, then turned to look at Shi and Jiao. It really is. How did this woman do it? Shi and Jiao, after being reminded, also realized that the ant queen was a mixed-blood primordial beast, saying in disbelief. Although the tribe can sign contracts with primordial beasts, allowing them to fight for the tribe, only the tribe's Elia can accomplish this, and even Tanlu cannot. The woman in front of them clearly could not be Elia, so she couldn't have signed a contract with the primordial beast. As for subduing the yellow demon king before it became a primordial beast, that was even more impossible. Primordial beasts are willing to become tribe beasts not because they are enslaved, but because it is mutually beneficial for their survival. And those who understand this clearly cannot be ordinary creatures. Only those primordial beasts with intelligence would understand. Therefore, ordinary creatures cannot be subdued. And even the tribe's Elia cannot do it. Zhao Qian, Zhao Qian. Just when the 3 Tanlu were puzzled, Lu Yun saw that Zhao Qian had not yet awakened and immediately stepped forward to call out. Lu Yun's voice attracted everyone's attention, and they also came forward. They had not noticed before, but now realized that Zhao Qian had been in a coma. "Xiaoyan, is Zhao Qian still not awake?" Wang Qianqian asked as she walked over. And upon reaching Zhao Qian's side, she was startled to see. Why is Zhao Qian covered in blood? What happened to him? Compared to others, Zhao Qian's clothes were full of holes bitten by lemmings, and he was covered in dry blood, looking quite tragic. Some of the blood must have come from the lemming bites, but the cause of the rest is unknown, Lu Yun said as she checked Zhao Qian's body. Zhao Qian can't be in trouble, right? Wang Qianqian asked worriedly. I don't know. Lu Yun shook her head and said his pulse is very weak, and his heartbeat is slow, almost like a vegetative state. Vegetative state, Wang Qianqian exclaimed. Lu Yun looked at you and asked, how did you wake us up just now? Elia, holy water. You handed the water pouch to Lu Yun. Lu Yun picked up the water pouch and sniffed it. It had no smell and looked like regular water. What effect does this water have? You replied, healing, curing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun unceremoniously opened the water pouch and fed Zhao Qian some holy water again. However, after giving Zhao Qian half of the healing holy water, there were still no signs of him waking up. Lu Yun understood that this so-called holy water had no effect on Zhao Qian, so she returned the water pouch. Yong shook the water pouch, letting out a reluctant sigh. Return to the tribe, find Elia. Just as Lu Yun was thinking of other solutions, you spoke again. Does your tribe's Elia have a way to save Zhao Qian? Lu Yun asked. You first nodded, then shook his head vigorously, explaining, Elia is more powerful than holy water. Whether it can awaken him, I don't know. Lu Yun asked, can I go to your tribe? This time, you did not answer but looked to his father with a questioning gaze, asking in the tribal language. Yong was very willing to save Zhao Qian, but the other two Tanlu shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that strangers could not enter their tribe. However, at that moment, you suddenly took out the pure blood primordial beast core. Father, I want to use this primordial beast core to ask Elia for help. Is that okay? Are you willing to part with this pure blood primordial beast core? Although the pure blood primordial beast core is not a top-tier primordial beast core, it is quite valuable for their tribe, as being able to use a pure blood primordial beast core to awaken as Tanlu is already quite good, and with Yu's qualifications. Even if he later has the chance to awaken, he would at most be assigned a pure blood primordial beast core. The key is that waiting for the tribe to distribute primordial beast cores would take you several more years. As for mixed blood primordial beast cores, even if Yong could hunt them himself, he did not intend to let his son use them, as this would limit his son's future growth. I'm willing. You nodded without hesitation, saying, actually, this pure blood primordial beast core was a gift from him to me. During this time, I'll learn a lot from him, for example. He told me that if someone does you a small favor, you should repay them with a great kindness. He saved me and also saved my father. Such kindness is far more than just a drop of water. So, it is only right that I save him. This is repaying his kindness. Of course, this is far from enough. Listening to Yu's words, Yong felt for a moment that his son had grown up and become a responsible man. Chapter 83 The Tribe of Feathers in light of the pure blood beast core. Shi and Zhao agreed to take Zhao Qian back to the tribe, but could not guarantee that Arya would treat him. After all, Arya became very weak after each treatment. Their tribe had just gone through a war and was also suffering from a rodent tide, currently in a weakened state. Thus, Arya rarely treated others unless absolutely necessary. However, Shi and Zhao's agreement to bring Zhao Qian back to the tribe was already greatly appreciated by Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian. Yong, is your tribe far from here? On the way, Lu Yun took the initiative to approach Yong and chatted with him in the tribal language, which she was still not very proficient in. This not only helped her practice her speaking skills, but also allowed her to understand this world more quickly. Without the protection of the tribe's beasts, it would take 20 days because they would need to avoid wild beasts and elemental beasts along the way. Yong replied, but with the protection of the tribe's beasts, it would only take 10 days, as wild beasts and elemental beasts would not dare to approach the tribe's beasts. Thinking of this, he could not help but glance at the pangolin in front and the Wang Qianqian sitting on it, feeling incredulous. It should be clear that most elemental beasts that join a tribe only have a cooperative relationship with the tribe, not a master-servant relationship. So the elemental beasts do not need to obey the tribe's orders. As for Tan Luo, if we have a good relationship, I can listen to you. If not, even a little disregard would count as my loss. Moreover, elemental beasts are very proud beings. In a tribe, apart from Arya, there would be no more than one leader who could make the elemental beasts obedient. But someone like Wang Qianqian, who could directly ride on the elemental beast, and treated as a mount would probably only be area. Does your tribe have many elemental beasts? Lu Yun, hearing Yong talk about elemental beasts, also looked at the giant pangolin, which completely exceeded her understanding. There used to be more than a dozen, but many died in battle, and now only 4 remain, with one seriously injured. Are your enemies very strong? They can even kill such powerful elemental beasts? Although Lu Yun had never witnessed the strength of the giant pangolin, its nearly 10-meter massive size did not seem like an easy opponent. She had seen with her own eyes how effortlessly the giant pangolin's claws could cut through rocks to help them dig out their suitcase. Such a terrifying creature, if placed on Earth, would be more formidable than several tanks. How could it be killed? However, Yong seemed unwilling to discuss this topic and did not respond. Lu Yun thought for a moment and changed the subject, asking, I heard from you that your tribe is very large. Is that true? Our tribe can only be considered a medium-sized tribe. Yong did not resist this question and thought for a moment before answering. Lu Yun asked, what is the standard for a medium-sized tribe? Yong replied, 1 area, more than 30 Tan Luo, and more than 5 elemental beasts. Lu Yun asked in confusion, is there no requirement for population? No. Yong shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Area and Tan Luo are the most important in the tribe. Ordinary tribesmen are also important, but the population is not that crucial. Why? For example, in our tribe, there are only a few hundred ordinary tribesmen and more slaves, but they are not important. This time, Lu Yun did not ask why, as she had a rough idea of the answer. Area and Tan Luo are the guarantee of the tribe's combat power, somewhat similar to a country's powerful weapons that can invade and defend. Thus, they are the most important. Ordinary tribesmen are the ones who ensure a continuous supply of new, loyal Area and Tan Luo. They may not be considered core members, but they are definitely an important part of the tribe, the foundation of the tribe. As for slaves, they are the exploited. Slaves do not have much sense of belonging to the tribe and are often filled with hatred. So they are equivalent to tools, doing the most dangerous jobs, consuming the least food, and can be killed at any moment. If there are no slaves, one can attack weaker tribes and turn the people of that tribe into slaves. Although it sounds cruel, this is the survival rule of the tribal era. Moreover, even on Earth, this model still exists. It just has a different skin. For example, Europe and America. They rose to power relying on colonies, having exploited almost the entire world, especially America, which still frequently initiates wars to exploit those smaller countries. The most ridiculous thing is that they're also the loudest about human rights. Yong, do you know how to become an area? Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before asking the question she was most concerned about. Why do you ask this? Yong, who had just spoken in a calm tone, suddenly turned to look at Lu Yun, his eyes flashing with a cold light that startled her. Lu Yun could sense that there was a killing intent. In that moment, Yong had thoughts of killing her. Lu Yun explained, from the tone you used, I sensed a respect for area. So I wanted to try and see if I could become one. Upon hearing this answer, Yong retracted his killing intent and said, becoming an area depends on talent. It is much harder than becoming a Tan Luo, so don't think about it. It requires, all right, we are about to enter a dangerous area. I need to be alert for any dangerous creatures that may appear. After Yong said this, he quickened his pace and moved to the front of the group. Seeing this, Lu Yun understood that Yong was deliberately avoiding her. Is area truly that important to a tribe that it can't even be mentioned? Lu Yun looked at Yong ahead, knowing that if even Yong was unwilling to share information related to area, she would be even less likely to learn anything from other Tan Luo. In fact, if what she had just said had been directed at Shi and Jiao, the two would have killed her on the spot. 10 days later, they crossed the primitive forest filled with wild beasts, climbed over a giant snow mountain, and finally arrived at Yu's tribe. Yu's tribe was located on a small hill. They did not have houses, but instead carved out caves in a mountainside where everyone lived. The tribe had stone walls built, over 3 meters high, guarded by tribe members. So Lu Yun and Wang Qianqian could not see what was happening inside the tribe. The environment surrounding the tribe was similar to a Gobi desert, very desolate, but not far away was the forest. Lu Yun speculated that the reason for building the tribe in the Gobi was mainly to avoid wild beasts and elemental beasts in the forest. After all, the Gobi has nothing. If wild beasts and elemental beasts approach, they can be easily spotted, which is not so convenient in the forest. because they were not members of the tribe. Sure, and Zhao did not allow them to enter the tribe, but arranged for them to stay in a cave not far from the tribe. However, to ensure their safety, the giant pangolin was left behind. Fortunately, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun did not wait too long before Yong and you came to find them. The father and son brought food and also brought good news. Arya is willing to see them. Chapter 84. You saved my friend. I saved your people. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun were in Yu's tribe. As soon as they entered the tribe, both felt an impulse to cover their eyes because they saw many people either naked or dressed very scantily. The scene resembled that of some streamers exploring primitive forests and encountering indigenous tribes. Under Yang's guidance, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun walked through the entire tribe and arrived in front of a stone house. This was the only stone house in the entire tribe and should be where Arya lived. Arya, the person has been brought, Yong shouted loudly toward the stone house. Tap! Talp! After a few seconds of Yong's voice, the sound of wooden sticks striking stone slabs came from inside the stone house. As the sound drew closer, an elderly man with white hair, an aged face, and a hunched figure, leaning on a wooden staff, walked out of the stone house, followed by a tall tan luo. Is this Arya? Lu Yun wondered, as she couldn't see anything special about the old man. However, Yong and Yu's attitudes couldn't deceive her. When they saw the old man, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Arya, Yong, and you placed their right hands on their hearts and bowed their heads in respect. Arya slightly nodded toward the two, then walked toward Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. As Arya approached, both Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun inexplicably felt an urge to kneel, which made them realize that the old man was not ordinary. Arya knelt down in front of Zhao Qian, slowly checking him, and said his physical condition is quite good. If he becomes a Tam Luo, he will be very powerful. Lu Yun had already learned from you that the key to becoming a Tam Luo was physical fitness. If one's physical condition didn't meet the requirements during the awakening with the beast core, it could lead to awakening failure, resulting in the loss of a beast core at best or death at worst. The stronger the physical fitness, the stronger the beast core that could be used for awakening. For example, Yu's physique could only withstand pure blood beast cores. Anything higher would be unbearable. When Zhao Qian first arrived in this world, he probably couldn't even handle mixed blood beast cores. However, after the enhancement from superpowers during this time, Zhao Qian's physical condition had undergone a tremendous change, allowing him to use even beast cores superior to pure blood ones. Arya, is there any way for him to wake up? Lu Yun didn't care whether Zhao Qian could become a Tan Luo. She only cared about whether he could wake up. Yes, Arya replied with a single word. However, before Lu Yun could be happy, Arya continued, but treating him consumes a lot, and I cannot afford to treat him right now. Why? Lu Yun was startled. She knew that Zhao Qian had been in a coma for over 10 days, although his body consumed little in this state. Not eating for such a long time would cause him to start losing weight. If this continued, she worried that Zhao Qian wouldn't be able to withstand it, and he might not wake up at all. Arya has his reasons. Why should he tell you? The Tam Luo following Arya glared at Lu Yun and shouted, It's okay. This isn't a secret. Arya slightly raised his hand to stop the Tam Luo and looked at Lu Yun, saying in recent days, many tribe members have started to fall ill, and I need to prioritize treating my people. After saying this, he continued with an apologetic tone, I initially thought that if your friend's condition wasn't serious, I could treat him as well, but his situation is worse than I anticipated. If I treat him, I won't be able to recover for a long time. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Yun felt embarrassed to speak further. After all, they were outsiders, and Arya couldn't disregard the lives of his own people for an outsider. That would be unreasonable. Arya. At that moment, a tribesman ran over holding a small child, kneeling directly in front of Arya. Arya, please save my child. He is sick too. The child in the tribesman's arms was younger than you and was currently unconscious. Don't worry, Arya said as he approached the child and extended his old, withered hand to press on the child's head. Then, a miracle happened. The child, who had been in a coma, opened his eyes shortly after Arya's hand touched his head, and his complexion improved, though he still appeared weak. After Arya finished treating the child, his face turned pale, and he staggered slightly, almost falling, but was fortunately supported by the tall Tam Luo. I'm fine. Arya waved his hand to indicate he didn't need support, sighing, I can only barely suppress this illness. I cannot completely cure it. The tall Tamluo said, Arya, this is already the 72nd patient. The first 3 tribe members who fell ill didn't survive. If this continues, our tribe might. The tall Tamluo didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Their tribe had so few members, and if this continued, even if they survived this crisis, there wouldn't be many left. At that point, their tribe's strength would be greatly diminished, making it easy for other tribes to wipe them out. Arya, can you let me check? Lu Yun suddenly spoke up. You can treat? Arya looked at Lu Yun, somewhat surprised. Lu Yun shook her head. I can't, but I may have a way to save him. All right, then you can take a look. Arya thought for a moment and agreed to Lu Yun's examination. Lu Yun wasted no time and began to carefully examine the child, not overlooking any part of his body. Finally, she found a bite mark on the child's leg. Although the bite mark was mostly healed, it was still visible. So she asked, during the mouse tide, did your child get bitten by a lemming? Yes. The tribesman nodded and continued, not just my child. Many people in the tribe have been bitten, but the wounds have mostly healed. Is there a problem? Lu Yun didn't answer the inquiry, but stood up to look at Arya. Arya, I have figured out what illness this child has, but I have a request. What request? I'll help you save your people, and you help me save my friend. What if I don't agree? Then I can clearly tell you that your people will die in large numbers. At least 30% will die, and it could be more than half if it gets worse. Moreover, you cannot treat this illness. No one in this world can save your people except me. Lu Yun's words carried a hint of threat. However, to save Zhao Qian, she couldn't care about that anymore. Upon hearing this, Arya said nothing, his deep-set eyes fixed on Lu Yun as if trying to see through her. Although Lu Yun felt immense pressure, she showed no fear and maintained eye contact with Arya. After a long while, Arya slowly nodded. All right, I agree to your terms, but before that, I want to know what illness my people have. Great. Lu Yun's hands trembled with excitement, yet she still pretended to be calm. This isn't a disease, it's the plague. After being bitten by a rat, it can spread this disease, and because the mortality rate is very high, it has another name, the Black Death. Chapter 85 Antibiotics. When people heard the words Black Death, although they had never heard of the disease, they could sense the aura of death that those 3 words brought. Lu Yun continued. The most terrifying aspect of the Black Death is not just its mortality rate, but also its strong contagiousness. If nothing unexpected happens, the vast majority of your tribe has already been infected with the Black Death. Most of them are just in the incubation period. Lu Yun's words were not alarmist. They were said after careful consideration. There are 3 main ways the Black Death spreads. The first is through flea bites. If a flea bites a rat carrying the pathogen and then bites a human, it can spread the Black Death. The second is respiratory infection. This method is easy to understand. It spreads through the air with a large number of plague viruses present in saliva when talking or sneezing. The third is skin contact. If a healthy person's broken skin accidentally comes into contact with a patient's bodily fluids, they may become infected, but this is not the main route. The tribe had no knowledge of infectious diseases, so they wouldn't pay special attention to these things. Additionally, the tribe members were dirty and unkempt, not bathing for a long time, covered in lice and fleas. Therefore, unless something unexpected happens, the Black Death has likely spread widely. You are not even a healer. How can you treat this? Arya asked. You can rest assured, I have my own methods, Lu Yun said cryptically. I need you to wake my friend first. I won't wake your friend until I'm sure you really have a way to treat my tribesmen. Arya slowly shook his head. At this moment, both were testing each other's limits while also guarding their own. Lu Yun was worried that after she cured the Black Death, Arya would not save Zhao Qian. Arya was concerned that after he woke Zhao Qian, Lu Yun would not be able to save his tribesmen, and they both understood each other's thoughts. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Yun finally spoke. Lord Arya, it's not a solution for us to stay in this deadlock. I could take a step back. Arya asked, how will you back down? Lu Yun said, bring your tribe's most severely ill members here. I will treat them on the spot. If it works, I hope you can wake my friend. Good. This time, Arya did not hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. Soon, a severely ill-plagued patient was brought before Lu Yun. Upon seeing this patient, Wang Qianqian screamed in fright and backed away. Even Lu Yun, who was usually very calm, frowned. The patient's condition was too severe. There were large abscesses all over his body, some of which had already burst, with thick pus flowing out. And many parts of his body were already necrotic, with blood seeping from his skin. How will you treat this? Arya looked at Lu Yun, very curious about how an ordinary person could treat a patient. Wait a moment. Lu Yun looked at you and said, "The medicine box is in the cave we were in before. Go and bring it to me. The medicine inside can save your tribesmen." When she taught you to speak Mandarin before, she habitually used nearby objects as materials. So you knew which one was the medicine box. In fact, the medicine box had not been buried, thanks to the giant pangolin, which helped dig out the clothes and the medicine box. The only pity was that those suitcases were all smashed. Okay, you nodded and turned to leave. When he returned, he was carrying a snakeskin bag, which was the so-called medicine box. Lu Yun took the medicine box and started rummaging through it, finally pulling out 3 capsules. "These are the medicines. Just give them to the patient," Lu Yun said, handing the medicine to Arya. "Medicine?" Arya looked at the 3 items in his hand, slightly frowning. The tribe did not have the word medicine because whenever they were injured or ill, they would directly ask Arya to treat them. Therefore, when Lu Yun said medicine, she used the Mandarin pronunciation. As for these 3 capsules, they were actually antibiotics. Lu Yun was not a doctor and could not treat the Black Death. However, considering that the Black Death was caused by Yersinia pestis and antibiotics have antibacterial effects, she simply took out one of each antibiotic she had. "Lord Arya, my tribe accidentally lost you. In order to survive, the tribesmen had to find other ways to heal injuries and treat illnesses, so they created medicine. Lu Yun could not tell the truth and had to fabricate a lie. Medicine is just a substitute for you. How can it treat my tribesmen?" Gao Tan Luo looked down on the medicine, dismissively saying, "If your tribesmen do not receive treatment, they will die tonight. Since that is the case, why not try my medicine?" Lu Yun, who did not like Gao Tan Luo, said coldly, "If it works, it proves the medicine is useful and your tribesmen will be saved. If it doesn't work, you won't lose anything since they were going to die anyway." At this moment, Arya said, "Yin Shan, give it a try." "Yes." As soon as Arya spoke, Yin Shan immediately became respectful and took the 3 capsules from Arya. However, Yin Shan did not know how to use the medicine and was too embarrassed to ask Lu Yun, standing there in a daze. "Use water to feed it down their throat," Lu Yun reminded. Hearing this, Yin Shan immediately had someone bring water, pried open the tribesman's mouth, stuffed all 3 capsules inside, and then poured a large mouthful of water in. Upon seeing this, Wang Qianqian grinned. She felt that Yin Shan was not saving a person, but killing one. Fortunately, the tribesman had strong vitality and managed to swallow the medicine. Why hasn't it worked? After feeding the medicine, Yin Shan waited a few seconds and looked at Lu Yun, asking, "The medicine takes longer to take effect than Arya's treatment. Just wait a bit longer," Lu Yun said. "What a hassle," Yin Shan muttered. Lu Yun could do nothing about it. Arya's ability could heal injuries and illnesses instantly, but the body needed time to absorb the medicine, which could not achieve the same effect as Arya's ability. However, they did not wait long. It was only about an hour before the comatose patient woke up. Although his body still looked terrifying, his mental state was quite good. At least he wasn't dead. "I didn't expect the antibiotics to be so effective," Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim, and then suddenly realized. On Earth, the overuse of antibiotics has led to many bacteria developing drug resistance. But this world is still very primitive. No one has used antibiotics before, so the bacteria have no drug resistance. Therefore, just 1 capsule can have a good effect. Not to mention I gave 3. Chapter 86, Awakening. This medicine really works. It's unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen a cure that doesn't require Elia. At this moment, many tribespeople gathered around, all shocked after witnessing Lu Yun heal a seriously ill tribesman. It was as if a group of primitive people, still relying on drilling wood for fire, suddenly encountered a lighter, completely unable to comprehend the situation. The sores and decayed skin on him would take some time to heal, and he couldn't stop taking the medicine during that period. Lu Yun looked at Elia and said, "Lord Elia, I have proven that my medicine is effective. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." "All right." Elia did not make any excuses this time, nor did he say anything unnecessary, simply nodding in agreement. He then stepped in front of Zhao Qian, motioning for the surrounding people to step back, raising his wooden staff slowly above his head. Speaking a language that even Lu Yun couldn't understand. Lu Yun confirmed that this was not the tribal language, but rather a more profound and complex one. After a while, Lu Yun wasn't sure if it was an illusion or real, but she actually saw a white light gathering at the top of Elia's staff. The white light, which was originally just a bright spot, gradually became somewhat glaring, making it hard to look directly at it. Boom! Just as the light on the staff reached its peak, Elia slammed the staff heavily onto the ground. Others didn't feel much, but Lu Yun felt as if the ground had turned into waves, rolling one after another. Cough, cough. After doing all this, Elia's face turned pale, as if he had aged several years in an instant, becoming very weak. Seeing this, Yinshan hurriedly stepped forward to support him, while casting a glare at Lu Yun. But Lu Yun didn't care about that. She was only concerned about Zhao Qian's condition. Lord Elia, is he all right? Elia nodded weakly and said, "Your friend will wake up soon. My promise has been fulfilled, and now you must treat my tribesmen." After saying this, without waiting for Lu Yun's response, he was supported by Yinshan back to the stone house. Like a ray of sunlight shining into his eyes, Zhao Qian suddenly became conscious. However, just as he tried to open his eyes, he found he couldn't control his body. He felt like a vegetative person. Although he had awareness, he couldn't move at all, only feeling an endless darkness. What happened to me? Zhao Qian's consciousness raced to understand his situation. Am I dead? Or am I still alive? Just as he was lost in confusion, a beam of light broke through the darkness, shining down on him. So warm, I feel so comfortable. Zhao Qian felt like a person in the cold, suddenly basking in the sun, warmth spreading all over him. However, the light came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. He had time to enjoy it before it vanished. At the same time, he heard the voices of Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun by his ear. "Xiaoyan, why hasn't Zhao Qian woken up yet? Is that old man reliable?" "That's not an old man. He is Elia from the Feather Tribe. Since he said it's fine, Zhao Qian should wake up soon." "Elia from the Feather Tribe? Am I now in the Feather Tribe?" Zhao Qian was filled with questions. Wanted to open his eyes and see, but he had no way to do so. Just then, the light that had just disappeared appeared for the third time, and the warm, comfortable feeling spread throughout his body again. This time, not only did he regain his hearing, but he also regained his sense of smell. His keen nose detected the fragrant smell of earth and a sour stench. This sour smell was like a group of people who hadn't bathed for years. It was indescribably pungent. He didn't want to smell this odor, but unfortunately, his sense of smell was too good, and since he couldn't control his body, the sour smell kept assaulting him. Next, the light appeared intermittently. Each time it appeared, Zhao Qian's body would recover a bit more. After his hearing and sense of smell, he regained his sense of touch, taste, heartbeat, pulse, and even his vision. The problem was, he still hadn't woken up. It was a very strange feeling. He could feel everything around him, yet he couldn't control his body. What's going on? Why can't I wake up? Zhao Qian was perplexed. He felt he should be able to awaken. Just then, another beam of light shone down, but unlike the previous ones, this time the light was actually diminishing. Zhao Qian realized that the light helping him was not infinite. If he didn't awaken before the light ended, he might never wake up again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhao Qian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and the image of himself curled up in a corner of a cave, having given up on living, flashed before his eyes. Could it be that because I had a death wish at that time, I now can't wake up? Zhao Qian thought of a possibility. Although he now wished to live, the desire to die back then was stronger, unless his desire to live became stronger than his desire to die at that moment. He couldn't possibly awaken. But how can I strengthen my desire to live? As Zhao Qian felt a bit at a loss, the light shone down again, this time even weaker than before. This made Zhao Qian, already in a state of confusion, even more anxious. He was really afraid that the light would disappear, and he would never be able to wake up again. Zhao Qian shouted in his heart, "I want to live to explore this world. I want to live to continue my life. I swear that as long as I can come back to life, I will not think about death again, no matter what difficulties I face in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the warm light appeared again. However, compared to before, This time the light was already very faint, which should be the last time. I want to live. Let me wake up. Just as the light gradually dimmed, on the verge of completely disappearing, Zhao Qian's desire to live finally reached its peak. Then, with the support of that weak light, it not only did not fade away, but instead grew brighter, as if it were about to become the sun. Bang! All the darkness shattered like broken glass, turning to dust, and the light continued to spread, causing Zhao Qian to involuntarily close his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes again, his consciousness finally returned to his body. Zhao Qian, you finally woke up? I was so worried about you. Just as Zhao Qian was still trying to make sense of everything, Wang Qianqian rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying loudly. Lu Yun, who had originally wanted to step forward, saw this scene, and her smile vanished, her expression dimming for a moment. Father, I see a secret. Suddenly, you whispered to Yong beside her. What secret? Yong asked. She likes him. She also likes him. You pointed at Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun and said, you don't know anything about love. Get lost. Yong kicked his son. Chapter 87. Exotic fruit. Although Zhao Qian's consciousness had returned, it took him a long time to fully control his body, likely due to being in a vegetative state for many days. His first feeling was not the joy of being reborn, but rather a sense of hunger and weakness, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time, and his body felt stiff and lifeless. Especially since Wang Qianqian was holding him, it felt as though she was pressing down on him, making him feel burdened rather than enjoying the moment. Can you let go of me? You're pressing on me. Zhao Qian felt something pressing against his chest, and, after a moment of thought, realized what the soft, squishy sensation was. However, he was too weak. Even though a popular star was holding him, he wanted Wang Qianqian to let him go. All he wanted was to eat. He had no other thoughts. Who was pressing on you? Wang Qianqian, who had just been overjoyed, immediately released Zhao Qian upon hearing his words, intending to argue. Faced with her questioning gaze, Zhao Qian said nothing, but his eyes conveyed the answer. Upon realizing where Zhao Qian was looking, Wang Qianqian's face flushed, and she spat softly, muttering something about being shameless. However, she felt no disgust. Instead, a smile crept onto her lips. You, bring me some food. Not too much. I can't eat too much yet. Zhao Qian shifted his focus from Wang Qianqian to you. He was too hungry and just wanted to eat. Wait, you, who was also very happy to see Zhao Qian awake, immediately went to fetch food. After you left, Zhao Qian looked around and realized he was no longer in the cave, but had come to a strange tribe. This was a very primitive tribe, the kind that immediately conjured the word primitive in one's mind, roughly equivalent to the Paleolithic to early Neolithic stages on Earth. However, Zhao Qian did not dare to underestimate this place due to its primitiveness. He sensed many powerful tribe members, some even stronger than Yu's father, if placed on Earth. They would definitely be considered superhuman. Of course, the term superhuman here meant surpassing ordinary humans, not the kind that wears their underwear on the outside. Zhao Qian also noticed several incredibly powerful, means original beast, each stronger than the Titan python he had encountered. It was no exaggeration to say that if this tribe were placed on Earth, even the armies of small countries would likely be no match for them. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Yun, and he smiled, saying, Sister Yun, can you tell me what our current situation is? Lu Yun glanced at Wang Qianqian, nodded slightly, and then detailed everything that had happened since they were trapped in the cave. When Zhao Qian learned that being trapped in the cave had happened nearly 20 days ago, he understood why he felt so weak. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 20 days. If not for his body being in a vegetative state, consuming very little energy, he would have likely starved to death by now. At that moment, you ran back with food, which included some jerky and a bright red fruit. When Lu Yun saw the bright red fruit, her expression showed a hint of pain, but ultimately, she didn't say anything. Eat, you like a reckless child. Stuffed the jerky into Zhao Qian's hands and solemnly handed him the bright red fruit, saying, exotic fruit, strengthens you, having communicated with you for a long time. Zhao Qian naturally understood what she meant and recognized the value of the bright red fruit. That's too much, Zhao Qian said, feeling embarrassed. But he didn't hesitate to eat the bright red fruit. At first, The bright red fruit felt a bit cold as he bit into it, but once it entered his stomach, it released a gentle warmth, almost like the blood of. However, compared to blood, the heat emitted by the bright red fruit was greater and more sustained. His body, which was nearly parched, was instantly rejuvenated, with a continuous flow of strength surging through him, and his stiff body improved significantly. Zhao Qian felt his physical condition rapidly strengthening, and the improvement was substantial, greater than all the enhancements he had experienced since arriving in this world. What a treasure! Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim, looking at you and asking, "Is there any more?" "No more." You shook her head and said, "Father, only one is left for me." Hearing this, Zhao Qian realized the rarity of this exotic fruit. It was likely meant for you when she awakened as Tan Luo. After all, consuming such an exotic fruit could allow you to awaken with a higher-level core, making her even stronger after becoming Tan Luo. Thank you. Zhao Qian kept this gratitude in his heart and then picked up the jerky to eat. It wasn't team meat, just ordinary biological meat. Somewhat similar to beef, but not quite. Sister Yin, do you have confidence in curing the Black Death? Zhao Qian asked Lu Yun while eating the jerky. Lu Yun shook her head and said, "To be honest, I have no confidence at all." Zhao Qian asked, "Is it because there aren't enough antibiotics?" Lu Yun nodded, saying, "Currently, there are 72 people showing symptoms, not counting the slaves, and the patients in the incubation period are also not included. So the actual number of infected with the Black Death is even higher, but the antibiotics are far from enough, despite having gathered quite a bit of medicine before. Saving a tribe from the Black Death was nearly impossible. In fact, even if they used all the antibiotics sparingly, they wouldn't be able to treat more than 10 Black Death patients. There simply weren't enough antibiotics. How about we escape?" Wang Qianqian suggested in a low voice. "We can't escape." Lu Yin shook her head with a bitter smile, saying, "This tribe has more than 30 Tan Luo, and each one is stronger than Zhao Qian. We simply can't get away." Zhao Qian continued, "Also, this tribe saved us, morally and logically. We can't just watch them die. If we escape, many people in this tribe will die." He had personally experienced the severity of the Black Death. If not for his super strong evolution ability that allowed his physical condition to far exceed that of ordinary people, he would likely have died as well. Yet even so, he had suffered enough pain to give up hope and ultimately chose to end it all. "I had the plague before. Can antibodies be extracted from me?" Zhao Qian suddenly proposed. "No." Lu Yin shook her head directly, explaining, "We have received many vaccines since birth, and our bodies may carry many pathogens. These pathogens have no effect on us, but for the people of this world, they are deadly, equivalent to super pathogens." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian nodded in realization. Even ordinary pathogens from his time were much more potent than those in ancient times, let alone in this more primitive world. If the pathogens in his body accidentally entered the bodies of these tribe members, even those that could cause a cold would be unbearable for them. Actually, Lu Yin pinched her chin, her brow furrowed as she thought, "There is not completely no way." Chapter 88 Preparation before manufacturing penicillin. Wang Qianqian quickly asked, "Xiaoyan, have you thought of a way?" "What way?" Zhao Qian also looked at Lu Yin. Now, the only one who could think of a solution was Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, "What we lack is antibiotics. As long as we can extract antibiotics, we can save these people." Zhao Qian frowned and asked, "Can you extract antibiotics?" Lu Yin shook her head. "I'm not clear on the details of how to extract them, but I do know the method. I've read books on this topic before." "You certainly have a wide range of knowledge." Zhao Qian couldn't help but admire, and then asked, "Which antibiotic can you extract?" Lu Yin replied, "Penicillin, the first antibiotic discovered by humanity." Zhao Qian said, "Although penicillin is about to be eliminated on Earth, this world has never seen antibiotics, so it might really be useful. The absence of antibiotics means that the bacteria do not have drug resistance, and penicillin should be completely sufficient. However, this high-level thing is not something I can do. I can't help at all and can only rely on Lu Yun herself." Lu Yun said, "Since you agree, let's extract penicillin." Zhao Qian asked, "How do we do it?" Lu Yun replied, "First, let's find Arya." Inside the stone house, Arya was kneeling on the ground in meditation, with Yin Shan standing guard beside him like a sentinel. Cough, cough. Arya suddenly coughed a few times, coming out of his meditation. "Arya, Are you feeling any better? Although Yin Shan was fierce towards Lu Yun, he appeared like a child in front of Arya. A little better. Arya's complexion had indeed improved a bit, and with Yin Shan's support, he stood up and asked, "Has that person woken up?" "He has already woken up," Yin Shan replied, knowing that the person Arya referred to was Zhao Qian. "That's good." Arya picked up his wooden staff, and it was evident from his expression that he was still very tired. Yin Shan hesitated and said, "Arya, your health is already very poor. You can't help people like today anymore. You don't even have a disciple yet. Not just anyone can be Arya's disciple. They must have the qualifications to become Arya. Unfortunately, their tribe hasn't had any qualified members in recent years, not even among the slaves, which made their tribe seem less powerful. Because once Arya dies without a new heir emerging, they won't be able to awaken new Tan Luo. Over time, their tribe will face extinction. Many tribes in this land have been wiped out after losing their Arya." Sigh. Arya sighed deeply, fully aware of his physical condition, and helplessly said, "I can't just let him die. As the Arya of the tribe, I can't watch my people die from illness." Yin Shan said, "But that woman may not be able to cure this disease. Do we have any other options?" Arya retorted, leaving Yin Shan speechless. "You are the tribe leader. You can't be too irritable and should think more about things." "Yes, Arya." Just then, there was a knock on the stone house door, and Lu Yun's voice came through. "Lord Arya, could you come out for a moment? I need your help." "You." Yin Shan instinctively wanted to scold her, but noticing Arya's gaze, could only suppress his anger and remain silent. "Wait a moment." Arya stood up, leaning on his wooden staff as he walked outside. As soon as he stepped outside the stone house, they saw Zhao Qian, Wang Qianqian, and Lu Yun waiting at the door. "It seems you are fine now." Arya smiled at Zhao Qian, his smile resembling that of a kind elder. "Thank you. Lord Arya, my friend is fine now." Zhao Qian couldn't understand and had to let Lu Yun respond. Arya asked, "What do you need my help with?" Lu Yun said, "To completely cure your tribesmen, relying only on medicine is not enough. We also need to find a way to isolate the patients infected with the plague from the healthy ones. Otherwise, those who are not sick could also be infected. To treat the Black Death, we cannot rely solely on antibiotics, especially since antibiotics alone are far from sufficient. Therefore, the first thing to do is to isolate the sick from the healthy to prevent more tribe members from becoming infected. Otherwise, even if penicillin is produced, it won't be enough for so many patients at the same time." "Okay, I will arrange for someone to assist you," Arya thought for a moment and said. "Just assign you to me. He will understand what I mean," Lu Yun said. "That little guy is fine." Arya smiled gently, as if he were his child. In fact, for Arya, all his tribesmen were like his children. Lu Yun continued, "The quantity of medicine I brought this time is also insufficient, so I still need corn and rice." Arya suddenly interrupted Lu Yun, asking, "What are corn and rice?" Lu Yun frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. "There are two types of plants that can be eaten." She then described the appearance of corn and rice as detailed as possible. She was really afraid that the tribe did not have these two things. Otherwise, there would be no materials to manufacture penicillin. "The rice you mentioned is what we call gu chow here," Arya said. "Although it can be eaten, the shell has a poor texture, and peeling it one by one is too time-consuming, so our tribe almost never eats it." "Peeling one by one?" Lu Yun was suddenly taken aback and then laughed, thinking that rice is not something you peel one by one. As for corn, Arya glanced at Yin Shan, who took over the conversation. "We call corn to bang here. It is indeed good food, but our tribe does not have it. It is a specialty of the Fuyu tribe." Lu Yun frowned and asked, "Is there no way to obtain it?" Yin Shan said, "Not exactly. We can buy it from their tribe. But the problem is that the Fuyu tribe is a bit far from us." Arya said, "We can go to the trading fair of the Beast tribe." "Trading fair?" Lu Yun was taken aback and a bit confused. Arya explained, "It's a place where you can freely exchange goods or buy things. At that time, all the tribes in this area will go there, and we will go too." Lu Yun asked, "When will the next trading fair be?" Arya said, "The next one should be in 3 days." "Then let's go to the trading fair in 3 days," Lu Yun said, and then curiously asked, "The specialty of the Fuyu tribe is corn. What is the specialty of your tribe?" "We are called the Salt Marsh tribe, so our tribe produces a lot of salt," Arya said, then frowned and added, "However, a new tribe has recently appeared in this area, and they can also produce salt. So the tribes that trade with us have decreased. Is their salt cheaper than yours? Lu Yun asked. Not exactly. The main difference is in quality, Arya said. Can you show me your salt? Lu Yun thought for a moment and asked. Hearing Lu Yun's request, Yinshan immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, You should just treat the illness. Why do you want to see our salt? Lu Yun confidently replied, If the issue is with your salt's quality, I have a way to make your salt's quality surpass theirs. Chapter 89, You call this stuff salt. Yinshan was unwilling to let Lu Yun see the salt of their tribe mainly, because it was their means of survival. If others discovered it, they could very likely lose a source of livelihood. However, when Yinshan heard that Lu Yun had a way to improve the quality of their tribe's salt, he immediately sent someone to fetch the salt. Ever since another salt-producing tribe appeared in this area, their tribe's salt had been overshadowed. If it didn't find a way to improve its quality soon, they would have no tribe willing to buy their salt in the future. Before long, the salt was delivered. This is salt? Seeing the salt, Lu Yun frowned. The salt she had imagined was again coarse salt, the kind that had been slightly cleaned of impurities and was unprocessed. However, the salt she now had was even worse than coarse salt. It was clearly a whole block of rock salt with only the surface dirt cleaned off, and some pebbles embedded in the rock salt were left untouched. She felt that the salt from the Salt Marsh tribe was directly mined from the salt mines. Yinshan was somewhat dissatisfied and said, What else could this be if not salt? Soon you will know what salt really is. Lu Yun did not argue with Yinshan because she knew that the gap in their understanding was too great, and arguing would lead to no results. The best way to prove her point was to let facts speak for themselves. What are you going to do? Yinshan asked. I'm going to make salt. Lu Yun replied, and then ignored Yinshan, walking over to Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian. Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian did not understand the tribal language at all, so they could not comprehend their conversation, much like listening to an English listening test in school. Xiaoyan, what were you just talking about? Wang Qianqian asked. Lu Yun did not hide anything from the two and detailed her conversation with Arya and Yinshan. After Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian listened, they looked at the rock salt in Lu Yun's hand and asked, You mean we're going to make salt now? That's right. Lu Yun nodded. This is simple. Wang Qianqian responded nonchalantly. We can extract salt from seawater, so this salt lump is even easier. Salt lump? This is rock salt, okay? Zhao Qian internally complained, and then looked at Lu Yun. You didn't ask the Salt Marsh tribe for help, but came to us. So you probably don't want to make salt publicly, right? Lu Yun was somewhat surprised that Zhao Qian saw through her thoughts and nodded. That's right. I do not plan to make salt publicly. Why? Wang Qianqian asked in confusion. This is a great opportunity to show off. Let the Yinshan see what real edible salt is. Zhao Qian seemed to understand Lu Yun's intention and said, The method of making salt is not difficult. As long as they refine it once, the Salt Marsh tribe will basically learn it. If they learn it, it means we lose a bargaining chip. However, Wang Qianqian refuted, Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyan is not as scheming as you. But when she finished speaking and looked at Lu Yun for confirmation, she saw Lu Yun smiling awkwardly. Xiaoyan, you can't really think that way, right? Lu Yun gently nodded. Wang Qianqian looked at Zhao Qian in disbelief and asked, When did you become so smart that you could guess Xiaoyan's thoughts? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and retorted, Do you think it's possible that you were just too foolish? In fact, he didn't think Lu Yun's thoughts were that hard to guess. It was easy to understand as long as they separated themselves from the Salt Marsh tribe. It was like two major countries on Earth. If one country had advanced technology, it would definitely impose a technology blockade on the other. Sometimes, they might even unite with other countries to block it, as advanced technology represents monopoly and wealth. And they were not a whole with the Salt Marsh tribe. At most, they had a good relationship with you, so it was naturally impossible to teach them the salt-making techniques. I'm not foolish, just not as scheming as you, Wang Qianqian said angrily. Fools all think this way. I'll fight you, Wang Qianqian said, preparing to confront Zhao Qian. Qianqian, stop it. We have important matters to attend to. Lu Yun stopped Wang Qianqian and continued. While we make salt, we also need to set up a quarantine area to quickly isolate those infected with the Black Death to prevent it from spreading to others. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, How about this, you and Wang Qianqian go make salt, and I'll take care of isolating the patients, since I have already been infected with the Black Death and don't need to worry for now. Even after recovering from the Black Death, the antibodies in the body are only temporary, unlike smallpox, which provides lifelong immunity. Among the three of them, only Zhao Qian had been infected with the Black Death, so he was the safest to isolate the patients. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun both nodded. In fact, even if they were to isolate the patients, they would be resistant internally. They simply could not bear the sight of patients with their bodies rotting away. Next, they each took action. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun found a secluded cave, gathered the materials needed for making salt, and began the process. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian had you bring Yinshan. As the tribe's chief, Yinshan was second only to Area, and to isolate the Salt Marsh tribe, Zhao Qian needed Yinshan's help. In fact, Yinshan was not as difficult to deal with as Lu Yun suggested. Upon hearing about the safety of his tribe, he immediately agreed to Zhao Qian's request and called all the tribe members out of the cave. Of course, this also included the slaves. When everyone was called out, Zhao Qian discovered that the situation of the Salt Marsh tribe infected with the Black Death was far worse than he had imagined. The earlier mention of 72 people was actually the severe cases, and over 100 others were already showing symptoms of the Black Death. If those in the incubation period were counted, at least half of the Salt Marsh tribe's population had been infected. This did not even account for the slaves. The number of slaves in the Salt Marsh tribe was greater than that of the tribe members. They did not have independent dwellings and were collectively kept in a large cave, similar to livestock. It was easy to imagine how rapidly the Black Death would spread in such conditions. There were over 200 severe cases and even more showing symptoms. The chief said, "To disregard the sick slaves, let them die." Just as Zhao Qian was troubled by so many sick slaves, you conveyed Yinshan's message to him. Zhao Qian was not surprised. Now that the Salt Marsh tribe had so many patients, even the ordinary tribe members could not take care of them, let alone the slaves. In any era, slaves had no rights. They were not even considered human. Their lives and deaths were insignificant to me. But you must tell him that to prevent the slaves from spreading the Black Death, all slaves must be killed. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, but could not bear to abandon the sick slaves. He felt a pang of compassion and decided to retreat to advance, reasoning that Yinshan would not want to kill all the slaves, as they were also a form of wealth for the tribe. Sure enough, when Yinshan heard that all the slaves needed to be killed, he immediately agreed to Zhao Qian's suggestion to isolate the sick slaves. As for those who had not shown any symptoms, Zhao Qian instructed them to keep a distance and report immediately if they began to show symptoms, while also entering the quarantine area. By the time the isolation was completed, it was evening. Just as Zhao Qian was about to eat something, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun came to find Area with the refined salt. Chapter 90. No more after this in front of the stone house. Area and Yinshan looked at the white, granular substance in their hands, their faces filled with disbelief as they turned to Lu Yun and asked, "Is this salt really that white?" In fact, the salt produced by their tribe was also graded. The worst salt had not even been cleaned of surface dirt and was mixed with many impurities, typically sold to very poor small tribes. As for the best salt, it appeared as if the white substance was covered with a layer of dust consisting of small crystals. Of course, the quality of salt was never judged by color or impurities, but mainly by taste. Poor quality salt had a strong bitterness mixed with its saltiness, while high quality salt had a much milder bitterness and a pure salty flavor. However, even the best salt from their tribe could not compare to the salt in front of them. Immediately, Yinshan extended 2 fingers, pinched a small amount of salt, and put it in his mouth to savor it. Salty. Yinshan's tiger-like eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Area, it's salty, with almost no bitterness at all. This salt is even better than our best salt." Hearing this, Area couldn't wait to dip a finger in the salt and taste it. And then a glimmer of light flashed in her murky eyes. "Yes, this is salt." Area excitedly hammered the ground with her wooden staff. Beside them, Wang Qianqian saw Area and Yinshan's excitement. Even though she couldn't understand their tribal language, she could tell from their expressions that they were shocked. "It's rare to see such a reaction over a bit of salt," Wang Qianqian said with a tone of superiority. "For you, this salt may not mean much, but for them, it has exceeded their understanding." Zhao Qian sighed. "The gap in civilization is too great. What is ordinary on Earth may be a treasure in this world." "Treasure," Wang Qianqian's eyes lit up as she said, "Does this mean that as long as I use my knowledge to recreate things from Earth in this world, I can easily become wealthy?" Ah, Zhao Qian hesitated and said, "Theoretically, yes, but you can't?" Wang Qianqian was displeased. "Why can't I?" Zhao Qian grinned. "What knowledge could a middle school student like you possibly have? You can't recreate things from Earth. At least a high school student like me could." "I'll spit." Wang Qianqian spat at Zhao Qian. On the other side, Arya and Yin Shan had calmed down from their excitement and looked at Lu Yun with more seriousness. Lu Yun asked, "If the quality of this salt is like this, can it surpass the salt from that new tribe?" Yin Shan nodded seriously. "Not just surpass, it's a total crush. Once this salt is taken to the trading fair, it will definitely be snatched up by various tribes." "That's good. In 3 days, let's take this salt to the trading fair of the beast tribe," Lu Yun said, then looked at Yin Shan and asked, "Have you found the grain straw I wanted?" "I've found it, but there isn't much," Yin Shan said, motioning for a Tanlu to bring over the grain straw they had found. There were indeed not many. Probably a few hundred stalks, but it was enough to produce penicillin. In fact, if they could find oranges, they could also produce penicillin. But the difficulty of finding oranges was much greater than finding grain straw. "This is enough. Tomorrow, let us put this grain straw in the sun to dry for 3 days." Lu Yun said, "Drying for 3 days, what about treating my tribesmen?" Yin Shan frowned and asked, "Treating the illness requires medicine, but I don't have enough medicine with me, so I can only make it." Lu Yun explained, "Does making medicine take a long time?" Lu Yun nodded. Drying the grain straw would take 3 days, and next, they would have to wait for the paste to grow green mold, which could take 2 or 3 days if they were lucky, or about a week if they were not. The green mold that grew out was actually penicillin, which could be used to extract penicillin. However, the problem was that the amount of penicillin was very small, and they needed to cultivate more penicillin using corn juice. All these processes required time, so even if everything went smoothly, it would take at least 10 days to extract the first batch of penicillin. That won't do. Some tribesmen are already seriously ill and can't wait that long. Yin Shan shook his head. "If they can't wait, there's nothing I can do. This is already the fastest speed." Lu Yun also wanted to save people, but the key was that she had no way to do so. "You promised Arya. Arya saved your friend. You saved my tribesmen," Yin Shan said loudly. "Am I not saving your tribesmen right now?" Lu Yun retorted, "I want them all to live. Impossible." "Say that again." Yin Shan stepped forward. The beast pattern totem on his chest flickered, and he emanated an astonishing aura, threatening in a low voice. Zhao Qian saw this, and, although he didn't understand what was happening, immediately stepped in front of Lu Yun, looking at Yin Shan without fear. At that moment, the aura emanating from Yin Shan was even more terrifying than that of a pure-blooded beast. Zhao Qian knew he was no match for him. But as a man, he could not back down. "If you kill us, your Salt Marsh tribe will perish due to the Black Death. Think it over." Lu Yun saw Zhao Qian standing in front of her. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and then she shouted at Yin Shan. "Yin Shan, enough." At this moment, Arya finally spoke up, stopping Yin Shan, and said apologetically, "Sorry, Yin Shan was too impulsive." "Is it Yin Shan who is too impulsive? Or does Lord Arya want to see if I am hiding something?" Lu Yun did not accept Arya's apology, because she knew that without Arya's permission, Yin Shan would not act this way. "Lord Arya, since I promised to save your tribesmen, I will do my utmost, so please do not test me." "Understood. It won't happen again." Arya was frank and did not argue. Lu Yun turned her gaze to Yin Shan and asked, "How long can you maintain the high-temperature ability you just exhibited?" "Why do you ask this?" Yin Shan replied with displeasure. "I suddenly thought of a way that could greatly shorten the time for making medicine and wanted to try it." Lu Yun said, "A little more than half a day." Yin Shan answered immediately. As long as it concerned the life safety of his tribesmen, he would not hesitate for a moment. "That's enough." After Lu Yun finished speaking, she thought for a moment and then proposed a new request to Yin Shan. Upon hearing this, Yin Shan didn't understand but still ordered his tribesmen to prepare accordingly. More than 10 minutes later, 2 trees as thick as barrels were carried back by the tribe's Tanlu and placed in front of Lu Yun. "Sister Yun, what are you planning to do?" Zhao Qian asked in confusion as he looked at the 2 large trees. "To make the paste, the grain straw must be dried. Normally, it would take 3 days to dry, but if we use drying, a few hours will be enough." Lu Yun replied, "You want to make a drying machine?" Zhao Qian's eyes lit up as he immediately understood. Chapter 91. You have the qualities to become a Yaya, of course. Zhao Qian understood that the dryer Lu Yun wanted to create was not the kind that exists on Earth. It merely utilized the working principle of a dryer. The principle of a dryer is quite simple. It heats the air, which is blown over the rice to accelerate the evaporation of moisture from the rice. The ability of Yin Shan to emit high temperatures perfectly solved the challenge of heating the air. Therefore, this newly manufactured dryer can be tentatively called a human dryer. Before long, the human dryer was completed. Its structure was extremely simple, consisting of a rectangular bucket-like pipeline made from 4 wooden boards. After placing the rice inside, Yin Shan stood at one end of the pipeline and released high-temperature heat into it. However, controlling the temperature was crucial. If the temperature was too low, it wouldn't achieve the desired drying effect. If it was too high, the rice would lose its vitality and could not be used as seeds for planting in the future. That's right. Lu Yin not only planned to cultivate penicillium mold, but also intended to select some rice seeds to plant fields of rice. A few hours later, it's done. Lu Yin felt it was about time and instructed Yin Shan to stop. After releasing heat for several hours, the burden on Yin Shan's body was still significant, so when Lu Yin called for a stop, he exhaled deeply. Then, some clan members brought over primal beast meat, and in front of Zhao Qian and the others, Yin Shan ate dozens of pounds. What was hard to comprehend was that after consuming so much primal beast meat, his stomach didn't seem to swell at all, as if the meat had been instantly converted into energy upon entering his stomach. How amazing! Wang Qianqian looked at this scene with envy, wishing she could have such an ability to eat without gaining weight. This is in line with the principle of energy conservation. Otherwise, I would suspect he is not human. Lu Yin said, casually while checking the drying condition of the rice. Energy, conservation. Wang Qianqian was speechless, thinking to herself that while she was talking about not gaining weight, Lu Yin was discussing energy conservation. Their topics were quite far apart. In fact, Lu Yin had been contemplating the law of energy conservation ever since she saw Yin Shan continuously emitting such high heat. If the weight of the food Yin Shan consumed was the same as that of an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to release that much heat. It was akin to eating a grain of rice and emitting the heat of a bowl of rice. It was simply unbelievable. On the contrary, now that he had eaten a bit more, it was more in line with the principle of energy conservation. Moreover, since primal beast meat contained powerful energy, consuming dozens of pounds at once could completely replenish the heat he had just expended. Is it ready? After replenishing his food, Yin Shan came up to Lu Yin and asked. It's ready. Lu Yin brought the selected rice grains to Yin Shan and said, now, we just need to cook these rice grains into porridge. What are we waiting for? Yin Shan said as he eagerly snatched the rice and called for a clan member. Hold on. Lu Yin stopped Yin Shan and asked, do you know how much water to use to cook this rice? Do you know how far it needs to be cooked? I don't know. Yin Shan shook his head. Then why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yin took the rice back and said, if something goes wrong, it will waste time. Upon hearing this, Yin Shan's expression tightened, and he stood honestly by the side to watch. Then, Yin Shan saw Lu Yin hand the rice over to Zhao Qian. I want thick porridge. You're best at this, you do it. Lu Yin, not being very skilled at cooking herself, could only pass the task of making porridge to Zhao Qian. No problem. Zhao Qian was taken aback, but smiled as she accepted the rice. In no time, a large bowl of porridge was cooked, emitting a unique rice aroma that made Zhao Qian and the others, who hadn't eaten rice in a long time, unable to resist swallowing. In fact, it was just the 3 of them. Yin Shan also couldn't help but swallow, feeling that this strange food would definitely be delicious. Unfortunately, there was only one bowl of porridge, and whether it would be enough was still a question. It was impossible to give any to anyone else. After that, Lu Yin found several stone bowls and poured some porridge into each one. She selected a few damp and humid caves among the many caves and placed the stone bowls inside. To prevent any accidents, these bowls were placed in different caves, and Yin Shan arranged for a dedicated Tanlu to watch over them, forbidding anyone from getting close. After finishing all this, it was already deep into the night, and Lu Yin, being an ordinary person, showed signs of fatigue. Yin Shan, the chieftain, just wait 3 more days, and there will be results. so don't be too anxious. Lu Yin yawned and said to Yin Shan, who was following closely beside her. The most important thing next is the giant beast tribe trading fair in 3 days. We must exchange for enough big sticks. Although letting the porridge mold can produce penicillium mold, to allow the penicillium mold to continue growing, a corn culture medium is needed to provide nutrients. Otherwise, if the quantity of penicillium mold is insufficient, enough penicillin cannot be extracted. Don't worry, tomorrow, I will have people vigorously mine for salt stones to exchange for enough big sticks. Yin Shan hesitated for a moment and continued. However, high-quality salt stones are scarce, and we want to be able to gather too many in 3 days. No need to be so troublesome. I can turn any quality of salt stone into white salt, so you can freely gather the salt stones and hand them over to me. Lu Yin said, salt of very poor quality can also be turned into white salt? Yin Shan asked in surprise. Yes. Lu Yin nodded. Upon hearing this, Yin Shan showed an envious expression, wanted to ask Lu Yin how to make white salt, but hesitating to speak. After all, he understood that this method of turning salt white must be very important. Lu Yin, however, wouldn't volunteer the information. She returned to the cave arranged for them by the Salt Marsh tribe with Zhao Qian and Wang Qianqian, ate a little food, and then went to rest. However, Zhao Qian, possibly due to having been unconscious for more than 10 days, couldn't fall asleep. At this moment, Zhao Qian sensed something outside the cave was attracting him. It was a very strange feeling, like a person who had been hungry for a long time smelling food, unable to resist getting up and walking out of the resting cave. He followed the sensation and soon saw Arya kneeling on the ground under the moonlight, hands clasped together as if in prayer. The attraction he felt was emanating from Arya. Light, this is the light that awakened me while I was unconscious. Zhao Qian carefully sensed it. The warm and comfortable feeling spreading throughout his body, instantly reminding him of the source of this feeling. However, considering Arya's status in the tribe, he felt it would be better not to disturb her and planned to return to the cave to rest. But just as he turned around, a voice echoed in his mind. Guest, since you can't sleep, come chat for a while. Who is it? Zhao Qian warily looked around, finally locking his gaze on Arya. Is it you? Correct. Arya slowly stood up, looking at Zhao Qian with surprise in her tone. I didn't expect you to have the qualities to become a Yaya. Chapter 92, I am a genius. Zhao Qian was shocked when he heard Elia's words and asked, I have the qualifications to become Elia? After he woke up, Lu Yin told him all the information she had gathered about this world, with a focus on the tribe's Elia. Although the tribe was managed by a chief, Elia was the most important figure in the entire tribe. A tribe can survive without a chief, but can never exist without an Elia. In fact, Elia even has the power to appoint the chief. The reason Elia is so important is mainly related to Elia's abilities. Currently, Lu Yin has learned that Elia can help ordinary people awaken to become Tanro, meaning that as long as Elia exists, the tribe's Tanro will be replenished. Additionally, Elia seems to have unique abilities. The Elia of the Yinja tribe has the ability to heal. Regardless of illness or injury, Elia can heal quickly. Besides that, Elia has abilities like curse, beast taming, prophecy, and summoning. Take the giant beast tribe, for example. They're called the giant beast tribe because their Elia has the ability to tame beasts and has captured a giant primordial beast. However, becoming Elia is quite difficult. The Yinja tribe, a medium-sized tribe, has not seen a second person with the qualifications to become Elia for decades. Therefore, when Zhao Qian heard that he had the qualifications to become Elia, he was so shocked. That's right. The voice of Elia echoed in his mind again. Zhao Qian, in disbelief, said, How could I possibly have the qualifications to become Elia? Elia hesitated and said, Actually, I'm a bit puzzled too, because when I awakened you, I checked your body, and you did not have the qualifications to become Elia, but after you woke up, you did. Could it be because of my superpower? Upon hearing Elia's words, Zhao Qian thought of a possibility and murmured, Could it be that my superpower is not super enhancement? Enhancement means that something already exists and can be continuously strengthened. However, he initially did not have the qualifications to become Elia, so his superpower was obviously not as simple as super enhancement. See, Elia beckoned Zhao Qian to sit down. Zhao Qian hesitated slightly, then sat beside Elia and curiously asked, Elia, you don't know my language, and I don't know yours. How can we communicate? Elia smiled and did not speak. He gently tapped the ground with his wooden staff. And Zhao Qian noticed that the surrounding environment began to change. First, he saw the moonlight change. The originally silver-white moonlight seemed to transform into thin, pale yellow threads. The thickness of hair hanging down from the sky. Secondly, there was a change in Elia. Zhao Qian noticed that Elia seemed to transform into a giant container, filled with massive yellow energy, the same color as the moonlight, but a bit deeper. Have you noticed that what you see has changed? Elia's voice sounded. Yes, everything has changed. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, suddenly realizing that there was also a thread connected to him, linking him to Elia. Could it be that my ability to understand your language is related to this thread? Elia nodded and said, This is the method of communication between Elia. It does not require words, directly transmitting meaning to each other. That's amazing. Zhao Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Such a scene is often seen in science fiction movies, where advanced extraterrestrial civilizations use brain waves to communicate directly, making language barriers irrelevant. Elia's ability seems to have a similar effect. I heard that girls say your tribe has been destroyed. Is that true? Elia suddenly asked. Yes. Zhao Qian did not want to lie to Elia, but for the safety of the three of them, he ultimately nodded. He couldn't tell Elia that they were not from this world, but had come from another world. Since your tribe is gone, have you considered joining the Yinja tribe? Elia looked at Zhao Qian and asked, Elia, do you want us to join your tribe? Zhao Qian was surprised. He had heard Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun say that tribes are very resistant to people of unknown origins. If it weren't for the guarantees from Yong and Yu, along with a pure-blood primordial beast core, the three of them probably wouldn't have been able to enter the Yinja tribe. Yes, Elia nodded solemnly and continued, If you are willing to join the Yinja tribe, I will take you as my disciple, and when I die, you will be the next Elia of the tribe. This is indeed a rapid rise to power. Zhao Qian was taken aback and smiled, saying, That's not an exaggeration. Becoming the tribe's Elia is definitely a rapid rise to power, even if you are a slave. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Qian understood why Elia would invite him to join the Yinja tribe. Because the Yinja tribe has not found any qualified people to become Elia, and the current Elia is already very old. If he were to die, the Yinja tribe would be without an Elia. Once a tribe loses its Elia, it means it cannot produce new Tanro, and it won't be long before the tribe weakens. I can join the Yinja tribe. Zhao Qian originally wanted to find a tribe to rely on. After all, this world is too dangerous. And without the protection of a tribe, it is hard to survive. He did not want to experience such dangerous situations again. Moreover, the Yinja tribe left a good impression on him. Both Elia and the chief cared greatly about the lives of ordinary tribespeople, as did Yong and Yu, the father and son. If he were to join a tribe, he would first consider the Yinja tribe. However, I have a condition, Zhao Qian said. You wanted to take in those two girls? Elia seemed to see through Zhao Qian's thoughts, wearing a smile like that of an elder. Yes, the three of us are together. If you wanted to join the Yinja tribe, that's fine, but they must also stay, Zhao Qian said firmly. He could not disregard Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun. Just arriving in this world, they might not have been united, but after going through so much, they had already formed a team. I agree to your terms, Elia said. So easily agreed? Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised. He was very worried that Elia would refuse. After all, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun could be considered burdens, especially Wang Qianqian, who was useless except for eating. Letting her join the tribe would be like taking on an extra mouth to feed. However, Elia said, Your two friends are not ordinary people, especially that girl who only knows how to eat. Zhao Qian was taken aback and asked, What's wrong with her? Since she came to the tribe, she has befriended the primordial beasts in the tribe. Elia said with a tone of surprise. If I hadn't checked her and found that she does not have the qualifications to become Elia, I would really suspect she is a beast-taming Elia. She really can tame beasts, but it's different from Elia's beast-taming. Zhao Qian smiled and did not reveal Wang Qianqian's secret. Instead, he asked, Elia, I want to ask, after becoming your disciple, can I still become Tanro? From now on, call me teacher. Elia instructed Zhao Qian to change his address and continued. Becoming Elia allows you to become Tanro. However, being Elia requires long periods of meditation. If you also become Tanro, it will affect your cultivation. No problem. I'm a genius. Zhao Qian grinned, clearly unwilling to give up on becoming Tanro. Chapter 93. Supporting the clan, Arya smiled lightly at Zhao Qian's confidence and did not express any opinion, because he was also quite conflicted. When he first examined Zhao Qian's body, he had mentioned that Zhao Qian was very suitable to become a Tanua, and might even become the strongest Tanua in the tribe's history. To be honest, if there hadn't been a lack of talented Arya disciples in the tribe, he would have wanted Zhao Qian to become a Tanua. Therefore, when Zhao Qian chose to become a Tanua, he did not voice any objections. Teacher, can I become a Tanua right now? Zhao Qian asked with an awkward smile, seeing that Arya did not oppose. It can be done, but I do not recommend it. Arya replied. Why? Zhao Qian frowned in confusion. Having one more Tanua in the tribe is obviously a good thing. Why would you refuse, teacher? Instead of answering Zhao Qian's question directly, Arya asked another question. Do you know how to become a powerful Tanua? Zhao Qian nodded. It seems to be related to the beast core used during awakening. Arya did not deny it, but he also did not nod, saying, the strength of a Tanua is related to 3 aspects. 3 aspects? That's quite a lot. Zhao Qian was somewhat surprised, as he had always thought it was only related to the beast core. Arya continued, first, it is related to the beast core. The stronger the beast core used during awakening, the faster the growth rate and the higher the potential. Second, it is related to the physique of the awakener. The better the physical quality before awakening, the stronger the power after awakening. Tanuos of the same realm can have significantly different strengths. Third, it is related to the area responsible for the awakening. The stronger the area, the stronger the awakened Tanua. After listening to Arya's words, Zhao Qian immediately felt grateful to have encountered such a good teacher. Otherwise, if he had become a Tanua right now, it would have harmed him. After all, at this stage, his superpower was still continuously enhancing his physical quality, and he had not yet reached his limit. Moreover, the Yinza tribe did not have sufficiently good beast cores for him to awaken. If he used a poor quality beast core, it would affect his future potential. As for the third point, it was obvious that Arya was too old. If he helped him awaken, it would also affect him. Thus, he asked, teacher, what should I do? Arya smiled and said, for the beast core, at least you need a barbarian-type beast core. And you should choose a beast pattern that suits you. If you really can't find a suitable beast pattern, you can consider a pure blood beast core. But the beast pattern must definitely suit you. Barbarian-type beasts are stronger than pure blood beasts, and the barbarian-type beast core is obtained by hunting barbarian-type beasts. However, the strength of barbarian-type beasts is very strong. Even in a medium tribe like Yinza, they can only hunt relatively weak barbarian-type beasts at most. Arya continued, if you have a suitable beast core and your physical quality has reached its limit, the Yinza tribe will pay the price to invite a powerful Arya to help you awaken. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Qian expressed his gratitude and hesitated to ask, teacher, could you explain in detail what an Arya is? Arya is a transliterated term and has not been translated into a specific profession on Earth. This is not because Lu Yun is unwilling, but because the tribespeople he encountered were reluctant to discuss Arya in detail. So Lu Yun did not have enough information to find a corresponding profession for Arya. It is similar to explaining what a hamburger is to an ancient person. Since there are no hamburgers in their life, they could not understand what a hamburger is. However, if a corresponding item is found, such as a rujiamo, a type of Chinese meat sandwich, even if the translation is somewhat off, the ancient person could still understand it to some extent. Although he was directly conveying the meaning during his conversation with Arya, he had already accepted the term Arya during this time, so he did not translate it into a corresponding profession on Earth. Arya can utilize the power of nature, be responsible for ancestor worship, and communicate with the gods. Arya explained. After hearing the explanation, Zhao Qian felt it was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, isn't this just a shaman? The existence of shamans is very ancient and has appeared in large numbers in Zhou dynasty literature, mainly responsible for blessing, divination, sacrificial rites, and healing. Believed to possess the ability to communicate with heaven and earth. In terms of ancestor worship and communication with the gods, Arya and shamans are similar. Of course, There are also differences. For example, shamans do not use the power of nature, but borrow strength from spirits. The difference between the two is like that between a hamburger and a Rugiamo. There are similarities and differences. A shaman? Arya was taken aback. Zhao Qian wrote the character, shaman, on the ground with his hand and said, the shaman, with the top horizontal line representing reaching the heavens. The bottom horizontal line representing standing on the earth. The middle vertical line representing communication between heaven and earth, and the two sides representing all living beings. Therefore, those who support all beings are shamans. Those who support all beings are shamans. Arya looked at the character on the ground and said calmly, shamans are greater than Aryas. Aryas only care about their own tribe. Zhao Qian could sense that Arya had a certain degree of respect for shamans, but did not long for it, and even found the actions of shamans somewhat incomprehensible. It was as if he was puzzled by why one would support all beings when the lives and deaths of people outside the tribe had nothing to do with him. Teacher, don't you think Aryas and shamans are quite similar? Zhao Qian asked. Similar? Arya countered with a question, thought for a moment, and then said, perhaps, to some extent. All right. Zhao Qian shrugged, realizing where he had gone wrong. This was like the relationship between Rugiamo and hamburgers. Although they are similar to some extent, very few people would consider them the same type of food. At this moment, Arya asked, do you need me to announce to the entire tribe tomorrow that you are joining the tribe and becoming my disciple? Zhao Qian thought for a while and shook his head, saying, I suggest not announcing it. Arya asked why. Zhao Qian replied, first, the tribe is currently suffering from the Black Death, and it's not convenient to gather everyone together. Secondly, many people may die soon, and it's not the right time to announce it. Then we'll listen to you and not announce it for now. Arya paused and asked, aren't we about to produce the medicine soon? Why will many people still die? Zhao Qian said heavily, we came too late. Many clansmen are already critically ill, and the quantity of medicine we brought is limited and cannot sustain 3 days. Although he had discussed with Lu Yun about diluting the existing antibiotics to sustain more lives. Unfortunately, there were too many people infected with the Black Death. Even without treating the slaves, their antibiotics would not be enough. So many people would certainly die. Just do your best, Arya said, trembling as he stood up with his wooden staff, and said, this old body of mine will try its best. Every life saved is worth it. Zhao Qian looked at the hunched back and aged face of Arya and worriedly said, teacher, I heard from Yinshan that after you treat me, you won't be able to treat anyone else for a while. It's not as serious as Yinshan said. By absorbing a few more beast cores, I can still manage to treat, Arya said with a calm smile. Although I can't support all beings like a shaman, I can still make an effort for the tribesmen. Looking at the aged Arya, Zhao Qian suddenly felt that his new teacher was very genuine. Unlike some people or countries that are satisfied with moral righteousness, but are actually extremely hypocritical, peeling away the glamorous exterior reveals a world that is already filthy. Chapter 94. White sugar. The next 3 days were long. During these 3 days, the symptoms of the plague patients in the Salt Marsh Tribe isolation zone worsened. Many who were fine the previous day began to show black necrotic areas on their bodies the next day, lying on the ground gasping for breath. As for those severely ill with the plague, if it weren't for the antibiotics provided by Zhao Qian, there would likely have been widespread deaths by now. Of course, only the tribespeople could receive antibiotics. The slaves were not included. Therefore, many infected slaves died. Seeing the bodies of slaves being carried away for cremation made Zhao Qian and the others uncomfortable. In their homeland, while they could not achieve strict equality, such a situation would never occur. However, Zhao Qian and Lu Yun did not feel guilty, as they knew they had done their best. Only Wang Qianqian was very sad. She realized once again how cheap human life was in this world. Fortunately, the quarantine was effective, aside from a few infected individuals in the incubation period. There were basically no new cases and the plague was under control. 3 days later, not long after dawn, many tribespeople from the Salt Marsh tribe gathered together. Under the command of Yin Shan, they loaded bags of salt onto a yaks-like beast. They were heading to the giant beast tribe to attend a trade fair. Shan, be careful on the road and keep an eye on the goods. This affects how many sticks we can exchange, especially take good care of the disciples of Arya. As the chief, Yin Shan did not attend the trade fair himself, and entrusted the leading work to a powerful Tan Luo. The chief was at ease. Shan looked at Zhao Qian beside him and nodded seriously. Shan patted Shan on the shoulder and then approached Zhao Qian, pulling out a bone token and handing it over. This is for you from Area, for your protection. Since his conversation with Area that day, Zhao Qian could barely understand the tribal language, so he understood Shan's words. He took the bone token and could feel the energy contained within it, then looked toward the stone house and asked, "Where's the teacher?" Shan replied, "Carving this is tiring. Resting." Zhao Qian was very touched and said, "Please thank the teacher for me." "Certainly." Shan patted Zhao Qian's shoulder and walked toward the others to make arrangements. At this time, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun approached cautiously, taking out a palm-sized leather bag and handing it to Zhao Qian. Curious, Zhao Qian asked, "What's inside?" Wang Qianqian said mysteriously, "It's white sugar." White sugar. Zhao Qian's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Although it was easy to find sweetness on Earth, it was incredibly difficult to find anything sweet in this world. The only source of sweetness was honey, but the bees in this world were generally large, and their stingers were highly poisonous. Trying to collect honey was like seeking death. As for white sugar, one should understand that this world couldn't even refine salt, let alone white sugar. Keep your voice down. Seeing that others were drawn to Zhao Qian's voice, Wang Qianqian quickly pinched him and whispered, "We secretly refined this white sugar, so don't let anyone else find out." Zhao Qian asked, "Where did you find the sugarcane?" Lu Yun said, "We didn't use sugarcane, but a sweet plant. We tried it out and unexpectedly refined white sugar." Wang Qianqian added, "I discovered this plant, or rather, it was Little Winnie who found it. It really likes to eat this plant." Little Winnie was the name Wang Qianqian gave to a 4-meter-long, several-ton brown bear that loved sweets. It was likely that Wang Qianqian learned about the plant while communicating with Little Winnie and then told Lu Yun. As a top student, Lu Yun naturally refined white sugar effortlessly. "Qianqian, I'm so touched. I can't believe you thought of me first for such a good thing." Zhao Qian looked at the white sugar in his hand, feeling very moved and guilty for often arguing with Wang Qianqian in the past. "What are you thinking about?" Wang Qianqian glanced at the narcissistic Zhao Qian and said, "This white sugar is not a gift for you. You'd better not think about stealing it. I will send army ants to monitor you." Zhao Qian asked in confusion, "If it's not a gift for me, then why are you giving it to me?" Wang Qianqian replied, "We can't go to the trade fair, so we want you to help us exchange for some good things." Area did not allow Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun to attend the trade fair, not to prevent Zhao Qian from escaping using their safety, but mainly due to concerns about dangers on the way. The area they were in now was different from the cave area they had lived in before. Around the cave, there were mostly ordinary wild beasts. The strongest were the ancient giant apes and titan pythons in the swamp. However, in the area where the salt marsh tribe lived, mixed blood beasts were everywhere, and pure blood beasts could also be seen frequently, along with dangerous plants. Therefore, Area did not recommend that Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun attend a trade fair. If Zhao Qian had not insisted on going, Area would not have allowed him to go either. "I see." Zhao Qian felt a bit disappointed and asked, "What do you want?" Wang Qianqian hurriedly said, "I've heard that the exotic flowers and fruits in this world can make the skin whiter and prevent aging. Please help us exchange for some." "Sisters, given our current situation, you're not thinking about improving your strength, but are focusing on appearance?" This was like playing a game, only choosing good-looking equipment and not selecting powerful attribute equipment. But after a moment's thought, Zhao Qian said, "All right, you can trust me with the white sugar. Don't think about tricking me. I will arrange army ants to monitor you." However, the more Zhao Qian said this, the less Wang Qianqian believed him. "This is what we painstakingly refined. There's only this much. If you dare to steal even a bit, I will fight you." "Got it." Zhao Qian was somewhat displeased. He felt that Wang Qianqian looked down on him. White sugar was a treasure for the people of this world, but it truly held no allure for him. He wouldn't even eat it if offered. Of course, he could only ensure he wouldn't steal it. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be tempted to take a little when exchanging goods. After all, he always felt that using such precious white sugar to exchange for beautiful exotic flowers and fruits was too extravagant. "Let's go." At this moment, Shan had finished arranging everything, and the leader Shan shouted loudly. As the yaks-like beast began to move, Zhao Qian left the salt marsh tribe with the group. stepping into this new world for the first time. Chapter 95. The terrifying prairie on the vast Gobi Desert. More than 10 members of the Salt Marsh tribe followed behind the yaks, heading towards the direction of the Beast tribe. Because the journey was not safe, all of them, except for Zhao Qian, were powerful Tanlu. Zhao Qian initially thought his physical fitness was strong, but after walking alongside these Tanlu, he realized he couldn't compare at all. Whether in speed or endurance, these Tanlu completely overwhelmed him. Moreover, in the harsh environment of the Gobi Desert, with the scorching heat, after trying to keep up for 3 hours, he simply couldn't continue. He lagged at the back of the group, panting heavily, feeling like he was about to burn up. Stop, rest. The leader, Shan, had been observing Zhao Qian, so just as Zhao Qian reached his limit, he ordered the group to take a break. Of course, this was entirely to accommodate Zhao Qian. For the Tanlu, 3 hours of travel was no problem at all. Even the weakest among them only felt a bit tired and did not need to rest. Drink some. Shan took a water pouch from his waist, walked up to Zhao Qian, and handed it over. Zhao Qian had long been parched, so he didn't hesitate and gulped it down. As the cold water flowed down his burning throat and into his body, Zhao Qian felt as if he had been reborn. Thank you. Zhao Qian wiped his mouth and returned the water pouch, feeling a bit embarrassed as he asked, Am I very embarrassing? No. Shan shook his head sternly and said, You, as an ordinary person, are already quite impressive. A first-tier Tanlu. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised to hear this and asked, Are you saying that I now possess the strength of a first-tier Tanlu? Tanlu are categorized into levels, with the weakest being first tier and the strongest being ninth tier. Yu's father, Yon, was a second-tier Tanlu, and Shan in front of him was a third-tier Tanlu. Yin Shan was the strongest Tanlu of the Salt Marsh tribe and the only fourth-tier Tanlu. In the area where the Salt Marsh tribe lived, the strongest Tanlu seemed to be fifth-tier, while ninth-tier Tanlu belonged to legendary existences. Although first-tier Tanlu is the weakest, it is already quite impressive for an ordinary person to reach this level without awakening. Shan nodded, the weakest first-tier Tanlu. Can't you be a bit more tactful when you speak? Zhao Qian thought to himself, changing the subject as he pointed to the prairie not far away. Why don't we walk across the prairie? That should be faster and cooler. The Salt Marsh tribe was located on the edge of the Gobi Desert, right next to the endless prairie. However, their group chose not to walk across the prairie but along the edge of the desert and the prairie, which Zhao Qian found a bit difficult to understand. After all, compared to the terrain of the Gobi Desert, the terrain of the prairie was clearly much better. The prairie is dangerous. Shan's expression was serious, and just as he was about to say more, he suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance. Look over there. Following Shan's finger, Zhao Qian saw a camel a few hundred meters away. Perhaps due to hunger, the camel had come from the desert into the prairie, lowering its head to eat the plants on the ground. Is there a problem? Zhao Qian focused intently on the area around the camel, trying to identify the so-called danger. After observing for a while, he found nothing alarming. Just then, however, Zhao Qian frowned, for he noticed that the grass around the camel was being flattened, as if some creature was moving through the grass. Then, a long black creature suddenly sprang out from the grass and pounced directly at the camel. Zhao Qian focused his gaze and gasped, for this long black creature was a giant centipede. This centipede was over a meter long, about 5 to 6 centimeters wide, and its black shell gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its pairs of legs dug into the camel's flesh like nails, firmly anchoring itself to the camel. At the same time, its pincers bit down hard on the camel's body. However, that was not the most terrifying part. The most frightening thing was that the camel, which was being attacked by the centipede, seemed completely unaware and continued to lower its head to graze. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, large numbers of black centipedes jumped out from the grass and fixed themselves onto the camel. In just a short time, the camel's flesh was being devoured, exposing its gruesome white bones, while many centipedes even burrowed into the camel's body to feast. In the end, the camel lay powerless on the ground, seemingly unaware of how it had died. What is going on? Why didn't the camel run away? Zhao Qian swallowed hard and looked at Shan. Poison. It's numb. Shan explained. Are you saying that these centipedes contain potent toxins that can paralyze the camel? Zhao Qian asked. Yes. What a powerful anesthetic effect. And it acts instantly. That's incredible. Zhao Qian suddenly understood that the toxins produced by these centipedes must be a strong anesthetic. Only an anesthetic could render the camel completely unaware while being devoured by the numerous black centipedes. Don't worry. They don't leave the prairie. They won't come in. It's safe. Seeing Zhao Qian's anxious expression, Shan smiled reassuringly. There are other insects. Just don't go into the grass. Understood. Zhao Qian nodded seriously. In fact, he didn't need Shan's reminder. After witnessing the terror of these centipedes, he would never step into the prairie. Moreover, it was clear from Shan's tone that there were not just centipedes as threats in the prairie, but other dangers as well. Let's go continue on. Seeing that Zhao Qian had rested enough, Shan stood up and said, "The wild is dangerous. We need to reach the beast tribe before dark." The group resumed their journey. Along the way, Zhao Qian finally witnessed the dangers of this world. It is not an exaggeration to say that without Shan, the experienced Tanlu leading the way, Zhao Qian felt he could not survive more than 10 hours in this world. He personally witnessed a hybrid primordial beast stronger than a titan boa being dragged into the desert by an unknown creature while walking in the desert. There was no resistance, no screams. That powerful hybrid primordial beast seemed to evaporate from existence. Fortunately, Shan had rich experience leading teams, and since this route had likely been traveled more than once, the Salt Marsh Tribe's group encountered no dangers. They walked and rested along the way, finally reaching their destination that night, the Beast Tribe. Chapter 96. The blood of the barbarian type origin beast, the giant beast tribe, is also located in the Gobi Desert, but unlike the Salt Marsh Tribe, the giant beast tribe is situated in an oasis within the desert. This oasis is quite large, much larger than the Salt Marsh Tribe. In the center of the oasis, there's a large lake, surrounded by trees that form a small forest. If one were to be in it, it would be hard to realize they are in a desert. The living environment of the giant beast tribe is far better than that of the Salt Marsh Tribe. Zhao Qian couldn't help but sigh. The location of the Salt Marsh Tribe was chosen mainly for safety considerations, without considering comfort. However, the location of the giant beast tribe took both safety and comfort into account. Most importantly, there is a lake in the center of the giant beast tribe, eliminating concerns about water supply. In contrast, the water source for the Salt Marsh Tribe is a well dug by giant pangolins, which might suffice during normal times, but often runs dry during drought seasons. Didn't the teacher say that the giant beast tribe has a huge beast? Why haven't I seen it? Zhao Qian asked as he walked to the side of the mountain. In the lake. The mountain pointed to the lake in the center of the oasis and said, "The lake was created by the giant beast." Through communication with the mountain, Zhao Qian learned that the giant beast tribe was not as powerful as the Salt Marsh Tribe in the past, until one day, the tribe's area successfully tamed a powerful origin beast. This origin beast dug out a lake for the giant beast tribe and helped them fend off dangers and hunt other origin beasts. Over a decade, this led the giant beast tribe to become the most powerful tribe in the region. Origin beasts can actually change the environment. Zhao Qian exclaimed in his heart after hearing the mountain's words. Initially, he thought the lake was naturally formed, but it turned out to be excavated by an origin beast. It is worth noting that the giant pangolins of the Salt Marsh Tribe can only dig a well. This shows how powerful the origin beast of the giant beast tribe is. As the team approached, Zhao Qian saw what was called a trading fair, which was essentially a small area designated by the giant beast tribe at the edge of the oasis. Moreover, it seemed that the giant beast tribe did not allow other tribes to enter areas outside the trading zone, as he noticed many tribe members were sleeping within the trading area. "Which tribe are you from?" While Zhao Qian was observing, the team reached the entrance of the trading area, where they were stopped by 3 Tanlu. From the beast pattern totems on the chests of these 3 Tanlu, it was clear that the leading Tanlu was of the 2nd rank, while the other 2 were only 1st rank, making their overall strength much weaker than Zhao Qian's team. However, their attitude was very arrogant, giving Zhao Qian a feeling of being bullied by power. "We are from the Salt Marsh Tribe." The mountain stepped forward to answer. "If you want to trade here, you need to pay a fee of 1 mixed blood origin beast core." The leading Tanlu coldly stated the rule without giving them any special consideration just because they were from the Salt Marsh Tribe. 1 mixed blood origin beast core is really expensive. Zhao Qian counted the tribes in the trading area, which numbered at least dozens, equivalent to dozens of mixed-blood origin beast cores, requiring the hunting of numerous titan pythons. The mountain had long prepared the origin beast cores and took one out to hand to the Tanlu. Going. After the Tanlu received the mixed-blood origin beast core, he no longer obstructed the salt marsh tribe and let them enter the trading area. Inside the trading area, many stalls were set up, but since they arrived relatively late, many prime locations had already been taken by other tribes. The salt marsh tribe put in a lot of effort to find a stall. After unloading the goods from the axe, the mountain took out some jerky to share with everyone, saying, "Everyone, rest early. The trading fair will start tomorrow, and many of us are sick, so we must trade for large sticks no matter what." If it weren't for trading with the Fuyu tribe for large sticks, the Salt Marsh tribe wouldn't have planned to participate in this trading fair. As so many people were sick in the tribe, they simply didn't have the mood for it. Now that they had come, they didn't plan to wait for the trading fair to end. As long as they could exchange for enough large sticks, they would return to the tribe immediately. Hearing this, everyone quickly finished the jerky in hand, found a spot, and collapsed to sleep. Soon, loud snoring sounds filled the air. If it were any other day, Zhao Qian wouldn't have been able to sleep with the snoring, but today he was too tired, and as soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. The next day, while Zhao Qian was still in a dream, he was awakened by the noisy sounds of the trading fair. Opening his eyes, he found that many tribes had already begun selling goods. The members of the Salt Marsh tribe were also busy, laying out the salt they had produced on animal skins to start selling. Zhao Qian observed for a while and found that the trading methods in this world could be divided into two types. One was barter, where both parties agreed to directly exchange their goods, and the other was direct purchase. Of course, there was no currency in this world, so goods were purchased using origin beast cores. However, the value of origin beast cores was very high. Even a mixed blood origin beast core could buy many things. Mountain, you all take your time selling. I'm going to browse around. Zhao Qian thought about the white sugar given to him by Wang Qianqian and wanted to quickly deal with it to exchange for some things he needed. Be careful. Shout if there's danger. The mountain thought for a moment, but didn't stop Zhao Qian, only giving a reminder. With the mountain's permission, Zhao Qian immediately went to other tribe stalls, looking at the goods and occasionally expressing surprise. Although the humans in this world had a low level of civilization, it was undeniable that they had many strange items. For example, at one tribe stall, they were selling a type of black beetle. These black beetles were ordinary creatures but had a special ability. When their abdomen was squeezed hard, their large mandibles would open wide and then snap shut suddenly, producing a spark like flint striking, which could be used to start fire. At another tribe stall, there were oddly shaped plants. The first impression these plants gave him was reminiscent of the plants in Plants vs. Zombies, with man-eating flowers with huge heads, sunflowers that could shoot bullets, and willow trees that waved and attacked if someone got too close. Of course, Zhao Qian only looked at these items and didn't purchase them. Firstly, these items were not very useful to him, and he didn't need them. Secondly, Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had only prepared one bag of white sugar, and he felt he couldn't exchange for too many things. Just then, his attention was drawn to a stall, and he quickly walked up to it. He focused on a container the size of a water pouch and asked, "What origin beast blood is in here?" The tribe member guarding the stall, seeing a customer, hurriedly explained, "This is the blood of the barbarian-type origin beast that our tribe just hunted." Zhao Qian inquired, "Are you selling origin beast cores?" The tribe member shook his head and said, "Sorry, we don't sell origin beast cores. We only sell the blood of origin beasts." Zhao Qian felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but he understood it was normal. A barbarian-level origin beast core could allow a tribe to awaken a powerful Tanlu. So most of the time, tribes wouldn't sell barbarian origin beast cores. How much is the origin beast blood? Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to buy the blood of the barbarian-type origin beast, as this pouch of blood could significantly enhance his physical attributes. The tribe member thought for a moment and replied, 3 mixed blood origin beast cores. Chapter 97. Beast Egg 3 mixed blood beast cores. That's too expensive. Zhao Qian was taken aback by the price quoted by the tribesman, feeling like he was being robbed. Undeniably, the blood of barbarian beasts is very precious. But there is only one water pouch of blood here, which probably only accounted for a fraction of the total blood volume of a barbarian beast. Far less valuable than 3 mixed blood beast cores. After all, 3 mixed blood beast cores could purchase the blood of 3 pure blood beasts entirely. It was indeed a bit pricey. But this was the blood of a barbarian beast. I was the only one in the entire trading area selling it. The tribesman also felt the price was a bit high, but considering that the blood of barbarian beasts is rare and hard to come by, he gritted his teeth and stood firm on this price. You didn't lie to me. You're the only one in the trading area with barbarian beast blood. Zhao Qian had wandered around the trading area for a while and had seen other tribes selling beast blood, but they were all mixed blood or pure blood, with none being barbarian. The fundamental reason is that barbarian beasts are too rare and too strong for ordinary small tribes to hunt. At the very least, a medium-sized tribe like the Salt Marsh tribe would have the ability to hunt barbarian beasts. Moreover, many members of medium-sized tribes use beast blood to cultivate the next generation, and few tribes are willing to sell it. Therefore, this water pouch of barbarian beast blood might not be seen again for months. It's just too expensive. Forget it. In the end, Zhao Qian chose to give up. After all, he could still enhance his physical quality by drinking pure blood beast blood. However, just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous egg next to the water pouch containing the barbarian beast blood. This egg was significantly larger than an ostrich egg, its shell not pure white, but marked with shallow red patterns, resembling beast patterns. The only unfortunate thing was that this egg's vitality was like a candle in a storm, ready to extinguish at any moment. Excuse me, is this a beast egg? Zhao Qian squatted down again, picking up the beast egg. Yes. The tribesman nodded, saying, this is the egg of the barbarian beast that was hunted. Our tribe took advantage of its weakened state after giving birth, thinking there was only one egg, but upon opening its belly, we found another one. This is that one. However, because this egg was not produced normally, its vitality is very weak, and we believe it won't survive, so we decided to sell it. Zhao Qian hesitated and asked, what is the price for this egg? The tribesman thought for a moment and replied, 2 wild boars or something of equivalent value. Although the common currency between tribes is beast cores, even the lowest level mixed blood beast cores are quite valuable. Therefore, when the value of a commodity is lower than that of a mixed blood beast core, it reverts to a barter system. Zhao Qian haggled, this is a dead egg. Almost useless. 2 wild boars are too expensive. The tribesman pointed to the patterns on the beast egg, saying, you can't say that. This egg is almost on the verge of forming a beast pattern, indicating that the beast born from it would at least be of pure blood level. Although it might not hatch a beast, it still holds high value for feeding beasts, which can enhance their strength. Zhao Qian's thoughts aligned with this, and he planned to buy this beast egg to feed to the ant queen, Wang Qianqian. During his unconscious period, the elite soldier ants bred by the ant queen had already reached the adult stage, not only larger than ordinary soldier ants, but also incredibly strong. The most impressive part was that these elite soldier ants had wings, meaning they had compensated for their speed deficiency and significantly improved their mobility. He thought, the ant queen is just a mixed blood beast, and the soldier ants she breeds are already this powerful. If the ant queen continues to evolve, wouldn't the soldier ants she produces be even stronger? By then, relying solely on the soldier ants would make hunting beasts easy. Making a beast evolve isn't as easy as you say. If this dead egg had any use, your tribe would keep it for yourselves. Zhao Qian hesitated and continued. How about this? I'll offer a jar of salt for this dead egg. You're from a new salt tribe? The tribesman raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhao Qian wanted to use salt to buy the beast egg. The new salt tribe is the newly emerged tribe that can produce salt. Their salt quality surpasses that of the Salt Marsh tribe, prompting many tribes to seek them out for purchases. Zhao Qian smiled and said, no, I'm from the Salt Marsh tribe. Upon hearing this, the tribesman actually showed a look of disdain, saying if it's salt from the Salt Marsh tribe, 1 jar won't do. It has to be at least 1.5 jars. Zhao Qian frowned and asked why. The tribesman replied, of course, because your salt quality is too poor. Zhao Qian was somewhat speechless, thought for a moment, and asked, if our tribe's salt quality is good, would you demand less? The tribesman did not believe it, saying, your tribe's salt can be better than that of the new salt tribe? Just wait. Zhao Qian was a bit angry and jogged back to the Salt Marsh tribe's stall, took a jar of salt, and returned to this stall saying, "This is our salt marsh tribe salt. Take a look at the quality." The tribesman disdainfully took the jar, but when he saw the color of the salt, he gasped softly, "Is this salt? Just try it and you'll know." The tribesman was not polite, pinching a bit of salt and putting it in his mouth. After tasting it, his eyes widened in astonishment. "It's salty. It's indeed salt, and it almost has no bitter taste." After evaluating, the tribesman asked, "When did your salt marsh tribe's salt quality become so good?" "That's none of your business." Zhao Qian didn't want to waste time and directly asked, "Is our salt marsh tribe's salt better than that of the new salt tribe?" It's much better than theirs," the tribesman answered honestly. "Then do I still need to give you a jar of salt to exchange for your dead egg?" Zhao Qian asked again. "That should be fine." The tribesman saw that Zhao Qian was somewhat angry and replied awkwardly with a smile, "This dead egg is mine now." Zhao Qian held the beast egg in his hand and continued, "I'm giving you a jar of salt, so I still have some left. I'd like to choose one more thing from your stall. Is that okay?" The tribesman hurriedly said, "It can't be something too valuable." "Don't worry," Zhao Qian said, looking at the other items on the stall, but many things he didn't recognize at all, so he could only ask, "Do you have anything that can whiten or make the skin more radiant?" "Yes." The tribesman pointed to a jar of colorful fruit, saying, "This fruit is called sweet fragrance fruit. Eating it can improve your skin." Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, excitedly asking, "Is it expensive?" "Not expensive." The tribesman shook his head, explaining, "Although this fruit also belongs to rare flowers and fruits, it cannot enhance strength and can only improve skin. In our tribe, it's only used to fill the stomach. If you want it, the leftover salt can be exchanged for this jar." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian grinned widely. Chapter 98, A Lucky Find. The fragrant fruits in front of him would definitely be a hot commodity for women if they were on Earth. But this is not Earth. It's a perilous otherworld. In this world, strength is the most important thing. So these exotic fruits that can only beautify one's skin but cannot enhance one's power are not very valuable. The excess salt here could easily be exchanged for a jar of fragrant fruits. "No need for so much. Just give me 2, he thought. Zhao Qian considered that if he took too many, Wang Qianqian might think they weren't worth much. The key to a so-called treasure is that it should be scarce. However, the tribe member was a straightforward person. Seeing Zhao Qian only take 2 fruits, he immediately pushed an entire jar of fragrant fruits towards him, saying, "Our rock tribe doesn't take advantage of others. If I say a jar, then it's a jar." "Well, okay." Zhao Qian looked at the serious expression on the tribe member's face and felt that if he didn't accept all the fragrant fruits, the other party might beat him up. So he could only nod in agreement. After leaving the rock tribe stall, Zhao Qian continued to stroll around the trading area. However, the trading area wasn't very large, and by noon, he had basically finished browsing. After the stroll, feeling a bit tired, he found a stall selling honey and sat down, ordering a bowl of honey to taste. He had to admit that the honey in this world tasted quite good, with no additives, completely natural, carrying the scent of flowers and grass. Moreover, such a large bowl of honey was very cheap. He could get a bowl with just a bit of jerky. While Zhao Qian was tasting the honey, another customer came and sat at his table. This customer was wearing a white linen robe, his beard and hair all white. But his appearance did not show any signs of aging. He always had a smile on his face, giving people an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, it was not hard to see from the old man's bone staff that he was not an ordinary person. He was likely a Yeria. Soon, the old man's honey arrived. After taking a bite, he exclaimed, "Delicious. This sweet honey is hard to find elsewhere." Zhao Qian heard the old man's words and smiled, saying, "Lord Yeria, I admit that the honey here tastes good, but if we're talking about sweetness, this honey can only be considered average, right?" He didn't mean to belittle the honey. It was just that its sweetness was indeed average. Besides, the quality of honey is never judged by sweetness alone, but by its color, aroma, and viscosity. If sweetness were the standard, with Earth's technology, they could enhance the sweetness to the point of bitterness. "Oh." The old man showed a curious expression and asked, "Have you eaten anything sweeter than honey?" "Of course." Zhao Qian was about to boast a little when he suddenly realized something. He looked at the old man and asked, "Do you really like sweet things?" The old man nodded with a smile. "My greatest hobby is eating sweet things. So I come here every year." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows and said, "I have something sweeter here. Would you like to try it? The old man immediately stopped drinking honey and eagerly said, "Hurry up and bring it out for me to taste." Zhao Qian didn't waste any time and took out the white sugar from his pocket, pinching some into the old man's hand. The old man looked at the white sugar in his hand, paused for a moment, and asked, "What is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Zhao Qian smiled and said, "This is called white sugar." White sugar, the old man repeated, asking curiously, "Why have I never seen this before?" Zhao Qian naturally wouldn't tell the old man that white sugar was refined. He explained with a smile, "The world is vast, and there are many wonders. There are many things that you haven't seen." That's true. The old man thought about it and felt that Zhao Qian's words made sense. So he no longer hesitated and stuffed the white sugar into his mouth. Immediately, the old man's eyes widened as if he was immersed in the sweetness. And it took him a while to speak. "So sweet, much sweeter than honey. I've never eaten anything this sweet." The old man looked at the remaining white sugar and lamented, "What a pity. It's just too little. It was gone in my mouth. This old man is really shameless. I've already let him taste a bit, and he still thinks about wanting more." Zhao Qian pretended not to understand, wrapped up the remaining white sugar, and put it back in his pocket. Wang Qianqian and Lu Yun had worked hard to refine this little bit of white sugar. He couldn't give it all away. Seeing Zhao Qian put the white sugar away, the old man became anxious and hurriedly said, "Little brother, let's negotiate. How about you sell me this pack of white sugar?" Zhao Qian asked, "Selling it to you is not impossible, but what price can you offer? If it's too cheap, I won't sell." The old man thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you a..." "Forget the..." Zhao Qian interrupted the old man's words directly. Although he could see that the old man was a Yaria, that he could offer was at most of mixed blood or pure blood quality. As for higher level, they were reserved for his own tribe, and he wouldn't take them out. The old man's intention was clear. He didn't plan to let him use a low level. So even a pure blood wouldn't be very useful to him. "You don't want?" The old man was somewhat surprised and asked, "Then what do you want? Do you have blood from a higher level?" "If there's no blood, meat will do." Zhao Qian wanted these things to quickly enhance his strength in a short time. "I don't have any. It's inconvenient to carry too many things on the way here, so I only have." The old man replied. "Then I'm sorry." Zhao Qian shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. "I gave you the opportunity. Who told you to be useless, not even having blood or meat?" The old man became even more anxious upon hearing this. His greatest hobby in life was eating sweet things. And the white sugar he just had was definitely the sweetest thing he had ever eaten. He had to get it no matter what. At that moment, the old man's gaze fell on an egg that was almost lifeless and asked, "Little brother, how about this?" The old man continued, "I'll give you A and also help you restore the life of this egg. You sell me that pack of white sugar." Zhao Qian was taken aback and looked at the old man, saying, "This egg is already equivalent to a dead egg. Can you really restore its vitality?" The old man smiled and said, "Of course, I'm a beast taming area, and I have unique methods." "Deal." Zhao Qian nodded without hesitation. The mother of this egg was a fierce type, which was more powerful than all in the salt marsh tribe. And this egg had beast patterns, meaning that as long as it reached maturity, it would at least be a pure blood. Calculating this way, he was equivalent to obtaining a that had the potential to reach the fierce type, along with A. This was too cost-effective. Was he really getting a lucky find? Chapter 99. The greedy old man saw Zhao Qian agree to his proposal and immediately raised his bone staff slightly. Green energy began to gather at the top of the staff. Of course, only Zhao Qian, who possessed the qualifications of area, could see the green energy. No one else could see it at all. The green energy condensed into a ball the size of a fist, which the old man held in his hand and slowly began to integrate into the beast egg. As the green energy fused with the beast egg, the nearly lifeless beast egg gradually regained vitality. Even the beast patterns on the shell, which had become indistinct, became incredibly clear at this moment. From the scene, Zhao Qian concluded that the old man before him was a powerful area. All right, once the vitality of the beast egg was fully restored, the old man retracted his bone staff, showing no signs of fatigue on his face. Then, he took out a fist-sized lump of meat and placed it in front of Zhao Qian. "What is this?" Zhao Qian looked at the old man's action with a puzzled expression. "This is the beast core. The old man explained with a smile. The beast core is the core of the beast. Once separated from the beast, the energy within the beast core dissipates at an extremely slow rate. Only by wrapping it in the flesh of the beast can the energy dissipation be reduced. Although Zhao Qian understood, he still grabbed the lump of meat and squeezed it hard, feeling that there was indeed a beast core inside. Thus, he put away the lump of meat and, under the old man's eager gaze, took out some white sugar and handed it to the old man. The old man took the bag, eagerly opened it, pinched some white sugar, and stuffed it into his mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. If Zhao Qian didn't know what white sugar tasted like, he might have thought the old man was on drugs. Lord Area, our transaction is complete. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave, Zhao Qian said, noticing it was about time to leave. Go ahead. The old man's attention was entirely on the white sugar, and he waved his hand casually. However, just as Zhao Qian was about to walk away, the old man suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Is there something wrong? Zhao Qian stopped. If you have more good stuff like this in the future, save some for me. I can exchange it for things you need, the old man said. Is it any sweet thing? Zhao Qian asked. Exactly. How coincidental. I really do have something sweet, but... Zhao Qian paused deliberately, a troubled expression on his face. Seeing this, the old man became anxious and asked, What is it? Just say it. Zhao Qian finally said, It's nothing much, just that I need some raw materials. If I have those materials, I can make sweet, soft, and smooth desserts. The old man asked, The dessert you're talking about is more delicious than white sugar? Of course. Zhao Qian nodded confidently. This white sugar in my hand isn't even considered delicious. The dessert I make is 1,000 times better than white sugar. Although this sounded like bragging, Zhao Qian was speaking the truth. After all, white sugar was just a good thing in this world. On Earth, it wouldn't even be considered a dessert. Even if he wasn't a chef, he could still make very delicious desserts based on his cooking experience. The old man swallowed hard. What materials do you need? I'll help you find them, and you can make the dessert for me. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, I need beast blood. The higher the level, the better. I also need beast meat, preferably from pig-type beasts. The part with a good mix of fat and lean, and milk too. Next, Zhao Qian didn't hold back at all, listing over a dozen items. Of course, only a few were actually intended for food ingredients. Most of the materials were things Zhao Qian wanted for himself. It was not easy to encounter someone he could take advantage of, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. When the old man heard that so many items were needed, he wore a skeptical expression and asked, Does the dessert you mentioned really need so many materials? Zhao Qian replied, without changing his expression, smiling. These materials are not just for desserts. Some are for other delicacies, just with a sweet flavor. I'll trust you for now, but you'd better not deceive me, or I will be very angry, the old man said, temporarily believing Zhao Qian. He then asked, When do you need these materials? Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, 60 days from now, you can come find me at the Saltwater Tribe. In this world, there is only the concept of days and years, with no concept of weeks or months, so he could only say 60 days, not 2 months. Zhao Qian's response also had its own purpose, which was to use these 2 months to further enhance his physical qualities, and then have the old man help him awaken as a Tan Luo. Although he didn't know the old man's level of area, the fact that he could restore life to the beast egg made it clear that he was a powerful Tan Luo. Such a rare opportunity was something he naturally wanted to seize. Even if he couldn't awaken as a Tan Luo to the highest standard, he would strive for the best possible outcome. The old man silently noted Zhao Qian's words. All right, I'll come find you in 60 days. By the way, what's your name? Zhao Qian replied, My name is Zhao Qian. The old man was taken aback upon hearing this name and puzzledly asked, Why do you have such a strange name? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'm leaving. After making a remark about Zhao Qian's name, the old man waved his hand and left gracefully. Zhao Qian, watching the old man leave, felt speechless and thought to himself that his name was perfectly normal. It was the names in this world that were strange, just naming things based on whatever they saw without any thought. After finishing his complaints, Zhao Qian saw that the trading event was almost over and walked back to the Saltwater Tribe stall. However, as soon as he returned to the stall, he saw the tribe members squatting in front of the stall with worried expressions. Worried something had gone wrong, Zhao Qian hurried over and asked what happened. Without speaking, Atan Luo answered, "It's been quite a while now, and not a single tribe has come to buy our salt." Zhao Qian frowned in disbelief. "Our salt quality is better than that of the new salt tribe. Why hasn't anyone come to buy our salt?" The Tan Luo replied helplessly, "At first, some tribes wanted to buy our salt, but the new salt tribe spread the word that our salt has problems, saying salt can't be white, so no tribes came." Hearing this, Zhao Qian was left speechless. This was just like someone who had been smoking fake cigarettes for a long time suddenly thinking that real cigarettes were fake. The tribes had always consumed rock salt, so when they saw the pure white, granular salt, they instinctively thought there was a problem with it. Unfair competition, huh? Fine. Then don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, already formulating a countermeasure in his mind. Chapter 100. First, a commercial break. Zhao Qian, do you have a solution? The troubled Shan quickly looked over when he heard Zhao Qian's words. He was one of the few in the Yinja tribe who knew that Zhao Qian was an Elia disciple, so he had some trust in him. Zhao Qian nodded and said, "That's right, I have a solution." The usually steady Shan became excited at this moment and asked, "What is the solution?" Zhao Qian smiled mysteriously, not answering Shan's question, but instead asked, "You guys haven't eaten yet, right?" Atan Lu replied impatiently, "With so much salt, we haven't sold a thing. How can we have an appetite to eat?" Zhao Qian said, "People are made of iron, and meals are steel. If you don't eat one meal, you'll feel restless. Let's eat first." Iron? Steel? Shan didn't understand what Zhao Qian meant and guessed that he might be hungry, so he opened his backpack, intending to take out some jerky. "We're not eating jerky." Zhao Qian stopped Shan from taking the jerky and looked at Atan Lu, instructing, "You go buy some fresh meat. No need to buy beast meat. Ordinary meat will do." After that, he looked at another Tan Lu, "You go find some charcoal and also get some branches. I have use for them." However, after Zhao Qian finished his arrangements, the two Tan Lu looked at each other and didn't move. Seeing this, Zhao Qian frowned, thought for a moment, and understood what was happening. Although he was already an Elia disciple, this matter was still a secret in the Yinja tribe, and not many people knew. Therefore, he was still seen as an outsider in the eyes of these Tan Lu. They had no reason to follow the orders of an outsider. Finally, it was Shan who spoke up. "From now on, Zhao Qian's orders are my orders, and you must obey unconditionally." Yes. As soon as the two Tan Lu heard Shan say this, they immediately took action. Zhao Qian didn't remain idle either. He walked back into the trading area, heading to various tribal stalls to buy some items. Before long, when he returned to the Yinja tribe stall, he had prepared fresh meat, charcoal, branches, honey, and various seasonings. "Zhao Qian, what are you planning to do?" Shan asked, looking at the items Zhao Qian bought, puzzled. "I'm going to teach you how to grill skewers." Zhao Qian grinned and directed the Tan Lu, "Everyone get moving. You go start the charcoal. Don't let the fire get too big. And you come over to help skewer the meat. Can you wash your hands first? I saw you picking your toes just now." Skewering meat is simple. Just use branches to skewer the meat. The meat pieces shouldn't be too big, and don't skewer too much meat. Just follow my way of skewering. Although the Tan Lu still didn't understand what Zhao Qian was planning, their work efficiency was indeed fast. In no time, they had made dozens of skewers of grilled meat. Sizzle. Zhao Qian placed the skewered grilled meat on the charcoal to heat it, constantly brushing honey on the meat. In just a short while, the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat wafted out. Zhao Qian wasn't bragging. Ever since he crossed into this world, his grilling skills had been honed, and he had already reached the level of a chef. When the meat skewers were done, Zhao Qian sprinkled the seasonings he could find on the meat, instantly elevating the aroma of the grilled meat to another level. Gulp. Shan swallowed and asked, "Zhao Qian, can we eat now?" The other Tan Lu didn't speak, but their eyes were fixated on the skewers of grilled meat. "Not yet." Zhao Qian shook his head with a smile and then asked, "Who among you has the ability of wind?" A Tan Lu replied, My beast patter ability is wind." Zhao Qian grinned mischievously. "Help me blow the aroma of the grilled meat outside. I want all the tribes of the trading event to smell it." This Tan Lu didn't understand Zhao Qian's intention, but still followed the request, activating his beast pattern and creating a gentle breeze. The wind carried the aroma of the grilled meat away, and soon, everyone at the trading event could smell it. "Wow, it smells so good. What is that aroma?" "It should be the aroma of grilled meat. Which tribe is it coming from?" "It seems to be coming from the Yinja tribe stall." Why is their grilled meat so fragrant? The tribe's grilled meat usually just had some salt sprinkled on it, unlike Zhao Qian, who used several kinds of seasonings and even brushed honey on the meat. In terms of grilling skills, Zhao Qian completely overshadowed the tribe's people. So they instinctively gathered in front of the Yinja tribe's stall. Once enough tribespeople had gathered in front of the stall, Zhao Qian grabbed a handful of the tribe's salt, sprinkling on the grilled meat while saying, "The biggest secret to the aroma of my grilled meat is our tribe's salt. Our tribe's salt has no bitter taste and can enhance the aroma of grilled meat. Do you remember?" Shan and the Tamlu looked at each other, thinking, "We're not responsible for cooking. Why do we need to remember this?" However, since Zhao Qian asked, they still nodded in agreement, saying they remembered. "Let's eat." Upon hearing the response, Zhao Qian finally distributed the skewers. The tribespeople, having been tempted for so long, could no longer wait. They pounced on the skewers like wolves that hadn't eaten for days, completely disregarding whether the skewers were still hot, and began to devour them. Gulp. Now, it was the onlookers' turn to swallow hard. Finally, one Tamlu asked, "Are you selling these skewers?" "Not selling." Zhao Qian flatly refused and then handed over a skewer of grilled meat, saying, "If you want to eat, I'll give you one." "Thank you." That Tamlu smiled and reached out to take the skewer. "I forgot to add salt for you," Zhao Qian said as he publicly pinched some salt and sprinkled it on the grilled meat. The Tamlu had already forgotten the rumor about the salt from the Yinja tribe being problematic and took a big bite of the grilled meat, revealing a satisfied expression on his face. "Hey, you greedy guy, did you forget that the salt from a Yinja tribe is problematic?" Just as that Tamlu was enjoying his meal, his companion slapped him hard on the back, reminding him, "What's the problem?" That Tamlu chewed on the skewer, pointing at the Yinja tribe's people who were eating grilled meat, and said, if the salt from the Yinja tribe had a problem, would they eat it themselves? The onlookers were stunned by his words. Yeah, if the salt from the Yinja tribe had a problem, the Tamlu from the Yinja tribe wouldn't eat it. That Tamlu continued, "To be honest, this white salt not only has no problems, but it also lacks a bitter taste. Food made with this salt actually tastes better." Zhao Qian listened to the Tamlu's words, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a smile. It seemed he was teaching the tribespeople how to grill meat. But in fact, he was making an advertisement. First, he attracted people with the aroma of grilled meat, and then publicly let the Yinja tribespeople eat the white salt, instantly breaking the notion that the salt from the Yinja tribe has problems. Moreover, he even instilled the idea that using the salt from the Yinja tribe to grill meat would make it even more fragrant. After finishing the advertisement, the next step was live streaming to sell the product. Zhao Qian smiled broadly. Chapter 101. Promotion. Although Zhao Qian had no experience in live streaming sales, he had seen many such broadcasts online and was somewhat familiar with the basic scripts. Immediately, he raised his hands and said loudly, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." As soon as he said this, the crowd of tribespeople really quieted down and turned their attention to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian cleared his throat and continued. "As we all know, our Salt Lake tribe has always sold salt to various tribes. Our mission is to provide the best salt to everyone, allowing all tribes to eat safe salt. Therefore, after continuous improvement, our Salt Lake tribe has finally produced white salt. The advantage of this salt is that it has almost no bitter taste, making the food cooked with it even more delicious. Today is the first time our Salt Lake tribe is selling this salt, and to give back to the support we have received from all tribes. Anyone who purchases today will enjoy a discount." Saying this, Zhao Qian looked at the mountain and asked, "What was the price of our salt before?" The mountain, not fully comprehending Zhao Qian's words, replied in confusion, "1 jar of salt costs 2 wild boars, or 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 5 jars of salt." Wow, that's so expensive. Zhao Qian was taken aback by the price of the salt. However, considering that this large area had previously only allowed the Salt Lake tribe to obtain salt, which meant they had a monopoly on the industry, it was understandable that the price was a bit high. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and loudly announced, "Everyone listen carefully, I will only say the price once. For anyone purchasing today, 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt. That's right, you heard me correctly, 8 jars of salt. This offer is only valid for today." Upon hearing this, the onlooking tribespeople widened their eyes and began to speak up. "Is that true? So cheap? 1 mixed blood beast core can buy 8 jars of salt. Didn't he just say this is to give back to us loyal customers? And it's only for today? I want to buy one. No, I want to buy 3 mixed blood beast cores worth of salt. That's a total. Wait a moment, brother. Can I borrow your fingers for a second? That's a total of 24 jars. Aren't you buying too much? Not at all. The quality of this white salt is so high, and it's cheaper than the salt from the new salt tribe. If we miss this chance today, there won't be another. You're right, I'll buy 3 mixed blood beast cores worth. No, I want to buy 5 mixed blood beast cores worth. Previously, these tribespeople were worried about the salt being problematic. But now that concern was resolved, and with Zhao Qian proving that the white salt from the Salt Lake tribe was of higher quality and lower price, they naturally didn't want to miss out, each one buying more than the last, fearing they would miss this opportunity. In just a short while, more than half of the salt brought was sold, earning dozens of mixed blood beast cores. If nothing unexpected happened, the salt brought this time would soon be sold out. The previously frowning members of the Salt Lake tribe now had smiles on their faces, feeling immense admiration for Zhao Qian. With just a few simple sentences, he made their salt sell better than before the new salt tribe appeared, which was truly incredible. The only regret was that the price was too cheap. Don't be fooled. How could there possibly be white salt in this world? The salt from the Salt Lake tribe must have problems. At that moment, a discordant voice came through, like a splash of cold water, causing all the tribespeople who were rushing to buy to stop. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice and saw 3 tribespeople pushing through the crowd, slowly walking up to the Salt Lake tribe's booth. Zhao Qian had seen these 3 people when he was at the trade fair. They were all from the new salt tribe. Qian, on what basis do you say that the salt from our Salt Lake tribe has problems? Mountain asked coldly upon hearing the new salt tribe's slander against their salt. Just on the basis that salt cannot be white. The person called Qian held up a piece of rock salt, raising it above his head and saying, "This salt is the purest and best quality salt collected by our new salt tribe. But you can see for yourselves, is it white?" Other tribespeople looked over and saw a piece of blue rock salt, shaking their heads in response. Qian continued, "If even the best quality salt isn't white, then it proves that salt cannot be white, and the white salt from your Salt Lake tribe must have problems." Mountain was a person of few words, and coupled with his limited knowledge of white salt, he momentarily didn't know how to refute this. Seeing this, Zhao Qian had to step forward and loudly said, "Everyone, whether our Salt Lake tribe's salt has problems, I have already proven to you, and many people have tasted it. I believe everyone knows in their hearts." At this point, he paused to observe the expressions of the onlookers, noticing many of them slightly nodding. Clearly, even though the new salt tribe had come out to question the white salt, there were still quite a few people who believed him. Thus, he continued, "I have a question for the new salt tribe. When did the quality of salt become determined by its color? Historically, hasn't the quality of salt always been judged by its taste?" This statement awakened those who were still worried about the white salt. Right? The quality of salt is judged by its bitter taste. The less bitter it is, the higher the quality. The salt we initially ate wasn't blue, but pink. And then the new salt tribe brought in blue salt. If we go by their reasoning, then blue salt is also fake. So that means the white salt is fine. We almost got tricked by the new salt tribe. Xian's face turned ugly upon hearing the words of the others. But he could not deny that his argument had no persuasive power, and not a single tribe believed him. However, Qian did not leave in disgrace because he knew this matter could not end like this. Otherwise, no tribe would come to them to buy salt in the future. You, an ordinary person, dare to disrespect Tan Luo? Even if you're not from the new salt tribe, I still have the right to kill you. Angry, Qian realized that Zhao Qian was not Tan Luo and immediately planned to use the rules set by the giant beast tribe to take action against Zhao Qian first. As long as he killed Zhao Qian, Mountain would definitely not be able to argue with him, and then he would have plenty of ways to make others believe that the white salt had problems. "Qian, are you looking for death?" Mountain blocked Zhao Qian's path, glaring at Qian. "Did I do something wrong?" Qian replied calmly, "This is a rule set by the giant beast tribe. Ordinary tribespeople who contradict Tan Luo can be executed by Tan Luo, regardless of whether the person is from their own tribe. If you don't let me kill him, I'll call the people from a giant beast tribe to have them speak on my behalf." Chapter 102. Kneel and apologize. Shan's expression changed slightly upon hearing Xian's words. As the beast tribe had indeed established this bizarre rule, it was a long time ago. At that time, the beast tribe was not the strongest tribe in the area. there were two stronger tribes above it. Both of these powerful tribes wanted to become the strongest in the region, leading to frequent minor frictions. Until one day, an ordinary member of one of the strong tribes contradicted Tan Luo of the other strong tribe. This seemingly ordinary event became the catalyst for a fierce battle between the two top tribes, resulting in severe casualties on both sides. It was normal for tribes to go to war, but coincidentally, shortly after the battle ended and before either tribe had fully recovered, a terrifying beast tide appeared. In previous instances of beast tides, the method of response was for all the Tan Luo of the tribes to unite. However, the two strongest tribes suffered too many casualties in their battle, and without them as the main force, the other tribes could not withstand the beast tide, leading to over 60% of the humans in the area being killed, and the two strong tribes were nearly exterminated. After the beast tide, the beast tribe became the strongest tribe and simultaneously enacted this rule. Although no tribe usually took this rule seriously, if someone publicly brought it up, the beast tribe would still have to enforce it, or they would be slapping their own face. What are you doing? At that moment, two Tan Luo from the beast tribe, responsible for maintaining order at the trading fair, approached and shouted at the crowd. Fighting was prohibited within the trading area of the beast tribe to prevent bullying the weak. This was not out of justice from the beast tribe, but mainly because they were concerned that weak tribes would be bullied and not come to the trading fair, making it impossible to hold the event and reducing their means of earning beast cores. In response to Lord Qianqian, this ordinary person contradicted me. Qian did not give the Salt tribe a chance to speak and pointed at Zhao Qian, saying, according to the rules set by the beast tribe, an ordinary person contradicting a Tan Luo can be executed by the Tan Luo. The Tan Luo of the beast tribe, referred to as Lord Qianqian, looked at Zhao Qian and asked, "Did you contradict him?" Zhao Qian shook his head and replied, "We were only discussing how to identify the quality of salt. How did it turn into contradicting him? If you don't believe me, you can ask the others." Qianqian turned to the onlookers, who were already dissatisfied with Qian's behavior, and thus leaned towards Zhao Qian in their statements. Yes, we were just discussing the quality of salt. It was a normal discussion, maybe a bit heated, but there was definitely no contradiction to the Tan Luo. Zhao Qian immediately said, "Lord, you heard it. I did not contradict him." Qianqian looked coldly at Qian and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" This. Qian gritted his teeth, realizing that he couldn't do anything to Zhao Qian today, and awkwardly smiled. "Lord Qianqian, perhaps I was too sensitive just now, causing a misunderstanding. I will leave